It's, oh my
It's just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GM
Close
house.
combat onto a Mugen. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Chua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the look down. Can you look down the wish cash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Hello and welcome, trainers, to Rose City. It's absolutely breathtakingly beautiful out here, and we've had a breathtaking season thus far, but there's still a few more chapters to be written. My name is Speedy's Chief 2. I am joined by the one, the only, the legendary House Stark 93. Stark, how are you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling great, and I'm so excited. Today is the final regional championships of the North American circuit. I'm very, very excited to see exactly who's going to take the crown this weekend.
We have some incredible trainers here today, and I want to encourage everybody in the Twitch chat to stay active. Keep your eye on that page because we will have a community choice poll where you can vote for the pair that you want to see on stream. We love the community, we cherish you all, and we want you to feel like you're part of this tournament experience. Stark, this is your first time commentating an official Play Pokemon event. What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to some incredible battles, some really nice plays, some high skill level battles. I'm very excited. I want to see the best players take the crown.
It's been one of the best seasons ever for competitive Pokemon, but let's take a look back at where we've come. This is Baltimore all the way to Portland. We've got our last regional on the schedule here in the West Coast area. Then we're headed down to the North America Internationals in New Orleans and then Worlds. Stark, there are only a few events left. How would you summarize this season? I mean, what stands out to you? What do you remember the most?
I think from the beginning, Baltimore, the ICs, I think Sao Paulo and both London were incredible.
Good call.
Seeing all these different trainers come across the season, the ups and downs, the qualifiers, all the different players that have been able to come out of the circuit on top.
I'm really glad you mentioned that because winning a championship series event will net you 350 championship points, and those points are so important when you consider the cutoffs. Look at this, US and Canada, only the top 75 trainers on that leaderboard will qualify for the World Championship. So whereas other seasons might have felt more like a sprint where you just needed to win an event, get your qualification and go, this is much more like a marathon. You have to be consistent, show up time and time again. And we have tons of trainers that have shown up season after season and tournament after tournament this competitive season. I cannot wait to see what they do this weekend. But let's go ahead and take a look back at our most recent event. Milwaukee was such a thrill, House Stark, because we had Out of Pocket actually winning the tournament. I got Rise on my mind. He's casting soon, right?
He is.
We'll get to him, but I'll tell you what. Let's take a look back at Milwaukee, and we'll be right back after this.
The Tinkaton Metashift arrived to North America at the Milwaukee Regional Championships with 160 trainers registered for a chance at the crown. Tinkaton ruled the Day 1 and Day 2 usage, and Shadow Jumpluff and Lapras proved their worth as effective teammates to the powerful Fairy type. Trainers Snots and Nighttime Clasher felt unstoppable, making quick work of the winner side of the bracket with 2-0 victories. While all eyes were on the winner's bracket, Out of Pocket was blazing a path with Malamar as he won 8 consecutive matches. Out of Pocket faced a major challenge when he met Nighttime Clasher in the Losers Finals, as they were running the exact same team that they built together before the tournament. In a nail-biting series, Pocket won 3-2 to advance to the Grand Finals. In the Grand Finals, Pocket set the tone with a quick 3-0 victory to reset the bracket. The bracket reset, however, was a tense series. Pocket's MVP Diggersby led the way as he became the Milwaukee Regional Champion.
And Out of Pocket with a
Milwaukee Regional Champion.
Ready to begin your path to a regional championship? Join the action at Pokemon.com/compete and find events near you.
Let's take a look at those event winners. We've got Out of Pocket taking first place on the left side of your screen, followed by Snots and Nighttime Clasher. I gotta say though, Alex, it was so exhilarating to see that Corviknight for Snots be so powerful and so relentless, and Out of Pocket finding a way to defeat it in that Grand Finals reset.
Absolutely. I mean, Pocket has been here, he's done that, and he showed again why he is one of the best players, not only in the world, but I think he might be one of the best in North America as well.
Speaking of champions, let's take a look back at the Pokemon that forged the path for these trainers. We've got Tinkaton here at a whopping 75%. Stark, I gotta ask you, I mean, is this just like the new Pokemon of the age? Is this the hot topic? Is this Pokemon gonna stick around? What do you think?
I think it's going to be here for a while. It's an incredible Pokemon. The type diversity of its defensive typing and offensive coverage is unique to it and only it. It's one of a kind.
Absolutely right. Well, let's take a look at some one-of-a-kind trainers. These are our champions from the North America region, with Dodge emerging from, quote-unquote hibernation, competitively speaking, to win in Baltimore, followed by Lyle Jeffs. And then we actually have a two-time champion for the first time in his Play Pokemon career. That's Elam, taking Toronto and Atlanta. What an incredible cast of trainers here.
Absolutely. You see people like Lyle Jeffs, who has done this many times, SJ, people like Rise to Occasion, who has won a regional in every season so far. Exactly. And here's actually the leaderboards for the North America circuit.
Out of Pocket leading the pack with over 1,900 championship points. Nighttime Clasher, one of the biggest, I would say, like journeymen, right, of our competitive scene, traveling far and wide and netting a impressive 1,820 points. Remember, everyone, this is only the top 16 in North America. The top 75 slots are going to qualify for the World Championship. So check for your own name, where you are on the leaderboards, and see where you stand. What an incredible season it's been, Stark. I gotta say, we need to head over and take a look at some other champions, though, because North America is impressive. The EU is also very impressive, and Nickname able to win his second event of the season. Stark, it took my breath away when that Rock Tomb from Nickname's Claydol fired, the Lapras got KO'd, and a huge, huge upset, I would say, in that Game 5.
Absolutely. I think one of the most gut-wrenching and finals we've ever seen in a Play Pokemon tournament. Nickname obviously winning with the Shadow Typhlosion, the Claydol, the Corviknight. Those Pokemon have definitely seen an uptick in usage this season.
And speaking of upticks in usage here, the usage for Day 2 in Utrecht saw the Shadow Jumpluff taking a very nice 69% overall usage. But look at a couple of these picks here, Stark. We've got Shadow Typhlosion at 31%. That was a big surprise.
Absolutely. I mean, that's such a high usage for a Pokemon that is incredibly frail. But you see the top three, it has coverage for all three of them for super effective damage.
I mean, Thunder Punch, Blast Burn, that's a lethal combination. We're going to talk more about Shadow Typhlosion, but let's look at our EU regional champions. As we mentioned, Nickname winning Stockholm and Utrecht, HK Assassin winning with Shadow Swampert, I believe. I mean, and look at Tonton Batus. Do you remember his iconic pick in Gdansk?
The Alolan Raticate.
Woo! Pokemon Go. I'm telling you, you can win with some really fun Pokemon, and we love to see the creativeness, the inventiveness in the EU region. Let's take a look at the leaderboards, though. This is the top 16 for EU. Any names jumping off the screen to you, Alex?
Absolutely. I mean, Z's Wireless coming in at second place. I mean, the first two competitors, weren't they at EUIC in the finals?
Top two, yeah.
Look at that.
Absolutely leading not only the international competitions, but also their regional leaderboards. Let's take a look and see who's qualified for the World Championships. As you know, the top four from last year's World Championships in Yakai, Inadequance, Marto Galde, and Beelzeboy have auto-qualified for this year's World Championships, but so many impressive names are behind them. I cannot wait to see these trainers clash at the World Championships.
I think this is going to be a world to remember in Anaheim coming up this summer, as we know, and the last 2 years have been phenomenal, so I'm excited.
It's incredible to see the different play styles from all the different regions kind of come together. You've got trainers from APAC, trainers from EU, spicy versus meta, we might argue, maybe a little more calculated versus trainers that are willing to take a few more risks. But there are tournaments happening worldwide, and down in Melbourne, a trainer from the TPC region made history. Poke Moneymaker becoming the first trainer to win a TPCI event and auto-qualify for the World Championships. And he had to take down El Carvissimo and his double Incinerate team to do it.
Very spicy. Having 2 fire types is crazy enough, but having 2 incinerators is even more crazy. But Pokemoneymaker has been a phenomenal trainer in the limited amount of tournaments that they've done. 1st and 3rd place, and that's it.
Let's take a look at usage in Melbourne. We saw Tinkaton just taking over Milwaukee. We saw Shadow Jumpluff taking over a tournament. Now we've got Shadow Drapion up here at a whopping 83%. I mean, this is like Metacham era dominance number usage from this Pokemon. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, Drapion has been an incredible safe switch, an incredible lead. It has so many safe matchups. It has almost 0 bad matchups. And so I've seen it dominate games, but also give other Pokemon on your team have play. I think that's why it's so good.
I think it was likely the antidote to the double Incinerate team from El Cavissimo as well. When you're so fast to the Aqua Tail, spam off those charge stacks so quickly, it can be such a powerful Pokemon. But speaking of powerful, let's look at one of the best trainers of all time, Marto Galde. He won another event, House Stark. If you're counting, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 events in one season, including an international championship, and he just took Santiago as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can't doubt Marto Galde anymore. He has done it time and time and time and time again. I think he might be the most consistent trainer this season and maybe in the world. As you can see here, he has been dominating, absolutely dominating the LATAM leaderboards with 2180 points. I mean,
and you know what the icing on the cake is? Marto finished 3rd place at Worlds, so he's already qualified. He's doing all of this just to stay in tip-top competitive shape, and I cannot wait to see what he does at the World Championships. It was also kind of serendipitous as well, because Javier V20 faced off against Marto in the grand finals of the Mexico City qualifier last season, and this time Marto got his revenge. Let's talk about some Pokemon that have really shot up the usage charts and shot their way directly into our hearts. This is Shadow Typhlosion, a Pokemon that has been so versatile, so dynamic. You and I alluded to this earlier, but the coverage, the flexibility of this Pokemon cannot be understated.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this Pokemon's in coverage, right? The electric and fire type coverage. The only thing that walls that is going to be a dragon type. And then offensively, you need to be able to put out fast attack pressure to be able to knock this Pokemon out with shields in play. Otherwise, it can dominate and ramp up.
You say wall, but honestly, a Blast Burn hurts just about anything, even a Goodra, even your bulkiest of dragons. Let's talk about a not-so-bulky Pokemon, Primeape. Primeape had its spotlight at EUIC, finishing in 2nd place overall in the hands of Zweilous, but I feel like this Pokemon is kind of showing up to the party, but everyone's already left. All the targets that it wants to see are no longer in the meta. Do you share this sentiment?
Absolutely. I think Primeape has been one of those Pokemon that it did really well earlier in the season. And Ashton Ash actually did really well with it as well in Atlanta, but it has been trending on the downward spiral recently.
Ice Punch is great coverage. Close combat can literally close out matchups, but I don't think we'll be seeing much Primeape at the tournament here this weekend, unfortunately. But we're going to see what these trainers decide to do, because there's always some surprises, always some fun things to watch. Let's check out some players that are still in the hunt for their World Championship qualification, right? We're in the final stretch of the season. There's only one more regional in the North America region. Let's talk about Dre Flames, Toasty Paul Rick, and Ramberto. Who do you think has the best shot here, Stark, at finishing high and getting that championship point?
I think all 3 of these trainers obviously have a good chance. Ramberto has been around the circuit for a long time. Dre Flames has been an up-and-comer who did incredibly well in Atlanta with fire types, and because of all the fire types that have been added to the meta, I have a feeling Dre Flames is going to be able to do well today.
These trainers trying to finish within the top 75 in North America, and they need a strong finish in Portland to do it, but we've got more players to watch. Let's go ahead and head over here to Ashton Ash, Dilap Chung, and Stud Muffins. Each one of these trainers is so unique and so different. Ashton Ash, I feel like he's 99% of the way there. He's gonna get that championship victory. He's gonna win a tournament. He's come so close. Meanwhile, Dilap Chung is absolutely blowing our minds with Shadow Blastoise and Stud Muffins. I have not seen composure and calculated plays like he is able to deploy. He's so impressive.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of all 3 of these trainers. Ashton Ash has done very well, like you were talking about. He's one of the trainers that beat me in Toronto, so I definitely respect him as a battler, as a trainer, and as a person. Dilap has done so well, and one of the few pioneers with Shadow Blastoise, so I'm excited to see exactly how these trainers do, and I'm very excited to watch their battles.
Stark, we kind of zoomed in on a few trainers to watch. Let's zoom out and look at the bigger picture here. This is a season snapshot of what we've had happening, the past few months. From March 1st to May 31st, these three Pokemon seem to really stand out in Tinkaton, Shadow Typhlosion, and Malamar. Are there any champions, though, on this list that you think had a particularly special run or that you wanted to talk about?
I think Elam's run in Atlanta was particularly special because of the interview that happened beforehand.
Oh, yeah.
It was a little spicy. I think Rise's regional in Vancouver was also unique in such a unique meta where Golisopod and Shadow Steelix were able to thrive.
That's actually a very, very good point. That was one of our, what we nicknamed that in-between metas, right? But let's look at a trainer that's trying to take it all the way. This is Dileptrung, and as I alluded to, that Shadow Blastoise has been such a tricky Pokemon. I heard he was competing in the challenge yesterday, and his opponents were shocked at how well he knew the matchups. Getting a rollout through on a swap, or getting up a little bit of energy, he's able to just power through situations that you wouldn't expect.
Yeah, absolutely. Blastoise is one of those Pokemon you have to be very precise, and you need to understand the matchups very well because of the 3-turn fast attack rollout. Yeah. It's such a precision kind of Pokemon.
Let's take a look here at Out of Pocket, a trainer that seems to be at every single North America event this season. He's only missed 2, Stark, and both of those were in Canada, but he's been everywhere, and he is here in Portland. He's going to go ahead and bring that Tinkaton, Shadow Jumpluff, and Azumarill trio, as well as the Shadow Drapion. This is a Pokemon that I felt like kind of came out of the meta. It's coming back. I mean, what do you think about Shadow Drapion's place overall?
I think it will always have a place in the meta because of how unique and how diverse and how flexible it is. You can run as a lead, as a safe switch, as a closer. It has all 3 aspects that you want in a Pokemon because of how fast it paces and how hard it's able to hit.
We talk a lot about key Pokemon, and we made some key predictions about what we think will succeed this weekend in Portland. Let's talk about these choices here. And if you look at my 4th pick, that is not a typo. That is not a mistake. I'm 100% serious, everybody. Ice Fang Suicune, it finished within the top 8 in a TPC playoff tournament, and I think it's got what it takes to go even further.
I agree. I mean, it's a very unique Pokemon. A pure water type with ice coverage as a fast attack is very unique. And I'm excited to see if it's able to do as you say. For me personally, I'm trying to find a diamond in the rough, per se, with that Carbink pick. Because of all the ground types that are in this meta, there's a chance that Carbink could slide through.
Hey, you never know. Rock Throw versus Talonflame, Typhlosion, even Lapras. That's a pretty tough matchup. But I'll tell you what, everybody, make sure to follow along. You can watch all of the streams, all the broadcasts by visiting Pokemon.com/broadcast, whether you're a TCG fan, VGC, or if you want to see some Pokemon Go action. We're also active on all these social channels as well. So if you want to stay up to date with announcements, tournament posts, anything like that, make sure to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon when you're posting yourself on socials. And go ahead and follow these main channels as well. We're trying to get the follower count up, everybody. So we'd appreciate your help in that. Stark, we're at the end of our intro. It's going to be an incredible tournament. I really can't wait. The Rose City is absolutely majestic. As soon as I touched down here, I knew this weekend was going to be special. Do you have any closing thoughts before we throw the casters?
I'm just excited to see exactly what we're going to be seeing. You know, I'm excited. I think the viewers are also very excited. It's going to be an incredible tournament. We have such a high profile, dynamic, fluid, all these people that are going to be battling, and the competitive scene is going to be incredible.
All right, everybody, I need you to give it up for House Stark in the chat all weekend long. Rise and Phoebe, take it away.
All right, thank you, Alex and Will. I'm joined here with Rise to Occasion, one of the few times that I'm going to be overshadowed by someone taller than me at the desk. Rise, I think our co-casters there were maybe overcooking a little bit with the Ice Fang Suicune with the Carbink choice, but I did have to say that I liked your Shadow Typhlosion pick there.
Thank you. It's a bold prediction to go with the Suicune. So that would be an understatement. I think Typhlosion has really started to assert itself, not just as something that can really break apart that Tinkaton Jumpluff core we see so often, but also fight back against those water types with that Thunder Punch coverage. Typhlosion making its mark on the meta.
All right, before we get too far into the weeds of the meta breakdown this week, let's take a look at the format to see exactly how the battles will be played here in Portland, Oregon.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a bring 6, pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Eyes on the Pacific Northwest this weekend, and what's special to me about this last North American Regional is you have a lot of players that are trying to get those last championship points, trying to qualify for a seat in Anaheim for the World Champions this season, and only so many opportunities left to do so.
Yeah, the North America leaderboard is going to be so dynamic with the last regional happening in North America here in Portland, as well as NAIC coming up in not too long. I have to imagine that the top 75 is going to be very dynamic. We're going to see those championship numbers boom in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
And along with trying to qualify for Worlds, there's also some added monetary incentives of those regional championship prizes. You see first place with that $2,500 award along with 108 booster packs, and it scales all the way down to tie 9th place. You can still get some prizing.
Yeah, I hope some of these players pack some extra space in their suitcase if they're going to be taking home all of those booster packs. Let's take a look at the top meta here. We do have this reveal of the top 12 Pokemon, and maybe not a huge surprise that Tinkaton is number 1, Shadow Jumpluff number 2, and number 3 is going to be that Claydol. I think probably everything that we expected.
Absolutely, other than perhaps the Typhlosion not appearing in the top 12. That was a little side bet we had. Maybe it would be in that 8 to 12 range, but we do have the Talonflame, so there is an Incinerate user making its mark in the top 12 usage.
Yeah, I think I voted for not top 8, but top 12, and I still was wrong. I will have to say I'm a bit surprised. And interestingly enough, Clodsire making its way back. It has been the ground type that has fallen out of favor because it is the ground type that typically loses to other ground types. Ground typing has been a really strong typing in the meta for this past season. You know, Diggersby has had really a long time to shine. It's been maybe usurped a little bit by that Claydol. Of course, Shadow Marowak has also been a really strong Pokemon for quite some time.
Absolutely. Claydol's become the top dog of the ground types, but if you look at those top 2 Pokemon, Tinkaton and Jumpluff, Clodsire does really well against both of those. So I think the Clodsire is a unique pick and perhaps a smart meta choice to counter those top 2 picks, and also great play against the Azumarill, which is still very much alive in the meta.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. This is something we were talking about a little bit yesterday about how I feel like this meta has become very much of how to answer Tinkaton, right? You have ground types, you have fire types really coming out of the backworks to try to have some super effective damage to the steel and fairy type, and grass types have really been forced out of the meta because not only is Tinkaton good into them, not only are the fire types into them, but now we see the ground and poison types coming out a little bit, and the Clodsire also does really well into grass types.
And having that fighting resistance as well, you're still going to see the occasional Primeape right now. I think Clodsire can also act as a counter to that if they're not running Ice Punch on that Shadow variant. So I think it is a cool pick, and we are getting ready for our first 2 trainers to take the stage, Phoebe. It's going to be Kobe Kuplins going up against G Meister Jr.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Kobe again because he did really, really well at our last regional event. So we'll have to see if he's able to repeat that performance here. But before our players get the headphones on, we're going to have to, stay away from too much detail from their teams. Don't want to give any secret advice to them.
There they go. They got the headphones. They got the white noise, or maybe in-game sounds as well. And What stands out? Well, the first thing that stands out to me is, of course, the Shadow Typhlosion we've been talking about for G-Meister, and Kobe Coupland rocking a Pokemon that is special to me, that Golisopod. So maybe two of the more unique picks along with a lot of the standard meta choices we're seeing here.
And I think that might be a little bit of a graphical error on G-Meister's team. I think that is a Tinka Tough, if my eyes don't deceive me. However, it is the Tinka Ton on his team, so we'll get that updated shortly. I think it'll be very much a fight between the Fires and the Tinka. However, if you look at Kobe's team, he doesn't actually have Fire type damage. He has a couple of Water types on his team, which will generally fare fairly well into Tinkaton because Steel and Fairy type don't interact with Water type damage. However, Lapras, the Psywaves are going to be resisted by Tinkaton, so it's not as dominant of a matchup as maybe something like a Shadow for Alligator.
We saw it a lot in Milwaukee, right? Some of these matchups where, yeah, the Tinkaton has a positive matchup against the Lapras and the Malamar on paper, but the ability for certain players to maneuver around. How many times did we see out of pocket lead a Malamar into Tinkaton, superpower and dip, and find a way to win the game? So I think this is kind of a picture of what the meta looks like right now, with maybe a few of those unique core breakers like the Golisopod and the Clodsire. However, dancing around with Lapras, Malamar, Tinkaton is what we're going to be seeing a lot of potentially this weekend.
Absolutely. I love the call out for Malamar. If you look at G-Meister's team, there's really not that many Pokemon on it that are going to be just loving that matchup. You know, Tinkaton is a good answer for it, but like you said, I think Pocket really just showed people how to play out that matchup as the Malamar by throwing that charge attack, switching out into another safe neutral matchup. So I wouldn't be surprised if Kobe leaned into that Malamar a bit in this first matchup.
And something that I think is a pivotal choice in this meta is trainers choosing to run the Furret. The Furret is one of those few normal types in the meta that can heavily resist the Shadow Claw damage from something like a Feraligatr, from something like a Golisopod on the opposing end. Golisopod can be an extremely safe Pokemon. When you have something like a Furret that walls off that Shadow Claw damage, maybe you prevent that safe swap from being as effective from Kobe.
And of course, with that water and bug typing, Golisopod is a fairly safe swap. It is going to be able to hit back against those fire types with that water type damage. But here we go into game number 1 of the Portland Regionals. It is going to be a Psywave Lapras versus that Incinerate user of Typhlosion. And the one really nice thing about this matchup for the Typhlosion, I'd say, is that because it's a one-turn fast attack user, you don't have to worry about when you're throwing these Thunder Punches.
It makes it more convenient, right? And we were just talking about this type of matchup backstage with Necra over from VG. She said Typhlosion is top meta, right? Yeah, and this is why. A fire type that can actually put in work against the water types, shielding the Sparkling Aria and going to stay in momentarily of this Diggersby swap and then met by the Lapras.
In the back, there is not the best matchup there for Kobe, for G-Meister. It's going to be that Clodsire versus the Jump Up. So I think if Kobe really wants to be able to, if G-Meister really wants to be able to continue to win this game, he's going to have to utilize that remaining health on that Shadow Typhlosion. Sparkling Aria going into the Diggersby, going to do lots of super effective damage here.
Sparkling Aria going to connect, did get that Scorching Sands debuff, but I think because of the chip damage leading into the matchup, 2 Sparkling Arias should still be enough, unless perhaps there is a double debuff. Could we potentially see 2 in a row here from Kobe on the Scorching Sands? Not going to get it this time.
Yeah, a little bit better luck for G-Meister there. Sparkling Aria coming through, going to be enough to knock out Kobe, choosing to not shield and potentially get a reverse farm down, maybe on his own Lapras.
Sparkling Aria will get rid of the Diggersby, and in comes the opposing Lapras, and gonna get a nice farm down, going to get off a Sparkling Aria for some chip damage before going down, but Kobe looks to come out of this matchup with quite a bit of energy, and how is G-Meister gonna soak this? I mean, you can't afford to take an Ice Beam on the Jump Bluff lurking in back, and you have the move loaded and does win that Chart Attack Party. That's actually big for G-Meister.
Really importantly, and I'm a little surprised that G-Meister, he could have opted to bring in the Jump Bluff because Kobe's does not actually have Ice Beam. He has Skull Bash, so it's going to win that mirror matchup against that alternative Lapras, which is why I liked Kobe bringing it in, right? You wall off the Sparkling Aria as well as the Ice Beam from G-Meister. However, now he's used up his energy. He's gotten rid of this Typhlosion, so I think that the back matchup is going to be really favorable for Kobe, so I like his position in this endgame.
Good call out there. No Ice Beam to worry about, but unfortunately, you have this Clodsire to worry about, and Jumpluff not going to appreciate this matchup. Jumpluff's such a strong Pokemon. This Acrobatics is going to do quite a bit of damage, but the Sludge Bomb is just going to be a little bit more efficient with that, super effective, and Clodsire bulky enough to be able to withstand 2 if necessary, because these Fairy Winds are just not doing very much.
Yeah, resisted damage there, Fairy typing into Poison. Sludge Bomb coming through, not going to be quite enough to pick up the knockout, but the next one will be loaded shortly. It's a Charge Attack tie with that Acrobatics. However, as you saw, that first Acrobatics did maybe about 40% of the health of this Clodsire, so this will very much not knock out. And because it is a Charge Attack tie, this Sludge Bomb will come through and pick up the return knockout into that Shadow Jumpluff.
Sludge Bomb going to connect, knocking out the Jumpluff, and that will take game 1 for Kobe. He takes our first game here in the Portland Regional Championships. G-Meister will have to make some adjustments here for game number 2.
Yeah, I think one key thing in this first game was really looking at team sheets and really looking at seeing which fast moves, or excuse me, which charge attacks are available on that Lapras. Really key. No normal type Skull Bash for G-Meister on his Lapras, so Kobe very cleanly able to come in, get that full Psywave down, come out with nearly 2 Sparkling Arias to be able to finish off that really threatening Typhlosion, which had a good amount of energy.
And something so small as 1 different charge attack can really change the complexion of a match. Having that Skull Bash on the Lapras for Kobe, yes, it makes the Jumpluff a little bit safer for G-Meister. However, you have that hard-hitting move that also threatens your own Lapras much more. It also has that ability to respect shields in neutral matchups. So the Skull Bash changes the complexion of this matchup on the Lapras. It's a decision that many trainers are probably weighing in this current stage of the meta. How do I run my Lapras, with that Skull Bash or with that Ice Beam?
Yeah, it's really tough, right? Because, yeah, you want to win the mirror, but there are so many other Pokemon in your opponent's team besides just that Lapras. And for maybe 50%, 60% of the people out there, they might not even have a Lapras. Maybe they have a, maybe they have an Azumarill, which I guess you still probably want that Skull Bash, but it's not as critical in that matchup as it is in the Lapras mirror.
Malamar is one of the toughest checks for the Lapras in this current stage of the meta, so it'll be interesting if Kobe decides to bring it in this game. I think trainers just about ready to lock in. We have 1 lock-in on the side. The Clodsire was exactly where it needed to be, and it's a little bit tough, right? Because you're afraid of the Claydol, you're afraid of the Lapras, but it found such a positive matchup, and here we go. Game number 2. Just about set. It's going to be a positive lead for Kobe. Jumpluff into the Claydol.
There is some play for the Claydol, however, especially if it has access to Ice Beam. So if there's ever an energy advantage with shields down, it could potentially pick up a one-shot. However, safe swap in this Furret, we see no great answer for Kobe. Now, the real question for G-Meister is this an Aerial Ace Bait or an Acrobatics? He shields up, and it is the Acrobatics.
G-Meister recognizing the safety of the Furret against Kobe's team. Really, the only strong answer is the Malamar, and even then, you're still dishing out neutral damage. So yeah, you had a tough lead, but you swap Furret. Kobe's forced to stay in. This creates a desync in the switch timer because he cannot switch out, and another Swift coming through. Not going to be enough to KO, but will put this Jumpluff quite low.
Yeah, Furret's bulky enough to be able to survive an Acrobatics as well. However, with the additional Fairy Winds, this is going to be putting it quite low. Kobe has not used a shield yet. Acrobatics going to be outside of the fast attack range down, but now in comes the Lapras, answered by the ground type of Claydol, but Claydol does have access to super effective Rock Tombs.
An interesting play here from G-Meister. Didn't want to concede a farm down, so counter swaps the Claydol into the Lapras. Sparkling Aria can do a lot of damage. Maybe would have preferred to use a Protect Shield first to get this Rock Tomb debuff off first. However, you're still probably only going to need 2 Sparkling Arias anyway. So going for the Rock Tomb, going to grab that first Protect Shield from Kobe.
And the fast attack damage it is resisted, so maybe the debuff not as necessary. A great throw timing from G-Meister here, but putting up the shield anyway is a bit interesting. I was expecting him to no shield given he got that charge attack tie, he got that Rack Tomb off, and would have been okay to come in with his own Lapras. However, remember, Kobe's Lapras is the one with the Skull Bash, so able to threaten good neutral damage back in that mirror. However, I think it might have been possible for G-Meister to get farm down, but
lets the Rock Tomb go, and then a quick snipe from G-Meister. All that energy now going to waste, essentially eliminates a Sparkling Aria. Love that play from G-Meister, and now he finds himself in a pretty good-looking position. Lapras aligned with the Diggersby.
Yeah, it's really interesting, the similarity between Games 1 and Games 2, where the Pokemon in the lead and the Pokemon followed up have been mostly neutral, but this end game has been very, very, not one-sided, but like it's been typing-wise pretty one-sided. Scorching Sands coming through. This matchup does become a bit closer now because of the shield advantage that Kobe Couplet has.
Sparkling Aria coming through, drawing the final Protect Shield from this Diggersby. The Lapras starting to approach Scorching Sands range on the side of G-Meister, and there is still a multitude of Pokemon lurking in the back with minimal HP. Scorching Sands coming through. This is going to put the Lapras really low.
We have to remember there's a good amount of energy left on that Furret. It's totally possible for it to reach a Swift here. Swift going into the Diggersby, probably the Pokemon it wants to go into. I think Kobe had the option to catch it onto that Jumpluff, and I think the Jumpluff is fairly dry, but it might be able to get a nice Fairy Wind down here.
This Sucker Punch damage adding up, and Furret actually able to get the Simul KO, but G-Meister had 2 Pokemon still remaining, so he's going to take game number 2, knotting up this series 1 game apiece.
Yeah, the power of that fast attack damage coming in from that Furret really shining there, just how much damage it can do with those really hard-hitting Sucker Punches. No Trailblaze buffs at all that game, so it was really just the standard damage, and really getting that farm down in the end was crucial for victory.
I really want to highlight that play G-Meister had when he swapped in the Lapras to snipe, is the term that we use sometimes, the energy from the opposing Lapras, because it was so low on HP, but because of that 3-turn Mud Slap, it was going to get off another Sparkling Aria against the Claydol. But G-Meister made a quick decision, said, if I swap my own Lapras, that 1-turn Psy Wave will actually knock out the Lapras before he can get that off. I think that one crucial decision actually might have changed the outcome of that game.
Yeah, especially with how little health there was left on G-Meister's Pokemon at the end. We saw that he had multiple Pokemon left, but they were both deep in the red, so one charge attack would have knocked out one, and maybe if he was able to get to an Aerial Ace, he could have knocked out the other as well. Game number 3. Great start to the stream here in Portland, Oregon. We're going to be having this decisive Game 3 going on, and both of these players in the winner's side of the bracket want to continue on because it is so key to maintaining a good, positive energy with your battles, and it makes your path to victory significantly easier as well.
And we saw a good showcase here early on that you lead the Claydol into the Jumpluff, a Mud Slapper, triple resisted into that grass flying Pokemon, but it didn't matter. G-Meister able to maneuver around thanks mostly to that safety of the Furret safe swap, and was able to find a way to win. So both trainers trying to strategize a line where maybe even if they have a bad lead, they can try to overcome it like G-Meister just did.
So you had called out earlier that the Malamar is going to be one of the best answers for that Furret. Do you think that Kobe is going to bring it in this game number 3 based on the Pokemon that we've seen G-Meister wanting to bring to this matchup?
I think you almost have to. I think with how good the Furret has been as a safe swap, you need to provide yourself with some sort of solid answer for it here in decisive Game 3. And what do you know? It's going to be Malamar leading into the Furret here in Game 3.
All right, well, the one nice thing for the Malamar is that it will threaten hard-hitting, super effective damage in this matchup. Immediate switch out into the Claydol, and this is not a great answer for this Malamar because Malamar also has access to super effective foul play.
G-Meister electing to build up energy. I don't know if he was going for maybe a super power catch attempt, but you do allow the Malamar to build up a lot and then still throw a super effective foul play into the Claydol, which I don't think is ideal, but we see the Diggersby swap in. Ice Beam gonna connect for some super effective damage here.
not going to threaten a knockout. Diggersby extremely bulky. I would like to see a good overfarm here from Kobe, going for the Fire Punch. I think he could potentially even undercharge this, but going for the full charge is going to be close to knocking out because it is a neutral hit into that ground type of Claydol.
Diggersby still with enough health where you can't really farm this bulky Pokemon down. Expect maybe the Fur to come in with that energy and try to get to that Trailblaze. Oh, but not able to get it off. Actually, we see a Fire Punch thrown first here. Furret, faced with the decision, gonna let it go. And Fire Punch not gonna do too much. This might allow G-Meister to overfarm even more and get away with a Swift, but gonna go for a Trailblaze. And I think he recognizes Swift would KO, but he wants to ramp up his attack here.
Yeah, I like that play, especially because of the energy that Malamar has. You're gonna want to have your Sucker Punches doing more damage to the Malamar. Swift actually loaded at the same time as the foul play bait.
And the visual on G-Meister's screen looks a little bit odd here. I think we're seeing a little bit of maybe visual error here, but right now, a Chart Attack was queued and eventually throws on the Fur. I think G-Meister did intend to Protect Shield this, so this game, there could be potential for a review, but they're going to play this out. They're going to try and find a way to win. We see the quick swap. It's going to be Lapras versus Lapras here in the two-shield scenario.
The really tough thing for G-Meister here is that this is not the final matchup that he wants to see for his Lapras. Again, access to the Skull Bash. We see Kobe throwing up the shield immediately because he knows this is the Sparkling Aria. It's resisted. It does not threaten my Lapras. It's going to be the one that deals the most damage because I'm just going to boost my defense. I'd expect to see a shield from G-Meister here as well because there's really no reason for Kobe to bait at this point, right? You want to build up your defense. You want to be taking less damage from these side waves. So even though it is beneficial for him to bait, there's really no reason for him to.
Now, despite the defense raise, this does not change the amount of damage each side wave is doing to this buffed Lapras. So I wonder if there's any way, even with the advantage of Skull Bash, if you're using all that extra energy, is there any way in the two shields getting off more Sparkling Arias could flip this for G-Meister? I'm not sure. Gonna successfully shield two Skull Bashes, though. That is at least a good start.
I think the one win condition that G-Meister does have is catching a Skull Bash, right? I don't think, because of the two boosts now, this is going to really threaten any meaningful damage. We see it does maybe 20% of the remaining health that Kobe has, but no catch possible there. Very early on from G-Meister, the Skull Bash was not loaded. Another Sparkling Aria coming through, but now all shields are out of play for both of these trainers. Sparkling Aria coming through means that this next Skull Bash is going to land and it's going to do so much neutral damage to G-Meister's Lapras.
Skull Bash going to connect in this Lapras mirror match, and Skull Bash gonna prove to be better in this particular scenario, going to get the win, and that will take a 2-1 lead for Kobe. However, I did notice there was some visual error. It seemed like G-Meister attempted to Protect Shield the Furret, and the game did not allow him to do so. So I think we might see a review here and potentially a rematch, but we'll leave that up to the judges' call.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at the player cameras too much during that match. I don't actually see too much talking going on at the beginning of this interaction, but now the players are talking to the judge. I feel like maybe it was brought up immediately as it happened, you know. G-Meister saw that his game was not updating as frequently as he thought it should be, and then of course the shield being utilized but not actually having the intended effect will be something that is an error within this game. So an error occurred. Now we're going to let our judge decide whether or not that error impacted the outcome of the game, as we do with our disputes here.
Absolutely, and in addition to the Protect Shield that did not show up, I think I did notice the Furret also actually came in late against the Diggersby, which did not allow G-Meister to throw on the Chart Attack priority he desired earlier. So I think there was actually two things in that match that occurred that were to the detriment of G-Meister. But you see, intending to throw up the Protect Shield, and yet the damage still connects through. And Phoebe, I know you actually still do 1 damage through a Protect Shield, but that definitely wasn't 1 damage. That was more than 1 damage.
Yeah, for it not quite that frail, I don't think it has 2 HP as its total HP value. So yeah, definitely not 1 damage being dealt through that shield.
Malamar found the place it wanted to be in that game 3, and good call out before the game saying Furret was so safe. Maybe they do bring the Malamar this time, and I think Malamar was really effective in that position. So G-Meister made the decision to build up energy first with the Furt before swapping to that Claydol. I was a little bit surprised by that decision, but it actually seemed well, because then when the Furt came back in, he had the ability to ramp up really quickly. And I think the Furt, if it was able to use that Protect Shield, might have been able to put in a lot of Sucker Punch damage against that Lapras and maybe flip the outcome.
Yeah, and a really great call from G-Meister in that mid game, right? He no-shielded a Fire Punch that could have been a Scorching Sands. I was frankly surprised that Kobe went for that bait there, because the energy difference between those two charge attacks isn't huge, right? So it's not a super impactful bait. You have the opportunity to get the debuff with Scorching Sands as well and do more damage because it's a better move, and it is also same type attack bonus. So a little bit surprised from my end there. But a great call from the other side of the table with G-Meister.
We saw a handful, speaking of those Scorching Sands debuffs, we saw a handful of those in Milwaukee in one particular matchup that some of us were talking about. I think Softove pointed it out watching, was that if you can get that debuff onto the Lapras, the Diggersby can actually then withstand 2 Sparkling Arias, and you can flip that zero shield scenario, which is pretty crazy. When you're only dishing out neutral damage, you're taking these hard-hitting, super effective charge attacks, and a debuff allows you to flip it. So Scorching Sands debuffs are something that can be really menacing for that Diggersby.
Yeah, and I think there was even a matchup between those two Pokemon where the Diggersby got 2 debuffs, and it won that matchup, and I think it got another Scorching Sands on a Pokemon afterwards. It can be incredibly impactful, these moves that debuff or buff your own Pokemon, right? Night Slash being one that maybe you're a little too aware of, having faced off against Dunebug a few times.
Absolutely, and we've been talking about Malamar too, and that could be another critical matchup where the debuff can make a huge impact, because if you're already forced to debuff yourself with the superpower, and then you get a Scorching Sands debuff, you find yourself 2 stages debuffed, then suddenly those superpowers don't seem so super effective anymore. But Diggersby has really reasserted itself, I think, as one of the top ground types in the meta.
Yeah, and going back to the Malamar as well, I thought it was a really great foul play throw in that mid game, right? It would have been a super effective superpower, but foul play was still enough damage to knock out that Furt, so you might as well not debuff yourself. You know, with the current change to foul play, it's now equivalent in energy, right, to superpower. So there's no benefit that you get from throwing superpower if both moves knock out. Whereas in the past, if you throw superpower, you save yourself one Psywave, and you may be outpaced later on.
That's a great point. I think the one exception would be maybe if you were low on health and you wanted them to farm you down quicker, then maybe there's a... But I'm just being technical here. I think that's a great point. There's really no benefit if you're looking to conserve your Pokemon in throwing that superpower to debuff yourself, if foul play is going to be the move to KO.
Yeah, that's definitely a very niche thing that players can do, especially with moves that you get a guaranteed self debuff on. So like Brave Bird's another great example. You know, if you Brave Bird with your Talonflame against a Feraligatr where maybe the Fly also knocks out, you can prevent more Shadow Claws going in to get that farm down, and maybe your final Pokemon, Jumpluff in the back, has a better chance. It can outpace that Feraligatr to its Ice Beam because you prevented that longer farm down.
Absolutely. I think we may be getting a ruling soon here on a potential rematch. I think that shield, we saw multiple looks at it. G-Meister did intend to put up that Protect Shield. It didn't quite go into action. And did that do enough to potentially change the outcome of the match? So we will see. But G-Meister and Kobe have put on a great show for us, a great match we've had so far to start out here in Portland, despite this issue we're seeing here in game number 3.
Yeah, some really intense back and forth battles between these two trainers, really recognizing their win conditions to secure victory. You know, 2 shielding in the end for that Skull Bash Lapras when it was the mirror match there. Really great for Kobe in that end game. However, with the additional damage that could have come through from those Sucker Punches, of course, maybe that is enough to change the outcome, and that's really what our judge on stage is going to have to ascertain for this match under review.
When we saw that Lapras mirror at the end, I was being a little bit overly optimistic. Obviously, the Skull Bash has the advantage. I thought maybe if you're expending all that extra energy and you get multiple more Sparkling Arias off for G-Meister, it could potentially open up win condition, but those Skull Bash buffs proved to be way too much. Even though they were correctly shielded both times, the Sparkling Arias just started to do so little against that double buffed Lapras. So even with the extra energy expenditure, those buffs in the 2-shield mirror seem to be really critical.
Even if the first buff doesn't lower the amount of damage that the Psywave does, I have to imagine that the second buff does lower that damage. So really kind of, especially with Psywave being a pretty hard-hitting fast attack, lowering the amount of damage it does, especially given it's a 1 turn. Say you lower the amount of damage it does by 1, that's 1 each and every turn that remains in that battle, so it adds up quite quickly.
That can really add up over time, and that's when you start to get in some of the more advanced parts of Pokemon Go PvP with what we call break points and bulk points. And there's Pokemon like Malamar, where some people run a more attack-weighted Malamar, and there's certain matchups where that Psywave does a little bit more. Something like a Diggersby, you can actually have a Malamar that is special and where it does 1 more damage per Psywave. So it looks like after that review, we are going to indeed have a rematch. It is going to be another Game 3 here between Kobe and G-Meister.
Yeah, so our players on stage are going to have to reset. You know, G-Meister's probably thinking, how do I avoid that Lapras mirror match? Whereas Kobe on the other side is saying, I really want to get that Lapras mirror match. How do I find a way to make that happen?
I wonder if G-Meister contemplates bringing the Tinkaton in this game. In that last game, we saw Malamar in the lead, Lapras in the back, correct? 2 matchups that the Tinkaton would love to see. Although those Pokemon certainly have counterplay, Tinkaton, I think you still have to benefit in both of those matchups. So maybe Tinkaton is something G-Meister will consider here as we approach a rematch for Game 3.
And I'd like to see Kobe potentially bring in the Golisopod himself. You know, we haven't seen, I want to say, I feel like we haven't seen too much hard answers from G-Meister's side. Of course, it's not going to really love that Furret matchup. However, I have to imagine that 2 Aqua Jets does a lot of damage, and if you're able to pivot out, maybe catch a move on something bulkier, such as your Diggersby, if it is just if it isn't going to be that Trailblaze, you're gonna be able to potentially short up any negative matchups, and because you pace so fast as the Golisopod, you could potentially hit another pivotal charge attack into something like Lapras, or maybe that Typhlosion, if it does happen to come again in this game number 3.
Golisopod, one of those Pokemon, you start to get ahead on energy, and sometimes you can just hit everything for neutral damage, maybe even super effective. And I have to imagine, I don't think the Furret is as great, like you said, as a counter swap to the Golisopod as maybe something like a Feraligatr when you have that super effective Trailblaze. It's only neutral against the Golisopod, so if 2 Aqua Jets is enough to knock out, I would think it probably isn't against the bulk of a Furret, but maybe Golisopod has even more play into that scenario than something like a Feraligatr.
Yeah, or if it's an endgame matchup, right, where it's taken a little bit of chip, you're able to pace at the same as that Furret, right? So if you have an energy advantage, you might be able to take advantage of that Furret.
Both trainers thinking things over. I think we are reaching close to a lock-in here, and there you have it. Just about set to go. Game 3 here. Winner moves on in the winner's side of the bracket, and it's going to be the ground types facing off in the lead, Diggersby and Claydol.
Diggersby going to be liking this matchup a little bit more than the Claydol because it paces so quickly to these Scorching Sands. Ice Beam going to be the only option, however, for super effective damage, but Diggersby's bulk really shines through. The Ice Beam probably takes it just a little bit into the yellow.
A fairly even matchup, but you get that Scorching Sands debuff, gonna benefit Kobe here, and the super effective Ice Beam not quite as threatening anymore. Going to connect, but doesn't even do half of the remaining health of the Diggersby. Gonna pace to the Scorching Sands first, and we see a pivot into Lapras, actually electing to throw the Scorching Sands first onto this Lapras.
I think I like this because I have to imagine that Kobe's going to bring in his Golisopod to answer this. No, actually opting to stay in and then match. I'd mixed up which trainer had Skull Bash. Of course, he's going to want to bring in his own Lapras, and allow for his Skull Bashes to do good neutral damage into G-Meister's Lapras.
A good-looking position for Kobe. However, I wonder if you would have preferred to save that Scorching Sands knowing you have a favorable matchup here, but wanted to just shore this up more than it already was. Going to take a few Sparkling Arias here, chipping away at his Lapras, which has not yet buffed itself. And you have to presume you go for the Skull Bash here because a Sparkling Aria would not be enough. Skull Bash coming through. Is G-Meister going to invest? No, he's going to let this go, and this is going to be enough to knock out his Lapras.
I would have liked to see a bit of a more overfarm from Kobe. He was not within Sparkling Aria range, right? And he's come out with very little energy. I think he's still going to outpace, barely. Throws right as G-Meister gets to that Rock Tomb, so really great timing here. G-Meister throwing up a shield, wants to preserve this Clay Doll, and I think he could potentially come in with a Tinkaton at some point. However, as you had mentioned, there is no more energy on that Diggersby, so I think G-Meister's in an okay spot here.
Rock Tomb certainly going to be enough to knock out the Lapras from here. It will go down. If you're Kobe, you come in with the Galisabot, you start getting ahead. Is G-Meister going to be able to get off this Rock Tomb? Yes, he is, but it's caught onto the Diggersby.
Ooh, this is a great catch from Kobe. Not only is he preventing that attack drop from going on the Glisopod, but he's also able to no shield here, and he's going to be able to reach a Scorching Sands, which will threaten a shield likely from this Tinkaton. No, actually, no shield on the super effective damage.
Scorching Sand super effective. Sometimes you want to think about what would do the most damage remaining, and I think it might have been that Scorching Sands. However, yeah, you need to preserve at least a shield for an Aqua Jet as well, and gonna go for a huge Bulldoze bait. Oh, and actually going to pull up the first protection from Kobe. I don't know if G-Meister can pull this, but this might be step A.
Definitely, I think a second bait will be necessary based on how much energy there is on this Glisopod at this point. Aqua Jet coming through, shield coming up from G-Meister, going to prevent that damage, but it's going to be a tie here now. Aqua Jet is going to come through first because Tinkaton is so bulky, it is not very attack weighted.
Aqua Jet is going to be just barely enough to knock out, and the Clay Doll going to get Shadow Claw down. Glisopod gets the win here, and Kobe will take this match 2-1.
Yeah, that was a very great performance there in that game number 3 from Kobe, really aligning and putting that Glisopod in a great position to sweep in that end game. Really, I think the pivotal moment for me in that game 3 was the catch of that Rock Tomb. Able to no-shield it, able to not have that debuff go on his Glisopod, and still able to pace to that Scorching Sands, really key.
Catching that Rock Tomb was massive, not just because you transfer that damage to the Diggersby, but you also preserve a Protect Shield. And with that Glisopod having 2 Protect Shields still to hide behind, not having to utilize one there, just shored up that matchup for Kobe. Some nice adjustments in game number 3, and I felt just like made the right decisions, played it really safe, and was able to keep a constant advantage over the course of that match.
Yeah, and really, it was, as we saw at the end game, he didn't really have to worry about baits coming through, right? He had 2 shields. At the very end, with that charge attack tie, I think that his opponent had only 2 bulldozes, so he couldn't have even, if he had maybe 1 more Fairy Wind, he couldn't have gone for a bulldoze and a play rough. He could have only just gone bulldoze, bulldoze, bulldoze. And I guess the question then becomes, if there are 2 defense drops from the first 2 bulldoze, would the third one knock out? And I have to feel like the answer's still no.
Still no, you would still need a play rough, and sometimes you think about, yeah, I know he might be throwing the bulldoze bait, but what's the lose condition? The lose condition might be letting a play rough through both of those Protect Shields, so Kobe played it safe, just put up those Protect Shields, and as long as he didn't allow a catch, he was going to be smooth sailing there in game number 3.
I'm going to have to pat myself on the back for calling out Glisopod as being the key Pokemon for Kobe to bring in that game number 3. Really did its job. Although, you know, a bug type into a fairy type might not be the best matchup, you have to remember that a Glisopod is a water type as well, and water is completely neutral into that Tinkaton, and Shadow Claw fast attack damage is also neutral into that Tinkaton, so it's not a bad matchup per se, and of course Tinkaton does not have access to any super effective damage in return. You know, it is a fairy type and steel type, and although fairy resists bug, fairy is not super effective against bug.
Especially with the lack of the jump bluff that G-Meister was bringing. I think game number 1, it got aligned with the Clodsire, and that might have scared off the jump bluff a little bit. And then once Jumpluff is out of the picture, that Golisopod is much more safe. Although it has some counterplay in that matchup, of course, I think Jumpluff really likes that matchup with the super effective flying charge attacks. So a nice win, and we can close off that match to start things off.
One final point, though. I want to say, it's interesting that he didn't bring Jumpluff as much because Kobe's Lapras didn't have access to Ice Beam, so it was a little more safe in that sense.
Agree. I think it was even more free. And who do we have here, Alpha Phoebe? I recognize this trainer over on the left, Dunebug97, and he's going to be facing off against a young trainer, Shark Boy Arcool. We're going to just call him Shark here. And this has got to be this has got to be an exciting matchup for this young trainer going up against a titan of our game in Dunebug.
I was going to say, I can't imagine that he has any Sharks on his team, except then I look at his team and he's got a Shadow Sharpedo.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Shadow Sharpedo, one of the most attack-weighted Pokemon in the entire game. I mean, let's take a look. Does it have play? Yes, it does. This Sharpedo looks to have a lot of play into Dunebug's team. He might be looking down saying, I didn't necessarily have a fear of sharks, but now I might against this particular team composition.
This man has found the core breaker. You know, you might be saying, hey, it's a water and dark type. Like, it surely can't do that well against a Azumarill. What's its charge attacks? It's got Poison Fang. It's going to be super effective damage, lowering the defense, meaning those waterfalls do even more damage.
Shadow Sharpedo, who would have thought this Pokemon would be seeing in the Portland Regional Championships here. Also, the Shadow Galarian Weezing. That's personally a pick I really like. That sludge damage, since Sludge got buffed, is so oppressive, can do a lot of neutral damage. So Shark Boy, we'll see if Shark can utilize his Shark in this matchup. And Dunebug running a fairly standard team with the exception of the Shadow Dusclops, a unique pick there from Dunebug.
Hey, Rise, did you know that Shadow Dusclops beats Diggersby in the Two Shields matchup?
I think I remember you mentioning that. I remember you mentioning that back in Vancouver. And I did actually know that beforehand, despite not having a Diggersby on my team. But Shadow Dusclops, that spamminess of this Pokemon, you know, before those Vancouver Grand Finals, think of that, I had to look up the counts on this Pokemon because it's very spammy, and sometimes it's easy to lose track of how much energy that Dusclops has. Is it an Ice Punch? Is it a Shadow Punch? It can be a tricky Pokemon, so we'll see how Shark is able to keep track of energy in this matchup.
It's especially tricky because Hex has been changed in terms of its energy generation quite a few times, right? It's become significantly better over the course of Pokemon Go, so I would not fault trainers at all for accidentally thinking that a Ice Punch is just a Shadow Punch by maybe forgetting exactly how much energy it's generating. And like looking against Shark Boy's team, it looks pretty good across the board minus that Sharpedo.
I believe after 3 consecutive Shadow Punches, it is only 2 hexes to that 4th Shadow Punch. So if you're building up enough energy, I mean, how often, I guess you would see it with something like Incinerate, but with a 3-turn fast attack like Hex, how often you only have 2 fast attacks to a charge attack? That is extremely quick, and with a player the caliber of Dunebug, I think this Dusclops could be seeing quite a bit of play despite a Sharpedo lurking on the other side.
Yeah, it'll have to be key, right, where he positions it, because Sharpedo, Water and Dark, resist both of its moves, right? It is running Hex, Shadow Punch, Ice Punch. No funny shenanigans with, I think it learns Thunder Punch. No funny shenanigans with Poltergeist either. You know, we'll have to, maybe you know this. How much damage does a Shadow Poltergeist do to a Shadow Sharpedo?
I would have to check some resources to give you a confident estimate, but here we go. Game number 1. Shadow Drapion into the Lapras, and this is a matchup, I think maybe you would say it favors the Drapion, but Lapras certainly can hold its own here if it's willing to expend some Protect Shield.
And maybe Shark Boy is going for the biggest 5-head play here, but he did not bring the Sharpedo to his team of 3 here. Dunebug gotta be thinking, gosh, I really would have liked to see it. Actually, all 3 of his Pokemon are really weak to it. What's going on here?
This is some serious mind games because on paper that Sharpedo looks amazing, and Dunebug disrespecting a little bit, at least with the back line here. Another Crunch coming through, going to pull up that Protect Shield, and a quick swap into the Dusclops. We're going to see Shark elect to build up quite a bit of energy, and then throw the Sparkling Aria here.
Sparkling Aria going to do a good neutral damage here. I think he's pretty close to a second, but instead switches immediately. Gets a full Incinerate, and you hear the crowd reacting because of the catch there. Dang.
All smiles from Shark. A full Incinerate is quite nice. And I wonder if you can get the full farm down here. It looks like you should be able to, but does Shark Boy recognize it? That Dusclops, like we talked about, so fast, sometimes difficult to keep track. I think he can get the Incinerate down here if he wants, and he is going to get it, but he is still one Incinerate shy of double charge attacks.
Really crucial there because he did not need to throw the charge attack. He's only taking damage from one of those hexes. If he needed to throw a charge attack to knock out, he would have taken potentially damage from two. In comes Diggersby, but unfortunately he goes for the fast attack. 3 quick attacks are enough to get the farm down, and that puts Dunebug in a really solid position here in this endgame.
Perhaps a bit of a mistake there from Shark. Tried to double up with the charge attacks, but then was not able to get a single one off, and now Dunebug going to have much more play. Scorching Sands coming through, connects onto the Clay Doll, and is going to put it around 50% health.
Going straight for the Ice Beam here. Dunebug not taking any risks, going for the shield, recognizing, hey, if I let an Ice Beam through here, that is potentially my biggest lose condition because of how little health his Drapion has in the back.
Scorching Sands coming through, gonna pull the final Protect Shield here from Shark as he approaches the Ice Beam. Has to be careful, of course, of the catch opportunity that Dunebug has with the Drapion. Oh, and he's able to predict it. Gets the Mud Slap down. Maybe some play opens up here for Shark.
Potential Rock Tomb bait, but no. First comes a Scorching Sands and no attack debuffs on this Diggersby. I think it means this is going to knock out, and I don't think there is enough energy on the Lapras. I think if he'd thrown a move right away, gotten the shield, he might have had a win condition here in the endgame, and a charge attack tie. Great timing from Shark, but unfortunately, shield still remaining on Dude's side, and that is going to be game number 1 going to Dunebug. Really, really great plays from Shark Boy. I think maybe a few missed opportunities with the charge attack with the Talonflame and the charge attack on the Clay Doll could have really secured a victory against one of the giants in the Go scene of Dunebug.
I agree, and sometimes you might see a play or two that could have been, different decisions could have been made, but when you're going up against a player the caliber of Dunebug, certainly that's got to be a little bit nerve-wracking, and also you have to credit the aggressive plays of Dunebug. Lots of switching, putting the pressure on, allowing him to find a way. And when Dunebug was able to get that Sparkling Aria, or excuse me, was able to knock out the Lapras at the end, I saw a huge exhale because he knew at a certain point in that match he was in a tough spot. But I think maybe just a little bit overzealous, thinking you could double up with the Talonflame there. Would have been more efficient to throw a chart attack there. I know Shark recognizes that himself, and this is all stuff he knows already. He'll be looking to try and steal a game here in game number 2.
And really great patience a number of times from Shark there, right? Not throwing the energy into that Shadow Drapion gave him a really great opportunity in this endgame. And this is his 2nd regional ever. He came to Vancouver in 2025, so this is an opportunity for him to maybe have a slightly better performance, as he only placed in tied for 65th in Vancouver, but he's already in winners round 2 in Group B here, so if he's able to take a victory here, he's gonna have a great potential to do quite well here in almost said Baltimore, Portland.
And despite the Malamar into Clay Doll lead, not the worst lead for Clay Doll, Dunebug electing to foul play and then go before taking a Rock Tomb. Safe swapping the Diggersby, met by the Lapras here. And will we see the Scorching Sands debuff? No, this is going to benefit the Lapras, of course, and should be a fairly comfortable even shield scenario here for Lapras.
Dun-dun. Dun-dun.
I know what you're alluding to. I think I know what you're alluding to.
There's a shark in the back, Rise.
And if you're Shark Boy, you want to save these Protect Shields because we know how glassy, how attack-weighted that Shark lurking in the back is. So that's what he's doing so far. He has kept both of his Protect Shields in this matchup. You have to presume Dunebug's gonna let this go. Maybe look to Psywave down with the Malamar here, which could open up some play. Is there any way Shark decides to aggressively pivot here to not allow this farm down? No, he's gonna stay in. Is he gonna reach the Sparkling? Not quite.
Just shy, just 1 or 2 Psywaves away. In comes the Shark. it's going to be a foul play bait. I actually like that from Dunebug because there's no real reason to superpower at this point, and we're going to see a counter swap. Now, the issue we have for Shark is his charge attacks are going to be either resisted with the Poison Fang or cost so much energy with the Crunch.
The Hex looks more like an Astonish with this damage on the Sharpedo. They are adding up over time, going straight Poison Fang. I do like this play to lower the defense of the Dusclops. Dunebug recognizes he can withstand it, and Dusclops is going to reach a parting. Oh, but catches the Shadow Punch on Clado. However, this might be enough to knock out.
I think Dune actually doesn't want it to because he was going to want to get energy onto the Malamar. However, the undercharge is not enough. In comes the Sharpedo. 2 shields still on Dunebug's side. Is there energy? Is he going to be able to get a fast attack down? No, it looks like foul play is coming, or excuse me, superpower is able to come through.
And the superpower is certainly going to knock out the Sharpedo. I was looking at Shark for a sec. I think he was a little bit upset with how he played. I read his lips. But Dunebug, no shame in losing to a trainer of that caliber. And Shark Boy, I think, put on a show for the fans, bringing the Shadow Sharpedo. Lots of courage there, and a nice 2-0 victory for Dunebug 97.
Absolutely. There were definitely opportunities there for Shark Boy to have been able to topple one of the giants of the GOAT community. Definitely hearing the crowd supporting the spicy pick of that Shadow Sharpedo. We'll have to hope that he's able to make his way through the loser side of the bracket and maybe find some more teams similar to Dunebug's, where the Shadow Sharpedo is a very strong core breaker.
This particular match brought back some memories for me of It's Axon in Louisville. There was a match against Khaleesi Fitzy, a talented young trainer who had a Shadow Dawn fan. And the Shadow Dawn fan was a nightmare for It's Axon's team. This kind of brings back memories of that. Shark bringing a Shadow Sharpedo along with the theme. And Dunebug must have been nervous seeing that thing on paper. He's like, am I really about to lose to a Shadow Sharpedo on stream? But no, Dunebug, the player that he is, found a way to get it done.
Yeah, when you're bringing these strong core breakers, you really put your opponent on the back foot because it really puts the onus on them to find a way around it to be able to handle it with multiple different Pokemon. And we saw that here. Dunebug able to strip away the shields with that really bulky Dusclops and able to pick up the knockout blow with the Malamar. And it was really necessary for Shark Boy to shield up those resisted charge attacks because of how low that Shadow Sharpedo got in that endgame. Even a Shadow Punch at that HP would knock out.
Absolutely, and enough bulk on that Malamar to withstand those waterfalls in the end to get to that superpower to knock out. And I think game 1 especially will probably be one Shark wishes he had back, but game 2, I think Dunebug just maneuvered it really well with the foul play and dip strategy that we see so often with Malamar, and there aren't a whole lot of trainers better at playing aggressively than Dunebug 97.
All right, well, we're going to have to hear from Dunebug to see exactly how afraid he was of a Shark attack during the last battle. Take it away, Will.
Thank you so much, Phoebe. On the floor here with Dunebug 97, who just had a bit of a scare against a really unconventional Shadow Sharpedo. Dunebug, how did you weather that storm?
I'm going to have shock nightmares the next couple nights, that's for sure. I just had to make sure there were no shields remaining for that Sharpedo. I just wanted to make sure I got the shields in the early part of the game and set my team up for the end game there.
What really shocked me is in game 1, you have Shadow Dusclops and you've got Diggers V in the back. It's like, you're primed for a Shark attack there. Well, what made you decide to bring a team that was a little bit weak to Sharpedo? And then your opponent also did not even bring Sharpedo in game 1. Were you both reading each other's minds?
Yeah, I had that gut feeling that he would not bring that Sharpedo in game 1, and it worked out for me. It really did. I made a little bit of a mistake by letting a free Incinerate through against my Dusclops with the Talonflame, but I was able to still end up winning that game, thankfully.
Hey, good players make good plays. I heard the crowd erupt when Shark Boy was able to do that. That was really impressive, and shout out to him as well. Dunebug, what are your goals for this weekend in Portland? This is the last regional of the season.
Hoping to get back on the right track before NAIC. I had kind of a bad tournament in Milwaukee, but I'm hoping to make a better comeback here.
Well, you can't forget you're also the Monterey Regional Champion, right? Which was the biggest regional to date. And I mean, that was really impressive. So maybe you're trying to follow that up with another win?
Yeah, I think so. I got to go for number 2.
Well, I heard you did really well at the challenge yesterday as well, so I think that I think you're in a good position. Doonbug, thank you so much. Would you like to shout out anyone before we go back to casters?
Sharks, I'm scared of you now.
Shout out to Sharks. Now, back to Phoebe and Rise with more. Take it away.
Local Bostonian runs into a shock in the Haba, it sounds like. Doonbug throwing on a little bit of a flare from his previous hometown of Boston. Great to see that he's having a great time here in the landlocked city of Portland, Oregon.
Some good humor from the talented trainer that is Doonbug97. And one thing that he said he was disappointed in his last performance. That was what Speedy mentioned, one tournament removed from winning Monterey. And you have to admire just the competitive drive of some of these players. I know Marto Galde, when I saw him in Monterey, he was really disappointed with how he performed. This guy has won, at the time, 3 tournaments, now 4 tournaments this season. You can't win them all, Marto, but save some for the rest of us. But Doonbug97 moving on, and as we talked about, still has that drive as much as ever to try and keep winning.
And, I mean, getting 1 regional win after a season that you had, what was it, 3? Maybe it feels like a little bit of a letdown, but like you said, please just save some for the rest of us, man. Come on.
Doonbug able to pull off a win there against the Shark, even though he said it might have scarred him a little bit. And we are gonna get ready for our next 2 trainers. I see a past regional champion, Ramberto, getting ready to take the stage against another regional champion in Dilap.
Yeah, Dilap Chung going to be facing off against Ramberto, 2 titans of the Go scene. I think Ramberto took a little bit longer to ramp up to his first regional win than Dilap did, but both talented trainers, both doing quite well outside of their regional wins, getting many top cuts.
Dilap, a trainer that doesn't compete too often, but has had a lot of really strong results when he has competed. A trainer that was known well on the grassroots scene and in the Go Battle League. And Ramberto, normally competing over in California, making his way over to Portland here. And another trainer that's had some really memorable performances. I think this is a real treat. This seems like more of a winners finals type matchup rather than winners round 2.
And I'm really excited for this matchup because we have a Quagsire. We have a Quagsire up on stage, and on the other side, Dilap does have that Shadow Blastoise, which I know our co-casters were calling out, right? It's very fast-pacing. The rollouts aren't as impactful as they once were. However, Hydro Cannon, Ice Beam coverage, or Skull Bash coverage, it's a really solid, flexible Pokemon, and we're gonna have to see the Master kind of show exactly how it's done up on stage.
A lot of Lapras so far. We're seeing 2 of the more unique water types being brought here. Shadow Blastoise on one side, Shadow Quagsire on the other. And Quagsire looks like it could be a bit problematic for Dilap's team. I mean, positive against the Alolan Sandslash, positive against the Drapion. I would have to think resisting the rollouts is nice against the Blastoise, although that seems like a more neutral matchup.
Yeah, because it doesn't have Mud Bomb, it's going to be taking a much longer time to pace to those threatening neutral stone edges.
Absolutely. And of course, the Claydol, you have the super effective Aqua Tail, although I do know Claydol can hold its own in that matchup as well. So a battle of some of these cool water types, and I hope we get to see Shadow Blastoise take the stage for Dilap.
Oh, I'm sure we will. I know he loves that Pokemon, and in past regionals, he's been really talking up his favorite Pokemon. You know, he's had a fun time with the electric flying type Pokemon. Its name's escaping me. Emolga, yeah. He was really talking up Emolga back when we were in the Feraligatr meta because most people might not know it. I didn't know it at the time when I went into the practice tournament against him, but Emolga wins Charge Attack tie against Feraligatr.
That makes sense. Emolga has a really high attack, can be really menacing. That acrobatics hits so hard from that thing. And I do remember he brought it on his Vancouver team as well. But Dilap here against Ramberto, I have to say a Cradily on both sides. We don't see Cradily quite as often as we did at one point this season, but it's still definitely around. And I think it has quite a bit of play here for Dilap especially. You're only really afraid of Malamar, maybe, Drapion, and even those matchups aren't the worst for Cradily.
And I want to say it's a meta call from these 2 trainers, right? Jumpluff has been the grass type of prominence, and they're both probably expecting harder answers to it. You know, fire types rising up. So you want to bring something that can really threaten those fire types a little bit quicker with that, Jesus, I'm just struggling so much to get word recall today. Rock Tomb, super effective Rock Tomb into them, right? You can hit hard with the acrobatics as the jump left, but Fairy Wind's resisted. Aerial Ace, not as hard of a hitting move, so I really like Cradilly into a more fire-oriented meta.
A rare grass type with play against the Fires. Dilap versus Ramberto here. Game number 1, it's gonna be Drapion into Quagsire. A nice lead for Ramberto.
Yeah, I have to imagine that Dilap is going to be swapping out. He does have 2 grass types in the back, maybe opting instead for a catch of the Aqua Tail, but no, going straight for the crunch. Fine with taking these super effective mud shots and doing a bit of chip damage maybe before switching out. We'll have to see.
Notice that this crunch still does quite a bit of damage and eventually makes the catch onto the Cradily. Some mind games here and a perfect prediction from Dilap here to try to maneuver around this Quagsire.
And it is the safer of the grass types, right? Because it has access to Rock Tomb. Going into this Shadow Drapion, I have to imagine that Dilap's happy about this. It really opens up his Shadow Jumpluff a little bit because Jumpluff does not like this matchup as much as Cradilly does.
Rock Tomb doing considerable damage to the Drapion. Ramberto going for the crunch. After being debuffed, of course, not going to be enough to knock out. How much can he overfarm here? I think he can do 4 Poison Stings if he wants to, but only does 2. So maybe would have liked to overfarm a little bit more. Berto, I think, recognizes it himself. And Aqua Tail is going to knock out the Cradily here.
In it comes the Shadow Drapion from Dilap, and because of the lack of overfarm from Ramberto, he's going to get outpaced. Aqua Tail is going to be, I think, just enough to pick up a knockout. And, oh, nope. I thought there was a little red sliver there. My bad.
Quagsire re-enters the field, and this time the catch attempt not quite successful. And we see a matchup here that's a really interesting one. I mean, you're taking double resisted bullet seed damage, so there's virtually no fast attack pressure, but these Rock Tombs are going to add up and basically two-shot this Jumpluff. But Jumpluff, you're never going to get farmed down, and I think Dilap goes a little bit over 100 energy. He saw him shake his head, recognizing maybe I could have thrown a little bit sooner.
Yeah, maybe throwing after 1 Fairy Wind instead of 4 Acrobatics, get shielded up. I maybe would have liked to see a bait there because Ramberto is highly incentivized to shield these first charge attacks because he's going to ramp up those Rock Tomb debuffs.
Another Rock Tomb grabs the Protect Shield here. Dilap once again overfarming quite a bit, going for the heavy hitting acrobatics. This one is going to connect, and I think it's still going to do enough where another acrobatics might be enough, but maybe you want to clear that debuff. That's what we see. Oh, we see the Drapion swap in, but now the Rock Tomb is incoming. What's Dilap gonna do? He's gonna invest in the Drapion.
Drapion is going to meet its answer of that Shadow Quagsire in a great snipe by Ramberto. There was energy on Dilap's Shadow Drapion, and it would have won a charge attack tie there if it had happened. Stone Edge now going to be reached, but shield is available for Ramberto. I don't actually know when's the charge attack tie between Quagsire and Jumpluff.
I think Quagsire definitely does. Jumpluff is so bulky. Quagsire going to get this Stone Edge off. Berto recognized it, and he is going to knock out the Jumpluff here. I thought Dilap made some really nice plays to keep himself in that first game, but then that quick swap in Aqua Tail by Berto in the end, neutralizing that energy from Drapion, helped him keep afloat and win that game 1.
And maybe getting a little bit lost in the sauce. There was so much energy on all of those Pokemon, not able to predict when his opponent was going to make that pivotal switch out and throw, and neutralizing that energy, I agree, is one of the pivotal things that gave Ramberto the edge in that game number 1.
It's really one of those 50-50 calls, right? Because you have to make that prediction. You know Berto might do that. He might make that quick swap and throw. But then if you throw that crunch or that Aqua Tail without building up any more and it goes onto the wrong Pokemon you were intending, then you look silly and you're thinking, why didn't I just keep on waiting and be more patient? So it's really just a 50-50 call, and in the end, Berto was able to predict the right one.
And looking at the team compositions, I'd be curious if Dialap's trying to bait Ramberto into bringing the Typhlosion in game number 2. 2 grass types on his side, maybe saying, hey, Ramberto, I want you to bring that Typhlosion, and he's going to pivot into his favorite Pokemon with that Shadow Blastoise.
Typhlosion with a lot of play, obviously afraid of the Claydol, but even Blastoise, I mean, with the Thunder Punch coverage, it's not the worst matchup in the world. So Berto, we'll see if he does elect to bring it this time around. And is Dialap going to bring the Blastoise? I know he was doing some practice tournaments with it, and he, like you said, he does like that Pokemon quite a bit. So it would be fun to see him bring it for game number 2.
I think it'll also be curious to see how Berto reacts to that double grass, right? Is he going to be feeling some pressure to bring that Typhlosion, or because of the Rock Tomb coverage move that Cradily has, will he leave it on the bench? Game number 2 here, it's a solid lead for Dialap this time around. It's going to be his poison type of that Shadow Drapion into the Cradily, and because of the slightly slower pacing into Rock Tomb, he can throw a Crunch before he gets his attack debuffed.
This is one of those rare matchups where these super technical players sometimes abandon the classic charge attack timing, because Dialap wants to get that Crunch off before a Rock Tomb debuff, electing to throw after 5 Poison Stings as opposed to 7 would be more normal. So gets that attack off first. I think also got that Crunch debuff right. So this second Crunch might be enough to knock out. This is essentially reset back to 0. Is Cradily going to hang on? Not quite. And this Drapion still has a lot of health, considering it just took out Cradily.
A bit interesting. Oh, actually building up to the Crunch and then pivoting out. I like that. I was expecting him to maybe pivot a little bit earlier so he could not be taking that bubble damage. You know, bubble having been increased back in damage to its original form. Ice Beam, super effective damage. Not going for the Grass Knot immediately. Great patience from Dialap, able to land the neutral Rock Tomb into the Shadow Drapion.
Rock Tomb incoming. We saw this does quite a bit of damage to Drapion earlier, and now we have the role reversal matchup from what we saw in the lead. Drapion firing off another Crunch just prior to the next Rock Tomb. This is single stage debuff. I think Dialap feels like he can hang on here, and he does so. Gets off the Rock Tomb.
I could have sworn he tapped that shield at that last second, but maybe a little too late for it to actually be utilized. But I have to imagine he's happy that he didn't shield because he survived on 1 HP. Tries to switch out, does not get it in time, and fortunately looked like he keyed in a fast attack. But now this is a pretty decent matchup. He's going to outpace. He can go for the Skull Patches, but frankly, I feel like straight Hydra is probably the play.
I tend to agree. I think you... Oh, it actually calls the Ice Beam. What a crazy no-shield call from Dialap. I guess he felt like maybe even if it was a play rough, he still could have been okay, but calls rather the Ice Beam in the process. And now this Blastoise looks even more well-suited for a victory here against this Azumarill.
It gets the bait on that first Hydro Cannon. Now I think he feels safe to just go straight Skull Bash. He's going to be able to pace quite well. I think he still has a Crunch on his Shadow Drapion. I was going to say, does he call another Ice Beam bait? I'd be incredibly surprised. Ice Beam coming through, pulling the shield. Skull Bash going to be, I think, a little bit slower than the play rough here. However, it's definitely going to outpace too.
And this Skull Bash should be enough to knock out from this Shadow Blastoise. Here we go. Dialap gonna even up the series 1 game apiece and send this to a game 3. Phoebe, I like what you called out there in that end game with straight Hydro Cannon might being the play, and then once you did successfully get the Protect Shield with the Hydro Cannon, then you're like, okay, now I can just go straight Skull Bash.
Right, because of the energy that was left on that Shadow Drapion, if he lands 2 Hydros and he's able to pull the shield with 2 further Hydros, Crunch knocks out, right? So like, you got to shield something. If it, I feel like the Skull Bash is just way too risky that early on in the matchup, and just what an incredible Ice Beam call at the beginning. You know, it's a huge mind game, right? Dialap's like, I'm going to raise my defense with Skull Bash. Ramberto's like, I know that, so I'm going to throw an Ice Beam early. Dialap's like, I know you know that, so I'm going to no shield. And it's just really incredible to watch these 2 trainers up on stage kind of out mind game, out maneuver each other.
And like you said, if maybe Berto calls the first Hydro Cannon, then you just go straight Hydro Cannon, and you're probably suited to win either way. And Blastoise showing off its ability to now take advantage of those charge attacks it has access to with that rollout that it got at the, was it just this most recent season it got rollout? And Blastoise before running Water Gun couldn't really take advantage of those hard-hitting charge attacks, but now with that great energy generation, a much stronger Pokemon here in Pokemon Go PvP, and Dilap showing it off there in game number 2.
And it just goes to show how important having neutral damage in a water versus water type matchup is, right? Shadow Claw on that Feraligatr is what really drove it to prominence. And, you know, Azumarill, Bubble, Quagsire having access to Mudshot is great for it, right? But like something like Dugong with Ice Shard, those really tend to struggle in the water versus water, and it's why we see Lapras really rise to prominence when Psywave was added to the move pool, because being able to win your typing matchup, your same typing matchup, is really key in Pokemon Go, but also in VG as well.
So many strong water types in the current meta, and we're seeing a variety of them so far here in Portland. One game apiece for Dilap and Berto, two former regional champions colliding here early on, trying to advance further on the winner's side of the bracket. We have a lock-in on one side, the last trainer just thinking it over for a few more seconds, and here we go. Decisive game number 3. It's going to be a mirror match here. It's going to be the Shadow Drapions facing off.
And funnily enough, Ramberto looks a little happier about it than Dilap is, but like, I think both trainers are going to be absolutely okay with it. Looking at the backlines though, Dilap did end up bringing the Alolan Sandslash, which maybe is why he's less happy about it. Would have maybe preferred that Sandslash, the steel typing, onto this poison type Pokemon. However, he still has a grass type in the back for Ramberto and no shadow typhlosion, really scaring it away with the Blastoise bring in game number 2 so that he feels free to bring the A-Slash in game number 3.
And this particular lead mirror match is one where charge attack priority can be really crucial. Berto going to overfarm just a little bit, and after the Poison Sting damage, I think this Aqua Tail will be enough. Dilap wants to fight for that switch advantage. He is going to put up a Protect Shield himself and gonna catch the Aqua Tail onto Cradily.
Yeah, Cradily, unfortunately, because of the rock subtyping, does take neutral damage from this Aqua Tail, so it's not the end of the word for Ramberto. Not opting to build up energy, instead comes straight into the Malamar. Maybe now Superpower threatens a knockout, but no, not throwing it before. Maybe wanting more Psywave damage, maybe wanting more energy before throwing that knockout blow.
And if you're Berto, I think you're really hoping a Superpower is still enough to knock out here. Despite the debuff, I think it should be enough. Dilap is going to let it go, recognizing that there are 2 superpowers. Oh, it's actually not. That did less than I thought. And now Berto going to be forced to throw a foul play here.
I don't know if he was forced. I think this was just potentially a mistake. I think he was expecting it to knock out and wanted to throw immediately into the Drapion to try to catch Dilap off guard. But no, unfortunately, giving up all that energy could have gotten a Psywave down there. I think maybe the Cradily was within 3 to 4 Psywaves, right? It deals so much damage even though the attack was dropped.
And I think, Phoebe, this might all be going according to plan here for Dilap. He baited out the Malamar successfully with the Cradily. This Aqua Tail is going to knock out the opposing Drapion. He knows there's a Cradily in back, and it's going to be met shortly after this crunch by its worst matchup on Dilap's team, the Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, Dilap playing some 5D chess here with his Pokemon brings, it is going to be the Powder Snow variant, or excuse me, the Shadow Claw variant. I literally saw the Shadow Claw and I said Powder Snow anyways. Rock Tomb coming through, just neutral damage, Ice taking super effective, Steel resisting that damage. Could go for this Ice Punch here. It's going to be the super effective option, whereas Drill Run would just be neutral. Drill Run typically the better move, but because of the difference of effectiveness here, you want to go straight for Ice Punch.
Ice Punch going to connect here, and no Protect Shields remaining on the side of Ramberto. After dropping game 1, Dilap able to stay composed, come back, and take the next 2 games here against Ramberto.
Yeah, really great team compositional reads from Dilap here all the way through. you know, it was a reverse sweep, right? Roberto won game number 1, and then Dialap really pivoting his Pokemon choices, bringing in that Blastoise game number 2, leaving it behind in game number 3, and finding the Pokemon that he needed to bring in order to answer the Pokemon he was expecting Ramberto to bring.
And a really nice reverse sweep, because that game 1 was pretty convincing for Berto. He had the favorable alignment. He made that nice play at the end with the quick Aqua Tail and won game 1 pretty convincingly. Dialap took his time, said, I'm going to think this through, and made some nice adjustments. Brought very different lines across all 3 games, and was able to then win 2 games consecutively.
I think it shows the power of having a signature pick that you're bringing to your team so that you can kind of force your opponents or try to mold them to what you want them to do. You know, you have like a little puppet master with strings attached to your Pokemon. You're saying, oh, I'm bringing Blastoise game number 2, and you didn't see it game number 1, so you're not going to expect it game number 2. And then game number 3, I'm leaving it behind, and I'm bringing in my Alolan Sandslash and just puppeteering maybe a little bit. Ramberto here to do exactly what he wanted, and really great endgame maneuvering by Dialap. A bit unfortunate for Ramberto throwing those charged attacks back to back. However, with a shield still remaining in the endgame, I don't think that was the key moment that gave Dialap the win. I think it was the team composition that really solidified the win there for Dialap.
And sometimes having those fun signature picks like the Shadow Blastoise, it might be something that other trainers aren't as used to seeing, not as familiar with the matchups with. And if it's something you're practicing with a lot, you're using in all your practice tournaments, you might have an understanding of it and provide certain situations that allow that Pokemon to thrive. I think that might apply to Dialap in his Shadow Blastoise. We'll see how far he can take it this tournament.
Yeah, and it really goes to show the different team compositional building styles that players have. You know, you'll see people like maybe Pocket who run 6 hard meta calls, where maybe someone like Dialap is bringing 5 hard meta calls and then 1 core breaker Pokemon that they know how to utilize better than their opponents, like you're calling out, and it provides them an advantage in some matchups where maybe trainers aren't prepared for it, either in their practice or with their teams at 6, right? If you have a Pokemon like Shadow Sharpedo that just core breaks your entire team, you can potentially utilize it a little bit to I literally called it a core breaker, but you core break your opponent's team. You take it apart. You take their Pokemon pairs that they want to bring together, and you say, hey, I've got this really great answer for those Pokemon, and I can bring it every single time.
Absolutely. We've had a great start here to the Portland Regional Championships. Shadow Blastoise, Shadow Sharpedo. Take a look at some of the highlights that we've seen thus far, and we'll be back with you shortly.
At least I went out with Sharpedo.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought the Sharpedo there. That was good. That was fun.
One more raid, Mom? One more raid, honey.
I could do that, and I could make like Pokemon Go like themed snacks or like decorations.
Hello and welcome, trainers. My name is Mark Park. I am your Portland Pokemon Park Ranger, and I'm here with 2 very talented trainers. This is Out of Socket and Dr. Beef Jerky. We are going to be discussing what you should do if you are out in the wilderness in the Portland trails, rivers, lakes, wherever you might be. Pokemon safety guide tips is basically what we're going to be covering, and these 2 have read their manual, so I know that they're ready. We're going to start with Out of Locket here. Question. You're hiking along Wildwood Trail in Portland's Forest Park. You venture off a path towards Stone Creek to fill your canteen. You unscrew the cap and gently lower the canteen into the water. When you look up, a wild Ursaring is standing 10 feet away from you, looking directly into your eyes. You notice scratches on the trees next to it. According to the Pokemon Black Pokedex entry, in Ursaring's territory, It leaves scratches on trees that bear delicious berries or fruits. Question. In this situation, you should A. Climb a tree nearby and wait for it to go away. Or B. Slowly take a few berries from your rucksack, scatter them on the ground, and then slowly move away.
Ooh, that's a difficult one, Mr. Parker. I believe I will go for B.
For berries.
That is correct. According to Pokemon Wise, Pokedex entry, although it has a large body, it is quite skilled at climbing trees. It eats and sleeps in the treetops. So, Mr. Pocket, you better hope that Ursaring wants to take a nap and isn't hungry. That's a risky choice to make if you choose to climb the tree.
Yes.
Good job.
I live to see another day.
Professor Beef Jerky, you finish a long day of hiking through the mountains of Silver Falls State Park and decide to set up camp for the night. As you begin to unpack your gear, you hear a twig snap nearby. Through the dim light, you see a Lucario. According to Pokemon Ultra Sun Pokedex, Lucario concentrates its mental energy and fires off mysterious waves called auras, which can crush boulders to the size of small dust particles. Question. Should you, A, run away from the campsite and yell as loudly as you can for help, hoping that a fire or ground-type trainer is nearby and can defeat the Lucario? Or B, stay still and think happy thoughts?
I'm going to stay still and think happy thoughts, and he will sense my aura and try to aura with my aura. We can aura farm together.
Yeah, you guys have like aura.
Yeah. We can aura meld. I'll select some. Yeah, I like that better. I'm not going to run away because it's fast little boy.
Trainers, I think that Dr. Beef Jerky actually did study his manual. That is actually correct. That's absolutely correct. Your best bet is to remain calm and try to befriend the Lucario. According to Lucario's Pokemon Scarlet Pokedex entry, it said that no foe can remain invisible to Lucario since it can detect auras, even those of foes it could not otherwise see. If you panic, Lucario will sense that and likely fly at you with a high jump kick.
No, we're
Good job.
Be friends.
Good job.
Good.
The final question is for both of you, and I expect you to get it right. Right now, we are 0-1. Let's see if we can go positive on the set today.
What?
I'm kidding. You decide to take a boat onto the Columbia River for a sunset sail. After a beautiful sunset, nighttime arrives.
Together?
You look up and see the stars over the sky in Portland. When you look down, you see stars under the water, too. Well, they're more like glowing lights. According to the Pokemon Leaf Green Pokedex, the light it emits is so bright that it can illuminate the sea surface from a depth of over 3 miles. This Pokemon is nicknamed the Star of the Sea. Is it A, Starmie, or B, Lantern?
We're still holding hands.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I will say, I was thinking about the Lucario question. Like, we both have like a lot of aura. I think like, especially for me, it's like green with like flies around me. But I don't know.
It's rotten.
Maybe it's different for you. Maybe it's different for you.
Very clear.
Okay.
What do for her?
So we see when we look down, we see the stars from the water, right? We're trying to decide it's the Lantern or the Starmie.
Star you.
And don't forget the name. The nickname is the Star of the Sea.
Star of the Sea.
Well, I don't remember that in the OG Pokedex. I think Lantern, but I could be wrong. Is he tricking us? Star of the Sea?
Do you think it's a trick question?
He would do that.
Gurpeat, would you?
Excuse me?
Would you?
Did you say Gurpeat?
Senor Gurpeat?
Repeat the answer?
I don't know.
All right, we're running out of time here.
You're the doctor, bro.
Oh no, it's on me!
No, it's not on you. It's not on you.
Fine.
Okay.
I think it's a trick question. We're gonna do Lantern.
Is that your final answer?
That's up to him.
Yeah, sure.
All right, Lantern.
How dumb are we?
What you see is indeed a lantern. According to Pokemon X's Pokedex entry, Lantern's light can shine up from great depths. It is nicknamed the Deep Sea Star. Further, from Pokemon Alpha Sapphire's Pokedex entry, Lantern is known to emit light. If you peer down into the dark sea from a ship at night, you can sometimes see this Pokemon's light rising from the depths where it swims. It gives the sea an appearance of a starlit night. Beautiful. I want to thank you both for helping our trainers out there with your Portland Park Ranger tips. This has been Dr. Beef Jerky and Out of Locket, and I have been Professor Pete Park. Thank you very much. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you, Parkinator.
Thank you so much, Mark Park, for the Portland Park Ranger Guide. I hope we get a sequel to that. I want to see more from Mark Park. But meanwhile, we are here at the Portland Regional Championships in Rose City. It's the last regional of the season for North America and the first cast for the House Stark 93. Everybody give it up in the chat. Welcome in, Stark.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited. We have a phenomenal list of battlers here, and I'm very excited to see this next matchup. We have Out of Pocket versus It's Axon.
Dude, your first casted match is literally the 2023 World Champion taking on Out of Pocket, arguably the best trainer in all of North America. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
The stars are aligning here for you, my friend.
Absolutely. And what's great is we're seeing Out of Pocket coming off a phenomenal win, not only in that last segment, but also in Milwaukee as well.
It's true, right? He had a really, really impressive run through Milwaukee, resetting that grand finals bracket and crowning himself a champion after what a lot of people thought was like a stumble in Atlanta, right? A little bit of a misfire in terms of what he hoped to accomplish. But as we see here on the screen, Out of Pocket on the left side, and then It's Axon on the right. Talk us through these teams, Stark.
Yeah, I mean, Out of Pocket bringing a very heavy meta team. We definitely see the Azumarill dropping on core, which we've seen many times. The Shadow Jump Bluff is just an incredible pick, and we actually are jumping right into these battles very soon.
Exactly right. Our trainers are locked in. They're ready to go. We've got a top-tier North America clash. Out of Pocket on the left side of your screen. Axon on the right, and he's got the meta champ for good luck. We've got Tinkaton and Shadow Jump Bluff.
Yeah, this is absolutely a very easy matchup for Tinkaton to go straight for play rough. It is going to be doing some neutral damage while resisting every single fast and charge attack that Jump Bluff can have.
You know, you say easy, but after a couple of acrobatics, this Tinkaton does get a little bit low, and I think if shields start to come into the equation, Out of Pocket could put the pressure onto the Steel and Fairy type. Play rough takes a huge chunk, like you said.
Yeah, and here we actually see a switch right into Pocket's own Tinkaton, being able to take some damage here. But we see the shiny Blastoise, best buddy, beautiful Blastoise coming in here, and the player off is getting fired off back into the Blastoise.
We were admiring the fact that Dilap was playing a Shadow Blastoise in the last match, but the shiny best buddy, where are you at, Dilap? I think that the world champ might have your number here. 3 rollouts, great timing, converting that into the Hydro Cannon. The question though, Stark, is that Tinkaton going to get to another play rough before the Blastoise can fire again?
We'll see. Axon could throw the back-to-back Hydro Cannon and does, and this is going to put Tinkaton dangerously low, but I do not believe it's going to be able to enough to take it out.
Being a Steel-type Pokemon, it is going to resist these rollouts that are coming through, but it's still chunking down. Second play rough getting fired off here. I think it's Axon's likely going to let this go and try to farm it down with something else.
But we do see an undercharge here from this play rough. Not enough to get a little bit more energy here, but Tinkaton is going to be able to farm down the opposing Tinkaton, I believe. It is going to have to take a Bulldoze first, which is super effective and does have a chance to lower defense.
Very subtle there. Out of Pocket waiting a single turn to avoid the catch. Wants to land the Bulldoze and drop the defense on the opposing Tinkaton. He's got a Shadow Jump Bluff with half health and a Diggersby.
Yeah, and we see the play rough getting fired off right away. This is going to do some neutral damage into the Diggersby. Diggersby is going to be able to take this, though. This is no problem.
No problem at all. Play rough connects. Diggersby kind of shrugs that off. Oh, we actually see the swap into the Lapras. Here comes Out of Pocket with this newly minted Shadow Jump Bluff. Our co-caster Fee pointed out that he played regular Jump Bluff in the previous tournament. Now he's got the Shadow.
Yeah, and now Axon, noticing here, he does carry the Ice Beam to be able to handle this Jump Bluff a little bit better than the Skull Bash form of Lapras, but I think Jump Bluff is actually so low that one Sparkling Aria might be enough with the Shadow Wave damage.
Acrobatics does get shielded up there. No shields for our 2023 World Champion as he gears up to go for the back-to-back Sparkling Arias, try to time those Psy Waves exactly right to avoid an extra Fairy Wind coming through. First shield of the game for Out of Pocket.
Yeah, Pocket is in a phenomenal position here, being able to get to this next Acrobatics just before that Sparkling Aria from the Lapras.
Acrobatics going to connect, of course. It's going to deal a big chunk of damage to that Lapras, and that Diggersby switch timer is up. He could reach for it at any moment.
And we actually see Pocket go right for the aerial ace just before the jump off is able to go down. I don't know if this is enough. It's going to be very close, and it does survive.
Yeah, not quite enough. Oh, and the swap going into the Tinkaton to try to snipe down that Shadow Jump Left. Going to throw the play rough here. It's Axon's trying to put together a combo play, but there's still a Protect Shield out of pocket with the chin scratch. He knows what's coming.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough for its Axon. The Diggersby is in a phenomenal position. It does have to land the Scorching Sands here to be able to knock out the Tinkaton, and it does reach the Scorching Sands. I believe this is more than enough to knock out the Tinkaton from this range.
Scorching Sands, same type attack bonus, powerful ground type charge attack is enough, like you said. Oh, doubling up on the Sparkling Arias, but the Quick Attack does go through. I think that's going to be all she wrote.
I agree. Pocket had this position cleared up from the start. You know, putting everything on that Diggersby quite a difficult predicament for Axon.
I just want to say, if that Lapras had just a little more health, it would have been able to take the shield with the first Sparkling Aria, endure the Quick Attack, fire the second Sparkling Aria, and honestly, Stark, I believe that the Psy Wave could have been enough to KO that Jump Left. That match was much, much closer than it looked.
Absolutely. And I think Axon does have the right type of team to be able to take out Pocket's team as well. I think the Blastoise just didn't have the right position that it wanted into what Pocket was bringing there, but you can see Pocket really meditating here, really going through it.
He's very zen, right? We talked he talked with Mark Park about his aura.
Yeah.
I definitely think it is a little bit of a glowing green aura here he's got going on stage, trying to dial in for a really, really important game number 2, because this is just the winner's semis. Imagine taking on a former world champion and not even in day 2.
Yeah, and that's just proof that how stacked this tournament is and how stacked it's going to continue to be, not just right now, but today and the rest of tomorrow.
Its Axon has been known to make bold calls. Everyone remembers his Alolan Sand Slash staring down the Altaria at the World Championships. Can he make another call here against Out of Pocket, a trainer who has been on fire all season long?
And here we see the Shadow Jump Left into Out of Pocket's Lapras. Now, Out of Pocket's Lapras is running the Skull Bash, so this is a much better matchup than your Ice Beam Lapras.
You're exactly right. I think that's so important to note. There's really not a threat, and we see its Axon very patient due to that fact. He knows he's not going to get hit with an Ice Beam, so he calmly throws this Charge Attack Acrobatics into that Diggersby instead.
Yeah, and here I think Jump Left is going to be able to charge up some energy and then switch out into the Lapras, and at this point, the Diggersby is definitely in range of one Charge Attack.
Question for you, why not Blastoise? We saw its Axon stay swap the Blastoise in Game 1. Why is he pivoting to Lapras here?
I feel like Blastoise is much safer into what Pocket's team has, right? If you look at the Azumarill, the Lapras, it has a much better matchup, and you don't want to leave your Lapras without Skull Bash into a Lapras of Pocket's team.
Yeah, I think the super effective rollouts, like you said, from the Blastoise into potential Lapras in the back line could be really useful, but meanwhile, its Axon is overcharging perfect counts, as we expect from our 2023 World Champ. He's going to draw that first shield, but Out of Pocket's got to realize he's got another Sparkling Aria. Is he going to try to swap?
I think, oh yeah, we do see the switch out here. The Sparkling Aria is going to be resisted damage, so really excellent swap there from Pocket, realizing that the Diggersby does have some value later on in this battle, and we see a swap right back into the Jump Left and immediately firing off this Acrobatics before the Lapras can boost its defense with Skull Bash.
And I think you nailed it, right? I think that if you're Out of Pocket, you want to boost up your defense so that Acrobatics does not hurt nearly as much, and when you already have the Charge Attack, you got to invest the shield and try to play to your win condition.
Yeah, but look at here. Now Pocket has 0 shields, and Axon still has that 1 shield for the potential Blastoise sweep at the end of the game. I think Axon has a really fantastic position going into the end game of this battle.
I think it's kind of up in the air, if I'm being honest, because we do have that Shadow Jump Left for Out of Pocket, and don't forget that Blastoise is running Skull Bash as well, so it might be a little bit tricky. You don't have that double super effective charge attack to close out the game. Speaking of Skull Bashes, here comes one from Out of Pocket's Lapras.
Boom, there goes the Jump Left, gone. And now here comes Blastoise being able to farm some energy, but we see an immediate switch out, like you called. That Jump Left in the back is going to have a lot of value.
I don't know, it might be a story of no Skull Bash, no problem. If this Blastoise is able to close this out, Charge Attack coming through here, it's Axon, last Protect Shield of the game, and he chooses to save it
for
later on. Wow, what a call.
Incredible call there from Axon, understanding that I think the Jump Left needs to land in Acrobatics to be able to win, and they both know that, and they play this mind game, and here comes the Skull Bash, boosting the defense, now neutralizing more of that damage from the next Acrobatics.
Do you need to, though, or can you just go triple Aerial Ace here, pressure away the shield, and then try to combo play with Diggersby?
Ooh, really good call there from Speedy. I think we'll see. We'll have to see.
So only 2 fairy winds thrown by Pocket. Predicts the catch, doesn't throw, but he's about to get melted by the side wave, so he's got to throw eventually. Out of Pocket is just 1 fairy wind away from another aerial ace, but if he takes a rollout here, he might get knocked out.
Yeah, I think the rollout will be enough to knock out, so we'll have to see how this plays out. We actually see the switch out right into that Diggersby. We see the Fire Punch, though. This is not going to be enough.
Jackson questioning Scorching Sands, Fire Punch, which one is it? Fire Punch comes through, and Blastoise hangs on.
Yeah, and now we see double Hydro Cannon here. This is going to be a very interesting finish, depending on who comes in here for Pocket. Who is he going to send in? Is it going to be the Jump Bluff, or is it going to be the Lapras? It's actually the Lapras right away, and we're going to see a farm down here from the Blastoise. Blastoise winning this game here with this 1 last-second Hydro Cannon to knock out the Jump Bluff.
Out of Pocket, trying to catch its Accent off his game. He says, maybe I send in the Lapras, I confuse Accent, and maybe he thinks I got the charge attack, so he throws his energy, but Accent holds firm, delivers the Hydro Cannon to win game 2. We are all tied up.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very good game 3. I'm excited. This is going to be the decisive game 3. So how are these players going to adjust, right? We saw Accent adjust from the Tinkaton to the Jump Bluff from game 1 to game 2. How is Pocket going to adjust to from game 2 to game 3?
Well, I think now the ball is in his court, right? He's got to adjust to what its Accent was able to do in game number 2. You called it out beautifully. Safe switching the Lapras, keeping that Blastoise in the back because of its meta-breaking potential. Its Accent made the right call. He had 2 water types to choose from.
Yep.
Kept the Blastoise in the back, and that proved to be the winning play.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see a lot more Blastoise from Accent because of how neutral it is into the entirety of Pocket's team. The only real issue is going to be that Tinkaton, right? That Tinkaton is the only thing that's scaring it away, and I don't think Pocket's really been pressured to bring it.
I agree. Something I don't think we'll see is going to be the Malamar from its Accent. There's just too many threats there on Pocket's team. He's got Fairy Wind, Jump Bluff, Azumarill, and Tinkaton, plus a Shadow Drapion. There are just way too many obstacles. So if you can start to narrow this down and predict what your opponent's going to do, it might shore up your strategy for a decisive battle. Let's go right into game number 3 here. We've got Diggersby hitting the field on both sides.
Yeah, this is going to be a quick attack. So we'll see here if the Scorching Sands is able to get some debuffs here, because I think that's going to be a key indicator of who's going to be able to take this lead matchup.
It's Accent sticking to that patented double water strategy of Lapras and Blastoise in the back. Meanwhile, Out of Pocket throws that first Scorching Sands, does get the debuff, and a swap into Blastoise this time.
Wow, so the Blastoise comes out early and is going to be hit with the Scorching Sands right away. If we get another debuff, Pocket is going to be in a phenomenal position to be able to dictate this battle.
It's Accent storing the Scorching Sands on his own Diggersby, maybe anticipating that Shadow Drapion from Out of Pocket, leaving the Blastoise in here, and a look, a swap! Oh, he's trying to catch a Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, phenomenal patience from Accent. This is why he is the world champion. He's able to land the harder hitting, neutral, boosting Skull Bash into the Lapras instead of the Hydro Cannon.
And honestly, he's really close to another one in relative terms. The Lapras is way far behind on the side waves, but good recognition by Out of Pocket to throw the Sparkling Aria. Stark, is this enough?
I think there's a chance Blastoise could live with a Sliver.
Sliver, a slice. Here comes its Accent with a back-to-back Skull Bash, ramming through this Lapras. I don't know if this will be enough to KO. I think Lapras might ultimately win this skirmish here, but man, what a fight by the Blastoise.
Yeah, and here, this is probably the best position Accent's Lapras could be in, possibly, because it's able to farm down the Lapras, the one thing it doesn't want to see in this entire matchup, and it's in the perfect position to take the resisted Sparkling Aria and farm down and now have an energy advantage going into this endgame.
In comes the Shadow Drapion, which I think its Accent had circled on the team sheet. He knew this Pokemon was going to be used by Out of Pocket. Lapras going for the Sparkling Aria here. I think Out of Pocket needs to start using these Protect Shields because he's running out of HP, but he refuses.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting finish. We do see the Drapion just loading up a ton of energy, but its Accent just firing off these Sparkling Arias. Getting that energy against that opposing Lapras was huge.
In the back of his mind, I think Out of Pocket is worried about the combo play. He knows that Diggersby has some energy. He's probably mentally keeping track of that switch timer. He knows if this Lapras pulls both shields, that Diggersby is going to try to slam dunk and make the combo play.
Absolutely, and I think Accent is now recognizing that Crunch is probably the hardest hitting charge attack left in this battle, so is now investing all the shields that are remaining into whatever the Drapion is able to throw.
I expect a simul swap here as the Sparkling Aria is reached. Let's see what we get. No switch out. pushing for the crunch.
Oh my
Pocket
gosh.
can't get there, comes in with the Diggersby, and now it's Diggersby versus the world.
Yeah, what a phenomenal farm down. That Psywave from Lapras has increased its value exponentially into this meta. We do see the Scorching Sands being reached here, and this is going to be very, very key. I don't know if it's enough. Again, it could be another sliver of health left on this Lapras.
Well, if it is, I think a quick attack will get the job done, maybe 2. And, oh, it's actually not going to allow it. Goes into his own Diggersby. You could see Pocket kind of grinning. He's like, man, Axon is applying so much pressure here.
Yeah, I think now Axon has taken control of the wheel of this battle. Still has 3 Pokemon remaining. And now we see the Scorching Sands being reached, and we see who's going to win this charge attack priority. It is Out of Pockets. He needs this attack debuff to have a chance.
This is going to keep him in the battle, potentially hoping for the debuff. Does get it, which will actually slow down this Diggersby a bit.
That is massive. And now it's Axon needs an attack debuff to be able to clean up this game. We'll see if it happens here.
Switch timer ticking now for It's Axon. He's got about 15 seconds left. We're looking at Diggersby mirror match where we know Out of Pocket's going to win the charge attack priority. Goes for the Fire Punch. Can Diggersby hang on?
It cannot. I think this is the end. It's Axon has this.
We're going to see Fire Punch connects. Diggersby faints. It's Axon.
Oh my.
Says, I'm back here in Portland. That was a dominant win there. A very impressive and convincing victory over, I would say without debate, this season's best trainer in North America.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think what's great about Axon's performance there is that he was able to dictate the matchup with Blastoise, right? Being able to come in at any point in time, do what they needed to do, grab a shield, grab energy, grab health, whatever it needed, and then at the end, clean up with that Lapras Diggersby core.
We saw Ramberto earlier piloting Cradilly to very impressive effect, as well as Dileptrung. When we look at this team from Out of Pocket, just having Jumpluff as his only grass-type Pokemon, but with double flying-type charge attacks, it made the double water strategy so safe for It's Axon over and over again. No Ice Beam, no problem. He was able to find other ways around beating that Jumpluff. So I really appreciate the ingenuity, the creativeness here from our 2023 World Champ, and also the poise, right? A lot of these players might have a really good tournament, but you say, oh, that was 2 years ago. We'll see if It's Axon is as sharp as he was back then. He looked razor sharp here in Portland.
Absolutely, and I think we talked about the finesse necessary for Blastoise. You need to be very, very calculated in your decision making. We saw how he was able to resist throwing the Hydro Cannon into the Diggersby because he expected Pocket to be able to switch out into something that's going to resist the Hydro Cannon. And it worked out perfectly. Getting the double Skull Bash into the opposing Lapras was huge and giving him the advantage.
Out of Pocket playing to the win condition there, trying to get the crunch from his Shadow Drapion to fire off, unable to do that. I think that was like the first domino that kind of tipped over, and then you saw the rest of them just fall into place for It's Axon. In spite of the attack fall due to the Scorching Sands, It's Axon's Fire Punch was enough, as you called out, right? Those damage calculations are always a little bit tricky, and we kind of learned that from battling over the years, but yeah, Fire Punch got it done.
Yeah, that was great. I think we're going to actually transition over to the floor for an interview. So let's throw our attention down to the floor where Rise is ready to hear from the winner of that last match. It's Axon.
Here are the casters. Thanks so much, Speedy. I'm here with It's Axon, fresh off a winner semis victory over Out of Pocket. First, Axon, just take me through what's going through your mind after that last matchup right there.
I gotta say, Pocket's one of the best battlers in the world. We've seen him time and time again this season just kind of have the craziest runs out there. He recently won a regional as well, first time this season. But because he's such a good battler, and I was very worried going into this matchup, but my meta read of bringing regular Blastoise I think was on point.
And speaking of that, tell me about that pick. Blastoise kind of asserting itself as a new water type in the meta. What led you to bring that Blastoise here to Portland?
Yeah, I've always been like a Feraligatr fan. Shadow Feraligator's been one of my favorites. The one thing I don't like about Feraligatr, it has no bulk. Blastoise, on the other hand, it's got the bulk that you need. It's pretty spammy as well, and the rock-type coverage as well as Skull Bash, the main reason I brought it was for the Lapras matchup. It's able to actually kind of just hard counter Lapras if it's on the Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria moveset that we normally see. But even the Skull Bash Lapras, as we saw in that last match, it's not even that big of a problem. Rollout's just such a strong move. People don't expect rock-type damage, and Blastoise is just a menace.
We saw you have that play where after the Skull Bash defense buff, you were actually able to withstand that Sparkling Aria from the Lapras, get off another Skull Bash. Be honest, did you think you were taking that Sparkling?
I thought I would, I hoped I would, and I did. So it's all that matters now.
Well, Axon, a nice win over Out of Pocket, one of the best players. I mean, currently #1 in North America in terms of championship points. You now find yourself onto the winners finals. Any shout outs or people you'd like to thank as you progress further on in this tournament?
Yeah, well, first of all, big shout out to my mom. She's been supportive of me this entire time since I started a couple of years back. Shout out to my friend Austin in the crowd and his dad, my teammates at Legends United, and all the fans. Shout out to the fans.
Best of luck going forward, and thank you. It's Axon. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Rise to Occasion, and it's Axon. It's so fun to hear from our former world champion. Just call something a menace, right? He's like, oh yeah, Blastoise. I really love Blastoise. It was my first Pokemon that I played back when I picked up Pokemon Blue, and it's so funny because I think it's just like a really cool Pokemon. It's got a lot of aura. It's really impressive. And it's Axon's like, yeah, it's a menace. I never thought of Blastoise that way, right? I think of like a Thievul or Galarian Moltres as being more menacing, right?
Yeah, definitely. I was talking about about Shadow Blastoise earlier and how menacing it looked in Dialab's battles, and I think that's definitely more of like a menacing threat. But I think being able to roll out into this meta has helped Blastoise earn a spot as a menacing Pokemon.
Are you gonna be doing that all weekend? Like these little puns and stuff?
Are you cool with that?
Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be doing that.
I was just double checking.
Yeah,
because it rolled out into the meta. I see what you did there.
Yeah.
That was
Thank you.
good.
Appreciate it.
That was good. We're gonna roll into another matchup here shortly, but I just want to call out the beautiful city of Portland. Like I said in the intro, when I touched down here, came out of the airport, you take in the fresh air, you take in the nature. It's a beautiful city. It's a beautiful place to play some competitive Pokemon Go. And if you're watching, this is our last North America Regional. Make sure to circle the North America Internationals in New Orleans on your calendar and get ready for next season. Because if you want to attend a regional championship, you're out of chances this season if you're not here in the venue, but there are plenty more opportunities once the season starts again in September. I'm really excited to see which of these trainers is going to qualify for Worlds this weekend, which one is going to win the tournament. I mean, there's still so much to fight for.
Absolutely. And now as we transition into our next matchup, we see Kobe Couplet? Sorry.
Yeah, Kobe Couplet. Yes, some of the trainer names are a little bit tricky, and I think we've got Rowlum as well, Rowlum24. Kobe Couplet was actually on stream earlier today, and I think the Glycopod play was really decisive, and seeing him play Clodsire, this reminds me of our TPC region, where in both Thailand and Taiwan, we saw a lot of Clodsire in the top usage.
Absolutely. Clodsire is a very menacing threat because of how bulky it is and how much coverage it has, and it's a unique typing that we don't honestly see in this Play Pokemon circuit as much. Before we saw Nidoqueen, things like that, and this is definitely a bulkier version of that. And the Glycopod, like you mentioned, is one of the safest Pokemon, but we do see one of the hard threats on Rowlum's team of that Furret. And I think that's going to be very difficult to handle.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you're a Furret believer or a Furret doubter, and I feel like the Furret with the Sucker Punch and normal typing is such a nuisance. We don't have Primeape in the meta. We don't have Annihilate in the meta, not even Pangoro in the meta. So when you see a normal type Pokemon come out, how are you going to hit it for super effective damage? There's like no way.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes it incredibly safe. I'm kind of a sucker for Furret. You know, it had a swift rise into the meta, and it's able to trailblaze its way through some of these battles. So I'm excited to see it.
Well, Malamar Superpower could be a useful tool here for Kobe Couplet. Let's see what he decides to do. We're going to get a Malamar lead into Furret. How Stark, we called it.
We did. Look at this matchup. We see Furret right away, and it's going to be Sucker Punching this Malamar, but the Malamar does have a very unique matchup here. You don't want to throw the Superpower right away, but you do want to throw it eventually just to make sure you get this matchup in your hands, in your favor, and we see immediately the Swift getting thrown off before Malamar is going to have a chance to move.
Well, I think the big reason here is that you probably want to double up on the superpowers as Kobe Couplet. He's able to do it, and we do see the Furret connect with the Swift, but the superpower is going to threaten a lot of damage, and it gets shielded up.
Yeah, really nice shield there from Raul. I think we do see a switch out right away, trying to catch another superpower, but instead we see the Diggersby answer into the Grass-type Jumpluff. What do you think about this, Speedy?
Oh, well, I think that the Fire Punch is really a useful charge attack here. We saw it win the last series. We don't see Fire Punch do too much in terms of making waves, but against a Jumpluff without Energy Ball, this is a really, really solid position for Diggersby to be.
Yeah, Raul charging up over 100 energy here, guaranteeing this max energy before throwing the Acrobatics. It is going to do quite a bit of damage to Diggersby, and it does just enough to be able to knock out with the next one, I believe.
Looking for a second Acrobatics on the charge attack priority. Rowlum says, excuse me, I'm going first. If that connects, it would KO, so Kobe Couplet is forced to shield it up.
Yeah, beautiful shield there from Kobe. We do see the Fire Punch getting fired off here, and I don't think it's going to be enough, but it might be enough to be able to quick attack down with just the fast attack pressure here.
I agree with you completely, and realizing that, Ralum swaps in the Furret, but he's too slow on the Trailblaze, and another Fire Punch getting fired off here. This feels like Kobe Coupland might just be kind of stalling the clock, looking for a swap, and that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, and really excellent use of the foul play here, being able to throw it before the Furret's going to get the Swift off and getting a shield because of the pressure of that superpower.
That almost feels like a potential misplay because he's not able to get to another charge attack, and he gave the Furret 6 free sucker punches. Kobe thought he might be able to get to a second charge attack, gambled there, and did not pay off.
Yeah, and this is a really tough position for Kobe because now everything is weak to Trailblaze. Every single thing that he has left. And now the first Trailblaze is going to do a lot of damage, and the next one's going to do even more.
Well, I think after the first Trailblaze, this Furret might just be threatening with its Swifts. And at this point, he actually does go for the back-to-back Trailblaze, and this Psywave damage is not adding up quickly enough to pick up the KO.
Raul's maybe playing this game in such a way that he's able to reach the next Swift as well and have more damage come out. So now the Swift comes out, it's going to do +2 Swift damage. It's not going to be enough quite to knock out the Lapras, but it's going to be dangerously close.
It's really close. Same type attack bonus. Swift amped up my double Trailblaze combo play swap into the Jump Love, trying to catch it out of place with the Diggersby, and Kobe Coupland is still in this battle.
Yeah, and I think the Feraligatr is going to have to do a lot of work here to not only take out the Diggersby, but also the Lapras with that Sparkling Aria saved. So I think we have to reach the Hydro Cannon here from Raul to be able to knock this out. I think it's not going to be quite... Yeah, look at that. Scorching Sands getting fired off first.
Well, I think for Kobe, he needed 2 Scorching Sands, right, to make a real difference in this battle. The first one will connect. Ralum needs to be patient, overcharge a bit here, anticipate, like you said, that Lapras still has a Sparkling Aria. Doubles up on the Hydro Cannons. Here comes the first one.
Yeah, Raul, excellent understanding of how this endgame is going to be played out in his favor. And we are going to see the second Hydro Cannon get fired off. As the Lapras comes in, it's going to be more than enough to knock out.
And it really comes down to charge attack priority, tie knowledge, knowing that Feraligatr as a species generally has a higher attack stat than something like a Lapras, allows him to be very confident going into that final matchup. And like you said, a great understanding of the win condition, of how the game is going to play out. I like to say that probably 2 or 3 times during a matchup, trainers will take like a mental snapshot of how they project the game to end. And once something, a big play happens or a debuff triggers, then you have to kind of adjust your plan, but keeping the end game in mind while you're present in the moment is a critical skill in Pokemon Go.
Absolutely. I think as the game starts out, and I think you've mentioned this before, the game progresses and you start out with the end in mind, and you try to narrow down your win conditions into a certain area and also neutralize your opponent's win conditions at the same time.
Exactly. You think, put yourself in your opponent's shoes across the desk and say, what do they need to do to win? Do they need to land a charge attack? Do they need to farm me down? Do they need to catch a charge attack, right? Is that the recipe for them to succeed, and then prevent them from doing exactly what they're trying to do?
Right, and now we're going to have to see, how does Kobe Coupland adjust to this game? What Pokemon is going to come out? Because we saw the Furret, we saw the Jumpluff, those types of Pokemon. What's going to be the answer to those things? And I think something like the Clodsire could really work.
Clodsire versus Furret is a very competitive matchup, and as we look at the movesets here, it does appear that the Clodsire is going to be running Earthquake and Sludge Bomb for Kobe, so his pacing for the Sludge Bomb is slightly better than that of Stone Edge. I do think that Furret matchup would be pretty competitive, but will Ralum see that coming? He knows that Kobe's got Furret on his mind. Let's see what we get.
So here we see the lead matchups of Clodsire and Tinkaton. So I believe this is actually a fairly neutral matchup, but we see an immediate switch out into that Furret from Raul.
This is really tricky because if you look at the backline for Kobe Coupland, he's got a Shadow Claw Golisopod and a Water-type Lapras, and I think that Furret would really enjoy seeing those 2 Pokemon. So now that the swap has happened, Kobe might just stay in.
Yeah, I think that's probably the right play here, and I would expect to see a Trailblaze. I mean, throwing the Trailblaze here is definitely the right play because you want to be able to boost your attack and do as much fast attack and charge attack pressure as you can.
So, personally, from playing this matchup out, would you go for a second Trailblaze, or do you just start to throw Swifts after the first Trailblaze? How do you feel about that?
So I believe that Swift actually does more damage, so I think going for 1 Swift here would make more sense than going for the second Trailblaze, but Raul might know this matchup a little bit better than me.
It looks like he did choose to go for the Swift here. Clodsire closing in on that Sludge Bomb, and Kobe is confident he can get to another one before he gets knocked out by the Sucker Punches. Does clinch the Sludge Bomb, and this will pull a second shield if Raul wants to keep his Ferret in the battle.
Yeah, and this is a really tough position for Raul because now he's invested 2 shields into this Ferret, which is going to be able to farm down, but you can see the transition here from Kobe, understanding that now this Lapras has 2 shields and is not scared of this Ferret's energy.
This Ferret was already boosted one time by Trailblaze, and the second one gets shielded up. Great call by Kobe to keep his Water-type Pokemon in this matchup. He's probably got to fire off a charge attack. Raul sees it coming, goes to the jump bluff. What a play.
Yeah, I mean, Raul just is playing mind games here, is able to catch the Sparkling Aria, knows that there's no Ice Beam, so it's really safe to just come in with this jump bluff, neutralize the energy, and now be able to fire off big acrobatics.
Oh, and he does go for the acrobatics here. This would take that Lapras deep into the red, and Kobe saving the shield for his Golisopod. He knows Raul's lead was the Tinkaton. Raul has not seen the Water and Bug type in the back yet.
Yeah, and now this Lapras is going to be firing off the Skull Bash. I believe this is going to be just short of a knockout into the jump bluff, but it's going to be able to raise its defense to a point where you cannot Fairy Wind down and have to throw energy to be able to knock this out.
Oh, actually holding the energy, might look to farm down with something else. Comes in with a Tinkaton. Here comes Golisopod. Such a flexible and versatile Pokemon. It does have that same type of attack bonus. Aqua Jet and the catch from Raul.
Raul just playing mind games over and over again, catching all these Water-type moves on other Pokemon.
This was enabled by the fact that he let his jump bluff get farmed down. If he swaps out to save the jump bluff, he's switch locked and he can't make the swap. Raul is playing 3D chess right now.
Yeah, and Kobe is just trying to get back into this game. Still has a very solid position. Aqua Jet is not going to be enough to knock out, but the next one will be. And now Raul is going to have to land this player off through the shield to be able to have potentially a chance at winning this game.
Exactly, looking out for the Bulldoze bait, but Kobe makes a great call on the play rough. He needs to avoid getting hit with one. It's a charge attack priority. Here comes Golisopod.
Yeah, Golisopod is this Pokemon is a menace. It's able to hit very hard with these Aqua Jets, which did get buffed and actually makes it a substantial threat into the meta.
Raul, despite all the maneuvering, despite the swap, the catch, the Trailblaze Fury from that Ferret, unable to take down Kobe. Kobe just measured, calm, cool. Clodsire was such a wedge in that game number 2. I think that was probably the biggest factor in his success.
Absolutely. We were able to see it take both shields from that Ferret, and Ferret was able to obviously boost attack, get in a good position, have all these things work in its favor. But the rest of the battle did not go in its favor because it was so focused on getting through that matchup specifically.
Kobe leaving the Malamar on the bench for game number 2. It wasn't overly impressive in that game number 1, so it makes total sense. But Stark, does that Malamar need to come back in game number 3? It's hard to say when you've seen Tinkaton in game number 2, right?
Not just Tinkaton, but also the jump bluff. I mean, both of those matchups are very difficult for Malamar. And I think because Clodsire was able to not only neutralize some of these other Pokemon like the Ferret, like the jump bluff, it has these matchups that are phenomenal. So I think Kobe can just kind of leave the Malamar on the bench and focus on the other Pokemon on his team.
I think that's a good call. When we were first analyzing these teams of 6, it looked like Malamar was almost a necessity to beat the Ferret, but Kobe just proved if you can hold on through the fast and charge attack pressure, if you can keep your Pokemon in the battle, especially Clodsire, right? You can find other ways around it, and I think that's going to be a theme here as we go into game number 3. 2 very impressive trainers that don't get mentioned, you know, in the same breath as someone like Out of Pocket or Nighttime Clasher, but these 2 trainers have been a treat to watch.
Absolutely. You see Kobe understanding how to build the teams the right way, be able to play out different matchups and be very safe. Whereas Raul is more of like a finesse, you know, maneuvering kind of player and wants to be able to catch all these different Pokemon and catch all these different moves. And here we see game number 3. Here we go.
All right, jumping right in. Decisive battle here between our 2 trainers. Golisopod lead this time into Raul's Lapras. We've got Shadow Jump Bluff and for Raul, and that Clodsire making a return for Kobe.
Yeah, so normally I would say this is a very neutral matchup because Lapras does have the Skull Bash normally to be able to throw neutral damage back, but Golisopod's actually in a phenomenal position here because not only is it avoiding the Ferret, but this Lapras does not have any neutral charge attack pressure.
That's such a good call. This is Ice Beam Lapras, and we see the immediate no shield from Kobe, but I think he's got to watch out for the side wave pressure because now his Golisopod's already in the yellow. Oh, he makes the swap into his own Lapras. Again, no Skull Bash, no problem.
Yep, but here, Raul, understanding these matchups, understanding exactly what's happening,
is going to be able to come in with his Furret, and Furret is going to be able to pressure with his hard-hitting Trailblaze.
Sparkling Aria getting fired off here. Could have been close to the Skull Bash, but I don't think that Raul falls for it. He's got the Trailblaze loaded, goes for it here. If this connects, there is a potential, I think, for the Furret to Sucker Punch down.
Yeah, definitely. I'm a little surprised that Raul didn't throw the Trailblaze immediately to immediately start boosting up those fast attacks from Sucker Punch. But here we see the Sparkling Aria, and like you talked about, I think Furret's going to be able to Sucker Punch down.
Raul wanted that Swift, but great timing from Kobe means that he's not going to throw it. Instead, he's going to go for the full Sucker Punch down, but he can't get it. Kobe's Lapras gets to the Sparkling Aria.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. I believe if Raul was able to throw that Trailblaze right away, it would have been enough to be able to farm down that Lapras, but here, instead, getting energy on his own Lapras to be able to pressure.
But all that energy from Furret just went down the drain.
Yeah.
Which is such a tough loss. Raul, on the back heel a little bit here, is going to use his final Protect Shield of the battle.
And we can kind of get a glimpse into the future of this battle. This Clodsire is in a phenomenal position. Phenomenal position. This jump off has nowhere to go.
Kobe with the knowing nod on stage. He knows the Sludge Bomb's going to hurt. He knows this jump lift does not have Energy Ball. He doesn't care if it's Acrobatics or Aerial Ace. He lets it through.
Yeah, Acrobatics is going to do a hefty chunk of damage. Actually, surprising amount of damage.
Oh, it does a ton.
Yeah, but the Sludge Bomb is probably going to do even more.
Yeah, I think 2 Sludge Bombs is the recipe for success here. As Clodsire looking to flop its way to a Game 3 win here against the jump left. He's got the Sludge Bomb loaded, overcharges just a bit. I think he wants to be able to knock out that Lapras when it comes back out, and this is an Aerial Ace bait, which is going to pull the shield.
Yeah, I mean, Raul is doing everything he possibly can to get back into this battle, but the derpy face of Clodsire might just be too much.
Doubling up on the Sludge Bombs, it would appear. First Sludge Bomb getting fired off here from that Clodsire, and it might be the part 1 of a sequel that's going to win this Game 3.
Yeah, we would say this Sludge Bomb is definitely going to be enough. Actually, the Lapras still has more health than I expected.
No, it's not going to be quite enough. I think maybe 1 or 2 Poison Stings. But the final shield of the final Protect Shield of the game comes up on Kobe's side. Sludge Bomb is going to splash against this Lapras, and that just might be what it takes to win.
Yeah. And very phenomenal game plan here from Kobe Plunkett to be able to get back into this match and take the win.
Kobe Coupland taking down Raul, but I gotta say, these 2 trainers were so much fun to watch. The swaps, the team reads, the plays. I really appreciate how Kobe was able to evolve his strategy as the series went on. First, leaning on the Malamar, thinking, oh, this is my best answer, because I'm thinking purely in terms of typings, right? I'm thinking fighting versus normal. That's the only way I can hit this Malamar for super effective damage. Pivots around and says, what if I just play more defensively? What if I just put a buffer up between myself and the Furret, because I cannot let it get out of control. He did that in games 2 and 3, and it paid off.
Yeah, and I think what we saw is that transition, like you talked about, the Clodsire obviously was the MVP, but I think the unsung hero was that Golisopod, because it was able to avoid the Furret, able to get all these different neutral matchups in his favor, and able to transition into the Clodsire endgame.
We've seen a lot of Golisopod play, especially in the EU region. We saw Rise to Occasion win a regional championship with Steelix and Golisopod. It's kind of a Pokemon that I would slot as like a flex pick, right? You've got Shadow Drapion, you've got Golisopod, you've got Feraligatr. Those Pokemon all feel kind of similar, and they have different coverages to kind of meet what your team is lacking. But I think the Golisopod pick on Kobe's team makes total sense here.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite GBL, Go Battle League Pokemon, because it has so many neutral matchups. It has so many unique typing coverages, offensively and defensively. It's got that secondary bug typing, which makes it differentiated from that Feraligatr, which I would say is its closest approximation. But the Clodsire here, phenomenal.
I want to shout out to our commentator and friend, Zionic, who made a really stellar video about bug-type Pokemon in the competitive series. I really think that Charjabug, Golisopod, the bug-type coverage is so valuable, especially when you're staring down a potential Malamar meta where you're going to deal double super effective damage. Plus, you've got the Aqua Jets for the Talonflames and the Typhlosions. There's so much versatility to that Pokemon, and I think that it could, have what it takes to go day 2, maybe even further.
Yeah, and you didn't even mention your favorite bug type.
Hey, there's too much fire in the meta. Honestly, Alex, too much fire and too many Mud Slappers too. I mean,
yeah.
Fortress can succeed in certain environments, but a hot one is not on the list.
That's true. That's true. I do appreciate a little bit of Fortress though, because it is one of the most unique core breakers in the meta. But I think the next matchup that we have is also going to be very exciting.
I'm looking up. Wait, here. I'm looking up here at this graphic. I'm getting super stoked. Dunebug versus Dialab. That is going to be a throw. We saw Dunebug. You and I were watching this backstage, right?
Yeah.
He survived a Shadow Sharpedo encounter to start off his day. And I mean, man, that's going to put a little bit of fear into someone who sees that Pokemon, but he was able to do it.
Yeah, and I think if you can survive a shark attack, you're more prepared for a turtle attack, which I think is what Dialab is going to have coming into this battle. Because we have the Shadow Sharpedo, now we have the Shadow Blastoise, and Dialab is one of the best Blastoise players. He is a finesse player. He is someone who's calculated, and he's going to be able to not only use the Blastoise, but use it effectively.
I agree. It's really serendipitous as well because Dunebug 97 was able to win the championship in Monterey with Gastrodon.
Yeah.
Right? So we've got a lot of aquatic themes going on here, whether it's the Shadow Sharpedo or the Shadow Blastoise or maybe even a Mud Slap user like a Gastrodon, and we're going to see what these trainers decide to do. But I don't think that Dunebug's team is that similar to what he ran in his previous regional championship this season. So we're going to see what he decides to do. And Dialab with double grass types. Can we talk about that?
Yeah.
Cradilly and Jumpluff?
Well, they're completely different in how they play, right? So Cradilly is weak to fighting. It has the rock type coverage. It's a very unique type of grass type, whereas Jumpluff is also very unique in that it's flying, so it's resisting the fighting type damage. They both have unique type coverage. Jumpluff is one of the few Pokemon that has flying type damage, which is rare in Pokemon Go PvP. So if you're able to utilize both of those in different settings, they can both be very effective in their own way.
I think that rock is seriously undervalued, especially when you consider the amount of ice types in the meta, the amount of fire types in the meta. That's what Shadow Blastoise has really benefited from because of the rollout. And people kind of forgot about Cradilly for a little while. I feel like it was making top cuts here and there, but it wasn't as popular. Shadow Jumpluff has really climbed up the usage charts, but being able to threaten the Rock Tomb against an opposing flying type, against a Typhlosion, against a Talonflame, that is such a game changer. You just have to be comfortable maneuvering around the Bullet Seeds.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously Bullet Seed doesn't do that much damage, but it's able to charge up quickly. I think one unique perspective on this matchup is how does that Shadow Dusclops have any play in this battle? How does it match up into that Blastoise? How does it match up into the Claydol, the Sandslash or Alolan form that does have the Shadow Claw?
Ghost has been historically a very powerful typing in competitive Pokemon Go. We've seen a lot of Sableye, which is of course Ghost and Dark. We've seen a lot of Galarian Corsola, which absolutely took over the meta when it debuted. Dusclops is kind of something that some trainers, maybe flirted with when this season came out, but kind of left it behind. I'm really curious why Dunebug decided to bring it. I mean, you've got Ice Punch, you've got Shadow Punch, you've got good bulk, but what do you think? Does it feel like the need that he is looking for in his team?
I think in this matchup it's going to be very difficult because of the Drapion as well as the Shadow Claw and Sandslash, like I mentioned. But I think it could have some play today for sure. I mean, it's worked well so far. We saw it in that previous battle against that Shadow Sharpedo.
That's true.
But I think in this matchup, Dunebug is probably going to be leaning more on his other 5 Pokemon.
So you would say Shadow Dusclops is very situational,
yes,
right? It
absolutely.
depends on the composition you're going into. I think that a lot of the best teams kind of have those different modes of attack where they can really address any kind of threat. Let's see what Dunebug can do to address that Shadow Blastoise from Dialab, though, because I don't think there's anyone in this building, potentially in this hemisphere, that runs Shadow Blastoise better than Eddie does.
Agreed. I think it's a phenomenal pick. I think it's going to have a lot of play here. I think Dunebug is probably going to rely more on something that's more neutral, right? So like the Shadow Drapion or the Tinkaton have interesting, if not favorable matchups into that Blastoise and into the rest of Dialab's team. You just have to really watch out for that Claydol, obviously.
Agreed. Dialab Trong is running with his Shadow Blastoise, Rollout, Hydro Cannon, and Skull Bash. But I don't think there are many targets for Ice-type damage on Dunebug's team, so I don't know. Skull Bash might be the right play. We're going to find out. Jumping right into game number 1, our Monterey Regional Champion versus our former Vancouver Regional Champion. This is Dunebug versus Dialab.
And we see a Drapion mirror match right away. I believe both players are going to try to figure out who wins charge attack priority because that's very important in this matchup. And they are both going to go for the Aqua Tail right away. Dunebug 97's Drapion is going to be able to win CMP, or charge attack priority.
This is what we saw from Elam in Atlanta. He had a Shadow Drapion that was winning a lot of charge attack priorities. It's so valuable in a mirror matchup where you're going to see a lot of this Pokemon, and 2 Aqua Tails are going to be the recipe for success. Winning the charge attack priority is huge in this mirror match.
Definitely. And we see the Poison Stings are going to be able to put both Drapion in in position where it's not quite enough to knock out with the second Aqua Tail, but it's so low that it becomes a Pokemon that is almost not usable afterwards.
Exactly right. I mean, this is either going to be a immediate switch out, right, to prevent the farm down, or Dialabtron can just let this Pokemon go and try to figure out what to do next. Because, oh, we actually see the simultaneous switch. Neither trainer wants to get farmed down. Shadow Blastoise versus Malamar.
Yeah, this is definitely the right play, I believe, from both players. They both understand that the Drapion at that point is not only not usable anymore, but it actually is able to give your opponent an advantage if you stay in. So both players really understanding the dynamics and the fluidity of this matchup.
Dialabtron is very confident he can absorb the foul play and still keep on trucking with his Water-type Blastoise, lets it through, and now he's going to force the shield away from that Malamar from Doombug.
Yeah, and I believe the Malamar is going to be able to reach this foul play just before that second Hydro Cannon, and Dialab is forced to put up a shield to protect that Blastoise from going down and to be able to get to this one last Hydro Cannon before going down.
Maybe looking a little uncomfortable here. Dialabtron throws the Hydro Cannon, takes that second shield away from the Malamar, but I do think if the switch timer is up, we might see him pivot yet again, because he does not want to get Sidewave down, going now into the Cradilly.
And I'm interested here, does Dialab decide to go for the Grass Knot to be able to do more damage, or does it go for the Rock Tomb to be able to guarantee the debuff?
Thinking it's a superpower, he uses his final protection of the game, but it's just the foul play from the Malamar, and now Doombug has the opportunity to overcharge, make the swap! What? Doombug looks across the stage, he said, man, I've still got it.
That Rock Tomb catch is just phenomenal, because we talked about how that Drapion is basically worthless, but it's not exactly worthless because it's able to make that catch. And now Dialab is going to be able to overfarm here, but Doombug getting to the superpower.
Did you see what Doombug did there? He actually threw enough side waves to line up the Cradilly's charge attack with his superpower, knowing he would win the charge attack priority. Very subtle, half-second difference, but the confidence in the matchups, in the Malamar, Doombug is just gliding to a Game 1 victory here.
Yeah, I mean, Doombug definitely known for his confidence. You know, he's a phenomenal battler and able to get this last superpower to knock out the Shadow Drapion from Dialab. How does Dialab respond? How do you even come back from that?
It's tricky. I think the Malamar, the more we look at these teams, the more it's evident that this Malamar is a wedge. It's a really difficult Pokemon for Dialab to handle because he does not have a direct answer. He doesn't have Gliscopod with double super effective X-Scissor. He doesn't have, you know, a Shadow Drapion that he can just deploy and rip through, at least in that game number 1. So let's see what he decides to do.
Yeah, I think that Dialab's natural progression would be to utilize that Jump Bluff, because it's one of the few Pokemon that is able to do super effective damage into that Malamar. But now Doombug might be overthinking and you know, understanding that matchup as well, and decide to bring something that's going to be able to beat that Shadow Jump Bluff.
Exactly, right? It's kind of the mind games we always talk about. Once you see the first set of teams, the first skirmish, then you kind of retreat back, reevaluate, and this is where the wheels start to turn. We start to envision what the opponent is thinking. Just the confidence from Doombug to try to force the charge attack priority for that one single side wave. I mean, the surgical precision, half-second reflexes.
Yeah, I mean, great call out there. I think that was something that a lot of people might not pick up. And that's why I think Doombug is not only well known as one of the best trainers in North America, but in the entire world. I mean, he has these little tiny nuances that are going to be able to utilize his Pokemon to the best advantage possible.
Game number 2. Let's see what adjustments these trainers make. I did not expect to see this. We've got Shadow Dusclops taking on that Shadow Claw, Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, and if this Dusclops had Fire Punch, it would be a different story, but here it does not. It has the Shadow Punch and Ice Punch, and this is going to be all neutral damage, but the Shadow Claws from Alolan Sandslash are definitely going to add up.
Shadow Punch does connect. Alolan Sandslash takes a big loss in terms of HP, but it's going to return fire here with the Ice Punch. Now, if you're each one of these trainers, you're probably already trying to think about what's in the back that your opponent could have picked. Let's see which one swaps out.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see if Doombug is going to fire this off on unusual timing here to be able to guarantee this last second Shadow Punch before the Alolan Sandslash is going to be able to get to the Ice Punch.
This might be an extra large Alolan Sandslash as well, just a subtle note. But Dialab coming in with the Blastoise, I think he got so far behind in game number 1 because he was simultaneously switching with the Blastoise, but Blastoise with rollouts to boot is really a huge impact maker.
Absolutely, and I think Dial-Up is realizing what on Dunebug's team is going to be able to handle Blastoise up energy. There aren't really that many things. I think this is probably the best answer on Dunebug's team is this Tinkaton, which is taking a lot of damage from these Hydro Cannons.
The Tinkaton pick is also really interesting by Dunebug. I think he was predicting the Drapion from Dial-Up, but it's not finding the matchup he probably wanted for it.
Yeah, and now Dial-Up is in a interesting and positive position here because he does have that Drapion on the back, but also because he has this Blastoise in such a phenomenal position.
Going for the play route, this would have been enough to KO. The Bulldoze would have been a little bit, debatable, but great shield there by Dial-Up Chung. He's got a switch timer available as well. Gonna go right for the Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, and I think recognizing that this is going to be more than enough to knock out the Tinkaton, or at least put it in range of one rollout or something close to that. We see the immediately switch out into the Shadow Drapion. It is going to be able to take this Bulldoze, but it is super effective and has a chance to lower defense.
Dial-Up needed to get out of that matchup, save his Blastoise for later on in the battle, but he's got no good answer to the Tinkaton. This is probably the target that Alolan Sandslash was looking for, but didn't get. We're going to see an Aqua Tail get fired off here. This is going to do some chip damage, but I think Tinkaton will hang on.
I agree. And I don't know if it's going to be enough to be able to Poison Sting that Tinkaton all the way down. And this is also a very interesting shield call. Do you shield this up, knowing that it's a Bulldoze and it's not going to be enough to knock out? You do.
Well, he got debuffed from the first one, right? So this is a 2 times defense fall due to the double Bulldoze. Is going to go up here for the Aqua Tail, trying to trigger the charge attack priority, but Dunebug doesn't give it to him. He knows a swap might be coming, so he banks extra energy.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very interesting endgame. I think Dunebug has a really good position. Does this Diggersby have enough health to be able to survive the Shadow Hydro Cannon from the Blastoise? I think that's going to be the real question here.
It's the real question. No energy, though, because that surprise Fire Punch. Blastoise not at the Hydro Cannon. He probably needs to switch. Instead, the Fire Punch comes through, and Dial-Up is kind of caught on the back foot.
Yeah, I think Dial-Up played this game very well, but Dunebug was just one tiny step ahead in this battle.
Wow, good game, good game. He did have the Ice Punch, but he knew it was not going to be enough, so he doesn't throw the charge attack. Dial-Up Chung, such an impressive trainer, but we talk about tough draws, right? We talk about out of pocket and its accent early on in this tournament. I mean, what a tough draw for Dial-Up as well. A trainer who is in the hunt for that Worlds qualification, for that Championship Series victory, goes up against Dunebug 97, again, in day one of the tournament. I heard all the groups were stacked. I think the rumors are true, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, how lucky are we that we're able to commentate these incredible battles? Seeing not only out of pocket into its Axon as a heavyweight fight right there.
Oh, yeah.
But then we also see Dunebug versus Dial-Up, some of the best trainers in North America, going head to head. This is what we wanted. This is exactly what Portland should be and what it is.
I want to remind everyone as well that these trainers that lose the matchups on stream are not out of the tournament yet. They will fall to that loser side bracket. And I think that Dial-Up might take a little inspiration from Dunebug himself. Losers bracket runs can be successful. There's a very rich history of trainers that have fallen to that losers bracket early and then fought their way through the entire gauntlet of day one into day two. I mean, Out of Pocket started day two in Milwaukee on the loser side.
Absolutely.
And won the whole tournament. It's absolutely, not unprecedented to see a trainer as talented as Eddie continue to fight his way through and make it to day two.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely, the cards are definitely in play. It's just a matter of how you orient them. And the thing is, everything is in your hands. That's the beauty of Pokemon Go and the competitive side, is that you always have the chance to do something special. And I think that the people at home will realize and recognize that Dial-Up Chung is good enough to do it.
I think so as well. I really like that you called out his strategy with the Shadow Blastoise in that game number 3, switching it in early, getting up a few rollouts, getting an energy lead. And Dunebug just did a great job of, again, playing defense, not allowing that Blastoise to run rampant, applying enough pressure to stay in that matchup and just battle his way through. So again, another testament to how talented the trainers are here in Portland. There's a lot on the line. This is the last North America Regional. Trainers need points, they need qualifications, and they need to prove it to themselves that going into NAIC and Worlds, they can take on the best. Speaking of the best, Stark, let's take a look back at the best plays of the past 3 series, and we'll be back with Rise and Alpha Feed. Welcome in, everybody. This is the Applin Alphabetical Pokedex Challenge. I have 3 very talented trainers joining me today, and we're going to go A to Z naming Pokemon. But there are a couple of rules. The first is that you cannot name 2 Pokemon within the same evolutionary line. You can't say Charmander or Charmeleon, right? Too easy. The second one is that you cannot take too long to respond. If you wait more than just 2 seconds, you have to take a bite of the apple slices that are here on the table in front of us. All right, we're going to start with H. Shira. We're going to have Telegraph Train go second, and then Ilya will be third. Ready, everybody? All right, we're going to go fast. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. A.
Abomasnow.
Arctivex.
Arctozold.
B.
Beware.
Bulbasaur.
Beartic.
C.
Charmander.
A Tarkadet.
All right, bite of the apple slice. All right, letter D.
Dedenne.
Oh.
All right, apple slice, Telegraph. Come on. Ilya.
There's the Dialga plush right there.
I know.
Is that your pick, Ilya? Dialga? Okay. E. H. Shira.
Emolga.
We're just gonna go for another apple
Oh,
slice.
another apple slice. Okay. Ilya.
Electabuzz.
All right. F.
Froakie.
For it.
Fennekin.
All right. Close one. G.
Grumpig.
Ghastly.
Gengar.
Oh. All right. H.
Haunter.
Hakumo.
All right. Just take another apple bite. All right. I.
Illumise.
Oh, okay. All right. Ilya, you're up. You letter I.
I have a German name with I, but I don't have an English one.
Okay. All right. Another apple slice. We got to speak English here primarily. J.
Jangmo.
Jellicent.
Oh, good one.
Jellicent.
Oh, Joltik.
Oh, very good. K.
Kartana.
Kangaskhan.
Kadabra.
Oh, could have said Cleavor, right? It's another good one. L.
L.
All right, H. Shira, that's a bite. L. Telegraph.
Litten.
Love Disc.
Ooh, very, very good. M.
Machop.
Magmar.
Mudbray.
N.
Nickit.
Necrozma.
All right, I feel like Necrozma was also Ilya's choice. We're starting now with O.
Oranguru.
Ooh, all right, Telegraph. All right, Ilya. O.
Origin Form Palkia.
Oh my goodness. Chat, are we buying that? All right, let's move on. P.
P. Pignite.
Palkia.
No.
Good one.
I can't.
All right, Primeape, nice one. Q.
Quaxley.
Quagsire.
Quaquaval. All right, it's another bite for Ilya. R.
He said Quaxley, so Quaxley.
Oh no, now I need to take a bite of the apple. All right, let's go to R. H. Shira.
Rhyhorn.
Rip. Oh. No.
You said rip.
I was trying to say Rhyperior.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, wait, no.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
Rampardos.
Oh, good choice. S.
S. Servine.
Ooh.
Starmie.
Sandile.
Wow, very good. T.
Trevenant.
All right, it's a bite. That's a bite. All right. Ilya. Oh, looking for inspiration. Judges? I don't know.
Tepic.
Oh, very good. U.
Uxie.
Ursaring.
Unova Stunfisk.
Wow. Honestly, I didn't think everyone would get you. That's really good. V.
Vileplume.
Venipede.
Is there even more?
Vulpix.
Vaporeon.
Ah, Vaporeon. Very good. All right. W. Almost there.
W. Wailord.
All right. Another apple slice. Ilya.
Can't think of anything.
All right. Apple slice. I think Whimsicott might be a good answer. X.
No. X. Xerneas.
No.
Xurkitree.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
I don't have it. That was the only one that was coming to my mind.
Yeah. X is tough.
I don't know of another X one.
All right. Let's go with Y.
Yveltal.
Ooh.
Yamask.
All right, another apple slice. Young Goose. Okay, let's go to Z, the last and final letter. H. Shira.
Zarude.
Zacian.
Zapdos.
That's it. All right. I don't think I mentioned this in the intro, but whoever has the least amount of apple remaining is going to be the loser of the skit. H. Shira, you took 1 bite.
There's one slice missing for Telegraph. Elliot, please show the camera what's going on here.
I may or may not have had to finish most of my apple. But at least I can just eat the rest now.
There you go. All right, everybody.
Important snack.
Yeah. All right, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this skit. I hope you're typing your answers as well. Thank you so much for watching. Back to the Pokemon action.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
Welcome back to the Portland 2025 Regional Championships. Phoebe, I must say, you're looking really nice this weekend. You're dressed to the nines, honestly. I might even say dapper. And up next, we have a matchup between Dapper and Stud Muffins.
Some lovely gentlemen that we have up on stage. I'm very excited to see how this plays out. I do want to call back to our last matchup that we saw, though. It was a really dominant performance from Doombug, able to 2-0 Dilap, who himself had been really dominant in the last matchup we had casted, right? He was able to utilize a lot of, like, mind games, a lot of maybe mind control to get the Pokemon he wanted his opponent to bring. Unfortunately, unable to get that repeat play against Doombug, who really fought for himself well there in that last match.
Absolutely. Dilap, a trainer, I think anyone is a little bit fearful seeing that name going up against really powerful, really talented trainer. And Doombug able to make it look somewhat easy as he moves on. Definitely a trainer to keep an eye out for in this tournament as always. But right now, we have two other trainers, Stud Muffins and Dapper, going head to head, and we're going to see a couple unique picks. I think this is the first Corviknight for Dapper that we may be seeing on stream so far this weekend.
And you yourself have had a little bit of practice playing up against maybe Dapper Discs or Stud Muffins. What is your take on their playstyle?
Two really talented trainers. Dapper got the better of me multiple times before I was able to get some revenge in competition, but here we go. We're gonna see Drapion versus Corviknight to start things out, and you may be thinking Steel-type Corviknight, this is a dominant lead for Dapper, but if Stud Muffins gets this Crunch debuff, I think this immediately flips the outcome of this matchup, so this is not as bad of a matchup for Stud Muffins as you may think.
Depending on the exact Corviknight you have, you're able to take a second Crunch even if you get the defense drop. However, it does not come through, and just going immediately for an Iron Head, not going for the Sky Attack. Sky Attack a little bit more energy efficient, and we see an immediate swap out into the Claydol, and it's going to potentially reach an Ice Beam a little bit faster than it should have because of the switch out, but Stud Muffin's going straight for this Grass Knot, super effective damage blocked by the Protect Shield from Dapper.
Rock Tomb coming through, a couple of Rock Tomb users going back and forth. They're going to be trading some debuffs, and the Claydol will be able to connect on this Rock Tomb for that neutral damage. I don't think even bothered building up to the Ice Beam, simply wanted to get that debuff off as soon as possible. And now we're going to see Stud Muffins going for the super effective Grass Knot. Will do a lot of damage, but because your debuff not going to threaten to knock out, so Dapper elects to let it go.
Mudslap's doing neutral damage to this Cradily because of the rock sub-typing, unable to get the farm down, but catching the move onto the Corviknight. Great call from Stud Muffins, though, going for the Rock Tomb instead of the Grass Knot, recognizing, hey, this is a very obvious catch opportunity for Dapper here, so I want to throw the move that's going to provide me more benefit against the rest of Dapper's team.
I love that recognition from Dapper, seeing the switch timer was coming up at the perfect time, and also with such a low amount of health, Stud Muffins was forced to throw, but like you said, smart play throwing that Rock Tomb. Now we're gonna see Azumarill go for a hefty farm down, and although it's what you may consider a negative matchup against the Furret in back, you have such an energy lead. This is gonna be uncomfortable for Furret to handle this Azu.
The one thing that Dapper has going for him, though, is that he does have a charge attack bank onto that Claydol. I would prefer him to switch into it maybe sooner rather than later to get that debuff onto this Azumarill so that the fast attacks and the charge attacks are doing less damage to his Furret. However, second charge attack Ice Beam being shielded up at this point, Dapper needs to retain that health that he has and so much HP left on the Shadow Drapion.
Stud Muffin's gonna let the Swift go through. Knows Drapion can withstand it. Is already at the crunch, gonna throw it immediately, and this should be enough to knock out the Furret. Now, I think if you're Dapper, maybe you have to commit to a Mud Slap down here to give yourself a chance, but I mean, there is still a Protect Shield remaining on Stud Muffin's side, and I don't think a single Rock Tomb is gonna be enough to knock out this Azumarill.
Rock Tomb coming through, going to likely pick up the shield, but Bubble going through on the other end. I think maybe just 1 or 2 more bubbles will knock out the Claydol and secure victory for Stud Muffins in this game number 1.
Claydol had so much energy, but the bulk of Azumarill made it so it did not matter. Well played on both sides, but Stud Muffin's gonna be able to take game number 1 here in a pretty back and forth affair.
And I think that game just really showed how Furret in the wrong positions does not excel. It's a very neutral Pokemon. Dark type damage does neutral against a lot of things in the neutral or super effective against a lot of things in the meta. However, Stud Muffins does have 2 Pokemon with the Fairy subtyping, which resists those dark type attacks. So really have to maybe position it a little better, prevent a reverse farm down from happening so that you can get a little bit more utility out of your Furret.
And although Dapper made that nice play catching on the Corviknight in the mid game, it set up such a nice farm down for Azumarill. The Corviknight was also debuffed, already not known for its attack pressure, more of a defensive Pokemon, was doing even less damage, and then Azumarill had nearly 100 energy head start going into that Furret matchup. So like you said, what's normally a good matchup for Furret, not so much when Azu has such a head start.
And I think Dapper's, like, the key thing for there was exactly what you just called out, the fact that he had to catch that move onto his Corviknight. His key weakness in that battle is that he was not able to get that farm down onto that Cradily. Unfortunately, just not quite enough damage from his Claydol. And he really can't do too much to fix that. So like, he played very well. I think maybe just figuring out a team composition that does a little bit better into the Pokemon that Stud Muffins brought is going to be the way that Dapper Discs can come back into this game number 2.
He tried to maneuver. It wasn't quite enough. Corviknight, one of those Pokemon that looks really safe into a lot of teams. If you look at Stud Muffin's team, there's not really a clear, hard check to that Corviknight. However, at the same time, everything also has counterplay in the Corviknight. Just such a neutral Pokemon. And here we go. Game number 2, it's going to be Claydol into Cradily, Battle of the Rock Tomb users.
Oftentimes you'll see these 2 Pokemon on the same team of 3. Having 2 Rock Tomb users is incredibly potent. We see that Dapper is staying in, catching the move on to the Corviknight, but this time around, it's a Grass Knot. Really key here for Dapper in game number 2.
This time the catch, much more nasty, double resisted damage, and now you position your Corviknight in a neutral matchup against the Azumarill, but you save all that energy for later on the Claydol. Corviknight, because of that little bit of chip damage, I don't think it's going to be able to withstand 2 Ice Beams from the Azumarill, plus the bubble damage. It will be close, and I think you'll get off 2 Sky Attacks at least for some really nice chip damage against Azumarill.
I agree that second Ice Beam is definitely going to be able to pick up a knockout after the bubble damage comes through. Sky Attack going to do about 30% of the remaining health on the Azumarill. Second one is going to put it probably just outside of the red with maybe an additional few Sand Attacks putting it into the red, but maybe allowing Dapper to get a farm down later on in this game. But no, actually instantly pivoting, catching the Ice Beam onto his Claydol. I'm not sure I like this play a bunch because it's now super effective damage, but it doesn't even afford him an opportunity to get the fast attack down because Stud Muffins pivots immediately into his Cradily, excuse me.
A bit of a peculiar catch, I must say. I think wanted to preserve the Corviknight, but maybe would have preferred to not take that super effective Ice Beam onto the Clay Doll. And now we're going to see the Grass Knot going through. Dapper going to protect shield the Grass Knot, keep this Clay Doll around. It has quite a bit of energy, and you know that Stud is still switch locked, so you can safely get off this Rock Tomb, not fearful of a catch. And Stud Muffins, he's preserving the Cradily.
I'm not sure I agree with either of these players' play right now. I would have liked to see no shields on both ends. I think Dapper could have gotten a really nice energy advantage on his jump left, and I don't think Stud Muffins needed to shield that move because he could have gotten a farm down of his own. Now another catch coming in from the Corviknight, just showing how much it has been able to do in this this game. Stud Muffins coming in with the Shadow Drapion, getting a double resisted Poison Sting down.
A couple Poison Sting's head start could be really nice for Stud Muffins here. Dapper actually does come in with the jump lift. Doesn't have a great answer other than the Clay Doll for this Drapion and Crunch incoming. So we'll see how Dapper decides to play this. Doesn't elect to protect shield the first Crunch, building up to that heavy hitting acrobatics. Gonna wait a turn, try to avoid the potential catch opportunity, and we're gonna see a protect shield come up for Stud Muffins.
I think it really comes down to how much energy Dapper has on the Clay Doll. He has his Switch Clock available, could potentially go for a catch, going for a charge attack tie now. This is not the greatest position to be because it was just an Aerial Ace needing to now shield up the Crunch. Defense drops. I don't think that's going to be super impactful here, but how much energy does he have on that Clay Doll?
That's the question. Does he get to a charge attack before the Drapion? Oh, we see a simultaneous swap. Wait a sec. This is going to potentially allow a Mudslap down. Comes out with the Rock Tomb, but you still have the Cradily here, and Dapper throws a Rock Tomb. He doesn't want to get farmed down, but now I think you simply allow a Poison Sting down to the Drapion.
Yeah, I think that Dapper's potential win condition in that endgame was going to be letting the Clay Doll go, getting a Fairy Wind down, and then coming out with an Aerial Ace into this Drapion. However, those Poison Stings able to farm down, even though resisted. It's going to give Stud Muffins this game number 2, and that is a solid victory for him to move on to the winners finals for Group B.
Stud able to take down Dapper here. Really well done from Stud Muffins in this matchup, and we are going to see him move on into the winners finals, I believe. And there was just so much switching around in that match feed. Phoebe, I think it might have been a situation where the trainers might have lost track of energy at certain points. There's a few plays, but it's certainly easier for us watching, knowing the back lines, seeing the behind the scenes to make those comments from where we're sitting. And the trainers tried their best there.
Yeah, I have to imagine that second catch onto the Corviknight was actually not the best play because I think it just was not necessarily the most necessary in that moment in time, because although that first catch I think was really, really great, after that fact, the Corviknight was just so low it allowed that Poison Sting down, right? And Poison Stings do a lot of damage because they were fairly recently buffed in terms of their overall damage output, but double resisted means that he got, I think it was 4 or 5 of them with just the tiniest sliver of health on that Corviknight.
And that is where Drapion is so devastating when it gets that energy lead. 9 energy per Poison Sting, and if you look at maybe some of the matchups on paper for Drapion, it doesn't have the highest win rate, but you're not oftentimes just neutrally playing out matchups like a simulation. You're getting head starts of energy with that Drapion where it can be so lethal, and we were able to see that utilized from Stud Muffins.
All right, well, I've got some word from production that we have a fun little break for us for some social media time. I love being able to see all of the posts that you all put out here. We have someone who is ready, Toki, ready for some fiery matches as Team Magma Courtney at Portland Regional here. I don't recognize this lady, but it's probably a VG or a TCG player.
Fiery matches, straight Mag. I gotta say that pick is straight fire. Toki with the Bennett in the background. I wish we got to see maybe a Shadow Bennett here in in the championship series. It's a devastating Pokemon with that Shadow Ball coverage.
Shadow Ball as well as Thunder, I think, is its usual second charge attack. Here we have one of our Go judges, Sussy Susie. Hello from Portland, all the way coming all the way across the ocean from Italy. I'm happy to be here. P.S. If you're here too, check this out. There's a free event.
Shout out to Susie, one of the best in the judging business. Thanks for helping us out here this weekend in Portland, making things run smoothly. 7-7, setting best wishes on battles today to my friend PCF. Bring the spice and take it to Worlds. Good luck. You got this. Love the support from the friends in the community. And make sure that you're sending, if you're here in Portland, make sure you're sending your friends some of these exclusive regional gifts.
I do such a bad job of that myself. We have in the photo one of our TCG casters. That is Jeremy Jallin and his, I'm assuming, friend Austin Egger, saying, had the pleasure, or maybe just a fan, had the pleasure of meeting Jeremy Jallin at the Portland Regionals. What a nice guy. And it looks like they have maybe taken a part of some slowpoke origami that we have here at the venue. I know we've added some drawing stations, some coloring stations. So if you're out here at the venue or if you're at home watching, make sure you use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Tag us in your social media posts so that maybe you can show up here on the stream and we can share some of your content there.
Absolutely. I love Slowpoke. Thank you all for sharing your tweets with us. We want to see more of those, so make sure to post at us and we can share some of those throughout the tournament. But coming up next, C2U against Shadow Mimikyu. These are two trainers that you might not have the same recognition to the casual viewer of someone like a Dunebug97, someone like an Out of Pocket, but those that know just how talented these two trainers are, and they are always a main threat to potentially go far in a tournament.
And it looks like they maybe are friends wearing the same jersey, maybe on the same grassroots team. And looking at the teams, I want to say they do have a lot of similarities, but one key difference is the Psychic type user from these trainers. We have the Claydol a little more standard, but you know, a Pokemon that is really solid in the Open Great League meta, but we don't see as much at the Pokemon Championship Series, is that Grumpig.
Grumpig, a Pokemon that when it first got access to that Psywave, I think a lot of us, myself included, thought it was going to dominate the meta, but it hasn't quite been the case. Is Grumpig a strong Pokemon? I think it's still to be determined. We haven't seen it go too far in a regional championship competition, and I think Shadow Mimikyu might be trying to prove something. Say Grumpig is the way. Maybe it is one of the strong new Psywave users in this meta.
Its coverage is really unmatched. Shadow Ball plus Dynamic Punch, you have just impeccable coverage. Not too many things will resist both of those. You know, if you have a Dark type that's resisting the Ghost type damage, you have access to Fighting type damage, which is super effective against that. You know, maybe a, what would it be? A Fairy and Normal type resists, or no, that would take neutral from Dynamic Punch. So I'm struggling to think of a typing combination that resists both of those.
I have to say,
Fairy Flying?
The Grumpig, I'd have to think about it myself, but the Grumpig looks awfully safe. We have a lock in here. It's really only afraid of the Sucker Punch damage from fur. It has play against everything on C2U's team. And here we go. Battle the grass types in the lead. Cradily into the Shadow Jump Love.
This is a very neutral lead for both of these trainers. The key thing here is going to be the timing of these charge attacks. Like you had mentioned earlier, not necessarily always going for optimal timing because you want to get the Rock Tomb debuffs as soon as possible. The C2U now going up to 99 energy, throwing the acrobatics, and this is going to do a lot of good, just neutral damage to the Cradily. Grass type taking super effective, but Rock type taking resisted.
This Rock Tomb will threaten to knock out the Jump Love, so C2U willing to put up the Protect Shield here, and this is going to allow him to preserve all his energy, and he clears the debuff, switches into the Furret, and there is no clear answer for Shadow Mimikyu, not just the Grumpig, also the Azumarill doesn't really want to see the Furret, so elects to stay in, throw a Rock Tomb, and then you have to wonder, what's he gonna pivot into? Gonna pivot into the Azumarill.
Yeah, it has to be the Azumarill. Azumarill's able to resist the Sucker Punch damage coming in from the Furret, which is going to be what it wants to do. Able to reset that attack debuff with this Trailblaze. No shield, I expect, from Shadow Mimikyu. It is going to be the charge attack that does the least amount of damage. Still comfortably able to take the second Trailblaze, and this is looking fairly good for Shadow Mimikyu because in terms of a Psywave matchup, you want to be the Grumpig against the Lapras because not only do you have access to super effective Dynamic Punch, but you're also resisting that Psywave damage.
Ice Beam coming through. Shadow Mimikyu could have actually thrown the Ice Beam on alignment if he wanted to before that last Trailblaze, but elected to overfarm. Now going to try and reach a parting play rough against this Lapras, as Lapras looks to farm up quite a bit. C2U elects not to throw the Sparkling Aria immediately. Instead, wants to go for more energy gain here against this Azumarill. Play rough can do some nice chip damage. In comes the Grumpig, and this is a matchup that Grumpig really likes.
Sparkling Aria coming through on the other side. This is going to do a lot of neutral damage, but I think Shadow Mimikyu, because you're taking resisted damage from the Psywaves, you're fairly comfortably able to no-shield. I'm curious though, could the C2U have gone for a Skull Bash at that point? I think he did have the energy, so maybe a slightly risky play coming from Shadow Mimikyu there.
We see the swap into the Jumpluff, going for the Dynamic Punch bait and gonna successfully grab the Protect Shield. However, Jumpluff has a lot of energy. It is past the acrobatics. I actually didn't quite see which flying type attack the Jumpluff queued up here. It's gonna be a Protect Shield, and it is the successful Aerial Ace bait for C2U.
Yeah, I have to imagine that that's what he wants to go for, because now he can reach a second Aerial Ace here. You see Shadow Mimikyu maybe thinking to himself, is this an Acrobatics? No, it's just an Aerial Ace, but it's going to be incredibly hard, if not impossible, to get the farm down. And now opting to go into the Cradily, this is really tough. He does not have any more fast attack pressure against this Shadow Jumpluff. How is he going to get it off the field in order to allow that Grumpig to land that super effective Dynamic Punch into Lapras?
This is so difficult for Shadow Mimikyu. You can't really come in with a Azumarill because you can't bubble down the Jumpluff. And I think the Jumpluff also gets to an Aerial Ace before the Grumpig. We can see a swap in to the Lapras. Could this open up anything? We're going to see a Play Rough come through, but you're forced to expend this energy, and there's no way you're going to reach another charge attack with the Jumpluff, so I think C2U is actually in a good position here.
But Shadow Mimikyu has a move loaded on his Grumpig, and you're going to win that charge attack tie into the Jumpluff. The question becomes, one, energy's now being utilized here, but two, does he have Shadow Ball, or does he just have the Dynamic Punch?
He's one off the Dynamic Punch. He didn't quite have it loaded, but Phoebe, I think you're right. I think C2 thought he had it loaded. This is going to knock out, and Shadow Mimikyu is going to flip this game. I think if C2U committed to that Fairy Wind down, he had a win condition there.
He tricked even me. I thought he had the Dynamic Punch loaded, and I am able to see the amount of energy that he had. Just one Psywave short. Maybe they're laughing back and forth about maybe Shadow Mimikyu saying, oh, I didn't actually have the Dynamic Punch loaded, and C2U saying, oh, I thought you did. You tricked me.
It's especially hard to keep track of those one-turn fast attack animations as well. That's a question you sometimes hear trainers ask. How the heck do you count the amount of Psywaves or Dragon Breaths? And sometimes you use your own attacks maybe as a reference, knowing that one bubble is equivalent to 3 Psywaves. So sometimes trainers use that technique, but it is certainly so difficult to keep track of the exact energy. C2U thought he had the Dynamic Punch loaded, so went for the prediction, went for the combo play and threw that attack. But unfortunately, when he watches this back, if he had just committed that Fairy Wind down, I think could have flipped that game 1.
I don't think Shadow Mimikyu's switch clock was quite up at that end game, and unbeknownst to him, he did not actually have that charge attack ready, so the C2U unable to find his win condition there in game, what felt like game number 2, but is actually just game number 1.
Lots of swaps back and forth, and the Grumpig able to come out on the winning side, although it looked like it was in a tough position there at some point. And like I said at the start of game 1, Phoebe, Grumpig looks really good to me in this matchup. There's really no hard check other than the Furret, and even the Furret, of course, you have that Dynamic Punch coverage, so it's not like Grumpig is walled there by any means. It has a lot of counterplay.
Have you had the opportunity to play out the Furret versus Grumpig matchup?
As the Furret, yes. As the Grumpig, no.
I have. I've played a little bit of Grumpig myself in the Go Battle League, and Furret versus Grumpig is actually not as bad with energy advantage for the Furret as you, if the Grumpig has energy advantage, it's not as bad as you might think because it's not same type attack bonus dynamic punch. You're unable, and oh my gosh, what a play here. Trailblaze, double resisted, going into the Talonflame.
What a massive catch to start things out here. Double resisted Trailblaze, lots of energy going to waste essentially. And now you also snuck in that Incinerate, so Talonflame could put on a lot of pressure here against the Lapras. Took a long time to consider that Protect. I think you kind of have to Protect Shield at this point, and builds up to 2 charge attacks, going directly for the big Brave Bird, and this is nearly gonna knock out the Lapras here. Brave Bird connects.
That is some heavy damage, and one Incinerate does not pick up the knockout I thought it was going to. Sparkling Aria now coming through, second shield coming through from Shadow Mimikyu, and in the back, there's no real great answer for this Talonflame's energy. You're going to want to come in with a Furret, but almost 2 flies loaded. That third Sucker Punch means that I think he's only now 2 away from a Swift, so I don't think Shadow Mimikyu will be able to get off another charge attack unless he switches out.
You see the pivot into the Unnovan. Stunfisk now making its first appearance in this series. Trailblaze coming through, super effective. You're gonna need 2 Trailblazes to knock out this bulky Unnovan Stunfisk as it approaches the Mud Bomb. And I don't know if Mud Bomb is going to be enough here. And we actually see the Charge Attack Preddy goes for the Swift instead, maybe concerned that the Mud Bomb would knock out.
Yeah, I think Shadow Mimikyu could have thrown a little bit earlier. This damage is not going to be enough to knock out. 2 charge attacks are loaded. Mud Bomb coming through now. I don't think is going to pick up a knockout on the Furret. It is incredibly bulky. And a pivot immediately into that Shadow Jump Lift. Discharge able to come through, and I think this is going to be a pretty clean, fast attack down from the C2U. The Grumpig has energy, but I don't think you really want to utilize it on the Jump Bluff.
Discharge is not a very powerful attack. We see the swap in a town, and Mimikyu knows this is devastating. Aerial Ace queued first, which means this Talonflame is going to go down, not going to get off that fly, and down a Protect Shield. This just seems like too much for this Grumpig to overcome.
Yeah, Furret, even with that Trailblaze being caught, has done so much in this matchup, able to completely neutralize the Unnovan Stunfisk. Now the Shadow Jump Lift, although it's taking neutral damage from the Psy Waves as well as the Shadow Ball, it's just got so much bulk, it's just got so much pacing. No shields on Shadow Mimikyu's side means that this Acrobatics is going to come through and pick up this knockout on the Grumpig.
The C2U showing how powerful Jump Bluff can be. Acrobatics knocks out, and Jump Bluff is going to sweep all 3 Pokemon here in the end game. But the highlight was it taking down perhaps its arch nemesis, that Talonflame, getting to that Aerial Ace first.
Yeah, I want to go back to what I was saying at the very beginning of that match because I didn't get to quite finish my thought because of the catch of the Trailblaze. Non-same type attack bonus Dynamic Punch just does not feel like it does enough damage against a Furret, especially when you're taking super effective Sucker Punches. So even with like a shields down scenario, that matchup is not very comfortable for a Grumpig.
Absolutely, and Furret is a Pokemon that when it ramps up especially, it can be all the more devastating. So that we've seen so many catches in the past 2 matches, and I think we've seen more than one example, whether it was the Dapper matchup where he was catching attacks on his Corviknight, or this previous match we just saw, catching a double resisted Trailblaze on your Talon. It wasn't enough in the end, and part of that is maybe how great that Lapras was surviving the Brave Bird, but also that when you give up that alignment, even if you make that catch, although it's a fancy play, sometimes giving up that alignment can be costly and sort of hand over other advantages to your opponents. So you kind of have to weigh the pros and the cons, the risk versus reward of making those types of plays.
Right, and it's super hard to actually know the risk versus reward because you don't have full knowledge of your opponent's team of 3. Their Talonflame was super crucial to keep alive because of the jump lift that was in the back for the C2U, but Shadow Mimikyu had no idea it was there. Here we go, game number 3. It's going to be Tinkaton versus Unnovan Stunfisk. This is an amazing lead for Shadow Mimikyu.
A great matchup for the Unnovan Stunfisk. Gonna pace very quickly to these super effective Mud Bombs. and you are not really that threatened by the Tinkaton. Of course, Bulldoze is super effective, one of the weakest charge attacks in the game, and Play Rough gonna do some considerable damage here. So we're actually seeing C2U opt for the Play Rough, and staying in this matchup is also interesting in a clear sign of Shadow Mimikyu that maybe doesn't have a hard counter, so he's gonna swap into the Furret now.
Mud Bomb now coming through from Shadow Mimikyu, going to do good neutral damage into the Furret. However, if we look at the 3 Pokemon on the side for Shadow Mimikyu, he doesn't have an amazing answer. Goes into his best answer. Of course, you don't want this on the Grumpig at this point in time. Into the Cradily he goes, probably going to no-shield this Trailblaze, although it is neutral damage, but it has not been boosted that much yet.
The C2U is playing from behind, leading his Steel type into the Ground type, but he does have some hope here. Lured out the Cradily with the Furret. Now his own Unova Stunfisk can potentially avoid this Pokemon in the back. Building up, going to throw the Trailblaze as soon as possible. As this Furret gets quite low on HP, Trailblaze going to connect and gonna try and look to maybe go for a Sucker Punch down, but not before the Rock Tomb is delivered.
Yeah, this matchup's been a little bit of a seesaw. We're seeing attack raise and drop back and forth like that seesaw, tipping back and forth. We see the Cradle is able to win the matchup, but it's going to get farmed down, not before a switch out, and now it's a very neutral matchup between the Stunfisk and the Psywave user of Grumpig.
I like plays on both sides here. Went for the Thunder Shock down, knowing how valuable that energy is. Shadow Mimikyu did not want to allow that. He feels like pivoting, not allowing more farm is more valuable than keeping the alignment at this point, because the Grumpig is quite safe. Dynamic Punch coming through, going to pick up the Protect Shield from C2U, as both of these Pokemon are locked in here. Still 2 Protect Shields remain on Shadow Mimikyu's side.
And this is really tough because you don't really want to be shielding up Bulldozes, but you want to use your shields before you're knocked out. So shielding up this really not that hard-hitting move, but with the defense drop, I think he needs to shield the second one as well.
Bulldoze coming through. It's so tough to let this go, but he does. And it's not going to be enough to knock out, of course. Can this Grumpig actually reach 2 Dynamic Punches before going down? Going to let it go. So this is going to be critical. Does this debuffed Grumpig reach another Dynamic Punch here before getting Thunder Shock down? Yes, it does. That's some really valuable chip damage here.
And it wasn't the attack that was dropped, it was the defense. So this is going to do the full amount of damage possible. Switching now into the Unovan Stunfisk, there is still 1 shield on the side of Shadow Mimikyu, going for the Mud Bomb as soon as possible. Wants to get this energy off, but the C2U has a lot of energy on his own, and the health on Shadow Mimikyu's Unovan Stunfisk is significantly lower.
This is so close, Phoebe. Is the Mud Bomb going to be enough to knock out from this range? C2U is going to get there first. He's going to deliver this Mud Bomb, but this is incredibly close. Does this Stunfisk have the ability to hang on to this super effective? Yes, it does. These Thunder Shocks do nothing. It's going to get to a Mud Bomb of his own, but I think this might be just shy as well.
Yeah, there is a little bit of health on the Cradily. Shadow Mimikyu might have the option to try to switch into it, but a Thunder Shock down is just ridiculous. It's ludicrous at this point. They're triple resistant, doing 1 damage. C2U gets the farmed up, but there are 2 Pokemon left on Shadow Mimikyu's side.
Comes in with the Grumpig, doesn't get the 1 Psywave through. That could be costly here, but the Cradily is still there. Mud Bomb going to knock out the Grumpig. Is there 2 charge attacks loaded? Not quite. 1 Bullet Seed gets the knockout in an incredibly close match. And there we go. Shadow Mimikyu gets it done.
A little bit of a happy ending there for us behind the desk. The fact that that Bullet Seed was able to pick up the knockout there, because the Psywave should have come through. It should have applied its damage, but all happy thoughts in the end here as the game ends in a fashion that we're happy with.
What an incredible Game 3. Yeah, like you said, I think Grumpig should have gotten the knockout there, and Cradily came in and stole its thunder. Not that Grumpig runs thunder, but Grumpig, it's good to see it getting some shine from Shadow Mimikyu, and perhaps a nice meta call. I mean, with Lapras so common, we're seeing lots of Cradily. You have that Shadow Ball coverage, of course, for something like Claydol. The Grumpig may be more play now that when there's a little bit less Drapion, maybe a little bit less Ghost in the meta.
So, Rise, talk to me a little bit about why you might want to utilize a Pokemon like Grumpig over something like Malamar. You know, they're very similar. They have fighting type damage in their charge attacks plus either Dark and Ghost. So
why would you opt for Grumpig over Malamar in terms of the overall meta?
I think there's a couple benefits to Grumpig as your Psywave user over Malamar. One would be with Jump Bluff being so common, you don't take that super effective Fairy Wind damage as you would as the Malamar. You also have harder hitting charge attacks. You have Dynamic Punch and Shadow Ball, which can be a little bit more menacing than the cheaper energy cost, but less damage, Foul Play, and Superpower. You also have a move in Dynamic Punch that has been buffed this season and does not cost you the debuff attack and defense like a Superpower would.
I'll take the devil's advocate side here and opt for Malamar. Malamar has maybe a little bit better typing in terms of its defensiveness. You're not taking super effective from Shadow Claw, which is a very common fast attack that we see in the meta, as well as you're taking, I was going to say fighting, but you're taking neutral from fighting, so that's not even a great spot. So maybe just typing-wise, it's just overall better. Superpower, I actually don't know if it does more damage or less damage than the Dynamic Punch. Obviously, the drawback is the lowering, but we've seen time and time again that you're able to pivot out with Malamar and mitigate the drawback of Superpower.
I'm fairly confident Dynamic Punch does a little bit more damage than Superpower. The Twitch chat can correct me if I'm incorrect on that. But I think the main key, I'll say, is what are the two most common Pokemon in our usage? Was it indeed the Jumpluff and the Tinkaton? And if you're running Grumpig over Malamar, you're not taking super effective Fairy Wind damage from either of those. You also aren't forced to debuff yourself. So I think those two really popular matchups, although maybe that dark subtyping helps you in a lot of scenarios, I think those two matchups in particular a little bit better for the Grumpig, and Shadow Mimikyu is gonna try and show that.
All right, well, we have an interview set up with Alex, so go ahead and take it away.
All right, we just watched some of the best battles of the day between CTU and the Shadow Mimikyu. Obviously, these guys are teammates, so I want to ask you guys: did you guys build your teams together, separately, and why did you choose Unova and Stunfisk? I'm going to start over here with Shadow Mimikyu.
Okay, so we didn't build together, but we share each other's teams and give advice to each other, just to help one another. And if, I don't know, for whatever reason, one of us couldn't point out any of the weaknesses, like they just able to help each other out and do that. As for you, Fisk, Lapras and Jumpluff are just an insane core, and along with Typhlosion coming into the meta and stuff like that, it provide a lot of good coverage and a decent defensive typing, so it was able to handle those pretty well.
Awesome, yeah, really good answer. What about you, CTU? Did you build your team with anyone else? Did you get any help?
This time I kind of went solo. Usually if Shadow's not attending a tournament, he's the first guy I ask for advice on my team comps, what I'm missing. We love to scrim together. When we found out we were probably going to be in the same group, we didn't reveal what we were going to run today, but yeah, we've just worked together for a long time and talked meta ideas nonstop. So it's just crazy to come play against him here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what's great about Pokemon is we always are able to share and help each other out, especially teammates. So obviously you won Shadow Mimikyu. How did you feel about that last endgame?
I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way. Like, just a really close finish. Corey's an amazing opponent, and yeah, I'm just really fortunate in this case. But he'll have a really good loser run, I'm sure of it.
And for you, CT, obviously you've been, I remember at the World Championships, you had an incredible run. Do you think you could pull off something similar today?
It's always possible. It's just a lot to ask of anyone. You know, Worlds was a ton of fun, and I'm so happy with how that went. All I can do is go one battle at a time and do my best.
You heard it here first, and I think now we're going to transition back to the casting booth. And thank you guys so much for being here.
We'll have to see if the CTU is able to rise from the ashes of his defeat like a phoenix and continue through the losers bracket. You know, time and time again, he is able to have these just really incredible losers bracket runs. So like Shadow Mimikyu said, I don't think there's really a doubt.
It was something like 12 consecutive games won at the World Championships after falling to the losers' side before eventually losing to World Championship finalist in Adequance that ended his run. But C2U, no stranger to the big stage. He did it on the biggest of stages at the World Championships. And I love to see the camaraderie and the teammates. You know, they're competing against each other. They both want to win. But when it's all said and done, these are two guys that I'm sure spent a lot of time talking strategies together, like they said. And I think they should be both be very proud of that performance they just put on.
Yeah, and I want to reiterate something that Shadow Mimic you said. There's nothing better than having just this close endgame. 2 or 3 HP left on either Pokemon. Neither player knows who's going to win, and when it's finally revealed, it's either a huge sigh of relief or just like a, oh, one more thing, and I could have won that battle. That's so much better than having a game end where someone has like 2 whole Pokemon left remaining or something like that.
Those are the most exciting. Those are where you have the big reactions when you realistically have no idea who is going to come out on top, and that came down to the wires, certainly. What a great match, perhaps the best match of the day so far, and we should hopefully have a lot more in store. Coming up next, a trainer returning to the stage who has had a lot of success in the past. Maybe his last few tournaments haven't been up to the standard he'd hoped for in Aero. Aero's going to be taking on Emma 5 Cents.
Yeah, Emma 5 Cents, we haven't actually seen her compete in quite a while. I think the last tournament she competed in was not 2025 Vancouver, but actually 2024 Vancouver. And she's been a player who's fairly consistent on the West Coast, able to very consistently make top 64, top 32 at these tournaments. We see them both up on the stage, locked in and ready to go. Aero is going to be running that Shadow Typhlosion. It's actually running a triple Shadow team with a Shadow Drapion as well as a Shadow Jumpluff.
Aero, a trainer known for bringing spicy teams, core breakers, obscure Pokemon, brought the Registeel in a previous tournament this season in Louisville, had a lot of success. When Registeel was out of the meta, he said, I'm gonna bring it back, and had a lot of success with it. I would say this is one of the more quote-unquote meta teams for Aero. I don't see anything here that really speaks to, oh, I wasn't expecting to see that. I think everything here looks pretty strong, and Aero's gonna look to maybe adjust some of his style, his strategy in this team here in Portland.
And maybe that past experience he has with maybe trying to push off meta things will give him a slight advantage over Emma here, because Emma is running some Pokemon that we've seen before but aren't as common right now in the meta. Guzzlord, Golisopod, and then Grumpig again. So we've had 2 Grumpig gamers on the stage back to back.
I will say one thing in this matchup that jumps out to me is the Guzzlord on Emma 5 Cents' side, because other than that Jumpluff, which of course is pretty devastating for Guzzlord with those double super effective Fairy Winds, I feel like Guzzlord has play everywhere else really good against the Typhlosion. One of the few things that can really hard check that Drapion, really good against the Fur as well, and certainly a lot of play against both Claydol and the Corviknight.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit different than you might expect against the Claydol, I'll say, because both of those Pokemon are running those 3-turn fast attacks, and Mudslap is one of the best 3-turn fast attacks that we have in the game right now. And although Guzzlord has access to cheaper super effective damage, Rock Tomb is just so potent. It's able to turn around matchups like Azumarill, where you'd think that, hey, it's a water type versus a ground type. Why should Azumarill lose the 0 shield matchup? But without access to Hydro Pump, it does.
Absolutely. I would be shocked if Emma 5 Cents does not bring the Guzzlord. I think it looks really strong into Aero's side. And does that force Aero's hand? Does that force him to bring the Jumpluff every single game? And if you're Emma, you can maybe try to predict that and bring the Tinkaton. But I will say the Jumpluff looks pretty safe. It's not like there's, I don't know, a Clodsire or a Talonflame, something that's going to really hard punish that Jumpluff. So at least Aero's Jumpluff looks relatively safe, with the Tinkaton being the main counter to it.
On the flip side, Emma has Diggersby, and if you look at Aero's team, there aren't that many amazing answers to it, right? Jumpluff, grass versus the ground, you'd be like, hey, that should be an easy win for Jumpluff, but access to only flying type fast attacks means that you're never hitting back for super effective, and Fire Punch is a fairly strong attack, and you pace so quickly to it with those quick attacks from that Pokemon, from that Diggersby, that
that's actually a pretty solid matchup for Diggersby, as well as Corviknight, right? You'd think, hey, a flying type versus a ground type, that's gotta be flying type favored. Super effective fire punches, again, just surprise.
That's a great point. I think the Furret might be the best answer to the Diggersby, and of course with that Guzzlord being so strong, that is not a matchup Furret wants to see, so maybe a bit of a tricky matchup that Arrow is tasked with here. Is he going to be able to take down Emma 5 Cents with this Guzzlord team composition?
Yeah, I think where Guzzlord, where Furret, where the Jumpluff land are going to be incredibly crucial, but like looking at how many pieces need to come together for both these trainers, I might actually give Emma a little bit of a team comp advantage because she has fewer pieces that need to land in the exact right spots in order to secure victory.
I'd have to agree. And the Corviknight, as Corviknight usually is, looks pretty safe into Emma's team. However, Corviknight's not really a Pokemon, you know, that's gonna run through a team even if it's safe. So maybe Arrow opts for a double flyer strategy, Corviknight, Jumpluff. We'll see what's happening. We have one trainer locked in, one trainer still thinking things over for just a few more moments as we approach this winners round 2 matchup of Group D.
Yeah, I like the call out of Jumpluff plus Corviknight because it could potentially overload a Pokemon like Diggersby because it's not hitting for everything for super effective. But here we go, game number 1, it's Shadow Drapion into Golisopod, and this is a fairly neutral matchup because although you are going to be doing a lot of damage with Aqua Jet, Crunch will also be doing a lot of damage back and you're resisting the Shadow Claws.
Right, you have to slightly favor the Drapion here with those neutral poison stings, but as you see, Aqua Jet still does a considerable amount of damage. Arrow comfortable tanking the first Aqua Jet, and this Crunch is going to connect onto Golisopod. This should do enough where Arrow could opt for the Aqua Tail if he wants, or he could go for a Shield Inferno. Oh, and a nice catch from Emma onto the Guzzlord.
This is a bit interesting, because although this is a great catch for Emma, I almost would have preferred her to stay in because of how strong the Cradily looks in the back. Now, pulling out the Jumpluff, it's going to be able to get to an Acrobatics before the Sludge Bomb?
And I like this decision from Arrow. He's not messing around. He goes directly for the Acrobatics, doesn't bother baiting, guarantees either I get a Protect Shield or your Guzzlord goes bye-bye. And now this Jumpluff is still extremely healthy for this back line that doesn't really have a whole lot of fast attack pressure.
Yeah, I think it's still outside of Rock Tomb range, right? This is just a standard Cradily. It is a shiny Cradily, but I think this might be another Acro. Yeah, another Acrobatics coming through, picking up the shield. I think if Emma's going to fight her way back into this matchup, she's going to need to be able to catch a charge attack onto her Golisopod.
It seemed like Arrow was trying to wait for his switch timer to come up there, but it didn't come up just in time, so actually goes for a chart attack priority here because he waited a turn against this Cradily. And now the Aerial Ace is going to be called. Emma, great counting. I think Arrow was one shy, and this Rock Tomb is going to be caught. Nice catch by Arrow onto the Drapion.
However, I think this is actually okay for Emma. Big undercharge, still picks up the knockout. She needed to throw a move into that Shadow Drapion because she could have never gotten the Bullet Seed down. Bullet Seed is great for energy generation, but is awful for fast attack damage.
Arrow going for another Acrobatics here, and it is going to be Protect Shielded. So Cradily might be able to reach double Rock Tomb here before the next Acrobatics, which could pose an issue for Arrow here. And he's actually going to Protect Shield. Maybe doesn't realize that the Cradily is one away, or maybe we'll see what happens here. My mistake, and a beautiful catch from Emma.
Yeah, Arrow is actually only one away, so this is the catch that Emma needs in order to get back into this game. However, the Cradily still needs to do a lot. They're going to have to be very careful not to throw a Rock Tomb into the Claydol, but unable to get the catch. Arrow's now taking super effective Grass Knot damage, but I think Arrow's still in a really strong spot here because if Emma throws 2 Grass Knots too quickly, he's going to be able to get to a move onto the, or Arrow's going to be able to get an Aerial Ace onto the Cradily. So
being forced to throw. The Mud Slap damage is too much because it's neutral damage, and I think Emma does not have nearly enough energy here.
Right, just well played on both sides. Emma was extremely patient, knew the catch might be coming, was able to deliver the super effective grass knots, but wasn't able to store enough energy for this jump bluff. So Arrow able to maneuver. I felt like played that end game quite safe and was able to win in the end.
Yeah, Arrow really gave himself a strong advantage in that match with that no-shielded acrobatics into Emma's Guzzlord. Emma was fighting tooth and nail, trying to pull her way back into that matchup because of that loss of her key Pokemon, and just it wasn't enough to get back into that matchup. Arrow just so comfortable in the endgame with all of the energy that he had loaded up on Jump Bluff, as well as that fast attack damage that Claydol is able to put into a Grass-type Pokemon because of its rock subtyping.
And not to sound like a broken record feed, but we talk about the catches and how valuable they are. Emma opted to catch an Aqua Tail, a resistant Aqua Tail on the Guzzlord. And yes, you're catching resistant charge attack, but what that also did was it allowed Arrow to position his jump bluff where he wanted it against the Guzzlord. So sometimes maybe it would have been better to try and preserve or try to fight harder for switch advantage and position that Guzzlord in a better place. Once Arrow got that alignment, it was just a little bit too much for Emma to overcome.
Yeah, it's tough though, right? Because I think maybe Emma could have tried to think about how energy advantage on her Cradily would have been really impactful into the rest of Arrow's team, especially after having seen the Shadow Drapion already out. Like, if you're looking at the rest of the team, what really threatens a Cradily up energy? It's not too much. I guess the Corviknight maybe is one of the best answers, but you're still taking neutral damage from Rock Tomb, and 2 Rock Tombs I don't quite threaten a knockout, but it's going to mean that you're taking so much less damage back from the Corviknight.
To reference some specific matchup knowledge here, Phoebe, this might come as a shocker to some people watching, but breaking news, Corviknight loses to Cradily in all even shield scenarios if it's a high rank Cradily, because the sand attacks only do 1 damage and you outpace to the Rock Tomb. So Corviknight, it's a strong Pokemon as a generalist, but there are certain matchups you'd hope that it wins that it just does not simply. So, but I do agree with you. In the right scenario, of course, with those super effective Iron Heads, it can be a good position for Corviknight, but Corviknight in even shield scenarios actually also going to lose the greatest. Like you said, Cradily just so good and so safe across the board.
And I want to go back and call out Emma's choice of charged attacks on that Guzzlord. So it is that Brutal Swing and Sludge Bomb. So no real cheap moves to be able to throw into the Shadow Drapion. However, it finds a matchup it really likes here in the Shadow Typhlosion.
We see a tough lead for Arrow and swaps directly into the jump bluff. This is going to lure out the Tinkaton. And Phoebe, this is obviously a tough looking situation for Arrow. I wonder if he tries to fight for switch advantage here, if he tries to somehow flip this matchup by investing extra Protect Shields against this Tinkaton.
I'm not sure that'll necessarily net him a win here, because although you're taking not very effective damage in Dragon Tails into the Corviknight, you have a Diggersby on Emma's backside, right? So the super effective Scorching Sands will be able to one-shot the Typhlosion, and you're taking neutral quick attack, so it's a really tough situation for Arrow, where maybe if Emma had brought other Pokemon to this, it would be different, but actually now able to get a shield advantage, and I actually don't like this from Emma. You don't want to be giving up shields too early against a Pokemon or a team that has Shadow Typhlosion.
Exactly, gets the protection advantage. That could benefit Arrow here, and you have to presume, yeah, comes with the Typhlosion, gonna go for the Incinerate down. Emma will be able to reach a Parting Bulldoze here, and I don't... Oh, okay, Arrow is going to invest the Protect Shield. Feels like, even though this is, of course, a weak attack in Bulldoze, it is super effective against a Glassy Typhlosion, wants to preserve the health, and will at least come out of here with a Blast Burn, which, although resisted, will do a lot of damage.
Yeah, the funny thing is we were talking down about catches earlier game 1 and also previous matchups. I think this would have been a perfect time for Emma to pivot out, right? She had 2 Pokemon in the back that would have been able to deal with the Typhlosion, and then maybe be able to pivot her Tinkaton into a better spot, maybe get a farm down later or utilize it as a catch. And I think that would have been a little bit more beneficial. However, still able to line up that Typhlosion against her Diggersby, and these Brutal Swings are going to be doing nice chip damage to the Corviknight. I don't think it's going to be within a quick attack range, but
Ironhead, not the best move. I think Guzzlord can easily take this one. I think it might be threatened by a second.
This is a really interesting strategy from Emma. Did not elect to swap the Diggersby into the Corviknight, elected to stay in for a long period of time and then swap. Now Sky Attack coming through. Arrow's switch timer is now up. He can now swap, and he's going to do one Incinerate and then throw the Blast Burn for proper timing, and all of a sudden this Diggersby is starting to approach Blast Burn range.
I think it's just shy right now. No shield from Emma. Oh, it actually picks up the knockout, and this is looking really tough. Thunder Punch now threatening a knockout, and Emma has to shield, needs to go for the Dragon Tail down, but Arrow might be able to hang on to 3.
Gonna approach this next Thunder Punch, and it looks like Typhlosion is going to get there just before getting farmed down. And Arrow able to overcome perhaps the worst possible alignment here. Typhlosion knocks out the Guzzlord and is gonna advance Arrow to winners round 3.
Really great Typhlosion play from Arrow there, utilizing its energy, utilizing its pressure to the fullest. I think we were both a little bit surprised that that Blast Burn knocked out the Diggersby. Of course, it is neutral damage. It's not resisted damage. Ground typing, it's super effective against fire, but it doesn't resist fire back. And that was Emma's downfall there, just not being able to survive that Blast Burn.
Typhlosion showing off its power, and Phoebe, you made a great call. I was thinking maybe Arrow would try to flip the switch advantage, but knowing that there was a Shadow Typhlosion, you need those shields. So he said, no, I'm gonna try and get a shield advantage myself, and that allowed him to potentially flip the match. I think Emma, maybe if she had swapped the Diggersby immediately into that Corviknight and preserved the Guzzlord, could have been a little bit better, because Diggersby actually has a positive matchup against the Corviknight. You think it's kind of weird, right? Because it's a flying type Pokemon, but you do have that super effective Fire Punch that allows it to just kind of outbulk it with more efficient damage. So maybe that could have been a different play, but all credit to Arrow. What a nice win given the tough alignment.
Yeah, also I think another key moment was the shielding option onto that Tinkaton, right? I think it was well outside of acrobatics range, so it could have survived. I think maybe a worry that she could have had was if I no shield, if I win this matchup, then the Typhlosion's going to be able to farm me down, and maybe that's a bad spot. Another possibility is switching out, pivoting out, saving the Tinkaton and going into one of her other Pokemon, because I guess she didn't have full team compositional knowledge at that point in time, but she did know that her 2 Pokemon in the back both beat Typhlosion face-to-face, not down energy.
Absolutely, and Arrow making Typhlosion look really strong there. Such a powerful Pokemon. That Blast Burn, that Community Day attack is so strong, and like you said, I think that just barely did enough to get that knockout on Diggersby, which was pivotal in Arrow sealing that game.
Yeah, that knockout was definitely the highlight of that matchup, but we have some highlights for you here, and we'll be back with some more Pokemon action right after.
Very nice catch.
Hello and welcome, trainers, to a special showcase matchup. As you know, the Crown Clash Takeover event just ended, and Shadow Inkay made its Pokemon Go debut. Shadow Malamar is not going to be eligible this weekend in Portland, but it will be in Bologna and NAIC. So I gathered 2 elite trainers and 1 elite commentator, rise to the occasion, to cover this matchup. Rise, are you excited to see some Shadow Malamar?
Hi, everyone. Happy to be here, and thank you for inviting me to the Shadow Malamar Invitational, Speedy.
Absolutely, Rise. We've got a best-of-1 matchup between 2 friends and rivals. They actually competed at the Portland Regionals just last year, and they're going to throw down one more time here on stage. All right, on my mark. Are we ready to lock in? All right, let's go.
Yep.
All right, the twist The phones are upside down. Rise, we got the battles right here. We've got a Corviknight lead from Caleb. And an Azumarill lead from Roberto.
Upside down, inside out. Let's see how these trainers adapt to this gameplay with the visuals being obscured. Azumarill and the Corviknight, two bulky Pokemon starting things off here, Speedy.
Exactly. I think that the Azumarill lead was probably trying to catch a Malamar lead because we do see Malamar as a lead Pokemon due to its superpower. This is interesting, though, because we've got double Dark here from Roberto. He's got Shadow Drapion and Shadow Malamar.
They want to bring the entertainment for the fans. They want to bring the Shadow Malamar somewhere. I think both trainers have in the back of their mind that Shadow Malamar is coming, but right now they're being patient. They're just going to be playing out this lead.
Exactly right. And I mean, for Roberto, he's using his best Malamar counter on this Corviknight. So a little bit surprised to not see his swap out. Going to take another Sky Attack here, Rise.
And we know with the similar pacing, or the same pacing, I should say, of Shadow Malamars, it is going to be crucial who swaps first. Does someone swap their Malamar in first to get that energy lead? Right now, Ice Beam going to connect onto the Corviknight.
Ice Beam connects. I heard Roberto say that he feels nauseous looking at the phone upside down. Bubbles are able to get the KO, and Roberto wins lead.
Maybe it's a roller coaster for him. He's got the upside down viewpoint, and he said, what is it? He doesn't know what's on his screen. And the swipes are, he's going to get this player off. He does get the excellent, however, a little bit more impressive in this scenario, and the quick swap into the Drapion.
All right, we've got the Drapion now for Roberto, and then in the back, the third Pokemon for Caleb Ping, not revealed. Roberto says he's having a hard time finding the timing on the charge attacks, but he gets the bait.
The timing is going to be more difficult in this scenario. Successful bait here in Azumarill versus Drapion, a classic matchup, and you have to presume both players know exactly what's lying in the back. It's only a matter of time before the Malamar is unleashed.
Crunch connects. No defense drop, I don't think, but the poison stings are adding up, and that Malamar in the back is a little bit nervous here for Caleb. And it looks like another crunch coming through here. This is going to be enough to KO, Rise.
It is. This looks like a tough situation for Caleb. He's forced to put up that Protect Shield. Now one shield apiece does get off a parting player up. This could be big. Now, Berto going to invest the final Protect Shield. Could that be crucial? But you still have a healthy Drapion to deal with if you're Caleb.
You have to swap here, right? And that's what we see Caleb do. Come in with the Malamar, but the Crunch is locked and loaded. If this connects, it's going to deal a ton of damage. You see Caleb touch his face a little bit, get a little bit nervous. Crunch connects.
Doesn't Protect Shield the Crunch, knowing that if it's the opposing Malamar in the back, the Sideways aren't going to do much. However, now you have to use your final Protect Shield anyway on this Aquatail.
Aquatail getting that final shield, as you mentioned. Malamar on its last tentacle. Here comes Malamar. We're in the Squid Games now, Rise.
I love that. Here we go, back and forth. Caleb gets off this first charge attack. Berto looks perplexed. He said he doesn't know the counts. It's especially hard when you're upside down. Does he have two? Not quite. It's going to be Berto getting there first.
Here comes Berto. Back-to-back Malamar foul plays raining down on Caleb. I don't know if he's got any play left. He's got a very weak Azumarill in the back. He's going to get melted with his Sideways, Rise.
Not enough, and a 3-ball flex to show for it. Good games across the board. Two friends showcasing a brand new Pokemon. You love to see it.
You absolutely love to see it. Two friends and rivals. Shadow Malamar showcase, definitely a success. I can't wait to see it Rise in Bologna, to see it at NAIC. Again, it won't be eligible this weekend, but we wanted to give everyone at home just a little taste of this Shadow Malamar action. Rise, if you compete at a future event, is it going to be on your team?
I'd have to think about it. Is it better than the regular Malamar? I don't know. To be determined, but it definitely has that wow factor, and sometimes that's what you got to go for.
I absolutely agree. Rise, thank you so much. Berto, Caleb, thank you so much. It was an awesome showcase. Back to the Pokemon action, everybody.
Hello, Pokemon fans and friends. Lundberger here to talk to you about how you can add a Galarian legendary Pokemon to your tournament roster. With the Pokemon Go Championship Series in full swing, trainers everywhere are flocking to catch the rare stars of the competitive meta, the Galarian legendary Pokemon. The 2025 competitive season marked the first time Galarian Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres were eligible for tournaments, and they immediately made their mark, stirring up excitement and ruffling a few feathers in the process. Among these Pokemon, Galarian Moltres soared straight to the top, quickly becoming one of the most popular picks in the Show 6 format. With its dark and flying typing, it counters many dominant Pokemon in the meta. Additionally, its powerful charge attack Brave Bird allows it to take on even its toughest opponents like Clodsire and Azumarill. It's no surprise that Galarian Moltres made quite an impression in its early tournaments. It was on the team of the third place finisher in its debut tournament and continued to gain traction from there. Even by the first tournament of the season, Galarian Moltres was in the top usage for Day 2 competitors, as well as on both of the teams in the Grand Finals in Dortmund, Germany. Galarian Moltres became an undeniable force to be reckoned with. If you are eager to add a Galarian Moltres to your roster, it's easier than you might think. These elusive Pokemon can only be encountered while using your Blue Daily Adventure Incense, a special item that lasts for 15 minutes and spawns Pokemon not already seen on your map, including Wild Galarian Articuno, Zapdos, or Moltres. To maximize your success while you're out birdwatching, if you have an Origin Form Dialga, activate its Roar of Time ability to pause the daily incense timer. This will give you more time to search for your feathered friends without feeling rushed. The Galarian legendary Pokemon have an extremely high flea rate, so you should always use a Golden Raspberry and an Ultra Ball for your throw, no matter the Pokemon's CP, to increase your chance of a successful capture. For those truly special encounters where letting a rare Pokemon escape is not an option, don't hesitate to use a Master Ball for a guaranteed catch. Though the Master Balls are rare, so are these Pokemon. After catching a Galarian Moltres, you'll likely want to optimize it to be a perfect tournament-ready partner. Consider arranging a special trade with a friend to aim for the attack, defense, and HP spread that you are hunting for. Once your prize partner is ready, take it to a competition, cups, or challenges to showcase its prowess in action. The Galarian legendaries are more than just Pokemon, they are game changers in this competitive land and skyscape. With Galarian Moltres leading the way, their impact on the meta is undeniable. So grab your daily incense, prepare your team, and get ready to take flight. With one of these powerhouses on your roster, you'll be soaring above the competition in no time.
Thank you so much, Amanda, for filling us in on how to get our own Galarian Moltres and get it ready for competitive play. Speaking of competitive play, we are jumping right back into some exciting matches. A trainer that has kind of stepped away from the competitive circuit is making a return. I'm really excited to see what she can do. And to guide us through it, I have House Dark 93 by my side.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited. This is going to be one of the premier matchups of the day. We have Bird Power versus Adib Khan. I think this is going to be a very fascinating matchup to see exactly how these players have prepared for Portland.
Bird Power, when she first started to compete in the championship series, was so impressive that she actually won her division and then started competing against the Masters tier players and was actually doing really well and holding her own against them as, in Indianapolis, in addition to how she did already in the tournament. So very impressive trainer. Really, really happy to see her back on the stage, and we'll see what she can do against Adib Khan, who's more of like a data guy, an analytical person, you know, more about the statistics, the numbers, really gets into the weeds.
Definitely. And is definitely more of a meta, you know, bringing kind of team formulator, because he has a lot of the meta really on his team. I think that he really loves the Diggersby and the Tinkaton. I think those are the two of the Pokemon that he is bringing on his team, and you can actually see the teams right here. So we have Adib Khan's team with the Diggersby Typhlosion, the Tinkaton, as we mentioned, the Malamar, Credilli, and Azumarill. A very standard-looking team, although the Typhlosion is a little bit on the spicier end.
I really appreciate that you mentioned that, because if you look at Bird Power's team and kind of juxtapose her picks against his, she's got Superior and the Unova Stunfisk, and both of those Pokemon are a little bit of like core breakers, right? They're a little bit of picks that you would choose if you're trying to address certain cores, certain duos or trios in the competitive meta. Superior in particular is something we don't see very much these days.
Yeah, because of the dominance of something like Jumpluff, which is another grass type that has that grass and flying type coverage, it's more of a meta pick because it wins that head-to-head matchup, and that's very important and very key in these regional championships, is to make sure that if you have a Pokemon of a certain type, that it doesn't lose to the other types unless you have a specific reason of bringing it.
Something I'm looking at here is Bird Power's Unova Stunfisk. We saw a very close matchup earlier on the stream versus Shadow Mimikyu and the C2U. That Unova Stunfisk looks so powerful. Let's see if she can leverage that because there's so many targets. Shadow Typhlosion, Tinkaton, and Azumarill all look like prime targets for her electric and ground type. And Adib has to have that on his mind.
Yeah, definitely. And as we are jumping into game 1, he does have that on his mind, but Bird Power has the answer, which is the Superior into this Diggersby matchup that is a little bit more of a neutral matchup because of Diggersby's ability to throw back fire punches, which are super effective, but Superior definitely has the advantage overall.
Superior a little bit bulkier than a lot of the grass types you'll see in competitive play. Fire Punch doesn't do too much, but I do think after the fast attack pressure, it would be threatening. So Bird Power is going to stay in here. Good timing by her to throw the Frenzy Plant into that Cradilly.
Yeah, and this is a very interesting matchup because Superior does beat Cradilly in the head-to-head, but actually choosing to switch out and preserve that Superior for that Diggersby matchup.
Stark, we talk about this all the time in competitive Pokemon Go, but that was a little chip and dip, right?
Yeah.
You're going to chip down the HP of the Cradilly before dipping into that Shadow Drapion. I do think it is within crunch range in spite of the debuff.
Yeah, and I think here, Bird Power actually throwing on a charge attack priority. Incredible timing, understanding that Adib has to throw at that exact moment in time to try to flip this matchup. But Bird Power is just going to be able to shield, I believe, to try to preserve this matchup.
This is a little bit tricky, right? Because I do think the Shadow Drapion will outpace the Cradilly. So Adib is kind of, you know, betting against the house here to think he can get to the charge attack and actually pivots out instead. Wants to get an energy advantage because he recognizes that the switch timers are desynced.
Right, exactly. And I think now Adib is going to let this go. But I think overall, Bird Power is going to be able to move and maneuver through these matchups. And Adib is going to have to try to get some defense drops with these Bulldoze.
Bulldoze, not a very impressive charge attack. It's gonna potentially trigger the debuff, but the amount of damage against an electric type Pokemon, excuse me, you'd expect it to do a lot more than it does. But winning the charge attack priority here for Tinkaton is actually huge.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that's actually, it could be dependent on how these Pokemon are trained, because Tinkaton does not have a very high attack set.
I do think Bird Power's Superior is still going to be the ace up her sleeve here because the Mud Bomb's not enough. In comes the Diggersby. The switch timers are so displaced. I feel like I'm watching a Z's Wireless game. We're going to see another Mud Bomb get fired off here from Bird Power, and her switch is going to be up soon as well.
Yeah, I think Adib is playing to his best advantage, right? Understanding that, okay, I'm getting hard counted. I'm getting a really bad matchup, left, right, center. So my only play is to try to switch around and maneuver around these timers so that I can do as much damage as I can before the hard counter comes back.
You're exactly right. He's kind of like wiggling his way out of a really difficult position. Fire Punch would be enough to KO, and Bird Power is recognizing that her Superior is getting really weak and she needs to protect it here.
Yeah, I think Adib is really trying to maneuver around the timer once again, and if he is able to shield this matchup up and catch the energy on another Pokemon, it's going to be incredible.
Will Bird Power wait a turn? Does she think the swap is coming? Blind throws the Frenzy Plant, and now the question is, how much energy does that Cradilly have? Are you able to undercharge and Vine Whip down, or should you just go for the knockout? She does the latter.
Yeah, getting the knockout there is important because you do not want a Cradilly having energy. So I think now Adib Khan has to decide, do you want energy on the Diggersby or do you want energy on that Tinkaton? And here, the Aqua Tail gets thrown into the Diggersby. I don't think it's enough, but this is going to do quite a bit of damage.
This is huge. Bird Power sends in that Shadow Drapion, lands the Aqua Tail into the Diggersby. It's really low now, and it looks like it fires a Fire Punch against the Shadow Drapion. Stark, can that Unova Stunfisk Thundershock down a Diggersby? Is that in the cards?
I don't know, but you still have the Superior. You might be able to get one Vine Whip through and be able to get a little bit of energy like that.
Wow, simultaneous knockout. Bird Power, Unova Stunfisk versus the Tinkaton. She's a little bit ahead, and I think that's going to be all it takes. Mud Bomb coming through here from Bird Power to take a really tricky game one from Adib Khan.
That was just amazing. I mean, Bird Power had the advantage from the start, from the middle to the end, and Adib just fighting back, pushing through, trying his best to get back in the game, but Bird Power had a stranglehold.
Stark, I need to apologize. You mentioned bringing in the Superior. I kind of waved my hand. I thought that was going to be a waste of time, right? I thought just come in with the Unova Stunfisk, go for the big Thundershock down, but you were right. The simultaneous knockout was probably the best outcome for Bird Power in that situation.
Yeah, I think Bird Power played to her win condition throughout the entire battle, understanding when the Credilli comes in, okay, that's fine. My Superior has a good matchup.
Yeah.
I'll just throw a Frenzy Plant and switch out so I can save this Superior, because that Superior was not only necessary for the Diggersby, but also to preserve the energy and health on that Stunfisk.
You mentioned a few times that Adib was in a very tough spot. I mean, Diggersby lead into Superior, Unova Stunfisk to answer his Tinkaton. It felt like there was really no room to breathe for him in that game number 1. What do you expect from him in game 2?
I think you have to be able to, well, the easiest thing is not get hard countered.
Oh yeah, well you know, if we could just do that whenever we want, I mean, this would be a different story. You know?
Right, and I think maybe the Typhlosion might be an answer, because it does give you an answer, or better answer, into that Superior that you didn't have in that first game.
And also, yeah, I mean, if you see a Tinkaton on the opposing side, Typhlosion is going to have a great day as long as you avoid a Bulldoze. But who knows? I mean, going to this game number 2, this is, again, the winner's side bracket, round 3 of Group C. Again, I was told that all these groups were stacked, and I'm starting to believe the rumors, because Adib versus Bird Power in round 3 is definitely a top-tier match.
Yeah, I'm actually very entertained. I've been entertained the entire time I've been watching these battles. I will not be disappointed no matter what happens, because I'm just having fun. This is the best possible outcome. We're getting the best battlers on stage. This is amazing.
Unova Stunfisk was key for Bird Power in that game number 1, but then the question becomes, if you have an ace Pokemon that you think is so useful, is it too predictable to bring it again? Is your opponent going to overcorrect, bring maybe 2 answers to it instead, and not really give you the room you need to maneuver? So again, this is kind of like what we saw with Dunebug versus Shark Boy with the Shadow Sharpedo. When something is so obvious, does it become something that you avoid?
Right. And I think one of our trainers is locked in. We are waiting, and now we are both locked in. Let's see how this game 2 is going to play out. We have a Deepcon versus Bird Power. It looks like it's going to be Malamar versus the Shadow Drapion.
Ooh, Dark types take to the field, and I got to give that Shadow Drapion a slight edge here, just because Crunch hits so hard and can trigger the debuff potential. Stark, you were right. There actually is a Shadow Typhlosion in the back for a deep.
Yeah, and I think that was definitely something that I would expect. This looks like an extra large Malamar.
It could be. It could be.
Yeah, at the end of the day here, we are going to be able to throw this Crunch into the defense-dropped Malamar. I think this is going to be very difficult.
Look at the micro adjustment by Bird Power. She immediately throws the Crunch. Meanwhile, Adib wanted a single side wave and then to swap, and she denies that, taking the shield, now throwing the Crunch into this Diggersby.
Yeah, but Adib is always one step ahead, finding a way to catch that energy onto that Diggersby. But I think that is exactly what Bird Power wanted, because at the end game, it's going to be very difficult for Adib to be able to maneuver.
I agree. I think when you look at this team from Bird Power, she's got grass support, electric support, poison support. She's not really worried about Azumarill. So sending that Superior into the Diggersby matchup is likely the best spot for it to be.
I agree, and I think this Frenzy Plant is going to be more than enough to knock out the Diggersby. I think Adib's only win condition here is to get energy on this Typhlosion, which is what we're going to see here.
Here we go. Incinerates, burning through that Superior, and I think it's going to get a third Incinerate to boot. Here comes a Frenzy Plant, same type attack bonus. Even though it's resisted, this is definitely the right charge attack to throw.
Look at the damage. It's resisted hit. That is insane amounts of damage.
It is absolutely mind-boggling, and there's still 2 Pokemon in the back for Bird Power. Resisted, neutral, whatever. Blast Burn is going to hurt.
Oh, yeah. We're going to see, I believe, a Blast Burn get fired up here. Quite literally fired up, because this is going to burn through the Diggersby's health. I believe it's going to put it into the deep yellow.
Call it Scorched Earth. Blast Burn connects. Diggersby shrugs it off, but it pays a hefty price. Can't get the switch out in time due to that 5-turn Incinerate. Here comes the Fire Punch.
Yeah, it's so difficult with that 5-turn Incinerate. This Fire Punch is going to be able to knock out the Typhlosion. And now we see the Malamar, the lead back into play. I believe the Superpower has to be thrown at some point in order to get the knockout onto this Shadow Drapion. But if Bird Power is able to call this is going to be the game.
Yeah. So I think the two-way sword here is the fact that Superpower is going to do less damage the second time around. So maybe that was even a foul play bait situation that Adib should have explored. But meanwhile, Aqua Tail's coming through. Bird Power's not letting off on the pressure.
Oh, and we see another charge attack priority here. This Superpower actually might not be enough. And I think Adib is hoping that it's not enough to get a little bit more energy to farm this thing down, and it gets the farm down into the Malamar at -2. Is a superpower enough to knock out the Diggersby?
I think so. It's super effective damage, right? Fighting into normal. We're going to see that Diggersby take a big hit here from the Malamar. Third superpower is the Charm. Adib Khan back in the series.
What a game. That was probably my favorite game of the day. You see all the encompassing elements of Bird Power's team, understanding that the Typhlosion is definitely going to come out, but Adib letting the Typhlosion go and saving that shield for the Malamar, knowing that the Diggersby and the Drapion are weak to that superpower.
Our co-caster and friend Tuo Butters loves to mention the fluidity of battles, and we saw this game kick off with Malamar into Drapion. Even shields, even energy, you got to give the slight edge to the Drapion in most cases. And then we saw that matchup again. Only one shield on each side, but a huge energy advantage for the Malamar versus the Drapion, and that Malamar was able to flip the script, turn things around for Adib, and win him that battle. And you're exactly right about the Typhlosion as well, Stark. What a great meta call, because, I mean, this Pokemon applied so much pressure.
Absolutely. I mean, the Blast Burn, you saw how much damage it did against the Diggersby. That was just an insane hit. The Diggersby is known for its bulk. I mean, it's one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the Open Great League, and it just did not want to take that Blast Burn.
If you look at the team here from Bird Power, I mean, Typhlosion is such a threat. You do not want to take Blast Burns and Thunder Punches on Lapras. You don't want to take a Blast Burn on Superior. Even the Tinkaton is going to crinkle and melt under the pressure of that Fire-type Fast and Charge attack. I mean, my goodness, that might be a pick that he's got to bring into game number 3. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the Typhlosion is, I wouldn't say it's safe, but I would say that it has play into everything. As long as you can avoid something like the Unova and Stunfisk, any other Pokemon when Typhlosion has shields is going to be able to put on pressure.
I mean, if you take a look at Melbourne this past weekend, we had El Calvissimo versus Fortois in the losers finals, and he had a double Incinerate team, and he took on Fortois' Clodsire and Unova Stunfisk and won that series. So Incinerate is not to be underestimated, even against the ground types in the meta. A slight energy lead could be all that Typhlosion needs to really let it rip.
Definitely. And I think we also need to point out the Malamar. Is that going to be brought into this game 3? That was such a unique and helpful pick for Adib Khan into the team of Bird Power. And is Bird Power going to adjust by bringing something like the Tinkaton, or is it too afraid of that Typhlosion?
I think if Adib wants to be aggressive in this game number 3, he's got to find a way to wall off that Superior. Superior has been so reliable for Bird Power in both games 1 and 2. It keeps finding good targets. Adib needs to pin that Pokemon and try to limit the impact it has.
And here we see game number 3. We do see the Superior, but we actually see an adjustment from Adib. The Tinkaton comes in.
Wow, just saw Typhlosion in game number 2 and does not shy away. Is going to go ahead and play that Tinkaton in the lead here. Frenzy Plant connecting from that Superior. I assume this one goes through, and it does.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to do some heavy damage for a resisted hit, but it's not going to be enough to two-shot that Tinkaton, because Tinkaton does have incredible bulk.
Same type attack bonus play rough coming through here. This will deal a big chunk from the Superior, but due to its grass typing, I don't think you can really throw a Bulldoze to finish it off. We see a pivot now into the Shadow Drapion, answered by that Diggersby.
Yeah, the Diggersby loves this matchup, although Drapion does have tools to fight back, which I think is always helpful in these types of matchups. You think that this is a negative matchup for the Drapion, and it is, but that's the thing about Drapion, is it is incredibly neutral into the entire meta.
4 Poison Stings to the Aqua Tail. Meanwhile, the Scorching Sands is almost twice as many fast attacks, and that Shadow Drapion got 2 extra Poison Stings on the swap, so it's going to apply a ton of pressure here.
Yeah, and you always kind of hope for that attack drop, and Adib gets it.
Exactly, that attack drop is going to be really instrumental, but I do still think that this Pokemon is within double Aqua Tail range, even after the drop, Poison Sting being resisted or not. Diggersby's taking a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, Diggersby is always going to be threatened by this Aqua Tail, but it is always going to have the advantage in this matchup because you can just shield. You can match shield. That's the beauty of this matchup. Diggersby can always match the shields of the Drapion and always preserve this matchup.
Diggersby fighting back, throws the Scorching Sands. Bird Power lets it through onto the Drapion. She still has that Superior, and I do think that is going to be her pick to bring in here, and she does. She's close to the Frenzy Plant. She throws it soon. She's going to be able to KO the Diggersby. Good timing by Bird Power.
Perfect timing. In fact, on Charge Attack Priority, this was the time to throw it, and that Bird Power has now played the trap. She played the trap card by getting that Diggersby out of the way. Now this Unova Stunfisk has played into the entire backline of Adib Khan.
It's going to be Unova Stunfisk with a lot of work to do, though, because Azumarill comes in, it's dealing a lot of super effective damage with the bubbles. Ice Beam is 15 turns every time, so it's going to start to pressure this Unova Stunfisk, and it's got to KO 2 Pokemon, Alex. It still has so much work to do.
Bird Power has a lot of work cut out for her, but she is throwing on perfect timing. You saw the discharge, not allowing any bubbles to go through on either of these charge attacks.
Exactly right. Unova Stunfisk connects with 2 discharges, but it's not enough. Ice Beam coming through here from Adib, recognizing this is the hardest hitting charge attack still in the game. Gonna go ahead and shield it up.
Yeah, beautiful shield here. Now you are 1 away from this discharge. You can throw it on beautiful timing here. This is going to be enough. So now Azumarill is pressured to have to shield, and now Bird Power's timer should be up, so we might be able to see a catch on that Superior.
Trying to send in that Superior to absorb a potential Ice Beam, but look at the control from Adib. Banksy Ice Beam swaps out into the Tickaton. That might be the play that wins him this battle. Bird Power's win condition now, I think, is to double up on that Unova Stunfisk because she needs to win the charge attack priority against Azumarill in the end game.
Yeah, but look at it. Look at Bird Power throwing on charge attack priority, and Adib going with a perfect undercharge.
Is it?
Hopefully.
Is it? Oh, it's pretty good. Oh, and he lets the Vine Whips come through. He's going to go ahead and throw 1 Fairy Wind to pick up the KO. Can he get to the Bulldoze in time and apply pressure here against the Stunfisk? I think so.
I think the Bulldoze is going to be able to go through, but it's not going to be enough to knock out. Adib, I think, letting those Vine Whips go through to preserve the timer ticking down.
When is Azumarill coming in? There's still a little bit of time. Bird Power needs to build up double charge attacks here and win the charge attack priority versus the Azumarill. She knows the win condition. She plays to the win condition. Here comes Mud Bomb number 1.
I can't believe how well Bird Power has played this endgame. Understanding every possible win condition is going to be able to win the charge attack priority against the Azumarill. So well played. Bird Power takes game 3 and the series.
Slinging mud and throwing thunderbolts. Here comes Bird Power and Unova Stunfisk KOing back-to-back Pokemon to send Adib Khan down to that loser's side bracket. Bird Power just as powerful as we remember.
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite parts of that matchup was Bird Power's understanding of you need to bait out the Diggersby.
Yes.
You need to bait out the Diggersby to get that Stunfisk out. And she played it perfectly in order to get that Diggersby out from Adib Khan's side. And now it's the Azumarill and the Tinkaton. And what Pokemon is able to beat those two? That pancake, that beautiful electric pancake that can knock those both out with super effective charge attacks.
And also, I think she deserves a lot of credit because Adia had kind of been letting that Superior do what it needed to do. Bird Power was able to swap it in, to lead it, to play it how she wanted. And then he actually pins her with that Tinkaton lead in game number 3, and she's not phased at all and is able to kind of work her way patiently through the matchup. Stark, we were watching some VG gameplay backstage, and I think it's just so important to recognize that in competitive Go, there are no immunities, right? Every single attack is going to deal a little bit of damage, whether it's resisted, double resisted, triple resisted, whatever it might be. Being patient in competitive Go is one of the biggest keys, and finding unconventional win conditions is one of the toughest skills to really master.
We talked about Superior. We talked about how it's a unique pick, and it's not something that a lot of people utilize in these Go formats. Bird Power is probably the only one of a few people to have Superior in this tournament.
I agree.
And is now into winners round group 4.
Wow. Wow. Very nice. Very nice. Bird Power, again, taking the win over Adib Khan in a very heated, contested 2-1 series, taking down that Shadow Typhlosion, overcoming tons of obstacles. What an incredible matchup to watch. And make sure that you're following on with the bracket to see how these trainers are progressing through the tournament. I do believe the link for the bracket is going to be spammed throughout the stream in the Twitch chat, so make sure to go ahead and check that out if you're rooting for someone in particular. Stark, we have some really cool matches coming up. It looks like we're going to get one of our Shadow Malamar Showcase trainers in Caleb Pang.
Wow.
Going to be taking on Boglish.
That is an incredible matchup. I mean, Caleb is one of those people that has sat behind this desk, understands the nuances, the ins and outs of the gameplay, and Boglish, a very, very solid competitor, someone that has been there and done that before. I'm excited for this showcase, and I think both of these trainers are going to put on a show.
Well, before we get there, we do have an on-the-floor interview. I want to hear from Bird Power on her comeback here. Phoebe, take it away.
All right, thank you, Speedy. I'm joined by Bird Power 13. Congratulations on that big one up on stage. I want to ask you, this is your first tournament in a while. Your last one, I think, was Sacramento this year. How's it feel to be back, and how do you prepare for a tournament when having such a long break?
I messaged some old friends that I used to scrim with, and I did some scrims in between school.
Shout out to Hurricane Kaz from Girls at PvP. She's helped me a lot to prepare for this. I've tried like certain teams with her and tested against a lot of different Pokemon, and that definitely came in handy today.
All right, nice. Talk to me a little bit about that game number 3. You led Superior into Tinkaton. You didn't want to see that, and your opponent had 2 Pokemon really weak to it in the back. How did you feel about that lead matchup? Did you really want to switch out at some point? I know you did. And talk to me about the way that that game rounded out.
I really wanted to switch out. I was hoping to catch the Diggersby on the lead since I was like double weak the Diggersby in the back. I ran an ABB team. But I knew that Drapion couldn't handle it if I instantly switched into Drapion. So I decided to chip with the Frenzy Plant and then switch into Drapion and hope it handled it. And then when he switched into Diggersby, I already had like an energy advantage. So I think that's what helped me get ahead a little bit. And then the farm down as well from Superior.
Yeah, Shadow Drapion with energy advantage. Aqua Tail super effective into the Diggersby is a lot of help. And then your team composition, are there any changes you wish you made, or are you really happy with the 6 you brought?
I'm really happy with the 6 I brought. I know I had some like questions about Superior, but there's like a lot of double water teams going around, like Pocket's team from Milwaukee. So I felt Superior is like a really good choice. I know Jumpluffs, those matchups can be awkward, like since they have like Ice Beam. So I'm happy with my team.
All right, nice. Any shout-outs you want to make? I know you already talked about Hurricane Kaz, one of our women battlers who does really well at these tournaments as well. Anyone else?
Yes, I have 2 other people. I shout out to Caleb. I did scrims with him as well. He whooped me pretty good. And shout out to my aunt who's here with me. She came with me, traveled all the way from Sacramento. So I'm just really happy to be here today. And maybe I'll make day 2, who knows?
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the win. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. I'll send it back to the casters.
All right, thank you so much, Phoebe. It was really good to hear from Bird Power, understanding that Superior was such a unique pick, and getting scrims from people like Caleb, who we're actually going to see very soon.
Yeah, I thought that was really poetic, right? Not only was she talking about her scrim partners, mentioned Caleb. Caleb is literally on stage back behind her. You know, it's like, oh, turn around, there he is. And I'm really excited because the teams, right? I don't want to spoil anything, but you and I were looking at these teams. Yeah. These are some crazy picks. And I feel like you must be validated because one of your caster predictions is actually going to make an appearance.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think, well, we'll see in a bit, but having these Pokemon here, I think is a unique perspective on the Play Pokemon format and the Show 6 format, because we're going to be able to see how does bench pressure affect these games.
Oh, interesting. Talk more about that. What do you mean?
So when you see a pick on your opponent's side of the field that is a hard counter to one of your picks, do you decide to bring that pick? How do you maneuver around your opponent's ideas on what they're going to bring? It's such a mind game where you have to be able to put the right Pokemon in the right spot and kind of guess where is your opponent's best line going to come out of.
And that's because like avoiding just an absolutely devastating matchup is one of the most important factors in actually winning the battle. So if you have like a, I don't know, a Fortress lined up against a Typhlosion, that's probably not a good time for the Fortress.
Definitely not a good time. And here we see, on Caleb's side, we see the Carbink.
Yes.
And on Boglish's side, we see the Talonflame.
Exactly.
And I think those are the 2 that are very unique. Because we're going to see that interaction. If we see that interaction, that's going to be a very one-sided matchup, and I think that's going to dictate the rest of how each person is going to be able to bring their Pokemon. So Caleb might think that his Corviknight is safe because Boglish might not even think about bringing the Talonflame.
I'm actually liking the Corviknight a lot for Caleb. There's so much neutral play here. It's going to take that Tinkaton matchup. It's going to be kind of back and forth with the Galarian Corsola, Lapras, and the Furret, but you have got to avoid that Talonflame, right? There's so many important factors to consider. Let's go right into game number 1. Boglish on the left, Caleb Ping on the right.
Yeah, so this, obviously we see a ground type into a flying type, but it's actually a little bit more nuanced than that because Claydol does have that Rock Tomb, which is a phenomenal charge attack that's going to be able to lower the attack of any Pokemon that it hits. And so Corviknight does not have as good of a matchup as you might think, but it is a positive matchup.
And this is so important too. Getting to the Sky Attack before that Rock Tomb fires off is so critical. Actually banking the energy. Boglish going to pivot into that Furret, doing some neutral Sucker Punches. But I got to tell you, these charge attacks from the Furret are going to do an embarrassing amount of damage to Corviknight. It's barely going to scratch that steel exterior.
Yeah, Furret's really going to have to be trailblazing a new type of damage because it doesn't really do that much. You have to really do the Sucker Punch damage in order to do any meaningful type of pressure to that Corviknight. But actually, we see a switch out into the Shadow Drapion from Caleb.
This is a matchup that I see a lot in Go Battle League. For example, if you safe switch Furret, if your opponent responds with the Drapion, it's very difficult because your Sucker Punches are resisted. You need 2 Swifts no matter what to KO, and meanwhile that Drapion actually paces faster than you do. So it's very difficult to find a window, and I do think Boglish is going to have to let his Furret go, and I guess rely on that Claydol.
Yeah, I mean, the Furret kind of did its job in order to bait out the Shadow Drapion, because now that Galarian Corsola does not have a hard counter on Caleb's entire team of 6.
Crunch getting shielded, but it might trigger a defense drop, and it does not, which means that this Claydol is at full strength and loaded with energy going to this next matchup.
Yeah, I think Claydol is in a phenomenal position here. The Rock Tomb is not going to be enough to knock out the Corviknight, but it could potentially get it in range of a Mud Slap down or an Astonish down from either of the 2 Pokemon remaining on Bogglish's side.
Oh, kind of firing off that Rock Tomb and then swapping out the Corviknight. Caleb comes in with his Cradilly. This could easily be an Ice Beam, but it calls the Rock Tomb and no shields.
One thing I really respect about Bogglish's play here is that he built up so much energy early to be able to Rock Tomb multiple Pokemon and really force Caleb to switch in and out of these matchups.
That's actually a very good point, because it was a little curious that he didn't even try to throw the Rock Tomb in that lead matchup versus the Corviknight, but it's coming in handy down the stretch. Charge attack coming through here from that Galarian Corsola. It looks to be the Nightshade, and the first shield of the game from Caleb Payne.
Yeah, Corsola is known for throwing a little shade, you know, especially at night. So here we're going to see the Cradilly building up a bunch of different energy and get to the Rock Tomb. You okay there, Speedy?
I'm okay. I'm just, you know, looking up at the sky, trying to compose myself. We're going to see a Rock Tomb from Cradilly, and I got to say, Astonish is a powerful fast attack, but after being double debuffed, it looks super underwhelming. Taking advantage of the displaced switch timers, Caleb goes in with the Corviknight, but this was just a play to reset the debuffs. Now he's going to be able to come back in with that the Cradilly at any moment, and look, tapping for the Claydol.
Yeah, and I see a Rock Tomb getting thrown here. If this is able to get a shield from Bogglish, then Caleb has a chance. Caleb has a chance to come back.
I gotta say, it's gonna be close, right? Because these Mud Slaps are doing a lot of damage. This is the final Pokemon he needs to hit the Grass Knot here against the Claydol to pick up the knockout, and he still needs to endure some pressure from that Galarian Corsola.
That's true. Maybe Bogglish does have this. That Corsola is still very healthy, and that obviously Astonish is going to be able to do heavy damage. So Caleb actually getting taken down in game 1 with a shield.
Yeah, which is really tricky. I mean, we saw Caleb take a very neutral approach. Oh my gosh. Is he already locked in for game number 2?
Yeah. That was very quick.
I didn't even finish the sentence, and one of our trainers is already locked in and ready to go. Let's zoom in a little bit, though, on Bogglish's team and talk about this Galarian Corsola. What did you think about it in this game number 1? I mean, my impression was that he was able to lure out the Shadow Drapion, and then Galarian Corsola was basically free.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at Caleb's team, there isn't a hard counter or the hard check other than that Shadow Drapion, and even that matchup is not as one-sided as you might expect because of the Astonish damage and because of the ability to resist the Poison Sting by the Galarian Corsola. I think this is definitely a matchup that's in Bogglish's favor because there are so many more neutral picks that he's able to bring to this matchup.
I agree with you. I do think Galarian Corsola is a strong candidate to make it into game number 2. Take a look back at this game number 1, though, and despite all the maneuvering, despite the swaps, I think that the key Pokemon to faint was that one right there, that Shadow Drapion. And Galarian Corsola, it's bulkier than you think, and that Astonish damage adds up. I think you gotta respect it if you're Caleb.
I think something that was underrated was the Claydol and the play from Claydol that Bogglish was able to utilize, because not only was it in these neutral matchups and being able to play and move around, but even in the bad matchups, like something like a Cradilly, which you might expect to be one-sided from the Cradilly's point of view, Claydol is able to fight back because of that neutralizing attack debuff from Rock Tomb. It's able to play in and out of these matchups.
Question for you, Stark. We didn't see Carbink or Talonflame. Do those Pokemon make an appearance here in game number 2?
I don't think that anyway.
You don't think so?
No, because they're both very reliant on alignment. And I think both these players are not alignment-based. They're more like flexible. And you could see that in game 1. The Corviknight is a very flexible Pokemon. The Drapion, the Claydol, things like that.
All right, well, let's see what we get. Game number 2 kicking off here. Bogglish is going to lead that Galarian Corsola this time into the Corviknight.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a pretty neutral matchup. A lot of Corviknight's matchups are very neutral, and I think that's what makes it so flexible.
I mean, the one matchup I can think of that's not neutral is probably like a Superior in the Corviknight. That's really difficult for the Grass-type Pokemon. But right now, we're going to see a Sky Attack get fired off by the Corviknight into the Galarian Corsola. In this matchup, it's so important to know your damage calculations and to know what's more efficient. Nightshade catch, though, on the Cradily.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great catch, but Corsola does still have a ton of energy and is going to be able to throw another more move into whatever it wants, I guess, later in the battle, because now you have one of the best matchups for Tinkaton in the Open Great League against the Cradily.
I think I know what's happening here. Game number 1, Boglitch was able to lure out that Shadow Drapion. This game, Caleb is trying to clear the runway for his Shadow Drapion by eliminating the Tinkaton. That's why he sent out the Rock type here in the Cradily, so he can try to keep that Shadow Drapion stored in the back for a closing game, a closing play.
Yeah, and that's what's so beautiful about this game in general, is that you can kind of play chess, right? And in these matchups, when it's a best of 3 like this, you know that there's going to be plays in and out, and kind of reading your opponent's line and way of battling is something that you grow and learn as you're going through these battles.
I really like the overcharge here by Boglitch, throwing the Bulldoze after he already doubled up. It's not going to do a lot of damage in most matchups, Stark, but it's enough here. Cradily on its last pedal, I would say.
Yeah, I would say so. And now we see one of the best answers to Tinkaton, and I think this is one of the reasons why Caleb switched out of that lead, is because, like you talked about, Corviknight has such a good matchup in the Tinkaton. At -2 attack, that actually felt like it healed the Corviknight.
Right? It might have had the opposite intended effect. Oh, wow, a charge attack priority tie in the midst of a sand attack flurry. That's actually really, really impressive. Boglitch getting off the Bulldoze right before the Iron Head gets fired off.
No defense drop, though, which was important. And I think now Caleb can potentially undercharge. Going for the really nice undercharge, if this is enough, you can actually get 1 or 2 more sand attacks here.
Wow, and is actually able to bank an Iron Head going into this Galarian Corsola matchup. Gonna throw the Sky Attack as well. It looked like a charge attack priority, but not quite.
I think that actually was a charge attack priority.
You think so?
I think we'll see. But the Sky Attack, either way, is going to get fired off, get this Corsola very low, and it is a charge attack priority.
I gotta trust your eyes, Stark. You got eagle eyes. We're gonna see a shield come up here on the Nightshade by the Corviknight, trying to stay in this matchup a little while longer, recognizing the charge attack window, right? This Galarian Corsola needs a lot of Astonishes to get its charge attack. Meanwhile, Caleb goes into his Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, and here comes the Claydol, which is not what Caleb wanted to see, especially with a 2-shield Claydol there, so.
Exactly. No Protect Shield coming up here from Boglitch on the first charge attack from that Shadow Drapion, recognizing that a defense fall would be devastating from a crunch. He does not want to shield the first one. Caleb going to try to get triple Aqua Tails out of this situation. Do you think he can do it?
I think it's possible. It's going to be able to get both shields, but the problem is that Corsola is still there in the back.
It is. It definitely is. Oh, looks like he's going to get the crunch here. Boglitch needs to shield this if he wants to keep the Claydol in the matchup. The question becomes, will a Sky Attack from Corviknight be able to KO the Claydol?
I think normally from this range, it would be very close, but after the attack drop from this Rock Tomb, I don't think it's going to be remotely close.
But you saw there that a defense drop. Oh, Caleb's not even going to play it out. He's going to no-shield the Rock Tomb on the Corviknight and say, GG's, Boglitch. I think that you played that series a little bit better than me, and you deserve to move on. That was winners round 3. Boglitch stays in the winner's side bracket, and Caleb drops down to the loser's side here in Portland.
Yeah, I mean, Boglitch just played, I think, a perfect game, right? From the start to finish, really understood the different matchups. No matter what Caleb was trying to do, he knew the nuances between, okay, the Corsola's here, I'm up against the Corviknight. No matter what Pokemon was up against the Corviknight, I think that because it's so neutral, Boglitch was like, I don't care what Pokemon is here, I'm just going to charge up energy and wait for you to switch out, and then I'm going to utilize this energy against the rest of your team.
Some people have said that Corviknight is a bit underwhelming as a Pokemon. It doesn't deal as much damage as you want. It doesn't win the matchups that you want it to win. What was your impression from that series? Because we saw in both games 1 and 2, I don't think it had maybe more than 1 knockout to its name.
Yeah, and I think that's by design. I think Caleb was trying his best to utilize Corviknight as like an energy and sponge, right? It was trying to utilize it as an energy sponge to take all this damage and then dish out charge attacks against any Pokemon that it's able to, and then utilize the other Pokemon with shields.
Understood. Is that why you're wearing a Corviknight pin?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Good call. Incredible matchup there. Boglish moves on. Not quite to day number 2 yet. I think he's got at least 2 more rounds in order to secure a top cut here in Portland. But Caleb Peng, don't count him out either.
Yeah.
He's a trainer that has made it to the grand finals multiple times in the past. And I do think that he's got what it takes to stay in this tournament bracket in Portland. So stay tuned for all that. Galarian Corsola. This is a Pokemon that we did see multiple times, but I feel like it's largely forgotten. What's your read on its place in the meta? Because it kind of feels like there's a little less dark lately. There's a little less counters to this Pokemon. Do you think it's got a spot?
I definitely think it has a spot because of how open it is for ghost types to be able to kind of maneuver in and out of most matchups. As long as you can avoid like Furret, and Diggersby, and Shadow Dropion.
Oh, that's a good call. The Furret matchup's like abysmal.
Oh, yeah.
You know? It's just getting sucker punched down, and you can't even hit it for anything besides like a power gem, which takes like 15 turns to even get to or more.
Yeah.
Man, that's
it's
tough.
really tough.
It's tough. Well, let's hear what Boglish has to say about his Galarian Corsola and his win over Caleb Peng. Rise, take it away.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Boglish after an impressive victory over a decorated battler and caster in Caleb Peng. Boglish, first off, take me through this Corsola pick. This thing was popular earlier on in the season. It kind of lost its footing. You brought it back. What made you bring the Corsola?
I mean, as long as it doesn't get on that Diggersby, stays away from that Furret, and even sometimes that Drapion, it does a lot of work. You look at the top meta, you have Tinkaton, Lapras, Jumpluff, and it does a lot of work into those three.
You mentioned even the Drapion, it has some counterplay. That's something I've noticed. Have you been in certain situations where you swap or you're met by Drapion and you're still able to somehow overcome that?
Yeah, as long as it's up a shield or up energy, it can flip that matchup. Yeah, if you can avoid that crunch debuff as well and shield in the right spots, it can cook.
You've had some impressive performances already this season. Back here in Portland, what would you say are your personal maybe goals or aspirations coming to this tournament and right now?
I mean, the main thing is get points towards Worlds, but I'd love to be in a grand finals, and eventually win a regional.
Absolutely. And before I let you go, any shout outs or people you'd like to thank as you move on here in Portland?
Yeah, first off, I'd like to thank Dania, my wife, for the lucky Pharaoh seed. Of course, judges back home, as well as a bunch of my locals that came out here.
On the back of Corsola, Boglish moves on. Thanks so much, and back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Rise. I appreciate it. Learning from Boglish there. Corsola.
Yeah.
Very interesting Pokemon. And I'm excited to see if he's able to realize that dream and win a tournament.
I think that Boglish also has such a nice like stage presence. When you watch him up on stage, he's always has like a smirk. You know, he's always like,
yeah,
playing through his game. Little smile here. Yeah, very charming guy, very intelligent and very talented as well. So I'm excited to see what he does with the rest of his tournament run. The next pair of trainers, though, we're gonna have a very familiar name, and honestly, a name that I think people should become more familiar with, because Raul was very impressive when you and I commentated his matches earlier, making tons of switches, great team reads. We said he was playing like 3D chess at times, right? He had a very tough matchup against his opponent, Cody, but let's see if he can right the ship against Pocket in the loser side bracket.
Oh, going up against Out of Pocket. We've definitely seen this trainer before. One of the best, like we talked about. I think Raul has an interesting team. We've seen it before. We definitely understand that he is a very fluid kind of play style, that he loves to switch in and out, catch moves, kind of read his opponent, and I'm interested to see if he's able to read one of the best trainers in the world and how that trainer can think. And I think it's going to be a very difficult task, but he's up for it.
And if I may piggyback on your statement, the reason I think it's so difficult is because Pocket is not one of those hard alignment-based trainers. He's not going to make tough calls that could backfire. He's actually very cautious, very measured. So this is going to be a little bit less about team prediction, a little bit more about energy management, shield control, kind of finding your windows to kind of get an edge, because these games against top players are always very the steps are very small to get to where you want to go. It's an extra Vine Whip here, a charge attack here, a debuff there. It's very incremental. There's no like just blow wide open, charge attack that comes through and just flips the entire game. It's very, very slow, and the result is not really like apparent until the final moments of the game.
Right, and I think that's one thing that a lot of people don't understand. It's never going to be very one-sided against these really top trainers. You have to play your absolute best in order to sneak out a win by a small margin. And I think that's what Raul's going to have to really lock in for, is understand, okay, this is the lead. What could be in the back? What could be the safe switch? What could be the Pokemon that Pocket is trying to utilize and really gain an energy or shield advantage with? And I think that's going to be the key for Raul to try to sneak into some of these games and win.
Another challenge is that recalling how much energy your opponent has is going to be very critical. Against trainers like Pocket, there are tons of switches, lots of energy banked and then swapped out. So when you see the Drapion for the 3rd time in the battle, the question is like, oh, does it have 2 poison stings? Does it have 0 poison stings? How much HP does it have? You have to like compartmentalize and juggle these different Pokemon as they go off camera. Because then, you know, when they pop back out, you need to know exactly where they are. And even hesitating for a moment can have devastating consequences.
Yeah, and I think that's, just to piggyback off what you're saying, it's Lapras, I think, on Pocket's side, that's going to be the hardest Pokemon to keep track of. I think with all the 2- and 3-turn fast attacks, it's easier to kind of see and gauge where these Pokemon are at, how much energy they have. But with that 1-turn fast attack, it's so hard to keep track, and I think that's going to be the difference in this battle. If Raul's going to win this battle, he needs to know exactly where the Lapras is at in terms of energy and in terms of shield advantage.
I appreciate that you piggybacked off my piggyback. Definitely think we've got some good synergy going. Let's see what these trainers have for us on the stage. We've got Raul on the left side of your screen and Out of Pocket on the right. Furret leading into that Shadow Jump Bluff.
Wow, this jump bluff is just out of pocket. So here we're going to see the Furret use some use some sucker punches to gain some energy. Definitely going to go for the Swift over the Trailblaze in this matchup because you do not want to throw a double resisted Trailblaze.
Yeah, of course. There aren't very many situations, unless maybe this is the last Pokemon for Pocket, and it's absolutely not. We're still in the lead situation. Going to go for the Swift here after doubling up. Raul has a unique opportunity here to potentially throw the Swift and then make a switch, but it's so difficult against a loaded Jump Bluff. He might prefer to kind of let it throw another charge attack first. Excuse me, he goes right to Claydol.
What a catch. Although this is going to be an acrobatics, so it's not going to be like a clean catch.
Yeah.
It's still going to do quite a bit of damage. But now, Claydol is going to be in this matchup and is going to be throwing these triple resisted Mud Slaps into the Jump Bluff.
Oh, actually staying in here, Pocket could have reached for that Diggersby and absorbed a resisted Rock Tomb, but instead he's going to go and fire out the second Acrobatics, and not being able to call it, Raul loses his Claydol, and this Jump Bluff is putting in so much work to start off this game number 1.
Yeah, and I think this is part of the reason why Pocket is such a good battler, is he understands exactly what's happening, right? If you are, as he makes another catch, if you are able to win a matchup without using any shields and not take any damage, basically, that's a phenomenal position to be in. And now Pocket is in a commanding position in this game.
Yeah, not only with Pokemon advantage, but also shield advantage. Hasn't used a single Protect Shield yet. Trailblaze coming through here from the Furret, and the catch meant that instead of pivoting directly into Diggersby, where he might have faced 2 Trailblazes, he's able to safely no-shield both the Swift and the Trailblaze. So he's in a prime position, as you pointed out, House Stark, and he's still applying pressure. Scorching Sands takes the final shield.
And he gets another attack debuff. So now, I think the only play from Raul there was to try to catch a Scorching Sands, but was not able to keep track of the Diggersby energy, and so now has to take a Fire Punch for its trouble.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Catching the Scorching Sands is how you get back into the battle. But for the second time so far in this game, we're going to see Out of Pocket come in with the Jump Bluff and probably throwing its 4th Acrobatics of the battle. This one does connect into the Jump Bluff, and that is a massive amount of damage.
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing here in this game is that Pocket just had complete control, I would say, for the majority of the battle. And I think we'll talk about it afterwards. As the Swift is getting shielded up, Pocket is going to be able to potentially get to the Acrobatics to get the game-winning knockout here, as the Swift is getting shielded up once again. I believe 2 Fairy Winds away from the Acrobatics, actually only 1. So even closer.
Even closer. This is Acrobatics number 5 of the battle, and you might as well have said that Shadow Jump Bluff just soloed the entire team here with a little help from the Diggersby. And also, what is key in this result is that Pocket didn't even reveal his 3rd Pokemon.
Yeah.
Raul has no idea. He only saw Diggersby and Shadow Jumpluff. The third Pokemon could have been one of any remaining picks on Pocket's team.
Yeah, and I think we talked about it earlier. You're never going to demolish Pocket. You're never going to beat him by a lot. You're only going to beat him by a little bit. And I think the problem here for Raul was Pocket's ability to do mental damage. You saw earlier in the battle, the Furret matchup versus the Jumpluff, he was able to bait an Aerial Ace from the first moment of the battle and get a shield. From that moment on, Raul was on the back foot, and every single play was to try to catch up. Pocket was in control by such a wide margin that Raul just had to keep trying new things, and none of it was working.
It's like if you have a fear of heights and you're trying to cross a bridge, and suddenly you look up at the bridge and it just seems to extend off into infinity. The gap just felt like it was widening all the time. And to your point, I think that it's very psychologically difficult to overcome when you feel like not only did your opponent win, but they won by a mile. It's like, wow, how far behind am I and how do I get back into the series?
Yeah, and the Jumpluff being able to take out the Claydol, kind of wasting the Claydol on Raul's side in such a way that it basically took no damage and was able to clean up the entire game.
I think the obvious answer here, if you want to pin down his Shadow Jumpluff, if you look at Raul's team, you got to assume that Tinkaton is probably the best response.
Yep.
Although it's not always clean, I do think it's a good, solid answer. Let's see if he decides to bring it here in game number 2. Raul trying to bounce back against Out of Pocket.
Yeah, and here we see a classic matchup in the lead with the Shadow Drop-On versus the Shadow Jumpluff. This is more neutral than you'd expect for a Pokemon that's doing super effective damage to the other one. But we are going to see the Crunch get fired off before the Acrobatics is reached to be able to get a lot of damage and potentially a debuff and a shield.
I do like the shield here by Raul. Like you said, Crunch is going to deal a ton of damage. No defense drop triggers either, which is actually very good for him. Going to go for the Acrobatics, even though he overcharged a bit to try to make Pocket think it was a bait. Pocket does not fall for it. A little bit of eyebrow raised there. He said, man, I'm glad I shielded that.
Definitely. But now he knows, because obviously Pocket is counting, that this is going to just be an Aerial Ace. It's not going to be enough to knock out, but it is going to do quite a bit of damage.
It is. I do think the Fairy Winds are going to add up, but the Poison Stings are also applying a ton of pressure. Going to go for the Crunch here. I don't know, Stark. This might be enough. Shadow Jumpluff actually does hang on, and now forcing the pivot into the Shadow for Alligator.
Yeah, and I think because Raul was able to recognize that the Poison Sting down would have been detrimental to backline, he has to swap into that Shadow for Alligator to be able to take that basically a knockout here.
Exactly. Right before the Crunch is ready, it does look like Raul fires out the Hydro Cannon Out of Pocket. Pedal to the metal, not letting up. It's going to shield that Shadow Drapion. Confident the Switch Timer is not ready for Raul, and he is correct. Crunch going to come through.
Yeah, I think Pocket's recognizing that he does not want to let Raul get back into this game, and the best way to do that is to ensure the knockout right away on that Shadow for Alligator, one of the most difficult Pokemon to deal with if it has an energy advantage. So now Raul really has to come in with the Furret, and we see the Diggersby coming right away. I mean, Furret does have a really good matchup into the rest of what Pocket has. The problem is that he's not throwing the Trailblaze right away, and now is in risk of getting a debuff.
And also no shields, right? I mean, you can have a good typing advantage, you can have a good matchup, but if you can't protect yourself from the onslaught of charge attacks, neutral damage will add up over time. Gonna go ahead and throw the Trailblaze into that Diggersby, and I do think after this it will be close to Swift range, but man, there's still a healthy Azumarill in the back just waiting to come out.
Yeah, and we see the charge attack priority. Really good recognition from Raul to understand that the Diggersby is at the charge attack, but I do not think this is going to be enough because Diggersby, as we talked about, is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Open Great League.
Gonna go for the Fire Punch here. I don't think this will be enough to KO either, but it is gonna put this Furret precariously low. Now it looks like Pocket is not able to switch yet. Actually, excuse me, he is. He's able to immediately go into the Azumarill, and the bubbles are raining down.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, Furret is going to have a parting gift very swiftly into this Azumarill, but is not going to be able to threaten huge damage. And I don't think the Jumpluff is either, because it is way too low at this point, and Pocket is already at the Ice Beam. I mean, this was just an incredible showcase of skill level of Pocket, just being at a point where he does not even care what's on the other side of the field. He is going to dominate that game.
Agreed. And I think that it also shows the versatility that he's able to not only turn one of his Pokemon into a superstar like he did with Jumpluff in game 1, but then say, you know what, I can do it a different way too. Bring in that Shadow Drapion in game number 2 and make it look just as impressive, just as menacing, just as dominant in this situation. And my goodness, I mean,
Raul's incredibly talented, right?
Yes,
We've seen
absolutely.
him twice on stream. Definitely a trainer that's exciting to watch. I think he's got a ton of natural skill.
Definitely.
But Pocket's experience, his ability to switch gears and pivot and attack from multiple angles is just so incredible. I mean, there's no wonder that he wins so many events and he's top cutting basically every time he shows up.
Yeah, and I think, like, not to take nothing away from Raul, I think Pocket, no matter who was on the other side of the playing field, if you see the lead matchups, the end game scenarios, he was in such a neutral position that it didn't really affect his mental state. He knew that, okay, this is a neutral matchup. I know how to play this out. I know where to go from here. And I think Raul is definitely an up-and-coming battler that someone will see again because he has, like you talked about, showcased the ability to play very high skill. It's just he was going up against one of the best.
I think when you look at a team that has both Feraligatr and the Lapras on it, and you look at how you're able to pressure your opponent. For example, if you look at the team here from Raul, he had Feraligatr with Ice Beam, and he also had Ice Beam on the Lapras. Jumpluff was such a menace in that game number 1 because Pocket never let it get behind in energy or shields. He always had it protected. He put it in the lead because he knew that the hardest hitting charge attacks are going to be late in the game when he's down energy, down shields, and he did not allow for that win condition to transpire for his opponent, Raul.
Definitely. Yeah, these matches were intense.
Are you
I
taking
mean,
notes?
Yeah, of course. What do you mean?
Okay, I thought you were going to write down what I just said.
Oh, I mean, I will later, but
fair enough.
We have to take a look back, obviously, at some of the best highlights that we just saw, and we'll be right back after this.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the competitive circuit of Pokemon. I'm Caleb Pang. Let's dive into the story of Yakai 0904, the hero of Hong Kong.
Welcome to the stage, the hero of Hong Kong, Yakai!
Yakai was a 16-year-old trainer from Hong Kong, attending his second ever World Championships. Prior to competing in World Championships, Yakai watched the inaugural 2022 Pokemon Go World Championships in London from home. He came to admire APAC trainer Crescent Angels, the third-place finisher at Worlds, after seeing his epic catches and gameplay.
He's going to need, but that Sableye makes the catch!
14-year-old Yakai wanted to follow the footsteps of his favorite player, and sure enough, he qualified for the 2023 World Championships.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon World Championships.
The epic tournament in Yokohama proved to be a tough hurdle for Yakai, who was quickly eliminated from the tournament after being swept in back-to-back series. After such a devastating result, Yakai contemplated skipping out on the 2024 World Championships, but after a first-place finish in the 2024 APAC qualifier for Worlds, Yakai made the trek to Honolulu, Hawaii. Over 200 Go trainers flew into Honolulu from their respective regions to try and take home the coveted World Champion title. Over half the competitors represented Europe and North America, home of the previous World Champions. However, one trainer came to defy all odds, Yakai, the hero of Hong Kong. Yakai powered through the first day of competition undefeated, taking down 3 regional champions along the way. In the winners finals of his bracket, Yakai closed out the day with a 2-0 victory, earning himself a spot in the top 32.
The double resisted licks, and Yakai takes a clean 2-0 victory versus Steinar.
On day 2 of the World Championships, Yakai battled through a gauntlet in the winners bracket and did not drop a single game in his first 3 series, a feat that was unmatched by anyone else.
Yakai taking this series 2-0.
Can he get there? No, a Dragon Breath down, and Yakai, here in this situation, a clean 2-0 sweep.
Number 1, this is Lurgan Rocket on the left, Yakai on the right. It's over.
Conceding the matchup, Yakai staying in the winner's side.
This secured Yakai a top 3 spot as he headed into the winners finals of the World Championships. Seated across from Yakai in the winners finals was Marto Galde, an Argentinian player and one of the most accomplished trainers in the world, having previously finished 5th at the 2022 World Championships. Yakai continued his win streak in Game 1 of this best-of-5 series against Marto, but Marto struck back in Game 2, handing Yakai his first loss on the day.
Marto swapping out to his Lickitung.
Marto is going to be able to even up the series 1-1.
Both trainers split the next 2 games, and with that, they were at a decisive Game 5.
What a matchup here! It's the Skarmory into the Lantern!
In this final battle, Yakai led his Skarmory into Marto's Lantern, the worst possible matchup for Yakai. But Yakai decided to put all his hopes and dreams into his Altaria.
But it all comes down to this Altaria. Marto, he has no answer for it.
With Yakai's bold no-shield calls, he completely turned around the game, defeating Marto and punching his ticket to the Grand Finals. On the final day of World Championships, Yakai was matched against the decorated veteran Inadequence, running an unconventional Giratina team. Yakai was at a vast team disadvantage, and he recognized the mountainous task ahead of him.
And he has that opportunity to claim that first title for the APAC region.
In Game 1, the Grand Finals, Yakai wrestled away the switch advantage from Inadequence and perfectly lined up his final 2 Pokemon for the win. In Game 2, Yakai found himself in a great lead matchup with his Skarmory on Inadequence's Wigglytuff, but a huge no-shield call from Inadequence on his Lantern allowed him to take the driver's seat. With his back against the wall, Yakai double-shielded his Skarmory and made an incredible last-second catch on his Charger Bug to realign the Skarmory against Wigglytuff, putting himself up 2 wins in epic fashion.
He's on the board! Yakai pulls off another game against Inadequence. We are on match point!
On match point, Inadequence core broke Yakai's team with Poliwrath, placing Yakai in an impossible position, resulting in a loss for Yakai.
And Inadequence is not out of it yet!
Trying to slow down Inadequence's momentum, Yakai found himself in a positive lead in Game 4. But to many people's surprise, he gave up switch advantage after losing his Altaria to Inadequence's Clodsire. Yakai boldly farmed down the Clodsire with his Skarmory, making the read that he needed an energy head start for Inadequence's potential backline Skarmory. Yakai's calculated play fooled even Inadequence into saving his Giratina for Yakai's final trump card, his Lickitung, the hardest counter to Giratina. With both trainers on their final Pokemon, Inadequence could only watch as Yakai's Lickitung chipped away at Giratina's health bar. And with a 3-1 victory, Yakai earned himself the title of World Champion. It all started in 2022 London when 14-year-old Yakai watched the best trainers in all. Two years later, Yakai, the hero of Hong Kong, rose the World Champion trophy himself and inspired a new generation to pursue their own dreams. Yakai's story is proof that the path to being a world champion isn't always an easy one, but with hard work and perseverance, you too could be the very best. Thank you for watching this showcase of the Pokemon Championships history, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Yakai's victory over Inadequence was definitely one of the moments of all time of the Pokemon Championship Series. Welcome back. We are here in Portland, Oregon. I'm Alpha Phoebe, joined by Rise to Occasion, and we are just working our way through this tournament.
So many players striving to get to that day 2. Some are there already here in Portland, and some just a couple matches to go to get there. Coming up next, we have 2 players. You might know them by their in-game names, but apparently they want to be known by their real names. They want you to remember the name. So we've got Will versus Eddie coming up in our next matchup.
Yeah, put it in chat if you know who we're talking about, but also just a really quick review here by transitioning to stage. Of course, it is going to be Dapper versus Dilap, and we will revert back to their names, Will versus Eddie.
I think they're trying to throw us for a loop, but they want to be known on a first name basis here. And Dapper and Dilap, Will and Eddie, however you want to refer to them, they know what they're doing. These are two really talented trainers trying to fight for a spot in day 2. Since they're on the loser side of the bracket, only one can make that happen, though.
Yeah, and Dial must have made a pretty solid recovery to make it this far, because I know after his loss to it was Dunebug, right?
Right.
He had failed to kind of utilize that Shadow Blastoise to its utmost potential, so he must have kind of shaken off that ghost, figured it out, and he'll have to see just how he'll be able to utilize that Blastoise up against Will.
Shadow Blastoise can be a real menace as it generates energy very quickly. That signature Community Day Hydro Cannon attack can be really powerful. And if it lands on that Typhlosion over for Will, it is going to say bye-bye to that Typhlosion, wash it away. So Dapper will have to watch out for that. And Eddie is a real powerful trainer. I think the limited amount of times he competes in the regional series, it is impressive how many amazing performances he has.
And one thing I want to talk about a little more closely is about the water starter type matchup into Furret, right? You know, Furret's going to be one of the best counters to something like Feraligatr, taking double resisted fast attack damage from the Shadow Claws, but Blastoise kind of really shores that up because it's doing neutral damage with the rollout. So although we talk a lot about how water types like doing neutral damage to other water types, in this particular situation, Blastoise really shines because it also does neutral damage to normal types.
Absolutely. Blastoise, a water type that's not going to be as common as something like a Lapras right now, even in a Azumarill perhaps, but it has its role. And like you said, that rock type rollout damage can really benefit it against some of those other water types especially. We have a lock-in here. Dilap, aka Eddie, against Dapper, aka Will. And here we go. It's going to be Claydol into Cradily, a matchup we've seen a few times play out today.
Yeah, this is a great lead for Eddie here on the right. We're going to see that actually Will stays in and is going to be taking a super effective Grass Knot. No baits from Dilap here. Eddie, I'm going to mess that up all the time. I'm so used to calling them by their trainer names. Eddie, Grass Knot, goes through, does good super effective damage. Ice Beam now reached by Will, going to return for super effective damage.
Ice Beam looking to connect, and it will do so. Super effective on this grass type Pokemon. And we're going to see the Cradily build up more energy. Throwing this Rock Tomb here should be enough to knock out from this limited health range, and Will is going to elect to let it go. Perhaps Eddie also allowed the Cradily to get lower, but no, gives up switch advantage right away. Doesn't want to give that Incinerate down, and Blastoise here doing some significant rollout damage to the Typhlosion.
I think that might have been close to a full rollout through there, right? Because it was 10 turns to the Thunder Punch and 1 + 9. So I think it was a full rollout through.
You may be correct here on that counter swap situation. It can be tricky. And Shadow Blastoise going to fire off the Hydro Cannon here. Now, if you are the Typhlosion, do you just throw immediately? No, you're still going to commit to good timing here, it looks like. And Eddie is going to be faced with the decision, has to throw up the protection. I think 2 rollouts would knock out at this range, so I don't think Dapper can afford to stay in here.
Yeah, a quick pivot into the Furret, and this is where the Blastoise, the Shadow Blastoise, will really shine over a Shadow Feraligatr. You're going to be doing good neutral damage with both the Hydro Cannons and the rollouts, and throwing immediately, not opting for good time. I don't think the Furret was close to a Swift, so I'm a little bit surprised by that from Dilap.
This looks to be a pretty strong situation for the Drapion here. I think you can simply just build up to a point where you're within 2 Poison Stings from that double Aqua Tail, and you should be smooth sailing here. Might actually just be able to double up completely, yeah. Perfect counting. Knowing the Drapion will win the charge attack priority over the Furret, and you already have an Aqua Tail loaded for the Typhlosion. Typhlosion, 1 Incinerate away from the Thunder Punch.
Yeah, the really tough thing for Will here is how to handle the Shadow Blastoise. His best answers, Jump Bluff, Azumarill, he didn't bring to this game, and they still, in some matchups, struggle against it, right? No access to Ice Beam, so the Jump Bluff is maybe a little bit more safe than it could be otherwise, but Rollout, super effective damage, Skull Bash, hard-hitting neutral damage, and you don't have super effective Grass-type damage to answer with.
Right, the only thing that actually resists the rollout is the Claydol. And of course, the Claydol wants no part of taking a Hydro Cannon from Shadow Blastoise. So it is a difficult Pokemon for Dapper to handle. You have to really get that Furret on it to most comfortably handle it. And even in that game, that's exactly what we saw. But the Blastoise had so much energy already, it was very uncomfortable for the Furret.
Yeah, that was a position where, you know, Will might have been pretty happy with how that lead matchup panned out. However, Eddie pivoting very quickly into that Blastoise after, not allowing a farm down from Will, and Rock Tomb coming through, able to pick up that knockout very safely. No real catch possible for Will there because Rock Tomb going into another Pokemon would have been very threatening as well.
Here we go, game number 2, Claydol into the Shadow Blastoise, and this is not as bad of a matchup as you may think for the Claydol. Resisting the rollout damage, 1 Hydro Cannon, not going to be quite enough to knock out, and we may see Will elect to Protect Shield this first one, knowing you can get off that Rock Tomb debuff, but no, wants to preserve the Protect Shield, is going to actually take this Hydro Cannon.
Maybe opting to play for the Zero Shield matchup here. Rock Tomb coming through, going to go and deal good neutral damage to that Shadow Blastoise. Not able to pick up the knockout, but Eddie actually the one who's being threatened to switch out. In comes the Furt. This is a neutral matchup, however, with the energy advantage that the Cradily had, Typhlosion would have been a really tough bring in here.
And this is really nice for Eddie, getting the Rock Tomb off first before a Trailblaze. Now, 2 Trailblazes not going to be enough to get rid of this Cradily, and it's going to get to 2 Rock Tombs first anyway, so Eddie more than comfortable taking this first one. I believe 1 Bullet Seed shy of the Rock Tomb, going to fire this one off as soon as possible, and Will, faced with a tough decision, going to let the Rock Tomb go.
I like this a lot from Will. I think his only win condition here is to get a massive energy advantage onto that Shadow Typhlosion. This Trailblaze coming through is good. It's not going to knock out, so I think he could get a Incinerate through afterwards. Not going for the immediate switch means ooh, I think if he had switched, maybe 1 Incinerate knocks out, but no, instead actually going into the Claydol. I like this a lot. Soaking up the energy from the Cradily. However, I think Eddie's switch clock is now up, so he will be able to match a switch with that Shadow Drapion.
The problem is there is energy loaded on the Blastoise, and as long as you get both Protect Shields down from this Typhlosion, it is going to get washed away by the Hydro Cannon. So we are going to see Eddie throwing on good timing, of course, after 2 Poison Stings, getting off this Aqua Tail, starting to peel these shields away from Will.
Yeah, Will can't even go for a full farm down because, as you had mentioned, there is a charge attack loaded on that Shadow Blastoise, so all Eddie needs to do is save a shield for that potential charge attack tie. There are no catches available for Will, so he's just in a really tough spot. He's between a rollout and a hard place. I'm trying to think of a funny pun, but I failed to come up with it, sorry.
I think you could read Will's lips say that's game over. He knew that Eddie was in a terrific position, and unfortunately for Typhlosion, it's not gonna find the success it wants here in this matchup. Eddie takes a comfortable 2-0 victory over Will, and he is on to the next one. What would you call that celebration?
It was 2 friends just having a great time at the Portland Regional Championships. You love to see the camaraderie between those 2 trainers. You saw just how much they were talking back and forth, especially at that end of the game. They were all smiles during that match, and I have to imagine that maybe they were just trying to prank us a little bit by asking us to use their first names as opposed to their trainer names, which were much more accompanied with.
We made it work, and when we're not used to trainers going back with the first names, that's difficult, so please spare us, casters. But Eddie and Will, Dilap and Dapper, 2 really talented trainers, and Dilap's going to be moving on. Impressive stuff from him, as always. Such an aggressive player.
You know, I'm a little bit disappointed that, you know, it was a really cute and a great moment at the end where they gave each other high fives. I would have hoped that they dappered each other up instead.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Dapper, a tremendous player. That's going to be the end of his run, but nothing to be ashamed of. Dilap, such a talented trainer. We've seen this Claydol Cradily matchup play out multiple times today, and the Claydol can really hold its own in what you would think is a bad matchup there. So that matchup tends to swing both ways depending on whether the Ice Beam lands, whether the Rock Tomb gets Protect shielded. And in the end, Eddie, oh, there we see it again. Little double high five, very cutesy, very demure from Dylap and Dapper.
And one thing I really liked from Eddie there was that he really utilized that Shadow Blastoise to its utmost potential. Banking that charge attack in the end game was really crucial to securing his victory there. Again, I think he lacked that ability up against Dunebug, but he must be really refocusing in on how to utilize that Shadow Blastoise, and it's going to be key for him to move on through the rest of the tournament and maybe potentially making top cut.
Shadow Blastoise, a Pokemon right now that can also be extremely safe. I think maybe where it's best utilized is in that safe swap position, because when you're a rollout behind, sometimes that little energy gain makes so many matchups uncomfortable, and Blastoise's ability to spam out multiple Hydro Cannons, a Shadow Hydro Cannon, right? There's not a whole lot of things that can take two of those. Even if you're something like a Lapras, right, those rollouts are adding up. So in that safe swap position is where Shadow Blastoise seems to thrive, and Eddie is really utilizing it well so far in this tournament.
You know what Pokemon can take a number of Hydro Cannons?
Hit me.
Ludicolo.
Oh, one of our friends, co-caster, though technical, huge Ludicolo fan. I've seen this man do things with a Ludicolo, Phoebe, that should not be possible. Hitting Legend in the Go Battle League with a Ludicolo, that's Luda crazy. Luda Loco.
Really great puns coming in from my co-caster there. We have a promo here for the Pokemon League. Make sure that you're going to your local events. I know Texas has quite a number of local championships that have, or not championships, excuse me, local tournaments that are really popping off, having great attendance, really top-tier competitions. Dunebug, Arrow, yourself?
Nighttime Clasher, the Pokemango, Bopper, stacked scene over there in Texas. And make sure to check out your Pokemon leagues in the Portland area here. Some local shops, Super Sports Cards. Big sports fan myself. That seems like a cool place to go check out. Gambit's Games and Anime Shop. T2 Trading Cards and Collectibles, as well as Mox Boarding House. Shout out to you guys.
Yeah. You'd have to be able to check out Pokemon.com to see if there are any local events in your area. And if you're here at Portland, maybe there are some locals going on. Obviously, within the venue, I think we typically host a cup on Sunday, but also maybe there's some local stores who are hosting their own tournaments this weekend as well.
Absolutely. Locals, not only a great place to practice for these big events, but really a great place to connect with the community, make friends, and I personally find it much more fun to battle competition in person as opposed to, you know, remotely in the Go Battle League, but having that interaction is a great time, so highly recommend.
And if you're trying to fight your way to make top 75 in the North American region, maybe you're just outside that cusp, maybe you need a few tournament wins from a cup and a challenge in order to break it into top 75, make sure you're attending your locals, get those championship points. You can get up to 50 from a cup. I think it's 15 from a challenge, and maybe that's just enough to get you over the cusp.
Those points can really add up from local tournaments, and two trainers looking to add more points to their total here. Ashton Ash and Bird Power, a great matchup ahead of us. Ashton Ash, a trainer that has been no stranger to this season. He's had multiple finishes very close to the top, has yet to quite capture that regional title or that title in general. He had a great run at LAIC. He was the runner-up at last NAIC to Out of Pocket, of course, and then I believe a third place relatively recently this season, maybe dropping to Elam in Atlanta.
And he's doing quite well at this tournament today. Winner's side of the bracket in the semis for Group C. I believe we discussed it earlier. I think maybe the winners finals for each of these groups will be played tomorrow. So we're not going to necessarily have our top cut figured out exactly today. But these two trainers have had a really strong performance here in Portland. No, Bird Power in her interview with me was talking a lot about Superior and how it's been a really good core breaker for the Claydols, for the Laprases, or maybe even Credillion and Azumarill.
And here we go. Game number one, a classic mirror match. We saw this earlier today, and I mentioned whoever wins the chart attack priority here really can take advantage of this matchup. Both trainers building up way past the Aqua Tail, keeping that chart attack priority hidden for the time being. And you have to wonder, maybe one trainer has an idea that they're more likely to win the chart attack priority or not.
And that person is going to be the least likely to try to catch this next charge attack. However, there's definitely a possibility that both trainers go for it. Instead, no, Bird Power going for an extra Poison Sting. Ashton Ash throwing that Aqua Tail immediately. Bird Power putting up a shield, protecting the Shadow Drapion in an immediate pivot into the Cradily for Ashton Ash.
And this energy lead is going to make things really uncomfortable for this Cradily. Bird Power elects to throw on alignment there, maybe anticipating Ashton Ash would also throw as soon as he reached the Rock Tomb, but no, he goes for the extra. That's going to allow the Bullet Seed to sneak through, and now Ashton Ash does throw immediately.
Oh, that is real tough for Bird Power. She did have a full crunch loaded. However, I think she might be able to get up to 2 Aqua Tails here and potentially threaten a knockout. Attack does drop though, so going for the crunch. And we do know that Shadow Drapion has a very high attack stat, so if Ashton Ash does throw up a shield, he's going to need to... Oh, actually doesn't knock out.
Cradily hangs on, and that is massive for Ashton Ash. Rock Tomb coming through, definitely going to knock down this Drapion. And this is going to be a shield deficit for Bird Power. Not just a single shield, 2 shields to 0.
However, the one thing she does have going for her is that Cradily, which really threatens her backline, is now out of the way, and her 2 Pokemon in the back are actually not very shield hungry. Of course, you don't want to take a Rock Tomb on your Lapras, so it'll be very key to see if she's able to manage a catch of this Rock Tomb onto her Diggersby. That'd be a really great way for her to get back into this game.
First Sparkling Arya does get Protect shielded by Ash, and Ash makes a whole lot of sense getting that debuff. Oh, tried to wait a turn, tried to be clever, but Ashton Ash wasn't having it, just threw immediately, gets this Rock Tomb off, and that is going to do significant damage to Lapras.
Attack does drop. I think she's likely to build up to a Sparkling Arya and maybe go for a catch on this next Rock Tomb. However, throwing the Sparkling Arya, I'm not a huge fan of this because she is attack dropped. However, it still does really good, meaningful, super effective damage.
Ashton Ash is in the driver's seat here. Shields are down for Bird Power. Super effective Ice Beam going to connect against the Diggersby, and this is going to leave it about a little bit less than 50% here. Still building up, still building, not going to swap the Drapion just yet. Ice Beam coming through, and I think Bird Power maybe was predicting the swap at some point. He didn't want to allow the catch, so Ashton Ash is going to be able to take this game number 1, it looks like.
Yeah, that was a really tough spot for her to be in because she didn't have enough energy on her Diggersby to try to go for double Scorching Sand. So I think her only potential win condition there was to get a Fire Punch bait and then follow it up with the Scorching Sands, but it would have been really tough, right? He likely shields that first charge attack, and depending on exactly when she throws it, Ashton Ash might have gotten a sneak through with that Mud Slap and already gotten to the Ice Beam. So if he shields and then immediately throws, the Ice Beam lands anyways. Maybe she has some play by trying to catch the Ice Beam onto that Lapras, but it was a really tough endgame for Bird Power there in game number 1.
Absolutely. We talked about some of the credentials, some of the successes of Ashton Ash in his season thus far. Last season, NAIC runner-up. Bird Power hasn't been competing as much in recent memory, but remember, Bird Power, a regional champion back in the 2nd season of the Pokemon Go Championship Series in Salt Lake City. So Bird Power, a very talented trainer in her own right. Gonna look to try and reverse sweep here. One thing that I thought maybe she could have done in that game 1 was when that Cradily swapped in for Ashton Ash, she built up a lot of energy before throwing. She had an opportunity to actually get off 2 crunches if she wanted before the Cradily threw that Rock Tomb.
Yeah, I think maybe slightly better understanding of when she needs to get her charge attacks off would have provided her a little more safety in that end game. You know, it was really close in the end, but had she made those moves, I think it would have been a pretty solid play, or a pretty solid win for her in that game number 1.
Very possible, and both trainers looking to adjust. Ashton Ash does have a Corviknight on his side, something that he utilized very well earlier this season, making Corviknight look good when a lot of people were, you know, I don't want to say haters, but maybe skeptical of the viability of Corviknight. He was able to do a lot of work with it, so I wonder if he'll bring it here for game number 2. Bird Power also just thinking things over here as trainers approach a lock-in.
And I think Corviknight is one of the Pokemon that the more you use it, the more you know how to use it, the better it becomes for you. And here we go, game number 2, Corviknight's exactly where Ashton Ash wants it to be against the Superior. I have to imagine Bird Power is going to want to switch out immediately.
I talked about how neutral of a Pokemon Corviknight is. That's the one matchup where it is indeed a hard wall. And we are going to see a save swap scenario though, and Drapion more than comfortable swapping in here and going to put up a Protect Shield first. Now, how is Ashton Ash going to deal with this Drapion? After it gets a big energy head start, he mirrors with his own.
2 Aqua Tails loaded for Bird Power, can throw both immediately. Not gonna quite threaten the knockout yet, however, with additional Poison Stings, she just might. Charge Attack Tide, this is good information. We now know that Bird Power loses that exchange. Aqua Tail coming through for Ashton Ash does not threaten a knockout. I really liked shielding the Iron Head because it was so threatening compared to most other charge attacks against a Shadow Drapion.
Ashton Ash investing the Protect Shield, wants to maintain that alignment with the Corviknight onto the Superior, but not before another Aqua Tail is queued up. Ashton Ash feels like it's worth going down a Protect Shield in order to maintain the Corviknight aligned with the Superior.
An immediate switch out from Bird Power. I actually would have liked to see her stay in, maybe, depending on exactly how much health she had on her Shadow Drapion. Maybe she could have reached a final Aqua Tail and 1 switch advantage.
Ashton Ash building up here, goes for the crunch. You have to presume goes into the Cradily, but no, actually just stays in. And one thought process here from trainers sometimes is you don't want to switch lock yourself. You don't want to put yourself in a position where you can't pivot out. So he actually allows the Drapion to go down. Now comes in with the Cradily, trying to set up his Corviknight for a sweep in the back.
Yes, Corviknight just looks so good, and Ashton Ash really doesn't need to try to fight for switch advantage because Bird Power pivoted out, and that's why I really wish that she hadn't, because the Corviknight matchup into that Superior is just so dominant. Now a great understanding from Ashton Ash, switching into the Corviknight, getting the snipe there, unable to reach that charge attack as Bird Power, and I think that just really seals this game number 2 for Ashton Ash.
Absolutely, he has 2 Rock Tombs banked on that Cradily, and I don't know if he's even going to get a chance to use them, as this Corviknight is now at 100 maxed out energy, capped out energy. First Protect Shield comes up from Superior, and these sand attacks ain't doing much, but one Sky Attack's going to do an awful lot.
Yeah, Aerial Ace is loaded, Frenzy Plant double resisted, Aerial Ace single resisted, so you actually want to throw the Frenzy Plant in this matchup, but you'll just see how little damage that they do. First Sky Attack coming through, and I think it's going to take maybe 5 Frenzy Plants, maybe just 4 with the extra Vine Whips to be able to knock out, and I don't think there's any way that Bird Power is reaching that many.
That double resisted damage just does so little. I think after this Frenzy Plant, Ashton Ash has his options of how he wants to close this game out, whether it's stay in with the Corviknight or just use this Rock Tomb that you have banked. This is going to knock out the Superior.
Was it 2 Rock Tombs that were banked?
It was 2 Rock Tombs that were banked, and he'll keep one going for his next matchup here. He'll have that one saved. But Ashton Ash able to take a comfortable 2-0 victory over another great trainer in Bird Power.
Yeah, and although that matchup looked really, really dominant in the end game, I think it wouldn't have been so much had Bird Power stayed in with that Shadow Drapion, fought for switch advantage there. Giving it up with a Pokemon like Superior is just not the way to play out that matchup. Superior, in some metas, is not a very RPS Pokemon. You know, maybe about a year ago or a little more than a year ago, Superior was one of the safest Pokemon because grass and flying type coverage hit everything. Skarmory wasn't in the meta. Corviknight wasn't available yet, right? So trainers like Wadaj and Out of Pocket utilized it to great success. However, in this meta, it's very much more an RPS Pokemon if your opponent has Corviknight. So not fighting for switch advantage with a Pokemon that is so win hard, lose hard, I don't think it's quite the right way to play out.
Right, and in that match, some people might watch that saying, oh, Corviknight is Superior, a bit of an RPS match, but let's give some credit to Ashton Ash as well for understanding that he needed to maintain that alignment. I think sometimes you see trainers fall into the trap of you swap, I swap, right? We see the Drapion swap, and he didn't panic and switch his own Drapion behind. No, he stayed in for a while, got a Protect Shield, and put himself in a position where he felt like, I can now maintain the alignment I need, and that was exactly what he needed to maintain a victory.
even that super effective Ice Beam landing onto that Cradily was not enough to secure Bird Power a way back into this game. Even the Sparkling Aria that was lost, I don't think it really mattered all that much because of how much energy was still remaining on that Cradily. She was going for more energy trying to farm down the Cradily, but Ashenash just impeccable understanding of how many Psy Waves that his Pokemon could handle and still being able to pivot out in the very last seconds of that Cradyly's life, and just very impressive play all around from Ashenash.
Absolutely. I think impressive both ways, and we have something that we want to show you as we await our next matchup here. Some Twitch promos. What can you watch coming up on the Pokemon channels? Well, the Pokemon series Sun and Moon on Tuesday. We've got some reruns for you of great competitions, 2024 NAIC trading card game, along with some of our more recent championships actually that's the upcoming Bologna Special Championships that we're going to be featuring next weekend.
Yeah, very excited for what I believe is the last European regional, Special Championships. And then on Thursday, of course, you do have more Pokemon action with the Sun and Moon series probably continuing where Tuesday left off. And one thing I want to call out is that Wednesday, it's from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., so it's going to be a condensed down version. So I have to imagine that they've chosen the most exciting moments from that TCG stream to showcase it there. You're not going to have to do any downtime waiting where you have casters filling time talking about what's going to be happening on a Pokemon Twitch channel, trying to kill time between matches. I don't think that's going to be showcased there on those streams.
And next weekend in Bologna is going to be the debut of Shadow Malamar now being eligible. So that'll be exciting to see that new Pokemon take precedent in the meta. Did you see the skit we did, the little upside down twist between Berto and Caleb?
I did see it. It was very topsy-turvy.
It's a roller coaster. And those two showed you guys a little bit of a taste of what Shadow Malamar may bring. I don't try it at home playing upside down unless you're looking to have some fun. But Shadow Malamar being introduced to the meta is certainly going to bring another element to this stage of the meta.
I also would suggest not doing it up on stage where we have our two next trainers, Shadow Mimikyu versus Athi. We've seen a Shadow Mimikyu before. He was able to win that matchup. I think this is our first time seeing Athi here at the Portland Regional Championship, but we've seen him before at a few other tournaments.
Of course, and Shadow Mimikyu, I believe from my home state of Wisconsin, a really talented trainer, has had nice performances in the Milwaukee Regionals in the past. And now he has decided to travel to Portland, was able to defeat his teammate C2U, now taking on Athi, another talented trainer, trying to move on.
Yeah, I know our co-caster and our friend DeFi is always rooting for fellow Wisconsinite Shadow Mimikyu, and he's doing quite well at this tournament. This is winners round 4 of Group C, so not quite at winners semis yet, I believe, or maybe round 4 is the semis. I'm doing some mental math in my head, and I think it might be 6 rounds to get to the finals for this tournament and the number of groups we have.
And when we were talking about last match, Corviknight, Neutralmon, and talking about the viability of RPS at certain times against the Superior, for example, I'm taking a sneak peek feed at Athi's team, and I think this is what you would consider a more RPS-style team with Pokemon like the Superior, like the Gastrodon, like the Talonflame. Those Pokemon, there's not a whole lot of things that are going to break apart those. And Athi is going to look to try and get the alignment he needs here against Shadow Mimikyu.
He also has some more neutral play, right? The Blastoise, you said, is one of the best safe switches right now. So yeah, you're right. And if Athi does lean into the Superior Gastrodon Talonflame core that he has, Shadow Mimikyu is going to have to figure out the alignment, but Athi does have what seems like a little bit of mismatch play between the two halves of his team. You know, Clodsire, Tinkaton, very, very bulky, a lot more safe into neutral matchups. One thing I do want to call out, shout out to production, it is apparently Athi's birthday, so happy birthday, Athi.
Happy birthday, Athi. We'll see if he can get day 2 as his present here, going up against Shadow Mimikyu. And we talked about the Grumpig last time Shadow Mimikyu was on stream. Once again, Fee, Tell me the Grumpig answer here. Everything is pretty neutral against the Grumpig. Here we go. We have a lock-in, and a devastating lead for Shadow Mimikyu. Stunfisk into Superior.
Yeah, Stunfisk is generally not that RPS of a Pokemon, but against grass types, it really does struggle. Switch in of the Talonflame to answer the Grumpig, but Grumpig can hit back with this neutral Shadow Ball, neutral Psywaves as well. If this goes unshielded, I think Shadow Mimikyu could get a farm down. Instead, Athi putting up a shield, respecting the hard-hitting Shadow Ball.
And this is going to allow Athi, he gets off the fly here. We're going to see a protection come up from Shadow Mimikyu. I think Athi will definitely reach another fly before a Shadow Ball, maybe not before a Dynamic Punch, but Shadow Mimikyu committing to that Shadow Ball here. Another fly coming through. Is Shadow Mimikyu going to invest? Yes, he is. Puts up the Protect Shield, going to try and at least pull off another shield from this Talonflame.
And I think it's potentially reaching a point. Ooh, no shield from Athi, giving up switch advantage. Very peculiar given that he is running Superior. No shield on the Dynamic Punch. Full Psywave down is great for Shadow Mimikyu here because now he can come out with energy for the Superior, land a Shadow Ball or a Dynamic Punch, and actually opting for the Charge Attack tie, the best case scenario for Shadow Mimikyu because it means that Athi is now giving up energy at the exact moment that the damage is being applied from Shadow Mimikyu's Charge Attack.
And what started as a devastating lead, suddenly Shadow Mimikyu seems to have a bit of a window of hope. You see a nice undercharge. Is that going to allow him to reach there? No. Nice undercharge from Athi, still not able to reach a Dynamic Punch. And you have to allow yourself to get farmed down because you can't afford Stunfisk to be aligned here. In comes Furret, but Furret no longer has a Protect Shield. It's going to have to eat some heavy damage from this Frenzy Plant.
Frenzy Plant coming through, going to put the Furret probably deep into the yellow. Looking at the back lines though, it's going to be that Unova Stunfisk versus Clodsire, which is a solid matchup for the Unova Stunfisk, but it is up, the Clodsire is up a shield, and super effective Earthquake's going to be quite threatening. I think it does about 2/3 of the health of the Unova Stunfisk, so 2 will absolutely be necessary to pick up the knockout. However, because Shadow Mimikyu waited so long to switch in with this Unova Stunfisk, he's behind a lot of energy.
2 Earthquakes definitely going to knock out. You need to land 2 Mud Bombs if you're Shadow Mimikyu, but unfortunately, there is still a Protect Shield remaining, and that is going to be used here by Athi. Now you're assumingly going to land another Mud Bomb here, and this will chip away at the Clodsire. Going to actually go for the Charge Attack priority here on the Mud Bomb and Earthquake.
Yeah, this is great timing for Shadow Mimikyu. I think he's going to want to hope that Athi does not undercharge this Charge Attack, because if he gets a Poison Sting down, that would be absolutely devastating. He does have a little bit of energy left on his Furret. However, I think the Furret just has too much to do. There's a lot of health still remaining on this Clodsire, and I think it's where it's actually getting really close to Swift range.
It is. It's approaching Swift range. And nice patience from Shadow Mimikyu. He has the double Swift. This is simply going to come down to whether the Swift from Furret is enough to knock out the Clodsire. It's going to be really close, but I think Furret might be able to do it.
Is the Clodsire at a move? No, 1 away, so Shadow Mimikyu could have theoretically thrown one more Sucker Punch, but Swift coming through, is it enough to knock out?
Oh, no, it's not. And the Stone Edge is queued up, and Shadow Mimikyu looks up. I think you're right. I think maybe 1 Sucker Punch there could have made the difference. A tough end game, and Athi is able to sneak by with a victory.
And it just goes to show how important late game energy counts can be. 1 fast attack was the make or break there for Shadow Mimikyu. If he had delayed his charge attack, gone for the charge attack tie, he would have been able to knock out. Because a fast attack happening at the same time as another fast attack, both of those apply their damage. However, when a fast attack goes at the same time as a charge attack, the damage doesn't apply until the charge attack goes through, if that fast attack is longer than 1 turn duration. So because Sucker Punch is a 2-turn duration fast attack, it doesn't apply damage and doesn't pick up the knockout.
Exactly. A high-level thing that I think a lot of players probably don't even think about, but Shadow Mimikyu, he had such a terrible lead, played so tremendously well just to make it that close, and in the end, 1 slight thing he could have done differently might have changed the outcome there. But overall, he saw the worst case scenario lead. He utilized that Grumpig safe swap, made it really close, just fell a little bit short in the end there against Athi.
And another thing I want to call out is that Shadow Mimikyu could not have gone for Trailblaze in that situation. Trailblaze, I think, is 2 more Sucker Punches worth of energy, and he would have only been able to get 1 more Sucker Punch in before he needed to throw, so he would have only been 1 Sucker Punch above the Swift. So no option for Trailblaze into Swift to have that Swift into the Clodsire dealing more damage.
Exactly. And if you're in a situation, as we lock in here for game 2, where you can only throw 1 charge attack, the Swift actually does more damage when both neutral than the Trailblaze. Here we go, a more neutral lead. We see Furret into Superior this time.
The difficult thing for Shadow Mimikyu is that he did bring the Talonflame this game, and it is not landing on that Superior. Frenzy Plant coming through, going to do a lot of good neutral damage. However, Superior, not the most attack-weighted Pokemon, so not going to threaten knockout, and 2 Swifts will land before a second charge attack will be able to be landed from the Superior.
We have the benefit of seeing the back line, and what I see, Feed, is nowhere for Talonflame to go. Like you said, once the Superior is out of the picture. Right now, Athi debating whether he wants to invest a Protect Shield. Lets it go, knows that Superior can hang on and get off a parting Aerial Ace here.
The really difficult thing for Shadow Mimikyu, you called out nowhere for Talonflame to go. I want to clarify for the viewers, Clodsire is running Stone Edge. Stone Edge double super effective here, so even with this energy advantage that Talonflame's able to get, it's going to really struggle in that matchup, and it's not even going to see that matchup. However, maybe it will in the back end, because if we see Shadow Mimikyu switch in the Grumpig, I think it would be to Athi's detriment to counter swap that Clodsire.
In a terrible looking situation, here might be step 1. You get a Protect Shield from the Blastoise. Grumpig swaps in, but now we're actually seeing Athi go for the Skull Bash here. This is a big decision for Shadow Mimikyu. Does he invest the first protection? Oh no, he doesn't. He lets it through, and that's massive damage onto the Grumpig.
I thought there was no way that Shadow Mimikyu didn't shield that, because Hydro Cannon threatens a large amount of neutral damage as well. I was very surprised by the charge attack choice by Athi there, because Hydro Cannon is just so energy efficient and Grumpig's not that bulky.
And Shadow Mimikyu debating whether he wants to invest. I don't think he suspects it's the Clodsire in back necessarily. We're going to see another charge attack being fired, and you almost have to Protect Shield at this stage if you're the Grumpig.
I think he's going to no shield and get the farm down with the Talonflame, right? I think that's his best case scenario here, but it is the Clodsire in the back, and I think with very little opportunity to land 3 charged attacks here, I just don't see a great win condition for Shadow Mimikyu. Going for the fly first, I think this is going to be a no shield from Athi, and I don't know if Incinerate plus another fly will do enough damage, so I think he's going to have to get a fly bait into a Brave Bird, but I don't know if he has enough time.
I believe Athi's only 2 Poison Stings away from the next Stone Edge, and Shadow Mimikyu is still an Incinerate away from 2 charge attacks. There's a Protect Shield hiding, and obviously this double super effective Stone Edge is gonna knock Talonflame out of the sky. Really tough alignment for Shadow Mimikyu. Athi able to take the 2-0 victory.
Yeah, I think maybe prioritizing his shields for the Grumpig would have been the play. However, even though I say that, I think if Athi counters the shields, he's able to reach 3 Hydro Cannons and still get one on the Grumpig, and I just don't think that the Grumpig into Clodsire matchup is so bad for the Clodsire that shores it up enough to make it so that Grumpig's able to take out both the Blastoise and the Clodsire.
In a game where there's such minimal margin of error, it's so tough when you have a game 1 when you're thinking, man, if I just did that, maybe I could have flipped that outcome, and you have to start over and try to do it in game number 2. Unfortunately for Shadow Mimikyu, it was just too tough of alignment. I don't know if there's a whole lot differently he really could have done in game 2. I think game 1 we saw a slight thing he could have differently, but both games it just was not what he wanted to see in terms of the alignment of their Pokemon.
I think maybe after seeing the Superior in the lead, maybe you just safe swap the Grumpig, right? You need to get Talonflame onto the Superior at all costs, right? Because if you're looking at the rest of the team, I guess Tinkaton is got another positive matchup for the Talonflame. Gastrodon, I guess, is another one as well, but you really want it on the Superior, as that's going to be the best spot for you to play out the rest of the matchup. So I think pivoting, trying to realign the Superior onto the Talonflame, it would require Athi to give up Switch, right? Which I feel like he's maybe not likely to do.
I think that's a good point. And if you're Shadow Mimikyu, maybe you also make the line read that if there is a superior in the lead, unlikely there's going to be that Tinkaton in back. So like you said, maybe try to lure something out and try to force switch advantage, force alignment to try and get that Talonflame aligned with the superior. That might have been the only thing he could have done differently in a matchup that was looking really tough there.
And for the viewers, Rise, if you have that lead matchup where you have a really hard answer of Talonflame, why would you not want to switch in Talonflame right away? That's your best answer for it, right?
That's what some people might think on the surface, but if you switch in your only hard response to something, you give your opponent the opportunity. If they swap out, how are you going to deal with that for later? So that's what we typically associate with a safe swap Pokemon, swapping to try and gain some sort of advantage, whether that's switch advantage or maybe a protectional advantage where you can then try to sweep with a third Pokemon later. So typically swapping your hard counter into something is not the way to go about dealing with it best.
Yeah, so if you have two Pokemon that are good against that lead Pokemon, but your lead is not, switch into your worst answer for it, and hopefully you can get some better alignment in the end game, maybe have your strongest answer line up to it in the end and secure victory that way.
Athi with an impressive 2-0 victory. Here to get more from him, we've got Stark. Take it away.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, Rise and Phoebe, for that incredible showcase, and thank you so much to Athi here, who actually, it's his birthday today, so happy birthday, first of all. And are there any people you want to shout out today?
My girlfriend, Posh Waifu, twitch.tv/Posh Waifu. I'm on the stream, so if you guys want to tune in and check out some coaching and shoutcasting from me, that's the place to do it. And also my best friend, Jake, at twitch.tv/ProfessorsLab. I'm on the stream every once in a while. He's a shiny hunting streamer. Huge shout out to him. He's been one of my biggest supporters since day one. And also BBX, my friend who's also in my group. I really hope he's able to make an amazing losers run today. But yeah, and everybody who supported me, I really appreciate you guys so much. Like, it really means a lot to me. I wouldn't be here competing on my birthday if it wasn't for the support that you guys have given me. So I really appreciate that. Every single one of you who's ever been nice to me. Kyan Drag, shout out to you for the plushie. Really appreciate that as well.
Awesome, yeah. A lot of people to shout out, and obviously, that's what it takes. You know, with this type of tournament, we want to make sure that every single person is supporting each other along the way. So I wanted to ask you, how are you doing this season? You're obviously looking to go to Worlds, and I think this match was very important for you.
Yeah, I was really excited to make the winner's semis because that actually meant if I won, I would be guaranteed, I believe, hopefully, to qualify for the World Championships. And I believe at this point over 600 CP, so it's been a dream of mine. And last season, I actually missed qualifying by 15 CP. So being able to make it and qualify meant so much to me because my ultimate goal, as I'm sure so many people's goal is to become the world champion. So qualifying for Worlds is obviously the first step in making that happen. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. And I think now we're going to throw it back to, actually, I believe we're going to see some highlights. So stick around and stay tuned.
Well played. Thank you, William. Of course, Eddie. Okay. My pleasure.
Hey trainers, Jeremy Jallin here, and when I'm not on the booth, I'm out here doing other stuff, this time at the fan experience. This is where, whether you're playing or spectating, you can come spend some time coloring, maybe rent out some Pokemon board games. If you're interested in origami, we teach a class every hour, whether you want to make Pikachu, Blastoise, Slowpoke, or Vulpix. It's a lot of fun. It doesn't take too long, and after it, you're a Pokemon Origami Master. We have a bunch of coloring pages, a lot of different types of Pokemon, and then even some Pokemon bookmarks that you can color and take home to your favorite book. It is a lot of fun and a great way to buy some time here at the Pokemon Regionals.
Pokemon Black was the first Pokemon game I played. When the feature dropped, late 2018, I immediately started playing and I got hooked immediately. Through grassroots tournaments in my area, I was immediately presented with a lot of other extremely interested people that were willing to practice, play games anytime, really. And due to that, it just converted into me playing more and more and more and getting better and better. My first competitive memory was probably when, as a senior, I convinced my mom on Mother's Day weekend to drive me to Indianapolis on the hope that if I win on the seniors division, I can get her a trip to London, and that I did. My favorite Pokemon? Probably Quagsire. I love how derpy it looks, and I have very fond grassroots memories of using Quagsire a lot. Favorite Pokeball? Probably the Ultra Ball. I like the black and yellow. I look up to Lyle Jeffson Elite a lot. Good peers of mine, like we've all helped each other win tournaments, win matches, and they both have done so well this season that it's like I'm trying so hard to match them in a way. I would battle Ash Ketchum. I love watching his journey through the first few generations of the show, and if Pokemon Go me could fight Show Ash, I think that'd be really fun. The farthest I've traveled is probably Japan, for most North American trainers, but especially me as from the East Coast. It was basically almost on the other side of the world. I'd say the blue one. I really like the color blue in general, and it's definitely also part of why I like Quagsire so much, is just the straight up blue. Very nice. I'd probably call my dad. As of the last 2 World Championships, I've gone with my mom. And because of that, I wouldn't need to really call her. She'd be in the stands watching me. But my dad hasn't. So I would definitely call someone that I couldn't just talk to in person immediately after getting off the stands.
Vodaj is one of the best in the world. All his accolades say champion.
I've generally played Pokemon all my life. My brother got me into it. But in terms of Pokemon Go, I played when it first released like everyone else. Then I stopped playing it. And over COVID, there was nothing to do. I'd go run on my bike all day and just catch Pokemon. And then I got into PvP. I just got progressively better. If I was a Pokemon, I would be, I think, poison typing. I think I'm a bit toxic. When I got 5th at the very first Baltimore, it was right after they got rid of the seniors division, so I got to play with the Masters players, and that was very cool getting 5th. For Baltimore, the last finals appearance I had was the previous first regional in Pittsburgh. I quit the game for 8 months after Knoxville. I wasn't doing well, so I quit, and I came back.
Vodaj is maybe like a bear that has been hibernating for the past season. He's only been getting stronger. He has all the nutrition and nourishment he needs.
The new metas always excite me. Like, taking a break is always good for you. Like, you'll feel better, reset, come back, something new, something fresh, and go from there. I didn't have a lot of the new Pokemon that you would use, so I used a lot of stuff I was comfortable with and Pokemon I enjoyed playing. And then I looked for a couple Pokemon that were very good in the new meta, which brought me to Chestnut and Cresselia. I normally go onto the stream with the expectation that I'm going to win, or I have some sort of expectation going into it. And going to Elite, I thought I was going to lose. I thought the matchup was bad. Now, I did lose in Winners Finals. My hardest matchup was 100% Elite. He is a very strong player. I don't think I ever knew I was going to win Grand Finals. Like, going down 0-2, I kind of just accepted I was going to lose. I locked up my teams in within 15 seconds. I was just kind of playing. If I lost, I lost. That was still better than I could ask for after quitting.
Vodaj coming in, sludge bombing the Mandibus. He is your Baltimore Regional Champion.
I was like really happy. It felt very good to win after quitting the game for a few months. I came back and won, so that was very surprising to me.
Vodaj absolutely back.
Because I won Baltimore, I'm qualified for Worlds. Senior Worlds, I got third there, and I got third at Master Worlds. So I have the experience on the world stage. I think Out of Pocket would make the best match for me. We have so much history with each other, and in my opinion, he's the best player on the tour right now. The old versus the new. I think that'd be very exciting. Seeing Itzaxon winning Worlds was a very beautiful moment. Like, losing to him, that was one of the only losses I've had that I haven't been just completely frustrated after. He's just such a talented player. Winning Worlds at this point would be kind of everything. I might just hang up the towel from there. I don't know how many more chances I'll have. The thing that keeps me coming to the tournaments is my friends. The race of winning, money, it's all nice, but it's really just, if I didn't come with my friends, I wouldn't go at all.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Portland Regional Championships, our last stop along this season's victory road in North America. I am joined by the legend himself, HouseStark93. We've got some legendary battles that we've already watched, and there's even more to come.
I mean, yeah, you're pretty legendary yourself, so I'm very excited to see this next matchup. We have some really fun trainers, really fun names out there, and I think this one is going to be Boglish versus Kemcoop.
Ooh, I'm really excited to see Boglish. We did see him earlier on stream. This is going to be our winners round 4, and because of the way that we've kind of structured the tournament this weekend, some of these trainers that win up to round 5 are actually going to move on to Sunday. We're going to kind of sort out our top cut once we get there, but it's really exciting for these players to be so close to making day 2 in Portland. So we'll see if Boglish and their opponent, Kemcoop, we'll see which one of these trainers actually rises to the top.
Yeah, I think both of these trainers are obviously bigger names in the circuit. Kemcoop, I know, is part of the Legends United team that I'm part of as well.
Oh,
so,
wow.
Yeah.
All right. Very nice, very nice. Well, let's see what they have in store for us. We've seen some interesting picks so far on stream. Boglish, if you recall, is playing that Galarian Corsola, which has been very exciting to watch. That is a pick that's, again, a little bit forgotten about, right? We've seen other Hex users like the Shadow Dusclops from Doombug97, but Galarian Corsola with Astonish is applying a ton of pressure.
Yeah, and I think the team that Kemcoop has does have a few answers to that Corsola, being in that Malamar and the Shadow Drop Gun, being able to hit for super effective damage back into that Corsola, but it does have pretty neutral play or positive play into the rest of Kemcoop's team.
I agree. We do see the Talonflame for Kemcoop. That Pokemon has incredible sweeping potential. We actually see it on both sides. So there could be a situation where we get into a Talonflame mirror match. Calling the Fly, calling the Brave Bird, it can be really tricky. And I know some Talonflame trainers are running Flame Charge these days. What's your scouting report say, Stark? Do we have any Flame Chargers?
We do. We actually have Flame Charge on both sides. And also, both sides have the Skull Bash Lapras. So it's going to be a very mirror match. A lot of these Pokemon having similar moves, and it's about figuring out and maneuvering around those types of movesets with utilizing the rest of your team. Something like the Galarian Corsola might be able to catch a Skull Bash, per se, from the opposing Lapras.
I'm going to toss you a curveball here, Stark. We've seen a lot of the double flying set, with whether it's Fly and Brave Bird on Talonflame. Why are we suddenly seeing so much Flame Charge? Is there like an explanation for this? Do you see something in the meta where it makes a lot of sense? What's your call?
I feel like maybe the top Pokemon in the meta in terms of usage has been Tinkaton, or at least it has been very close to the top. And because of that, the Flame Charge is able to be super effective and boost your attack at the same time. So I think that's a very interesting and valuable piece of why people are using that.
Well, I'll add on to your point, not just the Tinkaton, but also the Jumpluff, right?
Ooh, true.
You have so many targets for that Pokemon. Well, let's see if it finds its targets in this game number 1. Kemcoop taking on Boglish. We've got Malamar taking on this Galarian Corsola.
Yeah, and I would say this is a relatively neutral matchup in the favor of the Malamar, because Malamar does have the super effective damage, while Corsola has the bulk.
I would agree. We're going to see a Foul Play get fired off here, but the Astonish comes through. Kemcoop with a little head shake. Trying to time those side waves can be so tricky, especially when your nerves are high in a winner's semis battle against a trainer like Boglish.
Yeah, and I think Astonish is one of the hardest moves to try to track, because the timing, it looks a little strange. It's similar to Rollout in that regard. But in comes the Nightshade. It does some nice, heavy neutral damage, and I believe Foul Play is going to get fired off here right before the Corsola is able to get to that second Nightshade.
Kemcoop nailing the timing there, throwing 5 side waves, converting that into the Foul Play. But I gotta say, if he stays in this matchup, he might get Astonished down. Trusting in the Malamar, leaves it in. He's gonna be forced to shield here if he wants to keep it around.
Yeah, I agree. And I think based on the fact that he's not shielding, he's gonna let it go.
Wow, more insights at 6. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Azumarill comes into the field here for Kemcoop, but I think he recognized that he can maybe bowl down or gather some energy going to the next matchup.
Yeah, and you could even say a switch here into the Talonflame would be a nice, interesting read here to try to get some energy here into that rest of that team. But we do see the switch right into that Claydol, which does have that super effective, actually double super effective Rock Tomb.
Yeah, honestly, incredible call, Stark. I didn't even see that coming. We're going to see the Flame Charge from the Talonflame, but first the Rock Tomb, and obviously, right, it's double super effective. This is going to command shields from Kemcoop.
Yeah, every single time. I think the best play here is to throw 1 Incinerate for best timing, and then throw for the Fly or the Flame Charge. Kemcoop decides the Fly is probably a better play here.
Absolutely, throwing the fly, but because of that Rock Tomb debuff, the Incinerate damage is not adding up the way that he wanted it to. Gonna throw another fly. I wonder if this was a Flame Charge opportunity?
Definitely a Flame Charge opportunity to try to boost the attack going into the next matchup, but I believe Chemcoop doesn't know what's in the back, so it's going to be difficult to realize that, okay, maybe we want to boost our attack for the potential Tinkaton.
I was very curious too. The Rock Tomb was ready to go, and the fly was ready as well, but instead of throwing charge attacks, these trainers are overcharging, and now the final shield is going to come from Chemcoop here, looking for a full Incinerate down. Oh, with the swap into the going Corsola met by the Azumarill.
Both players making incredible plays there. I think the better advantage now goes in the side of Chemcoop because he now has the Tinkaton matched up into the Talonflame that he has in the back. He saved energy for it, like you were talking about, and now it's going to be very difficult to beat.
We saw the nod there from Chemcoop. I think what he's visualizing here is chipping the Tinkaton with the Azumarill, coming in with the Talonflame to throw the Flame Charge for the knockout, and then incinerating down that Claydol in the back. I think that's a game plan for him. Boglish has probably already spotted that out. Let's see if he can adjust.
Yeah, and I think the only way to come back from that is to catch some energy on the Claydol with against that Talonflame specifically.
Agreed, agreed. We're going to see another play rough come through here. The Fairy types on the field. Azumarill, the former king of the usage charts, taking on Tinkaton. This is really a clash of old and new. Azumarill has charge attack, swapping into the Talonflame combo play. Here it comes.
Yeah, this is an incredible and igniting situation for that Talonflame, being able to incinerate through that Tinkaton and incinerate down the Claydol. Really well played from Chemcoop, realizing that Talonflame was the win condition, saving it for the end game, and utilizing that energy against the backline.
I think that's something a lot of trainers need to keep in mind when they approach a Pokemon like Talonflame, when they approach a matchup like this, is how long it takes to get to those charge attacks and when you can actually threaten. For example, we saw Double Grass being really tough for a Lapras and for Alligator team earlier on in the stream because the Ice Beam takes so long to get to and you can't really strike back. If you're facing against the Talonflame here as Boglish, I mean, you've got a Lapras, you've got your own Talonflame, you've got Claydol with the Rock Tomb, but outside of that, it takes you a long time to get to Power Gem on Galarian Corsola, a long time to get to the Rock Tomb on Claydol, and once that Talonflame goes up energy, it feels like getting to your charge attacks is almost impossible.
Yeah, it's really tough. And, you know, you maybe utilize something like the Furret, which is able to get to charge attacks quicker, might be in the game plan for Boglish to be able to start pressuring shields earlier in the match so that the Talonflame doesn't just have all this energy and all these shields towards the end of the game.
Very sneaky play there that I just caught in the replays, but Boglish actually threw a single Mud Slap when his opponent Chemcoop threw the Incinerate, and then swapped on turn 4 because the Incinerate damage wouldn't apply until turn 5 to save his Claydol. So in spite of doing everything he can, Boglish is still unable to match the pacing and the pressure that Talonflame put on his team, including some really, you know, nifty switch mechanics.
Absolutely, and that's exactly why I love these types of tournaments, because we get to see these high-level plays at all points throughout the entire battle. Everyone is thinking 12 steps ahead, playing 3D chess, and understanding, okay, this Pokemon is going to go here. This energy has to go here. I can switch right here. I can absorb this energy here. And it's all about accumulating all these different win conditions and putting yourself in the best position possible towards the end.
We've got some plushies on stage. Looks like Talonflame, Ferroseed, and Sentrant. Any Sentrant fans out there in the world? I don't know.
I'm sure there are.
Yeah.
And maybe this one has just evolved a little bit into that Furret.
Maybe. We're going to find out. Looks like one of our trainers is already locked in and ready for game number 2. Again, going into Sunday on the winner side of the bracket is such a powerful position to be in. These trainers want to get it right, especially Boglish looking for the reverse sweep.
Okay, and we're locked in. It looks like Claydol into that Talonflame. This is actually a relatively neutral matchup. The only real super effective damage is going to be that Rock Tomb. Everything else is either going to be single resisted like the Mud Slaps or is going to be neutral damage.
I really appreciate the team composition here from Boglish. He's got the Lapras with the Sparkling Aria, and he also has the Furret, which you pointed out as 2 Pokemon that could be flexible enough to take on the Talonflame. But he's going to pull the first shield with the Rock Tomb to kick things off, and Talonflame's got so much energy. Throwing another Incinerate would kind of just go to waste, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So now, throwing the Fly here, it is going to be one stage debuffed, so it's not going to be enough to knock out, but I believe one more Incinerate plus the Fly is going to be enough to knock out the Claydol. So now the Claydol is under pressure.
Absolutely, and the question is, if you're Boglish, do you want to maintain Protect Shield advantage and try to fight back? And that looks like what he's going to try to do, letting the Claydol go, coming out with the flexible Furret, but he's met by the Drapion, and this is so clever because Chemcoop is trying to pull out that third Pokemon.
Absolutely, and Chemcoop also realizes the Claydol is the only Pokemon that's going to be a hard counter to this Drapion. The Drapion is incredibly safe into anything that doesn't have ground type charge attack or fast attack pressure, and so now this Drapion is just going to be able to ramp up and get damage out.
And you look at Shadow Drapion, you think, okay, it's a poison type, those Psy Waves are going to wear it down, but that dark subtyping protects it in a matchup like this. Lapras trying to Psy Wave down. It's very, very unlikely. I think that he's going to need to shield at least a crunch, maybe 2 crunches if he wants the full farm down.
But we'd see that actually the crunch is coming through here. This is going to do a ton of damage. And it looks like we are able to get to the Sparkling Aria, which at least is helpful enough to get this Drapion off the field. You need this thing off the field, but now the Talonflame can come back in and start ramping up more energy.
Or a Azumarill, right? You can absorb some neutral Psy Waves, a resisted Sparkling Aria. I don't think the Skull Bash is in the cards for Boglish, but look at Chemcoop trying to count. He says, I don't want to get hit with a Skull Bash, and he counts correctly. Great no shield.
Absolutely, and like you said, getting energy on Azumarill or Talonflame, both incredibly helpful in this endgame, because this Furret is obviously going to be able to throw some nice damage out against both of these Pokemon, but it's very difficult at this point in time to be able to knock out both Pokemon with just one, unless you have 2 shields like Furret does right now. What's
tricky though is that even if Boglish lands a Trailblaze here, it's not going to be enough to KO the Azumarill. He's got to get to another charge attack. I mean, realistically, he needs what? He needs two charge attacks here, 1 to break the shield, and maybe 1.5 to KO the Talonflame. There's so much work for this Furret to do.
And Furret has a lot of weight on his shoulders. It definitely has its work cut out for it. It's got to take out the Water Bunny and the Flying Fire Bird. It's going to be so difficult. I don't think it's going to be able to do it.
Oh, look at Boglish. I think I read his lips. He said, good game. Going to let the Swift come through onto the Talonflame here. Incinerate damage will apply shortly afterwards. Oh, and it looks like he's able to sucker punch down, but that Azumarill is still healthy.
Yeah, we know Azumarill as a main meta staple for the Play Pokemon series, and that is exactly why it's able to resist so many different unique types while also being able to put out pressure and be an incredible bulky machine.
Really well played there by Boglish, but he will unfortunately fall into that loser's side bracket where he's going to try to continue his run to day 2 in Portland. Chemcoop, very impressive with Talonflame, very measured. I think like very deliberate with this approach, and also didn't make many mistakes. And sometimes just playing cleanly is all you need to do to put yourself in a good position.
Absolutely, and I think that's one of the key components of winning battles in the Play Pokemon series, and in general, is you want to make fewer mistakes than your opponent. I think it's very easy to make a mistake if you have a Pokemon like a Talonflame, because you could over-tap, or if you're tapping at the wrong times, all of a sudden you're put in a position where you can't switch. You have to start using shields early. It's very difficult to come back from those types of situations.
I think, for example, when you look at a Pokemon like Talonflame, or even like a Dragon Tail user like Dragalge, I always come back to a phrase that I was told in a grassroots competition. I was able to play Dragalge on my team, and I was able to win the game. My opponent messaged me and said, "Great handle on the Dragalge," which I think is such a good word. Like, you have to have a solid handle on a Pokemon like Talonflame or Typhlosion. You can't, wield it where you kind of swing and you miss your target, and then the momentum carries you into a position where you don't want to be. It's really, really important to maintain control. And again, have a good handle on what you're trying to do.
Yeah, and I agree. I think those types of Pokemon, the Typhlosions, the Claydols, those longer duration fast attacks, they're really difficult to kind of maneuver around, and that's why I think it takes an excellent person that's going to be able to handle those types of things.
We do see a look back at the series here. Chemcoop taking a really clean 2-0 victory. I don't think he played Malamar in a single matchup. I can't recall if he played his Lapras either. I think he mainly relied on the Talonflame and Azumarill, maybe a little Shadow Drapion and Claydol sprinkled in there.
I do believe we saw the Malamar in the lead of game 1, but that was about it. Yeah.
Okay.
But the Talonflame, I think, was the hard carry for Chemcoop, and obviously that plushie of that Shadow Drapion as well.
Absolutely. Well, I'm really excited for our next matchup. You and I, when we were backstage and Rise and Phoebe came out, we were looking at the bracket. We circled these 2 names that we're about to see on stage here because, I mean, for us, these are old friends, former teammates in some situations in the grassroots format. So I'm excited. I want them both to win so badly, right? I want a lot of these trainers to win because they work so hard at these competitions, but unfortunately only one will advance on our winner's side bracket.
Yeah, and I think we're going to move on to our season snapshot really quickly.
Let's do it.
And come back to this battle in just a second. But we see here the March, April, and May regional champions from all over the world. We have Rise to Occasion, nicknamed Godzilla, and LNDS Corlash from March. And then from April, we have who?
Oh, absolutely. In April, we have Elam in Atlanta. That was the Grand Finals reset, which was so impressive. HK Assassin, and we have Dunebug in Monterey. You know what? Two of the three were actually bracket resets. I'm going to blow your mind with a little team comp knowledge, though, Stark. Let's go back to March, right?
Sure.
Vancouver, Rise to Occasion. Steelix, Glycopod. Nickname in Stockholm, Leverage Swalot. Godzilla in Brisbane played Guzzlord. Corlash, just like Rise, played Glycopod and Steelix. Elam was able to pivot a lot with his Azumarill Shadow Drapion. Very spicy. Good job, Elam. HK Assassin with that Shadow Swampert. Doombug with his Mudslap Gastrodon. And I could keep on going because my Pokemon knowledge knows no depths.
Clearly. Yeah, you really have your education down there.
Well, I'm excited to see which signature picks rise to the top here in Portland. And I really appreciate the season snapshots because in Pokemon Go, so much changes, especially lately, right? If you look at the meta 3 months ago versus now, the variety of Pokemon is staggering. It feels like if you watch a regional competition and then you kind of, do other things in life, maybe you're busy with work or family, and you come back to competitive Pokemon, and suddenly there's like a Galarian Corsola and a Furret on screen. You're like, what's happening? What changed?
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I love about it. There's always going to be some type of a variety. There's always a variety of picks and new faces.
Exactly.
Not just with the Pokemon, but also with the competitors. And here we see a couple of old faces as well.
Whoa, whoa, careful there.
Look, they're young. They're very attractive people. Let's get that. Let's put that out there right away. But the main thing here is that we know these players. We've seen them before. They're some of the best in the world, and especially in the North American circuit. Both of these are close friends of mine, so I am just rooting for some really nice games.
Me too, me too. Arrow likes to say that he recognized that Pokemon were good before they were mainstream, and Shadow Typhlosion is one Pokemon that he has always leaned on, especially in the grassroots field. So let's see what he does against Pranav here. This is going to be a really fun matchup. Arrow on the left side of your screen, and he's going to take on Pranav here. Let's see which one of these trainers is going to advance to winners round 5 in Portland.
And here we have a classic lead of the Shadow Drapion mirror match. We know that 1 and 2 Aqua Tails are not going to knock out on either side, but at the end of the day, it is going to put them both very, very low. So here we see the first Aqua Tail getting fired off. It's going to do about half of the Drapion's health.
Absolutely right, taking it down to the yellow. I think the question of charge tech priority is always the first question I ask in this mirror matchup, and both trainers avoiding it, which tells us that maybe they're not confident in their Shadow Drapion to win that charge tech priority tie, but we're gonna find out regardless. Here comes Arrow.
Yeah, and Arrow is gonna be able to win this second charge attack priority, and this is gonna put Drapion dangerously low into the red, but it is gonna survive just on that sliver. And like we saw last time, a lot of players like to switch out in this situation to try to start building up energy on one of their back 2 Pokemon.
Oh, we do see the simultaneous pivot here. We're going to see Shadow Jumpluff, though, into the Diggersby. And the Shadow Jumpluff of old with Energy Ball would have felt pretty good about the situation, but Jumpluff with Acrobatics is not as clear-cut. Fire Punch coming through.
Yeah, and Diggersby being able to fire back with the Fire Punch is always going to be very helpful in this type of situation. We do see an Aerial Ace, which is going to be not shielded right away by Pranav.
Wow.
The bait.
Wow, I'm actually really impressed because this is like an obvious situation, for the Jumpluff to throw the Acrobatics. So it's what we see 9 out of 10 times. Arrow trying to flip the script here, but Pranav says, no, stay on track. I know this is just a bait.
Yeah, and I think now Arrow might have to bait again to try to get some shields out of here because it's going to be very difficult to be able to handle the back line without shields being down. The Pranav is going to shield, though.
Wow. Gonna go ahead and shield up that Acrobatics. Can't full Pranav here, but another Fire Punch. Fire Punch number 3 of this matchup. And I think the issue here, Alex, is that Diggersby has so much health. How can Arrow possibly farm this Pokemon down?
The only way is to get to a Trailblaze and then Sucker Punch down with this Furret, or maybe catch a move on the Shadow Drapion to, sponge some of that energy. But no, look, the Drapion gets to the move first. It looks like it's going to be a Fire Punch. It's not going to be super effective. It's not going to do that much damage, and Arrow lets it go.
Yeah, and letting it go might turn out to be a pivotal call because that was not going to do much damage, and if it was a Scorching Sands, it would have been tough, but the catch by Pranav, sending out the Shadow Drapion. and just kind of keeping himself in this matchup. He recognizes after seeing the Ferret, his Feraligatr might be in trouble.
Yeah, and I think Arrow keeping 2 shields is the only thing that's going to be able to get him back into this game, because that Feraligatr and the Shadow Dropion or the Diggersby are not really pressuring a lot of fast attack pressure. And now getting a shield here is massive for Arrow to get back in this game.
Gonna go ahead and throw the Swift, peeling away that Protect Shield from Pranav. 2 Protect Shield advantage. Arrow has the opportunity to catch as well, using that Shadow Drapion as his own potential 3rd Protect Shield. We're gonna see a Hydro Cannon come through there and a shield from Arrow.
I think Arrow's best play is to not switch out and continue to build up these Trailblazes to get as much possible damage into this Feraligatr and the Diggersby. I think Arrow's actually in a commanding position now because he was able to save those shields for that Ferret. Despite Pranav's masterful catches, it's going to be very difficult to come back.
The issue is that even if Pranav is able to fire 2 fire punches, I don't think it's going to be enough to KO the Ferret. Ferret's so bulky, deceptively so, and it's also got the Swift. And Arrow, in spite of a very contentious middle match, is able to come through with shining glory here as he's able to bring down the Diggersby with one of his favorite Pokemon in Ferret.
Yeah, and that's what's so great. I mean, Arrow loves his normal types. I've known this for a long time, and what's great is that Ferret is one of the best Pokemon into the entire team of Pranav. Like, what on Pranav's team is going to be the problem? It's going to be that Shadow Drop-In, which we saw in the lead, and once that was gone, Ferret is free.
You know what? I'm actually going to add another layer onto what you said. I don't think it's just the Shadow Drapion. I think it's also the Jump Bluff.
Right.
Jump Bluff can be super problematic, especially in even shields and even energy for Ferret. And what Arrow is able to do is, with that simultaneous swap early on in the game, lining up his Diggersby versus the Jump Bluff wasn't great. But it did allow him to patiently set up that Ferret to sweep, because, like you said, once you eliminate the Shadow Jumpluff and Shadow Drapion, you've got Diggersby, you've got Lapras, you've got Feraligatr and Malamar, 4 prime targets for something like Ferret.
Absolutely. I think Malamar might be the only thing that could have some play back into that Ferret, and I think Pranav may adjust with that Malamar to try to come back into the series and take Game 2 so that he can go to a decisive Game 3. And I believe that that's exactly what's going to happen. Malamar looks pretty good into the entire team of Arrow, so I would not be surprised if we see that adjustment.
We saw earlier on in the broadcast, Kobe, I believe it was, trying to use his Malamar to take down the opposing Ferret, and it was a little bit dicey, right? He had to pivot, he had to rely on Clodsire, a little more bulk. Let's see if Pranav tries to go a similar route and how that turns out for him. Game number 2 underway. Arrow taking on Pranav.
And we see right away, we see that Malamar versus Ferret. Wow, this is going to be a very interesting matchup. We actually see an immediate switch into that Shadow Jumpluff for Arrow and met by the Shadow Dropion of Pranav.
Again, this, I feel, echoes reverberations of game number 1, pulling out the Poison-type Pokemon and trying to clear the way for something like Ferret in the back. Let's see if that's what Arrow has planned. Crunch does get shielded, and it triggers a defense drop.
Yeah, that's a huge defense drop because now the second Crunch is going to do even more damage, but Arrow is able to actually bait this time correctly, get the shield from Pranav, who was so patient in game 1, and now we see the Crunch getting fired off at the exact same time as that Acrobatics from Jumpluff. I don't know if this is going to be enough to knock out the Jumpluff.
It's going to be really close. Arrow trusts in the Shadow Jumpluff, and it does hang on, which means he's able to endure and get to the Acrobatics. This is absolutely devastating for Pranav because he did not want to give up this second Protect Shield.
I agree. And now it's going to be very difficult for Pranav to be able to deal with whatever Arrow has in the back with a shield advantage.
I think you said Fur a couple times there because you saw the Ferret coming, and you're like, it's going to be difficult for the Ferret, right?
Exactly.
Crunch coming through here from the Shadow Drapion. This is going to take a big chunk out of the Ferret's HP, but it is closing in on a charge attack of its own. But look at Arrow. He is quietly setting up this Shadow Typhlosion to cook.
I could see a switch out into the Shadow Typhlosion to knock out with 1 Incinerate, but actually we do not see that coming. We see the switch out from Pranav instead, and in comes the Diggersby. The Diggersby is going to have a hard time handling the Blast Burn here from the Shadow Typhlosion, but it is going to be able to get that Protect Shield with the Scorching Sands.
Very important detail. Pranav banked an Aqua Tail on his Shadow Drapion. If that Pokemon comes out of its Pokeball and avoids a potential Incinerate, it can land that into the Typhlosion later on in the matchup. So keep an eye on that. Blast Burn coming through. This might not be enough, but one more Incinerate might do it.
This definitely will not be enough because of the attack drop from that Scorching Sands.
Ooh.
It's not going to be enough, and the Diggersby is able to get to another Scorching Sands. This is devastating for Arrow.
Absolutely devastating. Scorching Sand, super effective damage. Typhlosion, not one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the meta these days. Sucker Punch is coming through. Furret is the last hope here for Arrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough to even knock out the Drapion itself, not to mention the Malamar that was waiting in the wings. I think Pranav got a really good handle on this game early and did not let go.
I agree with you completely. Shadow Typhlosion looks like it could have made an impact, but just kind of fizzled out there in the end game. So we're heading into a decisive game number 3. And as a viewer, I wouldn't rather have it any other way.
Exactly. I mean, this is exactly what we want as casters, as viewers, as people that just enjoy Pokemon. This is what we came here for. I think the critical Pokemon for Pranav was that Diggersby, being able to put some sand all over that Typhlosion to lower its attack. You know, sometimes Typhlosion doesn't enjoy getting fire thrown back at it.
It's true.
The Scorching Sands are very hot.
I mean, you know, if there's a fire on the beach, you kind of shovel some sand on top and you're good to go, right? You know?
There you go.
So,
yeah.
Crisis averted.
Exactly.
Let's see what happens in game number 3. Our trainers are getting locked in here. I'm curious if we see more Typhlosion. It was very underwhelming for Arrow in that battle number 2. Came out, had a shield advantage, had everything going for it. But like you pointed out, Alex, the Diggersby just too bulky, too strong. And that Scorching Sands just kind of put Typhlosion down in the mud. And it wasn't able to break free and deal the kind of damage it wanted to.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we might see an adjustment from Arrow because that Typhlosion didn't do exactly as he hoped. He might transition to a different Pokemon to try to better handle that Diggersby.
Heading into a decisive game number 3 between two friends up on stage. This is Group D, winners round 4. Winners semis, actually, and we are locked in and ready to go. Stark, let's see what we get.
We got a decisive game 3 on our hands. We have Malamar versus Corviknight. What a lead here for Arrow. This is going to be a Pokemon that's going to be able to resist Psywave and deal back some heavy neutral damage to this Malamar.
We had a notion, an inkling of an idea, if I may, that Malamar would be present, and I think Arrow agreed. We're going to see the Diggersby come in now, and now the Furret. This is very curious because we haven't seen Pranav switch first, I don't think, all series long.
Right. This is the first time, and he's going to be able to get to the Scorching Sands early to try to start debuffing the attack from that Furret, but at the same time, Arrow's looking to start boosting his attack. So both these Pokemon really relying on those buffs and debuffs to be able to dish out damage quickly.
I think the real difference maker here is the fact that this Furret is going to get to that Swift before Diggersby gets to the 3rd Scorching Sands. So we're going to see the second one get fired off. No shield. I'm honestly surprised.
I am too. I think this is not going to be quite enough to knock out the Furret, but it is going to put it dangerously low. I believe it's still going to be able to get to that last Trailblaze just by a sliver, but that attack drop is going to be pivotal to see if this Diggersby is going to be able to survive. It's going to be incredibly close.
Incredibly close. Diggersby, is unable to hang on, and now Arrow does not give that Malamar much to Psywave down. It doesn't have as much energy as it would probably like, and the Corviknight comes back out.
Yeah, Corviknight here is in a pretty solid position. It is able to fire off the Sky Attack, which is not going to be enough to knock out the Malamar, but it is going to put it in range of one more charge attack.
Going to see the Sky Attack connect. Iron Head is where Arrow is tapping, but he's going to be interrupted by the Superpower from Pranav. After the Superpower, we'll likely see a swap, right?
Absolutely. Usually you want to switch out because you don't want to stay in a matchup where you have your stats lowered. And here we see Psywave versus Sand Attack, both one-turn fast attacks, so you can fire your charge attacks anytime you want, and this is going to do some nice damage into the Lapras, immediately pivoting right into that Shadow Drapion to start building up energy and get to that crunch quickly.
And speaking of crunch, I think that Arrow was trying to put this Lapras within one crunch range, but the bait coming through with the Aqua Tail. Arrow keeps trying, and this time he succeeds.
What a bait. This is one of the most incredible baits because no one ever expects that. You want to throw the crunch not only to do neutral damage, but also to start getting those debuffs. Pranav does not expect to see that bait any day of the week.
Absolutely not. Arrow is really, really throwing a curveball his direction. Sparkling Arya does connect, but now the crunch is ready. Another bait. Absolute diabolical plays from Arrow on stage here. I don't even know what to say.
This is the most insane bait I've seen all day. I think that Arrow is going to be able to get to the crunch before he gets Psywave down, so Pranav has to throw a move here to try to get as much use out of the Lapras.
Yeah. I think he was worried about a swap here because the switch timer is up, so Arrow's going to let his Drapion go, put it all on the wings of Corviknight. He's got a Malamar in the back and a Lapras he's staring down, but it's got 2 shields to hide behind.
Absolutely. This Corviknight is going to have to shield twice all these charge attacks, but it's also going to have to get to 2 charge attacks of its own. One for the Lapras Lapras and 1 for the Malamar. We do see the Ironhead get fired off right away, but I believe the Malamar has a charge attack already and is going to be able to outpace the Corviknight to the second charge attack.
Oh my goodness, that would be the most insane finish. Malamar coming back into the field with a charge attack loaded. It's got to get to 2 in order to win this battle. Arrow realizes he's running out of time. Foul play is loaded. Pranav is ready to take this game in the series.
This is a super powerful play from Pranav. Being able to get to the foul play, gets the knockout, and Arrow is now knocked into losers, and Pranav advances to day 2.
Incredible. Absolutely astonishing. I mean, Arrow did everything right. He got the 2 Aqua Tail baits into the Lapras, the most sinister series of events, and it still wasn't enough to take the win from Pranav.
Yeah, I mean, I think both players played masterfully. This was a matchup of 2 heavyweights going at it, battling back and forth. You see the little jabs from Arrow, the little jab from Arrow, and then Pranav comes in with the heavy-hitting foul play.
A haymaker.
A haymaker, yeah.
Right? Well, Pranav is always an interesting trainer to watch because he doesn't compete very often, but he's one of those trainers that whenever he does show up, he shows up big.
Absolutely.
It's really impressive to see, and it's really kind of poetic, right? Because you expect trainers that compete a lot to be really, in the groove, to kind of know what's going on, but Pranav just comes in, pops off, and he's like, well, see you in a few months, everybody, when I come back and top cut again.
Yeah, and he does that very well. He's been a very consistent battler throughout the course of his entire playing career. I think he's gotten like top 4, top 8, a lot of different top finishes, but I don't believe he's ever won a regional championship yet. So maybe this is the time for him. Maybe this is his event that he's going to go for and try to win.
I want to give Arrow his flowers as well. Playing Shadow, Typhlosion, and Furret. Anyone who knows Arrow knows he adores those 2 Pokemon. So he's having a little bit of success here in Portland. I'm sure he wants a lot more for himself as a competitor. So watch out for him to make a furious run through that loser side bracket.
Absolutely. One of my favorite games series that we've seen so far was between those 2 players. Both of them, like I said, they were just battling it out and having a blast on stream. I love to see that from both of those competitors.
Well, Stark, I'll tell you what, if you didn't already have a billion reasons to watch Pokemon this weekend, I'm going to give you one more because we have an interview with Pranav and Rise to Occasion. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Speedy. I'm here with Pranav after a hard-fought win over Arrow. Just take me through your thoughts first off, Pranav. That was an incredibly close matchup. How are you feeling right now?
On top of the world, I'm just glad to be in day 2 again, but Arrow's an amazing competitor, and I knew that I had to come up with some strats and at least play pretty neutrally so that I could balance and check whatever he was going to bring my way.
There was multiple situations where it was a lot of pivoting around and keeping track of energy. How did you feel like you had enough energy there in the end game to get to that double attack against the Corviknight?
Honestly, I wasn't sure. I think I don't know if it's in the footage, but I literally asked him, I'm at double, do you have the move? And he's like, no. And I was just like, okay, phew. But then it was just a lot of dancing around with energy. And I think in that pivotal moment exactly, I was like, if I build up enough on Lapras, he's kind of forced to throw here. And then it's on him to manage his energy really well.
You are no stranger to top cuts, and you actually are coming off a pretty impressive top 6 finish in Milwaukee. What is some of your goals? What would you say going forward, and maybe just some of your thoughts on your season in general as we approach the end of it here in Portland?
That's a great question. I think this has really been my my best season to date, and I think it's just continuing to work through my fundamentals, working with my teammates day in and day out, trying to come up with the best lines and just working on my mechanics. So I'm just really happy to see my improvement throughout this season. I think this is my 4th tournament this season. There's been 3 day 2s out of the 4. So I'm really thankful, really blessed to be here, and just want to keep working at it.
And I know you're part of a really elite, you could say, team of battlers. Any players you'd like to shout out, thank, that help you here today?
Yeah, I mean, shout out Elite TMs. They're my second family. I owe because of them, I am the player I am today, and also shout out Legends United as well. I wouldn't be the player I am without them. And of course, my friends and family back home, and I'm just thankful to be here again.
A great matchup there between you and Arrow. I hope the viewers enjoyed. Thanks so much, Pranav. Casters, back to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Rise. That was, it was great to be able to just hear a little insight into the brilliant mind of a winner. Pranav obviously has had a lot of success this season, like he said, top 6 in Milwaukee. Maybe he's looking to push even further here.
Yeah, I really appreciate how humble Pranav is, right? He's got a very rich friend group and a very rich history in the competitive circuit, but he still keeps his feet on the ground and just moving forward one step at a time. Really kind of, admire his approach because he said, you know what? I've had 4 top cuts, or excuse me, 4 tournament appearances, 3 top cuts. I'm just really, really happy with that. And I think that's so important to kind of measure how far you've come and where you're headed. You don't have to win tournaments to qualify for Worlds. You just have to get those championship points and keep on pushing and improving.
Yeah, and Pranav's a great example of that. And I think now we're going to be moving into our next round, which is going to be Shadow Mimikyu versus Adib Khan. Ooh. What a phenomenal matchup we have here. And one of the things that I want to talk about is Shadow Mimikyu's team. I don't think we've talked quite enough about it because he has the Grumpig, he's got the Unova Stunfisk, he's got the Talonflame, and he's got the Furret. We're talking about a person that does not have any of the Shadow Dropion, Pinkaton kind of team that we're used to seeing in these tournaments. And then Adib Khan, who we saw against Bird Power, one of my favorite matches that we've had so far today. So this is going to be a very back and forth battle. I can see this going either way. What do you think, Speedy?
I'm looking at the Grumpig, the number 5 slot here on Shadow Mimikyu's team, and personally, Stark, I'm not a Grumpig believer, but one of my dear friends, LNDS Steiner in Brazil, is, and he's been telling me it's really, really powerful and it's going to be successful. I don't know if Shadow Mimikyu can make it work, but we're going to find out. I do think the Typhlosion for Adib looks really, really strong, but that Unova Stunfisk, such a pesky matchup.
Absolutely, and here we're actually jumping right into game 1. We have Furret versus the Azumarill. This is a relatively neutral matchup, despite Furret's ability to throw super effective charge attack damage into that Azumarill.
A lot of the time you look for tough typing situations, and what I mean by that is you see the Cradily in the back, which is rock and grass, and you see the Azumarill in the back for Shadow Mimikyu, and you think, man, alignment's super important because a grass type versus Azumarill is pretty abysmal. Let's see which trainer controls Switch in this lead scenario.
Yeah, and I think Switch will actually come into vital importance here. Potentially, depends on how these players want to end up playing, but here we see Furret is going to be able to reach another Trailblaze just before that Azumarill is able to get to that second charge attack. This isn't going to be quite enough to get the knockout, but if Shadow Mimikyu wants to shield and maintain this Switch advantage, he can definitely do that.
Trailblaze absolutely adding up against the Azumarill here. Ice Beam getting fired off, like you said. This is a really important shield call. Shadow Mimikyu lets it go, giving control of Switch advantage to Adib.
Yeah, and I think here you can definitely either come in with either of the 2 Pokemon, switching into the Cradily right away and giving up that Switch advantage and the alignment that Adib had worked so hard for, and now it's going to be really difficult for Adib to get past this Grumpig.
I think a lot of trainers are just so anxious about getting farmed down. They do not want to give their opponent an energy advantage because they recognize just how talented and potent they can be with any slight edge. But sometimes making those switches can really put you behind. Let's see if Adib can work his way out of this matchup. Dynamic Punch getting shielded up.
Yeah, and here we are going to see another Rock Tomb get fired off. So Shadow Mimikyu is definitely going to have to shield this in order to maintain this alignment that he has won back against Adib. Getting that Rock Tomb shielded is huge because now you can start landing these super effective Dynamic Punches. Even though you're at -2 attack, it's still going to do quite a significant amount of damage into this Cradily because it is super effective.
Another shield coming up from Adib, and to your point, exactly, I think he's respecting that super effective fighting type damage, keeping his Cradily in the matchup and recognizing he's just 1 bullet seed away from the 3rd Rock Tomb in the sequence.
I think this 3rd Rock Tomb is going to be enough to put it at a point where you can actually live this super effective Dynamic Punch, but actually see a switch out into the Malamar, and that's going to put exactly what Shadow Mimikyu wants in play. The Azumarill has probably the best matchup he can ask for.
Exactly right. Malamar is going to try its best to deal some damage back to it, but that typing disadvantage here for the Malamar is monumental. It's going to be really, really difficult. Foul play firing off here. Might get another charge attack. Probably want to fire that sooner rather than later, right?
Yeah.
And we are going to see Adib fire his second foul play, and I mean, the play rough from Azumarill is pending at any moment.
Yeah, and this is a matchup where if you have shields in play, the Malamar has a lot of play, surprisingly, into that Azumarill. It can win the 2 shield versus 2 shield matchup, but this is a 0 versus 0 shield. Malamar's gone.
Yeah, absolutely. Play rough connects. Malamar takes so much super effective damage that it gets KO'd. In comes Cradilly. It would be a charge attack priority, and it is. Here comes Cradilly with the Grass Knot.
Yeah, this is going to be more than enough to knock out, but waiting in the wings is that Grumpig. Now, Adib's only play is to be able to try to reverse catch this Dynamic Punch. It is not going to be able to do that, but is firing off the Dynamic Punch into this Azumarill. It's going to be more than enough to knock out, obviously, and I believe has another Dynamic Punch ready to go.
If he has two, I think that might be the win condition for Shadow Mimikyu. Gonna fire off that second Dynamic Punch, super effective fighting type damage, but it's not stab. Is it gonna be enough to pick up the KO?
I believe so. These Grumpig hands hurt pretty hard. So I could just imagine a Grumpig actually firing off a Dynamic Punch.
Yeah.
It sounds funny in my head.
I think it would use its tail as kind of like a spring, and it would just fly at you. That'd be terrifying.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I don't want that for me.
Sorry, Cradilly. Sorry you had to see that. That was a tough spot to be in. But let's zoom in a bit here on Shadow Mimikyu's team. Grumpig, as well as Unova, Stunfisk, and Azumarill. That was the trio, or excuse me, not the trio, but those are three Pokemon that I wanted to highlight. What do you think he's going to do in game number 2, though?
Well, I think you have to bring back the Ferret, because the Ferret was, I think, the key component in not just neutralizing the Azumarill, but also getting you in a position where that Grumpig could just do as much as it could into Adibcon's team. And for Adib, I think you have to start respecting that Grumpig a little bit more. And so the Malamar just like trying to get it in position where it can handle the Grumpig, or maybe adjusting your team into something like the Tinkaton, which could actually be able to wall off the Grumpig other than that Dynamic Punch that we talked about.
I wanted to circle back to a point that you made when we first debuted these teams. Not only does Shadow Mimikyu lack a lot of the obvious top meta picks, but Adib, I'm sure he wishes he had a Drapion right now to answer that Grumpig, but he does not. Game number 2 is underway. We're going to get Shadow Mimikyu leading Azumarill, this time into Cradilly.
Yeah, now Adib has the advantage here. We are going to see the Azumarill stay in here because you don't want to switch out and give the Cradilly an advantage, because you could just get Rock Tombed and then you get debuffed, and it's very difficult to come back from that.
Yeah, it kind of snowballs, right?
Exactly.
It snowballs, it gets worse and worse. Grass not getting fired off here. Lots of super effective damage. Pivoting now to the Cradilly. Adib staying in. We've seen him do this a few times on stream, looking for a debuff with the Rock Tomb.
Yeah, and I think this is just to ensure that whatever comes in to counter the Cradilly is not going to have to worry about shielding whatsoever. I believe the Tinkaton is going to be the Pokemon that comes in, and that is exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be able to wall off all this energy. It definitely is going to get debuffed here because the Rock Tomb is guaranteed, but now I believe one Play Rough plus one Bulldoze will be more than enough to knock out the Cradilly.
Something that was very subtle that Adib did was he actually fired one single Bullet Seed before swapping out his Cradilly. Normally it's a 12-turn cycle to get to those charge attacks, but now it's just a 9-turn cycle, which puts it much closer if there is a Grumpig in the back, if there is a Ferret in the back. The pacing is much more in his favor. Very subtle, very clever.
Yeah, absolutely, and I really like that with a 3-turn fast attack. You're able to, maneuver quickly when you're only 3 away rather than 4 away. So here we see the Play Rough come through. We are going to see a switch out into that Grumpig, like you talked about. That Grumpig is always going to be there because it is incredibly neutral into Adib's team. We see the Play Rough get fired off. This is a -1 or -2 Play Rough. It's not going to do that much damage, but it is going to pressure some heavy damage, and now we see the switch right into that Malamar. This is a phenomenal matchup for Adib.
I mean, look at the Psy Waves from that Grumpig, barely even scratching that Malamar whatsoever. Double resisted, right?
I believe it's actually triple resisted.
Triple resisting the Psy Waves. Wow, Malamar in a controlling position.
Yeah, this is one of the best matchups for Malamar in the entire Great League. So Adib in a really good position. We actually see a shield coming out from Shadow Mimikyu, really wanting to get some damage onto this Malamar, but we actually see a charge attack priority tie, a slight miscalculation from Shadow Mimikyu, and has to put up another shield.
Hey, I can't fault him, right? It's very difficult to count Psy Waves. Gonna go ahead and fire off his charge attack. Dynamic Punch would actually be enough, I think, or at least close to enough. So it's gonna force that protection away from Adib.
Yeah, and I think Adib is actually very comfortable shielding this up because he understands that the Malamar is gonna be able to potentially get to another move, but not before this Dynamic Punch comes through. I believe this is gonna be enough to knock out.
Absolutely. Dynamic Punch connects into the Malamar, and it is enough to KO. So despite the typing advantage, Malamar eventually does fall. Gonna try to pace another Dynamic Punch. Grumpig closing in, makes the swap. Gonna throw a charge attack as well. I don't know. Shadow Mimikyu might be finding a way out of this matchup.
Yeah, really well played and maneuvering to be able to dance around these matchups. We are gonna see another Rock Tomb debuff here. And Bulldoze is going to be more than enough to knock out the Credilli, despite the debuff and Bulldoze's actual power. But Credilli's going to get knocked out, and now it comes down to can Azumarill and Grumpig knock out that Credilli.
Oh, look at how much energy. I almost forgot. There's already an Ice Beam stocked, stored, locked, and loaded on the Azumarill. Gonna fire this off into that Credilli. He's gonna deal some super effective damage. No shield from Adib. He's got one left, and he's not gonna spend it yet.
Yeah, and I think this is exactly where you have to fire off this Grass Knot immediately, because you want to have enough health to survive the Psywave damage from that Grumpig. It's imperative that you get to one more charge attack. Or else it's gonna be over.
Grumpig needs 2, just like it had in game number 1, and it can't get there this time. Adib Khan able to win game number 2 and conquer that Grumpig matchup that's been so difficult for him to get a handle on thus far.
Yeah, and I think the turning point in that game was when Shadow Mimikyu was forced to shield that foul play on the charge attack priority. If he had been able to fire one turn before, it actually may have been able to flip the matchup. But
agreed.
Adib Khan playing a perfect game, understanding that, okay, this is where we're at in the battle. This is exactly what I need to do. Let me get this Malamar right on the Grumpig, and we'll line everything up perfectly.
Exactly. Then the rest of the pieces fall into place, as they say. No Shadow Typhlosion action from Adib. Maybe kind of lacking targets on the team here from Shadow Mimikyu, and maybe a little too many threats as well, considering the Azumarill and Unova Stunfisk. But he's made a lot of progress with Pokemon like Malamar, like Tinkaton. What do you think about Game 3, though, Alex? I mean, this is a really important matchup for both players.
Yeah, I think Shadow Mimikyu could honestly run it back because, again, we talked about how it literally came down to one turn of a miscalculation, and maybe Shadow Mimikyu thinks, okay, I made a mistake. Why didn't I go back and then not make a mistake, and I'll be able to come out on top this time?
All right, I actually like that anecdote. Sometimes you just have to give yourself one more chance. You know, I think I could have played that more cleanly. I could have done a little bit better. I don't think the formula was bad. Maybe it was the execution that was lacking, right?
Exactly. And the team of 3 that was there last game, I mean, he only really lost because he had a really bad matchup in the lead and in the end game, and it really came down to a couple turns worth of play.
Yeah.
And
almost brought it back.
Exactly. And either way, this is going to be a pretty entertaining Game 3. Wouldn't you say, Speedy?
I would agree with you. Let's go ahead and jump into it, House Stark. We've got Shadow Mimikyu on the left side of your screen and Adib on the right. This is an elimination match between 2 incredibly talented trainers.
Okay, and here we see a Furret into the Malamar. The Malamar obviously having the slight advantage because it has that super power, that super effective charge attack that is going to debuff your own attack and defense by 1 stage each, but it is going to pressure some shields early.
Wow, Adib throwing right before the back-to-back Swifts were loaded. Superpower would deal a ton of damage, and he tries to call it. Shadow Mimikyu takes a whopping blow, and we see the swap into the Credilli to absorb a resistant normal type attack. Adib is kicking things off the right way.
Yeah, definitely. This is Credilli masterclass here, getting that Bullet Seed through as well, helping the Credilli outpace this Grumpig. I mean, this is just masterful. You always want to get there first so that you can get the debuff off and not worry about having to shield right away.
You know the Grumpig is going to be 12, 11, 11, 11 to those dynamic punches, and the Credilli getting a leg up, like you said, with that Bullet Seed, closing the margins to just 9 more turns, is able to get the debuff early and really set Adib even further ahead in this matchup.
It's really funny that you say a leg up. It looks like Credilli has about 5 legs, so it's easy to get a leg up when you have 5 of them. But here we see a Rock Team thrown into that Grumpig. It's going to be very difficult to come back from this because you are debuffed. Oh! And now an immediate switch out into the Malamar. This is incredibly difficult for Mimikyu. Having to shield again. This is now the last shield of the entire game.
Yeah, tremendous pressure. Absolutely tremendous. But I like what Shadow Mimikyu's doing, not panicking, building additional energy, going into the Azumarill. Now he's got a Grumpig that is locked and loaded with almost 2 charge attacks, and Azumarill can easily eat whatever this Malamar tosses its way.
Yeah, this is why Azumarill is one of my favorite Pokemon, because it can resist the dark and the fighting type damage from the Malamar. It is one of the best sponges in the entire Great League. We're seeing the second foul play get fired off. Adib still has a shield. No more shields for Shadow Mimikyu. This guy could have been the last shield of this entire tournament.
Something important to remember is also the switch timer. Shadow Mimikyu realizing only 5 seconds or so until Adib was able to bail out that Malamar. So he throws the Ice Beam after just 1 more bubble to pick up the KO. But he still has so much work to do. There is a healthy Credilli, and the Tinkaton has not even been on the field yet.
Oh boy, that Tinkaton is going to be very difficult to take out for Shadow Mimikyu, and we see a catch, a beautiful catch, a Deep Con just masterclass.
Honestly, yeah, the gap just keeps on widening. It's turning into a chasm at this point, right? So much ground to make up. Grumpig gonna try to get a piece of that back with a dynamic punch right here.
Yeah, and we see on Shadow Mimikyu's side, there is nothing that is going to be able to do super effective damage into this Tinkaton. You have to throw these neutral attacks and just hope and pray that it's enough. The Shadow Ball does do a little bit more than Dynamic Punch. Is this going to be enough to knock out Speedy?
I like this play a lot because Adib was budgeting his HP. He said, yeah, I can endure another Dynamic Punch, but not the Shadow Ball. And he's going to get to another one against a Cradilly. I don't know, Stark. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking this Cradilly is going to be able to farm down the Grumpig, and it's going to have to take out both the Furret and the Azumarill at the same time.
It's got 2 charge stacks, right? It's got 2 loaded. What is Shadow Mimikyu going to do? He's got the Azumarill, he's got the Furret. Is it time for the Peekaboo play?
I think you have to. And in comes the Azumarill, and it's going to get taken out from this Grass Knot. I think that's going to be the end, Speedy.
Sends in the Azumarill, throws a bubble, and the charge tech gets fired off. Super effective Grass Knot connects. Azumarill goes down, and Cradilly's got even more to go around.
Yeah, and beautiful play from Adib Khan. I believe the entire time was in full control, maneuvering back and forth, being able to catch the energy on certain Pokemon, right? Coming in with the Malamar and throwing the foul play to get that Lash Protect Shield. A huge, huge play from Adib Khan.
Wow. I mean, honestly, like, Adib has been impressive, right? I think backstage, you and I were talking about his previous stream match, and you said, Speedy, that's probably my favorite game I've seen all day.
Yep.
This one might need to be your new favorite because Adib was playing out of his mind and finding every single piece of advantage he could and just assembling it into an insurmountable obstacle for Shadow Mimikyu.
I agree. I think Shadow Mimikyu played a great game, but Adib played a perfect game, and I think that was the huge difference between these two players. Both of them excellent battlers, both of them excellent trainers, both of them, I would hope, are going to come back and prove themselves again.
Me too. I think Shadow Mimikyu is one of those trainers that we see pop up here and there, but everyone who's in the grassroots, who competes a lot, who practices a lot, we know who that is, right? We recognize that name immediately. Adib as well, spending more time maybe, back behind the scenes, kind of analyzing the championship series, but all that studying is paying massive dividends too, because the mechanical prowess, the team reading, everything's coming together for him this weekend.
Absolutely. Adib has played masterfully, again, only dropping that one set to Bird Power, I believe. And since then, has won every other match, and I believe has a really good chance in day 2 to be able to move on and win this tournament. Again, all these trainers that we've seen advance have a really nice chance. Yeah. It just takes one really good run, and you can win the whole thing.
All right, Alex, what's the verdict on Grumpig? After seeing that series, what do you think?
I think it definitely has play. I think it depends on your team composition, right? I think Shadow Mimikyu has some type of team that's kind of built around it, and it's been able to put in place a potential winning team. And it's just a matter of sometimes, is it going to be a Pokemon that's going to win you the game every time? No. But is it going to be a Pokemon that can win you a game every so often? Absolutely.
All right. I think that's a fair assessment, right? A lot of the times it comes down to the other pieces you assemble around your MVP, your most valuable Pokemon. And speaking of most valuable Pokemon, we've seen incredible plays from Talonflame, from Grumpig, from a wide variety of picks. Let's take a look back at our highlights, and we'll be joined by Rise and Alpha Phoebe right after this.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hara from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 Europe International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in Day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss set Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The Grand Finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here, and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just 1 game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion, and we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and Dragon, Steel, Fire, and Ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
The Tinkaton Metashift arrived to North America at the Milwaukee Regional Championships, with 160 trainers registered for a chance at the crown. Tinkaton ruled the Day 1 and Day 2 usage, and Shadow Jumpluff and Lapras proved their worth as effective teammates to the powerful Fairy type. Trainers Snots and Nighttime Clasher felt unstoppable, making quick work of the winner side of the bracket with 2-0 victories. While all eyes were on the winner's bracket, Out of Pocket was blazing a path with Malamar as he won 8 consecutive matches. Out of Pocket faced a major challenge when he met Nighttime Clasher in the losers finals, as they were running the exact same team that they built together before before the tournament. In a nail-biting series, Pocket won 3-2 to advance to the Grand Finals. In the Grand Finals, Pocket set the tone with a quick 3-0 victory to reset the bracket. The bracket reset, however, was a tense series. Pocket's MVP Diggersby led the way as he became the Milwaukee Regional Champion.
And out of Pocket with a sigh of relief is your Milwaukee Regional Champion.
Ready to begin your path to a regional championship? Join the action at Pokemon.com/compete and find events near you.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the championship series here in Portland, Oregon. One thing I do want to reiterate from that recap, the Diggersby was the MVP for Pocket there because of his Lapras. He was one of the few people running Skull Bash Lapras, and I think it's been really key to see how trainers have utilized and adapted their Laprases, whether they've moved to Skull Bash or whether they've stuck with Ice Beam. I'm Alpha Phoebe, joined by Rise to Occasion, and we are here to continue our way through the regional championships here.
Out of Pocket, one of those trainers that does so much preparation, so many scrims, and if he says Skull Bash is the way, might be worth listening to. Such a talented trainer. And speaking of talented trainers, we have two coming up shortly. It's going to be Bird Power taking on Andy here in losers round 6 of Group C.
And we'll have to see if these trainers have opted to, change their Lapras moveseps over to that Skull Bash, or maybe they're not running Lapras at all. We have a number of water types that have been pretty popular here at this regional championship. One Pokemon that I've been has been a little bit surprisingly absent. I think it was on your caster prediction. That is the standard for Alligator, right?
Correct.
And I'm surprised, frankly, because I agreed with you. I thought I was going to see a lot of action here.
I remember Nighttime Clasher and his brother Sustenance Eater having a lot of success with it over in the Melbourne Regional, and I was expecting to see a lot of it here, but we haven't seen too much regular for Alligator. A few advantageous matchups over the Shadow because of that added bulk, something like the Diggersby, and you're still able to two-shot a lot of things with that Hydro Cannon while taking less damage. But here we go. Bird Power taking on Andy. I did a little bit of research on Andy. His best finish actually came in his most recent tournament in San Antonio, where he finished tied 33rd. So he's looking to improve on that. If he hasn't already here, try to reach a new personal best here, but it's going to be tough against a really strong trainer in Bird Power.
Let's deep dive a little bit into these teams. Looking at the Laprases, Andy has actually opted for Skull Bash, whereas Bird Power is running that Ice Beam. So Andy may be a little more comfortable running his Lapras, and then, similar to Pocket, maybe a little more comfortable running the Diggersby as well.
And without the Ice Beam, going to allow Superior to be a little bit more of a hard check to that Pokemon, but Andy does have the Typhlosion, of course, the Jump Left, so has some really solid answers to that Superior on Bird Power's side. I remember Bird Power utilizing Unova Stunfisk a little bit earlier, a Pokemon that can really wall that energy from the Jump Left and has play against pretty much everything except for that Diggersby.
Absolutely, it's going to have to try to find a way to avoid the Diggersby if it's going to want to be influential in this matchup. It is losers round 6 of Group C. Game number 1 is going to be Superior into Jumpluff. Solid lead for Andy. He's going to be happy seeing it here. However, we see an immediate switch out into that Shadow Drapion for Bird Power, pulling out the Diggersby, freeing up her Unova Stunfisk in the back.
This is where sometimes you hear players use the phrase win switch, win game. I think that applies perfectly here because Bird Power currently does not have the alignment that she wants, but if she can somehow find a way to get by this Diggersby, might be able to pull off some plays. Here we go, and actually calls the Fire Punch. A nice prediction there from Bird Power.
And you see Andy reacting very surprised by that no-shield call. Rise, I'm going to actually have to disagree with you here. I don't think switch is super key here because if you're looking at the backline for Andy, he's got Typhlosion and Jumpluff, both Pokemon really solid answers for this Superior. I think Bird Power's way of winning this is just completely sack the Superior and have absolutely no play for it whatsoever.
I stand corrected. I backtrack. The Superior has nowhere to go. I just saw the unfortunate lead against the Jumpluff, but you are indeed correct. Superior doesn't want to see either of these Pokemon remaining, and Bird Power does flip the alignment, but goes down a protection in the process, and this is looking good at the moment, but if both shields are safe for that Typhlosion, it might not be so good. And if you're Bird Power, the tough thing is you can't swap out of here. You kind of have to allow this Drapion to go down. And I assume we're going to see the Stunfisk enter here shortly.
One thing going for Bird Power here, though, is that we did not see an overfarm from Andy here. Andy likely going to be coming in with the Stunfisk and is going to actually not immediately pivot. Good thing for Bird Power, if she's able to build up a lot of energy here, she's not really threatened by the charge attacks coming in from this Jumpluff. Although it is a grass type, it is opted for double flying moves. Acrobatics is really energy efficient, but doesn't even do 50% to the electric and ground type.
Hold the phone. I think this overfarm from Bird Power could be incredibly difficult for Andy to now deal with. Andy perhaps would have been better off instantly swapping into that Typhlosion, and now this Unova Stunfisk has a whole lot of energy. And if Bird Power is able to throw on correct timing, might get to 3 Mud Bombs before the Typhlosion can get to 2 charge attacks.
Mud Bomb coming through, shielded up by Andy. 2 more Thunder Shocks to the next Mud Bomb. Thunder Punch not going to be effective whatsoever into the ground and electric typing of the Unova Stunfisk. So I'd be surprised to see Andy go for a bait at all, but there is still a shield up and over farming a little bit here. Interesting, going for what looks like a charge attack tie, Thunder Punch being thrown, but I think this Mud Bomb is going to come through. And do you think it knocks out Rise?
I think it will do just enough to knock out. It's not a very powerful charge attack, but it is super effective, and Typhlosion is all attack, no defense. Mud Bomb coming through does knock out the Typhlosion, and Bird Power gets the win. I think Superior got a little bit of a break, a little bit of a rest game 1, and never really did much in that game.
Absolutely. I said that her win condition was to absolutely sack it, but it's more or less the same thing if you never bring it back into the field of play.
Superior getting some rest. It'll be nice and rejuvenated if it decides to come out for game number 2. And the Stunfisk, wow, usually not a Pokemon you think of a sweeper, right? More of a bulky defensive Pokemon. But in that scenario, getting so much energy lead against that Jumpluff allowed it to beat the Typhlosion. And if you're Andy, I think you might be wishing maybe if I swapped right away. However, it is a little bit counterintuitive, right? Normally, you're not going to switch from a grass type into a fire type against a ground type, but in that particular scenario, that might have been his best option.
All right, I think Bird Power only had 1 shield, right? She had utilized that shield to win switch advantage, so if that immediate swap out had happened from Andy, I think he could have paced 2 double Blast Burn. Though frankly, at the end there, it was just like a single Thunder Punch probably would have knocked out based on how much damage that Incinerate had done to the Unova Stunfisk. But, sorry, let me correct myself. I don't think that would have necessarily been possible because so much damage had happened because the switch out didn't occur, right?
Right. And credit to Bird Power as well, recognizing the win condition of overfarming so much energy, realizing maybe it's something in the back like a Typhlosion or maybe even a water type where the discharges would be super effective, where that extra energy did indeed flip things. And here we go, game number 2. It's going to be Shadow Drapion leading into Diggersby. Not the ideal lead for Bird Power, but certainly not the worst, and going to actually immediately swap into Lapras. Oh, and counter swap Jumpluff. I don't know about this counter swap, Phoebe.
In game number 1, Superior had nowhere to go. In game number 2, Superior has everywhere to go. Ice Beam going to pull the first shield from the Shadow Jumpluff. I think this is going to mean that Andy is likely to win this matchup, but if Bird Power is thinking about what Pokemon she has in the back, I think she's going to be really happy with the Superior. No, actually throwing up a shield for that first Acrobatics.
The Ice Beam is enough to one-hit KO the Jumpluff here, and Lapras with a little bit of a head start. Just gonna go straight Ice Beam, no messing around. Ice Beam coming through. Andy forced with a difficult decision. Is he gonna protect shield? Yes, he does at the last second.
Andy now has the opportunity to bait Aerial Ace and then outpace for that final Acrobatics, but throwing up another shield, Bird Power correctly calling this Acrobatics, and is going to be, I think it's going to be really close in terms of pacing to the Ice Beam to the next Acrobatics, but the Acrobatics doesn't throw a knockout.
And Andy does, make a beautiful catch. And this Ice Beam is going to connect onto the Azumarill, which is really nice for Andy. Also banking that Acrobatics. However, you do give up the alignment, and Bird Power is actually going to look to build up energy here before potentially going in Superior.
And really importantly, she now has complete understanding of the Pokemon that are available to Andy. really interesting Ice Beam throw into what could have been the Lapras, I guess. Ice Beam going to be the move of choice into Superior, and Superior now can get onto the Azumarill, land a heavy-hitting Frenzy Plant. No Protect Shields remaining, farming up extra energy. I don't remember exactly how much energy the Jumpluff has. I think it might have a full Acrobatics, right?
I believe so. I believe it banked a full Acrobatics. You have to come in with the Jumpluff here, and Andy, actually going to take a super effective Aerial Ace here, knowing that Jumpluff can withstand it, but it's going to put it quite low and building up as much energy as possible here with the Jumpluff.
Jumpluff going for over 100 energy at this point. Aerial Ace coming through, going to be more than enough to knock out. Another Acrobatics is going to be loaded into, or landing into either Pokemon in the back for Bird Power, now having the opportunity to make a decision. As she's seen the Diggersby, which Pokemon does she want to sacrifice to this energy? It's going to be the Shadow Drapion, and I think that is the right choice.
I agree. I think you need to take this energy here, save the energy on your Lapras for this Diggersby, and the Lapras is not within Scorching Sands range, so I think Bird Power can safely get off double Sparkling Aria against the Diggersby.
I'm not sure. Oh, yes, it's going to be potentially enough. However, if the Scorching Sands does get the attack trap, I think she needs to reach for the Ice Beam, right? Ice Beam, a little less efficient, a little more total damage, and we'll see if the attack trap comes through. No, it does not, so Sparkling Area likely just about enough, maybe 1 or 2 sideways afterwards.
I think Bird Power's in a good spot, but a potential lose condition could be if this Jumpluff can farm all the way down and come out with an attack, but no, it's just going to be way too low here. The sideways are too much pressure, and Bird Power is going to take the win 2-0 against Andy.
Yeah, really great team composition there from Bird Power. You know, Andy likely saying, hey, Typhlosion onto the Superior was a really great spot for me to be in game number, potential spot for me to be in game number 1. I think because I ran so strong into Superior, I don't think she's going to bring it into game number 2. Unfortunately, Superior in a position there in the back where there are 2 Pokemon it's really good against, and although it didn't get too many Frenzy Plants off, I think it could have potentially swept that endgame depending on exactly how it worked out.
A bit of a risky line, right? Leading the Diggersby with a Azumarill in the back. A Superior lead could have been devastating, but at least Diggersby does have access to that super effective Fire Punch, so maybe you stay in, try to soft lose that matchup, and hopefully your Azumarill is then free in the back.
Yeah, that was a really complex matchup between the Lapras and the Shadow Jumpluff. So many heavy-hitting nukes being thrown back and forth, shields coming up time after time. A great catch from Andy on to the Azumarill, but the one downside was that it fully revealed his line of 3. Therefore, Bird Power knew how potent her Superior could potentially be against those 2 Pokemon that take super effective damage from Grass type.
Absolutely, a really well fought out series. Bird Power showing her capabilities, why she's a former regional champion. And I was actually talking to Bird Power, and you know, she said it's been a while since she's competed, but she's really been practicing leading up to here in Portland, and good to see her having some success trying to get to that day number 2.
Yeah, I think after that was losers round number 6 for Group C, so I think we might have one more matchup in the losers side for these trainers. However, our next matchup is going to be Group D, losers round 6, and it looks like we're going to have some solid players up at bat. It looks like it's going to be Arrow versus Caleb Peng.
A very hype matchup indeed, but before we take a look at that, we're going to go back and revisit some of our caster predictions, what we thought we were going to see, and some of the more bold picks were, of course, Speediest Chief with that Ice Fang Suicune. I don't think did I miss it? Have we seen a Suicune on stream? I don't think so. My pick with the Jellicent maybe wasn't the best. We haven't seen a Jellicent either.
Yeah, I think I know where House Stark got this Carbink pick. It is likely from Caleb. I think it's the only Carbink that we've really seen here. But like you said, I think Furret, Shadow Typhlosion, really great calls. I don't actually think we've seen all that much Jellicent, though. Again, when we were submitting these picks, I thought Jellicent was a pretty solid pick, so I'm surprised we haven't seen it. Another Pokemon I want to call out on our top usage here is that Unova Stunfisk. We saw just how potent it was in that game number 1 for Bird Power, and like you said, it was an end game sweeper, which you don't normally expect it to be.
Phoebe, are you suggesting co-caster House Stark got inside information with the Carbink and that helped that helped swayed his caster predictions?
I think we're going to have to get an investigation in on this to see if there's some insider information. You know, I've definitely never had insider information before. I've never predicted Rayquaza to be on my caster predictions before the Utrecht regional, the special championship.
Absolutely, and Rayquaza is absolutely one of the spiciest picks I've ever seen brought, but here we go. Arrow taking on Caleb Peng, two trainers that are really well known in the community, very recognizable names. Caleb, although normally you see him behind the casting desk, he has an impressive resume as well as a competitor, multiple finalist finishes. Arrow is the same. Arrow also, I believe, has 3 runner-up finishes to his name, and it's been a while since he's top cut. It was Louisville early on this season was the last time he was able to get that top cut, and I know he's really hungry to try and get back into that top cut.
Yeah, earlier we saw him lose on stream to Pranav, and that was a really tough fought battle between those two trainers. I do want to look at the Carbink though, as I was a bit surprised that it was brought into this meta, but looking at the team for Arrow, it looks pretty solid. You know, you don't want your Typhlosion on it. Furret's also not going to be that great. Shadow Drapion, super effective Aqua Tail, but just neutral Poison Stings and resisted crunches. Corviknight's probably a matchup that is, I don't know. Actually, I have no idea because Corviknight beats Bastiodon because that's double super effective sand attacks, but it's only just single super effective sand attacks against that the
Carbink.
Carbink, yeah.
But remember, the Iron Head is actually double super effective against the Carbink, so that is actually a really solid matchup for the Corviknight.
Right.
And here we go. Drapion into Claydol, and Arrow actually electing to stay. And sometimes you see this because you can threaten with a super effective charge attack, and Arrow's actually going to pull a Protect Shield here before potentially switching out. Let's see what he decides to do. He's just going to keep on staying and then catches onto the Corviknight.
This is just going to be a neutral charge attack here going into the Corviknight. Super effective against the flying, resisted by the steel, and an immediate switch out into the mirror match here. And an attack drop, of course, coming through means that Caleb is all but guaranteed to win switch advantage here. And although the awkward thing about this matchup is without payback, you're only doing resisted damage to the opposing Corviknight.
I think that Rock Tomb did enough damage where Caleb can just very comfortably keep on over farming, and the next Sky Attack will indeed knock out. So I expect to see Caleb build up quite a bit of energy, and this could pose some issues for Arrow. How do you end up getting rid of this Corviknight? Another Sky Attack coming through. Arrow going to let this go. Has a ton of energy. Maybe is hoping he can bank this energy for later and swap out. Let's see, how much does the Sky Attack do? Not enough, and that's what he does. He saves the energy, hard swaps into the Drapion. Oh, and it's caught, but I mean, this is still super effective onto the Claydol.
Yeah, either way, he was likely going to be throwing Crunch. Crunch coming through, doing good, super effective damage, does get the defense drop. However, I don't think it's super impactful because no Aqua Tail was reached. Will the defense drop allow for an easier time for this Fairy Wind down?
This is real interesting because I believe Caleb's completely dry on the Claydol after this Rock Tomb. This could allow even more Fairy Winds, more energy gain from this jump up. I think Arrow is going to commit to this full Fairy Wind down, and he's got a ton of energy now going into this end game, but Caleb still has a fairly healthy Corviknight he can use to try and soak this.
And he is attack drop, so these acrobatics are going to be doing even less damage. The one good thing for Arrow, though, is he did preserve the Corviknight for a switch out, so he can throw the acrobatics, switch into the Corviknight, throw a Sky Attack. It's all resisted damage, but he's now reset that attack value on his Shadow Jumpluff.
And, oh, interesting play. Caleb swaps into the Cradily, but actually this allows Arrow to get off another Iron and draws the final Protect Shield. So this game is not quite over. Arrow, although in a difficult-looking position, he has gotten the final protection. He's going to get off the acrobatics first as well, and suddenly, I think this Jumpluff has a lot of play here.
You know, you've talked about time and time again bad timing from Cradily, and I think that would have benefited Caleb there if he had thrown just a little bit earlier. I think he's still going to be outside of Aerial Ace range because of the attack debuff, but I have to imagine that Arrow's going to overfarm, go for potentially acrobatics plus aerial ace into the Corviknight afterwards, and I think it might be just enough damage to knock out that Corviknight.
I think Caleb's Corviknight has a charge attack banked, however, so I think Arrow is going to be forced to throw energy here. Does have acrobatics plus aerial ace, but this is going to come out of charge attack priority if the Corviknight has an attack, and I think Corviknight does win that charge attack priority. Let's see. Has the charge attack, and there it goes. Corviknight going to knock out the Jumpluff here in the end.
That was a piece of information that I did not know. I was expecting Jumpluff to win that charge attack tie, but it is indeed the Corviknight. Caleb really benefiting from having saved all that energy from earlier and is able to take game number 1.
Really well played and well executed, and a lot of unique plays, advanced plays, where we saw multiple swaps and Arrow looking to save energy multiple times, swapping out. Caleb also banking that Sky Attack was a nice play. Knew as long as he got that final Protect Shield with his Cradily, then he would have that Sky Attack loaded in the end. So well executed both ways from these trainers.
And I think the really difficult thing for Arrow, right, is that he could have potentially thrown an aerial ace before the Cradily heads through that second Rock Tomb. However, I don't think it would have been enough to knock out, and the Rock Tomb would have still been reached.
Correct, and now Arrow will try to regroup and try to remaneuver as we go into game number 2 on the brink of elimination. 2 really high-profile, talented trainers. Only one can go on to day 2 here on the loser side of the bracket, and they're getting ready to lock in. We haven't seen the Carbink yet. Do we think Caleb brings the Carbink in game number 2, Phoebe?
Potentially. We might have some insider information of our own, given that we can see the trainers locking in their teams, and I think you might just be right.
And here we go. We do have a lock-in. Game number 2, Claydol into Corviknight. And Phoebe, this is one of those matchups where you would think Corviknight as the flyer against a Mudslap user would be favored, but Claydol can win this matchup in both the 1 and 2 shield scenarios, and I think the 0 shield scenario is dependent on the stats of these 2 Pokemon.
The really difficult thing for Arrow right now is that I think he needs this Claydol for the Carbink in the back, and because Caleb didn't bring the Carbink to game number 1, maybe he's not expecting it here in game number 2.
Yeah, and Arrow, I think switching in that first game might have been a little bit detrimental to him, but the opposite could be true here. I think he needs to swap here because the Furret really doesn't have a whole lot of place to go, and it really doesn't want to see the Drapion. That's a pretty brutal matchup for the Furret. Right now, we're going to see Iron Head connect onto the Claydol. I think Caleb is going to try and go for the 0 shield. Oh, no, I take that back. Gonna invest the Protect Shield into the Corviknight here.
I wonder if this prompts Arrow to want to switch out because he doesn't want to get fast attacked down, but instead is staying through, going to take this next Iron Head. I would be a little bit surprised to see Arrow shield given how little health he has, but he does opt for the shield.
Wow. Value switch advantage here. Thinks it's going to be really important for him. Caleb now forced with the same decision. Is he going to invest his second Protect Shield? No, he's going to let the Corviknight go, and this should be a pretty comfortable farm down, even though neither of these 2 Pokemon want to see Claydol. And, I mean, these Mudslaps are not doing as much as you'd hope to this bulky Carbink.
I was a little bit surprised to see Caleb bring it in because I guess either Pokemon that he has in the back does not really want to go up against the Claydol, but it's resisted Rock Throw, so it was a bit of a tough fast attack down there for Caleb.
Going for the Power Gem now against the Drapion, and this looks like a really difficult position, I have to say, for Arrow. I mean, the Furret in the back doesn't want to see Drapion. He's going to stay in momentarily, and he might just have to stay in completely here and try to chip this Drapion as much as possible because Furret, with those resisted Sucker Punches, just doesn't have a whole lot of pressure here.
Yeah, it'll be a bit curious to see how Arrow decides to close this endgame. Second Aqua Tail now being thrown. Caleb a little bit intrigued as to why Caleb allowed him to get this charge attack off. However, Caleb's going to come out with a ton of energy. 2 Aqua Tails loaded, no shield from Arrow. I think because Caleb needs to throw a charged attack, he's going to get outpaced to the Swift, but I think it's a charge attack win from Shadow Drapion, right?
Correct, and this is going to be a tricky situation for Arrow because you have to be a little bit worried about the catch opportunity on the Carbink, but you're also forced to throw. Great patience from Arrow, and this might open up a win condition. I think You need to Trailblaze and then hope you can somehow land a Swift onto that Drapion as well.
Trailblaze coming through, not enough to pick up the knockout, and it's going to be close. I think he wants to potentially throw a Swift before the charge attack is off, but Power Gem coming through now, going to do chip damage and take this Furt into the range of a charge attack from that Shadow Drapion.
And you could read Arrow's lips. He asked if this was the Moonblast, but no, it's just the Power Gem. Now has the double Swift, and the Drapion, I believe, is 1 Poison Sting shy. So Furret is going to be able to close out here in the end game, sweeping both the Carbink and the Drapion. Swift should be enough to knock out here. And Arrow, against all odds, going to even up the series 1 game apiece.
Yeah, who says dark type damage is bad into a fairy type? Able to secure victory even with that poor typing matchup. Just really key, not throwing that first body slam into the Carbink. Able to boost the damage with a Trailblaze, I think was pivotal in securing the amount of damage Arrow needed into that Carbink to get it to the point where a Swift could knock out later.
Right, and I'm not 100% sure if a Moonblast would have knocked out, but I think that was the only win condition there for Caleb. I think he had to commit to that Moonblast, hope it was enough, because the Power Gem was, as we saw, wasn't that close to knocking out, and maybe just got a little bit frightened that of the energy of the Furret. So maybe committing to the Moonblast could have been a win condition there, but threw a little bit early.
I think Arrow, if he saw Caleb building up for the Moonblast, would have thrown before he got to the back-to-back, right? Because the Furret was pretty healthy. It was well outside of crunch range. I think if Caleb builds up towards Moonblast, Arrow throws, picks up the knockout, and then gets a couple of sucker punches onto that Shadow Drapion to win the victory. But, you know, you always want to play for your win conditions, right? So there is an opportunity that maybe Arrow miscounts, maybe Arrow doesn't think that a Swift is enough to knock out, and maybe over farms, and then Caleb still makes it to the Moonblast to secure.
Right, it was awfully close, and here we go. Decisive game 3, ladies and gentlemen, and here we go. Not the most dynamic lead matchup here, the Corviknight Mirror. I think you need at least 3 Sky Attacks to knock out here. I don't even know if 3 Sky Attacks is enough, to be honest.
Yeah, 3 or 4, who's really counting? Sand Attack's also going to be resisted because Flying type damage, or Flying type and Steel type equals 1 times resistance. However, Caleb switching into the Azumarill. No really amazing answers from the side of Arrow. Sky Attack thrown right before the Ice Beam from Caleb is going to allow Arrow to chip this Azumarill just a little bit.
Arrow seems completely content staying in here because this Corviknight can withstand the energy from Azumarill a little bit better than the back Pokemon. And you have to wonder, maybe at a certain point after soaking some damage, Arrow decides to come in with the Drapion to start building up energy, and that's exactly what he does. We've seen trainers like Elam do this better than anybody. Use this Drapion to get a big energy lead against an Azumarill and try to use that energy elsewhere.
Really interesting. I don't actually like this bait from Caleb. I would have preferred a play rough because I don't think there's any world where Arrow lets him get to another charge attack. However, I'll eat my words because Caleb pivots immediately into the Corviknight to launch an Iron Head.
Iron Head does draw the Protect Shield, and Arrow actually going for the Aqua Tail. Less efficient here, but I think what Arrow's going for is maybe double. Oh, it actually pulls the Protect Shield with an Aqua Tail. That's going to be a tough shield for Caleb, and I think Arrow feels like double Aqua Tail is more efficient than Crunch plus Aqua Tail here.
I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't go for a Crunch after pulling the shield, but maybe he's going for a 3rd Aqua Tail. No, instead looking like he wants to switch out into the Corviknight, catching the Iron Head, and this is not going to knock out. However, I don't think a charge attack from Arrow's Corviknight will knock out either, so we're back into the beginning matchup again where it's going to take forever for these Pokemon to feint each other.
An Arrow with some nice awareness of the switch clock throws just before it comes up for Caleb, and he could potentially switch out of there, and we're going to see another switch. Pokemon just lingering around with a little bit of health, and Caleb gets a nice farm down before another charge attack here, and is going to get this play rough, and Arrow's actually going to let it go.
Like I said before, I think Ice Beam wasn't necessarily the play. The amount of health remaining on that Drapion could have been just a bubble down instead of throwing another charge attack. In comes the Claydol. It's going to be able to get a full Mud Slap down. Arrow very excited about it. In the back is the Cradilly. However, we've said time and time again, this matchup is not one-sided for the grass versus ground type.
And Arrow's going to get off the Ice Beam here. I think Caleb may have missed a Bullet Seed upon entry there, but here we go. We're playing out this end game. Ice Beam does correctly get shielded. That's a big Protect Shield from Caleb. Grass not coming through. This is such a tough decision if you're Arrow, but he is going to put up the Protect Shield. The problem here is I don't think an Ice Beam is enough to one-shot before another Grass. It's going to be close, though. You have to watch out for the catch if you're Arrow. He tries to wait a turn and successfully is going to land this, but can Cradley hang on?
I think it does. The question becomes, will the Grass Knot in return pick up a knockout, or will it be just shy? Will Arrow be able to get a Mud Slap down afterwards? It's going to be really close.
I don't think so. I think the Grass Knot does just enough. And in a hard-fought back-and-forth series, it's going to be Caleb Pang taking the 2-1 victory over Arrow. The two friends hug it out. And what a match between these two trainers.
A really tough game there in the end. Unfortunately, the typing matchup for that ground type versus grass type was not enough. Shielding the Ice Beam, maybe had he gone for the Rock Tomb bait first, lowered the attack stat, maybe the Grass Knot doesn't knock out in the end, but I think maybe with the additional bullet seeds, it still would have been a Caleb victory.
Right, and if you Rock Tomb to maybe withstand the Grass Knot, then you probably need a whole nother charge attack to get rid of the Cradley. And Arrow, we saw the Corviknight mirror. That game 3, I'd like to know how many swaps took place in that game 3. There was probably something like 9 swaps, both trainers just keeping Pokemon around for catch opportunities, for maybe storing some energy, and in the end, it was Caleb just barely able to outmaneuver Arrow.
Yeah, I feel like the Corviknights were on the screen for about maybe 10 minutes total. It felt like that game lasted the total length of maybe 2 or 3 games.
Yeah, exactly. There was a point where I was wondering if timeout could come into play, but maybe not quite enough bulk across all 3 Pokemon to make that happen. But we see a little bit of a recap here with some of the highlights. Arrow and Caleb, trainers that I'm sure have known each other for a very long time, and a really great series between the two of them. And we actually saw when Arrow got this Mud Slap down, a little bit of a fist bump. He felt like this could put him in a great position, but maybe wasn't suspecting the Cradley in back. And despite that energy lead, Cradley's still able to take down the Claydol.
Yeah, that shielded Ice Beam, I think, was key. Again, I don't know if the first charge attack being thrown by the Claydol being a Rock Tomb shielded up by Caleb means that the second plus the Mud Slaps are enough to knock out based on the lower damage from the Grass Knot, but probably not.
Right, and I'm not sure if the Corviknight, even if he did get rid of the Cradley, the Corviknight maybe still had enough health to reach a charge attack in the end, so a tough scenario there. But Claydol tried to make the most with that Claydol, and a nice run from him. I'm sure he'll be eager to try and improve on it at the North American International Championships, but Caleb Pang still alive in this tournament as we start to approach our next matchup here.
Well, maybe we'll get to hear a little bit about how Caleb feels about his next matchup. We have an interview with Will. Take it away.
All right, everybody, thank you so much for joining me on the floor. I'm here with Caleb Pang, who just had a really impressive victory over Arrow in a Corviknight mirror match. I mean, a lot of strange shenanigans are going on, but I think the strangest part, Caleb, is your Carbink pick. Talk to us about Carbink.
I'm not saying it's amazing, but it does scare off the fighters. Amazing Jump Bluff, beats Golisopod, Lapras. So I think it's a good anti-meta pick. I haven't used it a ton, but I've won a few games with it.
You're kind of known for playing some bulky rock-type Pokemon, and I'm glad you're filling the void that Bastiodon might have left for you. When you were up there on stage against Arrow, I couldn't help but think about like grassroots competitions. You've been playing Arrow for years. What kind of emotions were you feeling up on stage seeing an old friend across from you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I played Arrow in a lot of grassroots formats, Go Battle League, stuff like that, but that was actually my first time ever in official championship series, and we talked about a little bit about that backstage. But yeah, he's a good friend. We still scrim once in a while. It's usually him asking me for scrims, because I'm pretty lazy about it. But yeah, I'm glad that I got to face him, and unfortunately had to knock him out, but it was fun.
All right, well, in addition to competing this weekend, you also have been creating a lot of content, doing a lot of Go Battle League. Whenever I look out into the crowd, you're always playing your Go Battle League matches during Go Battle Week. You were setting out to do every single game, every single day, right? That was your challenge?
It was my challenge, and I failed the challenge, but I did almost zero preparation for this tournament. I only scrimmed Bird Power and ran Birchel pretty much, and that's it. Didn't do any practice tournaments because I was determined to do all 700 battles. I failed. Trying to upload 2 hours of footage every night on hotel Wi-Fi is just near impossible. And I was like, let me just stop for my own sanity. But it was fun while it lasted.
All right, well, I want to ask you about Bird Power and Roberto. Are you proud of them and their success they've had this weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and Bird Power, I know she took some time off for school and everything too, so she asked me early on if we wanted to scrim. And, you know, honestly, outside of her, I didn't really put in too much effort until scrimming Roberto last night. So really great to see her continue forward in this tournament, and Roberto as well too, you know. Friend, rival, great to see him do well too.
Awesome, Caleb. Any shout outs you want to make?
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to my team, the Coolcast, for just being supportive and stuff. I know a lot of them are kind of putting the game on hold, but they're always there cheering me on. Shout out to any fans and subscribers, patrons, and stuff like that are always watching out for me. And shout out to my parents for being supportive, and shout out to my significant other, Victoria, for tuning in, watching, and watching over our cats while I'm gone.
Awesome, man. Well, best of luck in the rest of the tournament, Caleb. Rise, Phoebe, take it away.
Some great words from Caleb there, one of our co-casters. Seeming excited going into day 2 here. And right now, Phoebe, we have a matchup between Boglish and the Torian, which is actually a rematch from earlier this season in Sacramento. Torian finishing 3rd place in Sacramento behind Out of Pocket and SJ. Boglish was also top 8 in that tournament. So maybe a long-awaited rematch for Boglish trying to take down Torian this time.
We'll have to see if the meta changes that have occurred between Sacramento and here have favored Boglish over the Torian, or maybe the Torian's got a really interesting pick on his team that might be a little bit of a hard check for some of the Pokemon on Boglish's side. He has a Shadow Swampert, now opting typically for Sludge as opposed to Earthquake, has really fast pacing on both typing attacks that it has.
Shadow Swampert can be really oppressive in the right spots if it gets that energy lead, and the Torian had a stretch early in the season with a lot of great finishes. Top cut LAIC, top cut Sacramento, and now is trying to heat back up towards the end of the season. But before we heat up, we got to cool down with this Swampert against the Tinkaton here in the lead.
Tinkaton, I have to imagine, is going to immediately switch out. A quick swap into the Furret. Hydro Cannon being thrown. I like this from the Torian. It prevents Boglish from catching back up on that fast attack pacing. No shield means that Hydro Cannon's going to lower it down to just about the yellow. In comes the Shadow Drapion, and I think 2 Swifts are going to be possible, but a little bit of an overfarm by Boglish means that he's going to need to shield this Aqua Tail in order to get that energy off.
Yeah, you see the expression on Boglish's face, knows maybe a bit of a misplay there, allowing Torian to get that Aqua Tail off first, because I don't think he would have liked to use that Protect Shield here, but at least he should be able to get off a double Swift before going down and might get a Protect Shield back. The Torian going to put this up, but he should pretty comfortably get the Poison Sting down here.
I don't think the Torian needed to shield it if he wanted to go for a Aqua Tail, but I think it was absolutely necessary if he needed to go for the if he wanted to go for the fast attack down. Aqua Tail into this Tinkaton, not going to do a ton of damage. However, I think Boglish is going to want to throw a Bulldoze into this Shadow Drapion so that a 3rd Aqua Tail isn't reached.
And I have to say, this alignment looks really good for the Torian. All he really has to do right now is keep this switch advantage and chip away with the Drapion. We're going to see, oh, another Aqua Tail queued up already. This Drapion is nearly going to take out 2 full Pokemon here, but Boglish maybe understanding that energy lead and maybe getting off a play rough against that Swampert is going to be a win condition, but no, actually throws the Bulldoze here, and this looks like a really tough situation for Boglish.
Yeah, I think Boglish's best scenario here was to potentially go for the Fairy Wind down, but because of the poison subtyping from that Shadow Drapion, it means that those Fairy Winds are only doing neutral damage, and I don't know if the fast attack down would have been possible.
And a devastating back matchup revealed for Boglish. The Furret, the normal type, and the shiny going to hard wall, really, this Galarian Colors. I think a little bit of having good spirit and having fun here, throwing the Nightshade at the Furret, understanding that Torian has this game 1 locked up, and he's going to look to close this out with the Furret here.
Boglish is all smiles. He's chuckling. He knows he's just messing around, but I think the Torian was like, were you baiting me? Were you trying to go for the bait? Torian just gets the fast attack down. There is no chance for Boglish within this final game. He goes for the play rough here. I don't think this is enough to knock out, and I think that last Sucker Punch is going to be enough to knock out the Tinkaton, maybe just 1 more.
Torian is locked in, and he is going to take a pretty comfortable game one here against Boglish. That was one of those games where alignment was just a little bit too much for Boglish to overcome. Even if he had maybe not allowed that Drapion to throw the Aqua Tail first in the middle game, I think no matter what, it was still going to be really tough to overcome those three in that order.
Yeah, he's going to have to think about his team of three that he's bringing. You know, the Talonflame doesn't want to get matched up against that Swampert, but if it's able to find a correct position, I think it could give him an edge against the Torian in terms of shield advantage or maybe getting switch advantage back from a counter swap.
Right. I mean, the Talonflame has charge attack pressure against everything. It has, of course, the Incinerate pressure, and it just completely hardwalls the Tinkaton. So I agree with you. I think Talonflame does have a lot of play here, but when the Swampert also looks fairly safe, I mean, that might be preventing Boglish from bringing the Talonflame.
I do want to call out, Talonflame does have charge attack pressure against everything. You know, viewers at home might be saying Rise, but it's running Fly and Bravebird. No, it is actually running Flame Charge. So even the Tinkaton is pressured by that energy. So it also provides him the ability to Flame Charge, build up, and potentially muscle his way through other matchups that might not be very comfortable.
Good point out there. We saw Chemcoop as well, running the Flame Charge variant on the Talonflame. Fly Bravebird has become kind of the standard, but Flame Charge making a little bit of a renaissance with its ability to pressure things like Tinkaton and also, of course, ramp up that attack. And here we go. Game number 2 locked in. Torian up 1-0. Boglish trying to stay alive, and it's going to be another good lead for Torian. Malamar into Lapras.
Looking in the back, he does have 2 safe-ish Pokemon into this. He's bringing in the Claydol, able to take a singular foul play before being threatened. It is going to resist the Psywave, so really no fast attack pressure here. Foul play coming through, going to put the Claydol just at about half health. In comes the Furret, and unfortunately for Boglish, this is probably the worst matchup for the Claydol.
Furret going to be able to withstand this first Rock Tomb rather comfortably, and I wonder if the Furret can get the full farm down here before having to throw a charge attack. It's going to be close, and actually does allow Boglish to get off another Rock Tomb. This is interesting, and this could open up some play because Torian, gonna let all this energy go, actually gives up the switch advantage. Feels like he doesn't need it, and he might be right, honestly, Phoebe. I mean, the Malamar, if you look at the back line, looks really good here.
Yeah, super effective superpower into both of the Pokemon in the back is going to be tough, and that was a massive farm down. You know, resisting the Psywaves at the beginning, very great. Resisting the Psywaves when you're getting farmed down, really awful.
And Malamar looking to put in a lot of work. The Torian able to draw the Protect Shield with the foul play here, and we're actually going to see the Lapras swap back in, and oh my gosh, these Psywaves triple resisted onto the Malamar. Malamar looking devastating for Boglish right now.
One thing that Boglish does have going for him is it looked like a charge attack tie, so superpower coming through means that the Sparkling Aria from Boglish's end would do so much damage, easily pick up a knockout. Frankly, I think it would pick up a knockout before the defense drop there. Going now for more energy, really, really tough because you can throw a superpower and then dip and reset that attack and save that superpower for the Furret in the endgame.
This Malamar just putting on a clinic here. Forced to let it go. Actually just clears the debuff instantly, knowing that Drapion is going to do pretty well here. And I think Torian just needs to peel off one Protect Shield from Boglish. Boglish probably understands that he can't even afford to shield the Furret here, but a Crunch is going to do nearly half health to the Furret. This just looks like an impossible situation for Boglish.
A really tough Crunch coming through. I don't think a defense drop even matters. Almost 2 Swifts loaded. However, I think the Torian probably just no shields and farms all the way down with that Malamar.
The Furret does get rid of the Drapion, but Malamar a little bit healthy. The Furret debuffed, and Malamar too much for Boglish to handle here against the Torian. A really confident 2-0 victory for him as he'll be moving on the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, and it was really tough for Boglish. Without a Pokemon like Jumpluff, you really don't have any amazing answers for Malamar on your team, right? If you're looking at it, Tinkaton's the best thing, and it's really tough to bring Tinkaton into the Torians team because you remember game number 1, it lined up against that Swampert, and you don't want that to happen.
Absolutely. It saw its worst possible scenario, and then he decided to bench it, and then once you bench your only Malamar answer, it runs free. So just really well played by the Torian. It seemed like he had the strategy there and was able to also predict what Boglish was going to bring in those 2 games.
Yeah, really tough pivot there in game number 2, really just falling into the Torian's trap. I would like to see more of that Shadow Swampert. I think it was really fun to watch in game number 1. It just paces so fast with those charge attacks. Having options for grass types, you know, if there's a Jumpluff on the other team, landing a Sludge or 2, depending on your exact scenarios, whether you've switched out, maybe you're catching a move onto your Corviknight in the back or whatever. I think Swampert is a lot of fun in this meta, and I'd love to see more of it as we see Tinkaton kind of come up in power as well as fire types.
One thing I love about the Shadow Swampert is with that quick pacing, if you win lead like Torian was able to do and they safe swap into something, with that new Sludge on Swampert, you have the ability to do some significant chip damage before then swapping into a counter of your own. So Swampert really helps assure those middle game matchups and can be really oppressive in that regard. We saw him Hydro Cannon the Furret and then go to the Drapion, and it was signed, sealed, and delivered from there.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and sign, seal, and deliver our cast here. This is going to be it for us for these 3 battles. We're going to send it over to Speedy as well as House Stark, and I'm excited to watch them cast. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it either.
Well done. Good games, man.
Consistency is key. You know, you don't want to get tilted when stuff happens, but consistency and just trying to be upbeat with everything you're doing.
Some of the fundamentals trainers should learn about is, thinking about speed ties, stats, definitely understanding how abilities work, how they interact with one another. But I also think a big fundamental is also just learning how to have fun with the game, because at the end of the day, this is a video game. You're here to have fun. I feel like it's very important to know.
I think the most basic fundamental for every trainer is going to be just knowing your typings. So always make sure you're throwing the most efficient moves. Maybe start learning your counts. I think that's like the most advanced strategy.
So I think the fundamentals every Pokemon trainer should know is like knowing the ins and outs of your deck and like what are your niche scenarios that do come up in your games. I had like some Briar plays that really worked for me when we were testing. Just knowing those kind of ins and outs of like what does your deck do and what are your win conditions towards the end of the game is really important.
There's a lot of fundamentals that go into competing in VGC. If you've ever played Pokemon, you know that it's essentially a very complex game of rock, paper, scissors. So right off the bat, you have to understand all the type matchups, all the dynamics, when your move's going to be super effective, resisted. I think there's a lot of really important abilities that you need to be familiar with right now. What Pokemon is going to get a boost, what weather effects are going to be in play, what terrain effects. And lastly, I would say that if you're just starting out and you're a little bit overwhelmed by all the different statistics, all the stats that these Pokemon have, the most important one to be familiar with would be speed. That's definitely another very important mechanic that I would try to get some mastery over before competing.
I think a fundamental that every Pokemon trainer should know is at the end of the day that they should have fun, and it's just a game and a hobby for us to enjoy ourselves and not to take it too serious. I think that's the most important thing.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
sometimes I feel like it's so easy to just get focused on where you're going. You forget where you came from. It's been an incredible journey for so many trainers here at the Portland Regionals and all season long. Alex, this is our last stop for the regional circuit in North America, and these trainers are putting it all on the line, trying to take home that trophy and put themselves in a position to succeed at Worlds.
Yeah, and I think both of these players that we're going to see coming up in this next battle have a chance to go to Worlds. I think this is a really nice opportunity for both of them. We see ourselves in a position where I think we've actually seen these players before.
Multiple times on stream, and honestly, I'm really excited to see them again. Adib expertly maneuvered his way around tough matchups earlier on stream, pivoting in, getting the extra bullet seed when he needed to, being so calculated and so precise. And meanwhile, Bird Power is doing everything she needs to keep herself in the tournament here in Portland with superior Unova Stunfisk and Tinkaton.
Yeah, and actually, this is the second time we're seeing these players on stream facing each other, which is, I think, my favorite part about this. This was my favorite battle that we watched earlier in this day, and now we're seeing it again. It's like we're getting treated to a second helping of dessert. This is the finest meal we'll ever be able to eat. So here we have Adib on the left, Bird Power on the right. The teams that we've seen before, it's actually an incredibly neutral matchup, and it comes down to what these players are trying to do. Which Pokemon is going to be the focal point for each team?
This is so fascinating too. I mean, if you think about life in general, right? When you get a second chance, you need to make the most of it. And both of these trainers are looking to do that. On the loser side of the bracket, winning this next round is going to lock them in for a Day 2 appearance. So a lot is riding on these next 3 battles. Let's see who can go the distance. Adib, Bird Power, rematch here in Rose City.
Okay, game 1 coming up right here. We have ourselves Malamar versus Diggersby. This is definitely an advantage for Malamar because of that super effective superpower, and we see because of that Bird Power switching in right away into that Shadow Drapion, and then counter switch by Adib Khan into the bulldozing Tinkaton.
This is something we've seen Bird Power do quite often, right? Safe switch a Drapion, safe switch a Diggersby, trying to pull out that threat, that Tinkaton, and clear the runway for her superior to take off. I gotta argue that's her MVP so far today, and if she makes it to Day 2, it's gonna be a key reason why she does.
Absolutely. Utilizing the Drapion as a safe switch has been its best use so far in the entire Play Pokemon circuit. I mean, it does exactly what you need it to do every single time, being consistent and commanding shields or switch advantage.
Second Aqua Tail does connect, trying to force a charge attack priority. Bird Power doesn't get it the second type, it does on the third try. And this is actually what Adib wants. He doesn't want to leave much Tinkaton to get farmed down.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think Bird Power is in a position where she's able to leverage this situation, get some energy back on that Diggersby, and then utilize that superior that she's been using all day to get a commanding matchup in the back as well.
Quick attacks resisted by that steel typing, and it allows the Diggersby to quick attack down, but not before the bulldoze is triggered. A defense fall here start could be pivotal.
Yeah, definitely a parting shot from this Tinkaton, getting a little bit of damage. No defense drop though, and we see in comes the Diggersby from Adib's side. So now Bird Power's in the advantage because she has the energy advantage in the situation.
It's such an interesting game, Pokemon Go, because you start on an even playing field, clean slates on both sides, and finding ways to notch a few extra fast attacks through and get your energy going is one of the key ways that these trainers are able to flip matchups. Second Scorching Sands coming through. Adib did not even throw his energy when he had it.
Yeah, he doesn't need to, because as long as you don't get the attack drop, it doesn't really matter when you throw. That's the only thing that matters, and so far it has not been a problem so far for Adib Khan.
Gonna look for another charge attack soon. Looks like Adib is one quick attack ahead, so he will get to that second Scorching Sands. Bird Power not gonna shield. I haven't seen any Scorching Sands debuffs. I don't want to jinx it here, Stark, but
let's see.
Let's see.
No! Debuff again, and we actually see a switch out into the superior, and now this Malamar is in a neutral position. This is much better for Bird Power overall, because now she's not in a negative position, she's in a neutral position, and it's exactly what she wants.
Neutral, I think, is a great way to describe it, and the Aerial Ace is starting to slowly tip the scales towards positive, right? Because it's going to be 6, 6, and 5 for the Vine Whip to Frenzy Plant conversion. Meanwhile, the Aerial Ace is 5 every time, and that Malamar does not want to absorb a Frenzy Plant under any condition.
Exactly.
Exactly, and now I think Bird Power is able to go straight for the Frenzy Plant, maybe double up on that Frenzy Plant before throwing so that you can guarantee a knockout, whether it's against the Malamar or against the Diggersby in the back.
Foul play does get shielded up there. Bird Power recognizing her MVP needs to stay in this matchup. Another foul play. And just like you said, Stark, I see the energy accumulating. I see the double frenzy plants coming really, really soon.
Yeah, and in comes the Diggersby right away, really wanting to get some energy out of that Superior, but Bird Power making the incredible read, not throwing the charge attack energy, going for the Scorching Sands instead to make sure that those frenzy plants are on that Superior.
Exactly. Look at the Malamar. Yes, it's going to get a few side waves, but no, it's not going to get enough to get to the foul play. Bird Power's got 2 frenzy plants locked and loaded. Here comes the first.
Yeah, this is going to be a frenzy of frenzy plants coming out of the Superior. One gets shielded, but another right behind it. It's going to be, I believe, just enough to knock out this Malamar.
It's going to be so close, right? Community Day, charge attack, same type attack bonus. Frenzy plant thumps that Malamar and does pick up the knockout.
Yeah, and that's one of the beauties of Pokemon Go. In the VGC, the main series games, after you throw a Frenzy Plant, you have to recharge for a turn, but in Pokemon Go, you can continuously be a Frenzy Plant and continuously throw those moves.
Bird Power early in the game pivoting to that Shadow Drapion to lure out the Tinkaton. She's been trying to kind of push and pull at this team of 6 from Adib and find openings, and in game 1, she was successful in doing that, but Adib, he's, I gotta say, one of the best in the venue at making adjustments.
Absolutely. I mean, what I loved about that game 1, Bird Power able to recognize you're in a bad lead situation. How do you get out of there? That Drapion, the MVP so far from her team, I believe it's allowed Superior to look like the MVP because of how much work that Drapion is able to put in for her.
Yeah, okay. So you'd say maybe Superior's kind of like the quarterback and then Drapion's the wide receiver. If no one's there to catch the ball, then it really doesn't matter how well you throw it, right?
Exactly. Or even the offensive line. The one that's like underpraised.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of underappreciated. As we take a look back, the aerial ace bait early on really set up Bird Power very, very well. I expect the Adib to be a little more skeptical, calling some of these baits in game number 2, but you gotta say, there's so much pressure on his shoulders. If he loses this next battle, his run in Portland is over.
Absolutely. And I think here, one of the big key components of that game was not having that debuff on that bulldoze into that Diggersby, which allowed Bird Power to stay in the matchup once the Diggersby of Adib came in and allowed her to continuously throw Scorching Sands at that Diggersby. If it had debuffed the Diggersby, then it would have been a much different matchup for the entire rest of the game.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, you can't really plan for it. Either the debuff triggers or it doesn't, and you have to adjust, right? If it does, you have to adjust. If it doesn't, you can just keep course. Let's see which trainer has set sail for day number 2 here in Portland. We've got grass types on the field, but you got to get the slight edge to Superior.
Absolutely, because of the type disadvantage of the rock on that Credilli, you have to be able to switch out, and here we see an immediate pivot from both trainers, and met by the Shadow Drapion on Bird Power's side into that Malamar from Adib Khan.
Absolutely pristine timing here by Bird Power to trigger the charge attack priority tie. Landing the crunch, it could easily been an Aqua Tail, no defense drop, and here comes a foul play bait. Does she fall for it?
This is an important part of the entire game, and Bird Power calls it. She doesn't shield the foul play, and now she's in a good position because now she can just go straight for the Aqua Tail and not have to worry.
Insane. Out of the membrane. Gonna go and fire the Aqua Tail and pick up the shield from that Malamar. And Malamar is struggling to make some kind of ground up. Adib knows it's only 4 Poison Stings to the next charge attack, but he's got the double up on the foul play.
Yeah, this is wonderfully done by Adib, throwing at the exact perfect time to guarantee a shield and then possibly win the charge attack priority here with the superpower. Bird Power doesn't even throw it.
Yeah.
Maybe she's just going to shield and farm down.
She's already decided, right? When you see the first shield up, she already decided to commit the second one. She's going to look for a Poison Sting down and then try to unleash some crunches because her Drapion has just enough health to be a problem for the back line of Adib.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, this Drapion is going to be able to put out some damage into every single Pokemon on Adib's side. This Aqua Tail is neutral damage, obviously, but 2 of them are going to do a lot of damage, even into something like a Tinkaton.
No, absolutely. I mean, these Fairy Winds are only neutral. Looking for the second Aqua Tail here. I don't know if Shadow Drapion will get third, but I mean, heck, 2 Aqua Tails for 2 shields. I think it's a pretty good trade.
I agree, and I think actually it is just not going to be able to get there. And now you have exactly the position that you want if you're Bird Power. Utilizing that drop-down has paid off dividends in every single battle that we've seen so far from her. This Frenzy Plant is going to get fired off right before the Rock Tomb, so you have to shield as an AD.
Alex, I think it was a charge attack priority tie.
Oh.
I think it was. I think Bird Power's knowledge of the charge attack priority ties is so good that she knew Superior would strike first.
Very good call. This is why you are the man. This is why you're a legend. So here comes the Rock Tomb. I believe Bird Power has to throw 7 Vine Whips to be able to get to the Frenzy Plant on good timing. So that should allow... Oh no, throws on 6 instead.
Yeah, I think wanting the extra bullet seed, realizing Adib needs to do something to make up some ground here. He's going to go ahead and let that fast attack go through. Closing in on the back-to-back Rock Tombs, 6 turns away from the second.
Yeah, it's going to be really close to see who's going to get to that charge attack that you need the knockout for. Is this going to be enough? It's not quite enough. Actually, Superior hanging on and coming in with the Frenzy Plant into the Tinkaton. What a catch here from Adib.
Charge attack priority swap here from Adib. He tried to sneak the Bulldoze through and the Frenzy Plant hit, but now we are in a really eerily similar situation to what we were in the last series, because I think that in order to win, Bird Power needs 2 charge attacks on her Stunfisk. Have we been here before,
I feel like we've been here before. Stunfisk is now going to be able to charge up a ton of energy against this Tinkaton. The Bulldoze here is super effective, but again, we've talked about this. It doesn't hit very hard. You need at least 3 with the debuffs to get the knockout. But here we see a Mud Bomb double up, like you talked about. Getting to the second Mud Bomb is very important to be able to threaten that Cradilly in the back.
And Bird Power throws early. She's going to land that Mud Bomb into the Tinkaton. In comes Cradilly. 1 Thunder Shock. She's getting every single ounce of damage that she can. But is this enough?
I don't think so. I think it's just shy. I think Cradilly's going to get to this Grass Knot, be able to throw 1 extra bullet seed. This Grass Knot's coming through. Now, is this enough?
Is this enough? That's the question. Super effective Grass type damage versus Ground type Unova Stunfisk. Bird Power, can she hang on? No! Stunfisk flops out.
There
and
it goes.
Adib is able to win game 2.
Oh my goodness. You could not ask for a closer game. That Stunfisk, I thought it was going to hang on with just a sliver, but Adib playing perfectly, precisely, and with precision to be able to get that extra bullet seed and get that Grass.
The last time they met, I believe that Bird Power is able to throw the Mud Bomb into Tinkaton and then the discharge into Azumarill, and that's how she came out on top. So this is eerily similar to that last series, but this time Adib flipped the script and is taking this to game 3.
Wow. I mean, like I said before, this was my favorite match of day 1, and we're seeing it again.
Man.
You see the replay here, this Superpower getting shielded up from that Drop-Yon, getting that farm down to be able to win switch advantage, thinking that that's going to be the key. That's going to be the key to win the game. And if that Drop-Yon had gotten to that last Aqua Tail, I believe it would have been enough. But look at this charge attack priority tie, the beautiful play to be able to get the charge attack priority and also the Bulldoze to knock out. I mean, Adib could not have played a better game.
I agree. I think Adib was in a tough spot a few times there, but stayed the course, was so steady and so calm and collected. He was able to pilot his way through a really tough field there. But now it's all on the line, Stark. This is a decisive game 3. Losers, semis, and Group C. Loser goes home. Winner is going to battle it out on Sunday. What Pokemon do you expect to see?
I feel like for Bird Power, it's very obvious. She has relied hard on that Drop-Yon Superior and Stunfisk, and I think we're going to see those again.
All right, let's check it out. Let's see if Adib goes back to Cradilly or goes a different direction, trying to pin that Superior and hammer it into submission. He leads the Tinkaton.
Okay, so this is actually a phenomenal matchup for Tinkaton here. 2 player ups are going to be more than enough to knock out the Superior because it is bulky, but it's not that bulky. The Frenzy Plant is going to get fired off first. It is going to be resistant damage, but it is going to also pressure some damage.
Frenzy Plant connects. A little bit of a dent in that Tinkaton's armor, but the play rough is locked and loaded. And I think this is also something we see, and we think it's so obvious, but Adib knows he's got a commanding matchup here, and that's why he overcharges in case there is a swap, in case there is a pivot or a catch. Now looking for the Shadow Drappy, and this is not what I expected from Bird Power.
Yeah, I think that her game plan here is to bait out something so that the Stunfisk has play in the back. And here we actually see Adib making the masterful team read. The absolute masterful team read, assuming that the Stunfisk in the back, he has seen this play before.
Are you
kidding me? The first time they played,
played, he did not swap into the Azumarill. This time he does.
You've got to be kidding. I mean, having the Diggersby just waiting in the wings against the Poison-type Pokemon, it just beckons for you to send it out. But Adib says, no, I am making a call, a prediction, a read. He's going to absorb the crunch on the Azumarill. The switch timers are a little bit displaced, but honestly, this position for Adib looks great.
Phenomenal. I think this is exactly where he wants to be. This is the chess game that he's been playing the entire time. And we see a shield from Bird Power really trying her best to win switch advantage here.
Yeah, gonna throw a crunch, try to pressure a shield away from Adib, but he recognizes what she's trying to do and jams up her win condition here with the Protect Shield.
Yeah, both of these players are playing 3D chess. We do see the bubble down, and we see now Ice Beam is super effective on both of these Pokemon.
Yeah.
This is going to be a really tough game for Bird Power to come back from.
It really is. Like you said, she's been relying on Shadow Drapion and Superior, but at what point does relying on a core Pokemon make you predictable? Ice Beam gets shielded up here on the Superior, but you gotta assume when one Fairy type gets KO'd, another Fairy type is gonna come out to answer it.
Exactly, and now Adibcon has the position and alignment that he's been wanting this entire set. He's got the Diggersby straight into the Unova Stump System. This is a one-sided matchup, Speedy.
It absolutely is. I mean, if you're throwing Thunder Shocks, if you're throwing Mud Bombs, you're not really making a lot of progress against Diggersby. It is the king of the ground types for a reason, and we do see the Mud Bomb just bounce right off of it. Scorching Sands is going to start to really put this Stunfisk under
some pressure. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's why that play that Adibcon was able to make halfway through that battle really changed the entire dynamic of this game.
Yeah, I would agree. Another Mud Bomb coming through here from Bird Power. Again, just little chips, little bits of damage here, but it's really nothing compared to what that Scorching Sands are doing from the opposite side. Gonna overcharge just a bit here. Deep looking for a Fire Punch on the charge attack priority. Maybe a rare miscalculation there.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to give Bird Power some slight edge coming into this endgame, but at the end of the day, I don't think that the Stunfisk is going to be able to survive because of that Fire Punch buff just a season ago.
Well, I will say in addition to that Adib kind of pinning and trapping this Stunfisk is preventing any kind of swap shenanigans from happening later where that Stunfisk might find the Tinkaton. So he's really just kind of shoring up his win conditions.
Absolutely. And we see the shield actually come up here, wanting to get this Fire Punch through because I believe it is enough, and Adib also believes it's enough. Is this going to be enough to knock out the Superior and send Adibcon to day 2? Yes, it is.
Wow. Incredible plays by Adibcon. Measured, calm. You can see after he killed the Superior, he kept tapping the screen. He said, if any other Pokemon comes out, I am not just going to let it get fast attacks through. I need to make sure that I won this battle and this series, and that's exactly what he did. So I want to again give credit to Bird Power, a competitor that we really admire. We saw her come on early into this competitive scene, do really, really well. She looked just as sharp, just as talented, just as skilled as ever, and I cannot wait to see her return to the competitive scene. But for now, in Portland, she's gonna have to recollect, reflect on what she did, and prepare for another tournament appearance one day.
Yeah, but I mean, this was a great showing. I think both players played incredibly well. Seeing Adib come back in the most spectacular way, I thought was phenomenal. Making such a read like that. Seeing what happened the first time they played, I think it was in round 3, and now we're in round 6. Woo. And like thinking through all the matchups throughout the day, okay, what happened here? What happened here? How can I adjust? How can I refine my skill? How can I refine my plays? How can I refine my reads? And he does exactly that.
I really think you called it out beautifully, right? Sending the Azumarill to counter the Drapion right here instead of the Diggersby. What a call. I mean, risky, right? Because you don't know. You have a guess. You have an educated assumption about what's in the back based on what your opponent's been doing, based on their team composition. But still, you really need to trust in yourself to make a play like that, and Adib did, and it paid off.
Yeah, and using that Diggersby to really take over the game at the end, I mean, just wonderful times, wonderful plays. I'm so happy for Adib, and I can't wait to see what he does in day 2.
It's going to be exciting to watch. Adib moving on with his Tinkaton, which has been really powerful, but yeah, he's got a lot of other complementary pieces around it. We'll see how he fares. I'm really excited to see how the bracket's going to break down because we have another incredible matchup coming up shortly. We're going to watch Caleb Pang take on the Taurean. This is a treat.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, we've been getting treats all day. So what's another little sweet treat? So here we have Caleb, who I think has the Carbink.
Wait, I'm here for production. I think they misread us or misheard us, right? Because we said treats and they said tweets. Let's go ahead and look at social and see what you all are saying online. Wow, this is a really nice Sableye for Diego. He says, hundo, little guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's a little guy. He's a little Sable guy.
It's a Dynamax.
It is. Oh,
Wait,
I didn't even notice that.
You didn't notice that, you know, Stark. I'm just over here just pointing things out, and you're just kind of like, you know.
It's a great notice.
a perfect Dynamax Sableye. That is going to be a threat. We've got our world champ from 2023 in Yokohama. He says, big man Blastoise on to day 2.
Yeah, Blastoise has had an incredible showing here. I think a lot of the casters had it as one of their picks, and it has shown its way through to day 2.
Best buddy, shiny Blastoise. I've heard this lore about its accent. Maybe you can confirm, but just for fun, he likes to best buddy all of his competitive Pokemon. Is that true?
That is definitely true. His Medicham, obviously best buddy, and all of his World Championship Pokemon as well. So here we see Captain Pika. I'm always happy, Speediest Chief. Thank you.
You know, if you're attending the events, I think it's so important to send out these regional gifts. We used to talk about this all the time back when the tournaments were new. But honestly, Stark, I collect them all, and I'm always increasing my postcard book because I'm pinning these event postcards that I don't attend. Like, for example, Desync sends me tons of postcards from the events he attends in LATAM. So grateful to you, Desync. I don't think I've ever told you that, but now I am. And I really appreciate when I do get those postcards because I'm trying to collect them all. You know, it's kind of the theme right here, right?
Right. I mean, that's kind of the theme of Pokemon. You got to catch them all. So it's just a matter of finding them and collecting them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for getting involved on social. We appreciate when you use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. It makes your posts so much easier to find, so don't forget that when you post online. We really love to show what you have to say, because I feel like our community is equally as big of a part of this as we are here in the venue.
Absolutely, and we love to be able to showcase your tweets, so keep doing it.
Yeah, let's go to the stage, though, because our trainers are actually getting ready to lock in. One of them already is locked in. This is going to be Caleb Pang taking on the Tarian, a really high-profile matchup. We saw the Corviknight barely edge out a victory versus Arrow, and the Tarian with Shadow Swampert. I don't know if I've seen this trainer on stage yet this weekend.
I believe he was just on stream with Phoebe and Rise. So
I see.
They did play a game. It was against, I believe, Boglish, and Torian was able to utilize the Swampert and Furret to be able to win one of those games.
Look at Shadow Swampert. Shadow Swampert versus Claydol. Shadow Swampert versus Shadow Drapion versus Carbink versus Corviknight. There is so much flex play for this Pokemon, and the only real immediate threat that I can see is that Cradily.
Absolutely. It even has the Sludge for Azumarill now. So now it's got incredible coverage. I think we're going to see it every game, and I think it's going to be paired with something that can handle that Cradily.
Yeah, I think so as well. You got a couple of different options, but I think the Tinkaton is one of the likely candidates to pair with that Pokemon. And I know we kind of take a lot of these team building, nuances for granted, but I think it's so important to point them out when we do spot them. Let's go ahead and jump right into game number 1. Caleb and Tarian, elimination round, losers, round 7.
And you called it right away. We see the Tinkaton knocked into that Cradily. We have to see an immediate switch out from Caleb Pang into that Shadow Drapion. Like we talked about before, it is an incredibly safe switch, but here, this is not a good switch for Drapion.
Yeah, but I mean, what is the Tarian going to do? He's got a Malamar who doesn't want to see Drapion up energy. He's got a Furret, which doesn't want to see Drapion up energy. And he's giving up his best Cradily counter on the field right now.
I mean, I think he has to. I think that's the only answer. You have something like the Malamar in the back. You have the Furret, which is kind of neutral into the Cradily, so you can find a way back into this game, even if you have to give up your Tinkaton.
I don't know. I'm not sure if I see your vision, Stark, but let's see how it plays out. The Tarian's incredibly talented. I'm sure he'll make it work. Bulldoze going to come through here. This will be enough to KO, even though it's not the most powerful charge attack.
Yeah, and I think it's going to have to force a shield from Caleb's side. He is going to be able to reach that Aqua Tail if he wants to, and he does. He's going to throw it immediately into the Tinkaton. It's not going to be quite enough to knock out, but I might put it in farm down range from Poison Sting.
But here's the issue, right? If you're the Tarian, you can't side wave this thing down. You can't Sucker Punch it down. He's going to throw the Bulldoze and just hope to get the KO here. I mean, otherwise, it's going to be tough sledding.
Yeah, but if you're Caleb, you don't want to give up 2 shields without knowing what other 2 Pokemon are in the back. So giving away the Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly.
Is the only play.
Allowing the knockout, right? We're going to see a Rock Tomb get fired off into the shiny Furret here from the Tarian 22. This is going to debuff 100% of the time. It works every time, and it works yet again. But the pivot now into Corviknight.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really, really solid pivot. I mean, what are you even going to throw into this Corviknight? He throws the Sucker Punch, or the Trailblaze, right away to try to boost that Sucker Punch damage, but it's not really going to do anything in terms of charge attack pressure.
And still about 20 seconds on the switch timer, which is going to allow this Corviknight to grind up some charge attack energy with the sand attacks and prepare for whatever that third Pokemon is. I mean, you got to go to Malamar eventually if you're the Tarian.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is the only way back into the game for Caleb, is to get this type of advantage where now it's going to be able to knock out the Furret and start having some pressure for that Malamar and the Tinkaton in the back.
Malamar coming in now. Psywave's resisted by that steel typing, but a 2 Protect Shield advantage. We're going to see the Corviknight throw the Iron Head into the Dark and Psychic type, and no shield early on.
Yeah, no shield. I think recognizing that the Cordelia's Rock Tombs are actually going to do more damage than whatever the Corviknight is going to throw. And now we're going to have to see a Rock Tomb come out, but before that, we see a Superpower getting thrown. Caleb's going to have to make this call. And he does.
Yeah, great call by Caleb here to use his final Protect Shield. This is going to be the hardest hitting charge attack, but now the Tarian can just pivot out into that Tinkaton to reset any kind of debuff. So he's waiting for Caleb to throw the Mind Reader, Dream Eater. The Tarian is able to catch that charge attack on the Tinkaton to keep himself in this matchup.
How many times have we seen this today? How lucky have we been to be able to watch these battles? These battlers have been doing this all day. Now the Superpower comes out. It's going to be enough to knock out the Cordelia.
Exactly. Superpower does connect, but now this Malamar is hobbled. It's got 2 Protect Shields, but it's got a lot of Corviknight to chew through. But good thing for Corviknight, Sand Attack is a very powerful fast attack, right?
You really have to grind your way through that matchup if you really want to knock out with just the Sand Attacks. But the Superpower goes out, and it's going to eliminate the Corviknight from the playing field. GG, game 1 goes to the Tarian.
No Protect Shields were broken in the making of that battle. The Tarian able to exit with the Malamar standing strong and not Protect Shielding a single charge attack. Going into game number 2, I feel like Caleb's team seems balanced, but against this squad from the Tarian, I just don't think he can apply enough pressure to really make headway. What do you think?
Yeah, the charge attack pressure just wasn't really there for Caleb in game 1, and maybe in game 2 he has to either utilize a different Pokemon to get some charge attack pressure, or figure out a different team compositions like the order, right?
Another shock is that we didn't see Shadow Swampert in game 1.
True.
I was fully convinced we saw it, and look what the Tarian does. Shadow Swampert lead into Claydol.
Yeah, and you have to stay in. The Claydol has no choice. You can't swap out into your Dropion here.
Exactly. You really kind of back against the wall or whatever Claydol is made of. And we're going to see a Hydro Cannon get shielded up here because you do not want to take same type attack bonus Community Day charge attack pressure this early on.
Yeah, I mean, if we're asking, I think it's made out of clay. But here comes the Rock Tomb. Is it going to get shielded? Do you think this is going to be an Ice Beam? Actually lets it go.
Wow.
And it doesn't knock out because it's resisted, and you switch out of that matchup into the Furret. This is going to be a phenomenal position, but at the same time, you see the Sucker Punch come through as the Rock Tomb is fired off.
Yeah.
I believe that you have to switch out into Corviknight at some point.
I think so as well. I think we saw this matchup in game number 1. Caleb's going to go back to it here in game number 2. It's actually very similar, right? Throwing the Rock Tomb debuff, switching to the Corviknight, Trailblaze from the Furret. This is actually eerily alike game number 1.
Yeah, it feels like deja vu. But here we're obviously going to see Sand Attack get some energy here. You want to get as much energy as you can in this matchup to be able to threaten something like the Swampert or whatever else is in the back from the Tarian.
Corviknight gathering energy as the Swift connects. It's about halfway to the second Iron Head now, and the switch timer is still not up for the Tarian, so he's going to throw the charge attack here. Each minigame is going to take about 10 seconds off the clock, and I think he's going to be ready to swap when this is done.
Yeah, and obviously Corviknight does not worry about any of these charge attacks. We're going to see the Iron Head get fired off here. I believe it's not quite enough to knock out after 2 hits, but maybe an Iron Head plus a Sky Attack will be enough.
Oh, actually the pivot into the Shadow Drapion. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this is a really good play because now you can resist all the fast attack pressure and you resist all the charge attack pressure other than
the superpower, which is going to force a debuff. So now we actually see an Aqua Tail get shielded.
For a second there, I thought Tarian was going to no-shield it, right? Expecting his opponent to bait because he does have that protect shield advantage, but superpower coming through, no shield from Caleb Payne.
This isn't going to knock out, but it is going to do some heavy damage, as we like to say here. And we are going to see an Aqua Tail get fired off immediately. I believe this is going to be enough because of that defense drop from the superpower.
I agree.
So you have to shield if you want to preserve the Malamar. It's gone.
It's absolutely gone. In comes Swampert. These poison stings are not doing much damage at all. Can he get the full mud shot down? No, he's just short, but the Tarian swaps in the Furret to bail out his Swampert.
That was just an excellent, excellent play from the Torian, knowing exactly when to pivot and when to stay in. Getting the farm down with Swampert here, I believe you're going to have to get the 3 charge attacks here, Speedy. I don't know if you can.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. We're going to see the Clay Doll come in. Mud Slap applies so much pressure. If you're Caleb, do you just no-shield this, come in with the Corviknight and send attack down?
And that's exactly what he's going to do. He realizes and recognizes the win condition here is to be able to farm down this Swampert because it's not going to be able to get to those charge attacks quickly enough. And there goes Swampert, and Caleb takes game 2.
Too much work to do for that Shadow Swampert. It could not pull through in game number 2, but I mean, Stark, you were saying some bad things about Sand Attack in game 1, and you KO'd the Swampert in game 2. It can't be that bad.
I mean, it's not that bad, but you know, it's not gonna farm something down from full. You saw the Furret matchup, I think, exemplified what I was talking about, where you can't farm it down from half health or even at 25%. It's gonna be very difficult. Although it is something that helped Caleb, I think, come back into that game, being able to gather all that energy and put that Malamar in a position where it had to shield an Aqua Tail.
Great call out. It's so interesting to me that we didn't see Shadow Swampert in game number 1. It seemed like the obvious choice, and Tarian was able to win without it. And then when he does bring it, he can't quite close the deal. We're going to check out game number 3 here. Shadow Drapion going to pair up against that Clay Doll. Let's dive right in.
Yeah, this is going to be an intensely one-sided matchup, and we actually see Drapion is staying in. What do you think about that, Speedy?
I think this looks a little bit tricky. I'm really surprised to not see the Tarian either pivot to his Sucker Punch Furret or his Dark-type Malamar. Instead, using one of his most flexible Pokemon to counter something that you wouldn't normally see.
Yeah, and immediately we see Caleb going for the Rock Tomb, and I'm guessing, Speedy.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm guessing.
Yeah?
He's gonna swap into the Corviknight.
I don't know. Oh, maybe he does. And here comes Corviknight versus Furret, part 3 of our 3-part battle series here in Portland.
And we see the Torian going for the Trailblaze. Speedy, what do you think about that?
I don't know. I feel like we've been here before. This might be Groundhog Day. Trailblaze connects. Corviknight shrugs it off. Sucker Punch is starting to chip down, and the Iron Heads are loading up.
Yeah, and now I think Corviknight has phenomenal position in this game to be able to throw a charge attack at this Furret. I think if you're Caleb, you even want to undercharge just a tad to be able to get a little bit more energy
saucy.
For the knockout.
Saucy call, but I don't think he's going to do it. I think he's gonna throw it right into the frying pan and get the knockout. We're going to see the Malamar come in. This matchup has been played out a few different times, but I think what's different here is that this Corviknight has so much energy going into this this particular matchup.
Absolutely. I think this is going to be a very difficult position for this Malamar to come out on top of. Maybe it can get the knockout here, but actually, let's Caleb get to the Sky Attack. This is actually going to do more damage than Iron Head would have.
It would. Same type of attack bonus on both of those charge attacks, but the Sky Attack's going to hit just a little bit more. I do think another charge attack is going to be needed to KO the Malamar. And meanwhile, it's closing in on 2 1/4 foul plays.
Yeah, this is definitely the play for the Torian. You have to build up as much energy as humanly possible to be able to get as much pressure as you can with this Malamar. We're going to see a superpower, I'm assuming, get fired off here, and we do. This is going to put immense pressure on this Shadow Drapion, and which doesn't shield.
Yeah, doesn't shield. It's going to let this full brunt hit it right there with the charge attack, and the swap now into the Drapion, but Caleb Payne does throw the Aqua Tail, so, you know, works out.
This is the play. This is what you want to do anyway. It's not going to be quite enough to knock out. Actually getting...
Oh!
I thought he was going to get to the Aqua Tail.
Yeah.
Would have been able to get there maybe, but the crunch was not going to be the play.
Oh, actually no shielding the foul play here from the Malamar. I think Caleb knows that that Furret is still a threat in the back, or is it knocked out? I think it's actually knocked out already.
It is. And that's
game. That's game.
That's game.
Wow. Wow.
Well done, Caleb. Advancing to day 2, knocking out the Torian. Really well done. I think the play that made Caleb get into the advantage there was the consistency of Corviknight. Corviknight was incredibly consistent throughout the entire series. He was able to take that game 2 and 3 because Corviknight was able to dominate that Furret matchup.
Yeah, it's kind of curious, right? Because if you see, if you save swap Furret as the Tarian and you see the Corviknight once, and then you do it again, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna try this one more time and see if the result's different. And despite taking game number 1 off of Caleb, he's able to reverse sweep and win the series, punching his ticket to day 2 in Rose City. The Tarian, unfortunately, is knocked out of the competition for the weekend, but a powerful trainer who's already won a regional championship before, who I think is going to be a force to be reckoned with at NAIC and Worlds. I'm excited to see what his future holds.
I agree. And congratulations again to Caleb. I think this is the first Carbink to make it to day 2 this season.
Oh, hey, actually, all right. Let me write that down. Okay. But for real, everybody, it's been a great show. We're actually going to get ready to do a little wrap-up, so let's take a look back at the highlights, and we'll meet you in the lounge.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric. I'll be a legend. Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road. Victory Road. I'll be a legend.
Capping off a beautiful day in Portland, Oregon, here at the 2025 Regional Championships, the last regional in the North American circuit this season. Chris Reisner joining you along with my co-casters. And as we approach a top 12 for day number 2, let's recap day 1 a little bit. Phoebe, starting with you, what was one thing that stood out to you today?
You know, I think a lot of people were really expecting fire types to make a show here.
I want to say it was maybe a little lackluster. I think we saw a number of times where like Unova and Stunfisk was able to wrap up. A lot of Cradilly popped up as well as a grass type to try to answer it. So I think maybe a little bit of an underperformance from Shadow Typhlosion.
Not as many Typhlosion perhaps as we predicted. Speedius, how about you?
Absolutely. So I feel like this season has a theme of top trainers continuing to dominate event after event, the top cutting consistently. We've seen a lot of trainers like Adib Khan, like Caleb Pang, who maybe aren't that, prevalent on the scene, but they've come in and really impressed us and put on a showcase that I think is very valuable. We can learn a lot from them, and I'm really excited to see these trainers that are peaking late in the season heading into NAIC and Worlds.
I think that momentum could be huge for some of these trainers as we approach the end. How Stark, in your casting debut, tell me through your thoughts after day one.
Yeah, I was really impressed with all the high quality of battles that we saw on stream. I thought every single person put on a really good performance, and one Pokemon that I think that stood out was Malamar. I thought it overperformed, and I think it was, I would say, super powerful this weekend.
There were some matches where Malamar was just devastating for the opposition. If you guys want to check back with us in day number 2, the start time is going to be 12:45 p.m. Eastern, 9:45 a.m. here on the Pacific, and we look forward to seeing you there. And now we're going to take a look at the remaining regional schedule. I mean, we're almost wrapped up. Speedy, what do we got left?
We've got the North America International Championships as well as the World Championships in Anaheim, California. North America Internationals is going to be a massive tournament. Over 300 players have already registered, and who can forget the finals from last year with Ash and Ash and Out of Pocket. It's a beautiful city, a beautiful time, and I really recommend everyone to come out and kind of celebrate the season, right? Celebrate everything these trainers have accomplished and get ready for Worlds.
And we want to have you guys watching there with us. Along with the broadcast, it is going to be an epic tournament. Where can they find the broadcast, Phoebe?
You can find the broadcast at pokemon.com/broadcasts, as well as make sure you're following those channels and using those hashtags.
Absolutely. Stark, where can everyone find us on social media?
Well, I think you can see on screen. It's on X, it's on YouTube, it's on Facebook, and it's on Instagram, all by the same Play Pokemon username.
It's been an absolute pleasure here in the Pacific Northwest. All eyes on the last North American Regional. From my fellow co-casters and I, we hope to see you for day 2 tomorrow, where we will crown your Portland Regional Champion. Thank you, everybody.
That's fine. At least I went out with Torpedo.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought the Torpedo there. That was fun.
Well played. Thank you, William. Of course, Eddie. Okay. My pleasure. Well played. GG. Good game.
Well done. Good games, man.